Synopsis: a legendary wizard, renowned for his alchemical breakthroughs, dies at 157 and awakens in a young boy's body in 1974. Navigating Hogwarts as a student, he hones his skills in potions and magic, builds unexpected friendships, discovers hidden chambers, and safeguards his loved ones from emerging dangers in a world on the brink of conflict. Chapter 1: The End of a Long Journey. On the top of a grassy hill, overlooking the north coast of Scotland, lay a small but thriving magical community. It was a relatively new settlement, only a few decades old, so it lacked the rich history of places like Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade. Yet, many witches and wizards chose to build their homes and businesses in this isolated place. The reason for its existence, and its allure, was the massive ivory tower rising in its center. It was known as the Alchemy Tower, the Tower of Knowledge, or, as its creator originally called it, the Potter Tower. People crowded the streets of the small town. Today, no one was busy working or tending to daily chores. Everyone was outside. One might think this was due to a joyous occasion like a festival, but that couldn't have been further from the truth. Every man, woman, and child was dressed in black robes, as they had been for days since receiving the terrible news. Harry James Potter, the greatest wizard who had ever lived, was dying at the age of 157. All eyes were on the ivory tower, where Harry had lived and worked for decades. They had been told today would be the day. And when it finally happened, one of his disciples would light the blue alchemical flame at the tower's top, signaling to all that their beloved wizard was no more. "Stop making that face, Augustus. The Minister of Magic should always remain composed," a kind-looking old man said, his voice tired. "But Master," Augustus Longbottom, grandson of Neville Longbottom and the first disciple Harry took under his wing, was struggling with his master's imminent passing. At 80 years old, Augustus was the Minister of Magical Britain and was well known as a powerful, wise wizard. Yet, in front of his master, he seemed to regress to a young boy seeking approval. Surrounding Harry's bed were dozens of individuals of all ages, from teenagers to the elderly. They shared the same expression of misery, knowing they were here to witness their beloved master's final moments. Harry's old green eyes scanned the room, taking in the familiar faces, and he smiled. His thoughts drifted to where it had all begun. After his victory over Voldemort and the restoration of peace in Britain, Harry and Ginny resumed their relationship. They moved in together and began planning their wedding. But everything crumbled when Harry accidentally discovered her numerous infidelities during his time at the Auror Academy. The betrayal broke him in ways he hadn't known were possible. That same day, packed his belongings in a rush and left the home they shared. With no place to go, he went to Gringotts to withdraw his last few galleons. As he stared at his empty trust vault, contemplating leaving the Auror Academy and finding a quick-paying job, a goblin asked him a life-changing question. "Would you like to have this trust vault replenished from the main Potter vault, now that it was empty?" Harry froze at the question. He had never heard of this main vault before. No one had ever told him about it. When the goblins opened the main Potter vault at his request, Harry was stunned. A mountain of gold reached the ceiling. There were more galleons than he could spend in a lifetime. This revelation changed everything. With no financial constraints, Harry filled a bag with gold and left the country without looking back. He ventured into the world, dedicating himself to the pursuit of knowledge and broadening his horizons. At first, Harry's quest for knowledge was a way to distract himself from the dark thoughts that haunted him every night, about Ginny and her betrayal. But soon, he discovered a passion for learning he never knew he possessed. For decades, Harry roamed the world, studying every type of magic he could find. He didn't shy away from even the darkest forms of magic, believing that knowledge was neither inherently good nor evil, but it was the intent behind its use that mattered. At the age of 70, Harry returned to Britain and purchased a piece of land on the north coast of Scotland. He had recently begun studying a branch of magic that required a permanent dwelling, as he needed to have a stable laboratory where he could focus his efforts. This path was not an easy one. It required an in-depth understanding of potions, a subject he had disliked since his first year at Hogwarts. But during his travels, He found a kind and skilled professor in France who was willing to give him private lessons. Under this professor's guidance, Harry discovered he truly enjoyed the process of brewing potions. At the age of 62, Harry Potter officially became a potions master. Had Severus Snape still been alive, the news might have given him a heart attack. With his newfound expertise, Harry began working on the field that fascinated him the most: alchemy. To support his experiments, he commissioned the construction of a tower, a place where he could live, study, and work in peace. The tower was built quickly, thanks to Harry's immense wealth and the goblin's efficiency. Made of pure white stone, it stood tall and majestic, a symbol of his new life's purpose. Harry rarely left the tower after that. Most of his supplies arrived by owl, and he had few visitors. Ron had passed away before Harry's return to Britain, and Hermione never replied to his letters. He assumed she had not forgiven him for leaving so abruptly all those years ago. A decade passed in a blur. By the age of 80, Harry was ready to share the results of his alchemical research with the world. His discoveries, such as new uses for basilisk blood, brought him fame across Britain. But it was his creation of a fully functional homunculus that catapulted him into the realms of legend, earning him worldwide recognition. Suddenly, Harry found himself visited by a wide variety of people. Those who wanted to meet him and exchange ideas, those who sought to steal his research, and those who wished to become his disciples. Since he had no biological heirs, the idea of taking on apprentices appealed to him. It allowed him to pass on his legacy to someone who deserved it. His first disciple was Augustus Longbottom, grandson of an old friend of his. Over the years, many more followed. But Harry was highly selective in choosing his apprentices. He accepted only the best and most talented, ensuring they had good hearts and noble intentions. He had no desire to train the next Dark Lord. He also held nothing back in his teachings. Every disciple was taught as much as they wished to learn, and over time, they all became prominent figures in the magical world. Harry himself did not slack in his own research. His groundbreaking discoveries further solidified his legendary status. People even built an entire town around his tower, with his permission, of course. Now, at the age of 157, Harry lay in his bed, surrounded by his disciples. He looked at their somber faces, each one reflecting a deep love and respect for him. Despite the sorrow of the moment, he felt a sense of fulfillment. One of Harry's greatest regrets was never having children of his own. No matter how much he had accomplished, he often felt he had failed his family in this regard. The Potter bloodline would end with him. But as he gazed at his disciples, Harry realized something profound. He did have children. Dozens of witches and wizards who loved him, respected him, and would carry on his legacy for generations to come. They may not share his name, but they were his family nonetheless. "I'm satisfied," Harry whispered, a small smile gracing his face. "Master," Augustus leaned closer, his voice filled with worry. "What do you mean?" Harry's green eyes softened as he looked at them all one last time. "With my life, I'm satisfied. My children." The light in his green eyes faded, and the last vestiges of vitality left his body. His disciples called out to him, their cries filled with anguish, but there was no response. Harry James Potter had finally gone on his next great adventure. Chapter 2: Open Your Eyes. His vision was filled with an overwhelming amount of white. After some time, the shapes around him became more distinct. Walls, floors, benches, signs. "This place, I have been here before, a very long time ago." This was King's Cross Station, or at least it looked like it to him. Except everything here was pristine white. It gave him a feeling of uncanny resemblance. "You were here before, but it wasn't your time then." He was startled by the sudden appearance of a voice. He had not been expecting to find anyone else here. "You know, it's rude to speak to someone without showing yourself," he said in a reprimanding tone. "I have been in front of you the entire time." His eyes moved as he spotted some dark shadow in front of him. At first, it was just a shapeless thing, but it slowly started to form a human figure. A short girl with black hair, black eyes, and black clothes. The contrast against the rest of the room was stark. "I can see you. Why couldn't I see you before?" You were not ready yet. Who are you? He asked with a hint of fear. You know who I am, the girl said. She then stared at the train rails. Your train is here. As she said, moments later, a pristine white train arrived at the station and stopped, opening the doors of the carriage in front of him. He was unable to see the interior of the train for some reason, but without thinking, his feet started to move, drawn toward the door. But then she stood in his way, blocking the entrance. Why, isn't this what you are here for? To make sure I enter that train? Harry couldn't guess the purpose behind her actions. Normally, yes, I came into existence to be the guide, the driver, the nexus between worlds, but today I must be the wall that bars you from entering that place. For that, I am very sorry. You, Death, don't want me to die? What am I supposed to do then? He asked, exasperated. This is the second time I deny someone my gift, and the first time it is not out of my own will. But my brother, Destiny, said this must be done, and he is never wrong. Destiny, what? What is this about? What must be done? Harry demanded answers, not caring that he was speaking to one of the most powerful beings in existence. I wouldn't mind explaining it to you, but you are not going to remember a single thing from this place or the conversation we are having. She moved forward, and black wings sprouted from her back. Fear suddenly gripped him, and he took a step back. Wait, I don't want to go. But she wasn't listening anymore. She moved closer, and the light was completely eclipsed by darkness. The last thing he heard was the beating of mighty wings. August 10, 1974. St. Mungo's Intensive Care Unit. I am very sorry, Lady Potter, Lord Potter. There is nothing more we can do for your son. This can't be happening. He is just a child. He was about to start his 4th year of school. Lady Potter hugged her husband and started sobbing. Nothing you can do? Come on, I know of many cases of people surviving dragon pox. There has to be some potion or something out there. Money is not an issue, Lord Potter said miserably. I am very sorry, Lord Potter. This is not a matter of money. The disease has already spread to his brain. Even if we could somehow eliminate it immediately, chances are he will never wake up again, the healer explained. Fleamont and Euphemia Potter approached the bed where their son, James, was sleeping peacefully. He is so quiet, the mother said. Yes, he's always been a restless rascal, with his damn pranks and his obsession with Quidditch, the father said. The couple was already fairly old. Fleamont was 63 and his wife 55. It was already a miracle they were able to have one son. They both knew James was their one and only chance, and now they were about to lose him. A knock on the door. Excuse me, but there are 3 kids here saying they want to visit the patient, someone said from the other side of the door. I told you there would be no visits, the healer huffed. No, wait, let them in, Euphemia said. But Lady Potter. Please, this may be the last chance they have to see him, the matriarch said, her voice filled with pain. Very well, let them in, the healer said. The door opened, and 3 boys rushed inside. James, Sirius was the first to enter, hurrying to James's bed. Lord and Lady Potter, Remus said, addressing the parents as politely as he could before moving next to Sirius. Hello, Peter stammered, keeping his head down. He always got nervous addressing Lord Potter, who could be very intimidating. Is he going to be okay? Sirius asked. The other healers wouldn't tell us anything. What is his condition? Remus asked, looking at the parents. Not good, Fleamont shook his head. The healer said. Euphemia struggled to get the words out. He said there was no hope. James will never wake up again. No, that can't be true. Sirius looked at James's sleeping face. James, come on, wake up. This can't be, Remus said, shocked. Oh no, James, Peter had tears in his eyes. Sirius turned to the healer. Is there nothing that can be done? Nothing at all. As I said to his parents, the dragon pox has invaded his brain. At this point, there is nothing more we can do. The damage is too severe. James Potter will never wake up again. Peter let out an incredibly loud scream when he saw it. James's eyes were now open. Chapter 3, James Potter. He felt completely disoriented when he woke up. He was surrounded by people he didn't recognize. Everything was so confusing. James, you're alive. My son, Voices resounded in his ears, overwhelming him. His head began to ache, and he screamed. James! Oh no, healer, do something. Images flooded his mind. Places, people, some were familiar, others were not. What is this? Where am I? He wondered. The memories of the white place were gone from his mind. The last thing he recalled was being in his bed, surrounded by his disciples, and then he was so tired, and now he was somewhere else. The pain finally began to subside. Whatever the healer was doing, it was working. He opened his eyes again and glanced at the people around him. This can't be possible. He didn't immediately recognize the older couple looking at him with concern, but he had seen them in those visions. He did recognize the others. No matter how much time passed, he would never forget Remus, Sirius, and Wormtail. They look so young, though. Have I been sent to the past? James, how are you feeling? Please say something, the older woman asked. He noticed they were calling him James. I'm not in my own body, but James, that's impossible. His mind was racing, struggling to make sense of the situation. A mirror, he requested. You want a mirror? Peter asked, looking confused. You look fine, what do you want a mirror for? Sirius chimed in, equally puzzled. I'm going to have to ask everyone to leave the room, please, the healer interjected. I need to examine my patient. This amount of excitement isn't good for someone who just woke up. Here, honey, the woman said, approaching him with a small mirror from her purse. Thanks, he tried to smile. We'll be right outside, son, the older man said, giving him a lingering look before turning to the healer. You'd better know what you're doing now. The older man seemed seriously upset, but he followed the others outside. Does anything hurt now? The healer asked, waving his wand over him. No, my head was hurting, but it's better now. Can you tell me your name? James, it was what everyone was calling him. Last name. He opened the mirror and looked at himself. He knew that face. It was one he had seen many times, even though he didn't have many pictures of his parents. How could this have happened? The situation made no sense. He had never heard of or read about anything like this happening to anyone. Do you not remember your last name? The healer pressed. Potter, I am James Potter. No matter how absurd it sounded, he knew this was the only explanation. Somehow, he had ended up in the body of his father, James. That is correct. The healer wrote something on a piece of parchment. What happened to me? He needed to know. His father was supposed to live for many more years, so his soul shouldn't have been able to be here. In a moment, Mr. Potter. I have a few more questions first, the healer said. What is the last thing you remember? He thought for a moment, his mind still trying to process the images from before. Those must have been James Potter's most recent memories. I was flying my broom at my house. I started to feel bad all of a sudden, and I think I fell to the ground. The healer nodded. Can you tell me the names of your friends, the boys who came to visit you a moment ago? Are you testing me for brain damage? James raised an eyebrow. Please answer the question, Mr. Potter. Very well, Remus Lupin, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew. He had no trouble answering that. The healer seemed satisfied now. Everything appears to be in order. To answer your earlier question, 6 weeks ago you fell from your broom. That was because you had contracted a severe variant of dragon pox. When your parents brought you here, you were unconscious, and soon after, you slipped into a coma. The disease had invaded your brain. It was the fastest-acting case I've ever seen. But now I'm fine, and you don't understand how. We all thought you would never wake up again, but now you're awake, and there are no traces of the dragon pox. I admit I have no answers at the moment. Hold on. The healer walked to the door and called his parents. Fleamont and Euphemia hurried inside and rushed to his side. How is he? Asked his father. His mother hugged him tightly. It felt strange. He had never met his grandparents, or his parents now. He had some fragmented memories, but it was surreal to have these strangers acting so familiar with him. I'd like for James to stay in the hospital for a few more days to run some tests, but for the moment, everything looks good. A moment ago, you told us our son would never wake up, and now everything looks good, Fleamont said angrily. Fleamont, stop. This is not the healer's fault, Euphemia said. I'm very sorry, Lord Potter. All indications supported my diagnosis. I've never even read about a case of someone recovering this quickly from such an advanced stage of dragon pox, the healer explained. And now you want to keep him here for experiments, Fleamont muttered. We just want to ensure the disease is completely gone, that's all. I assure you, Lord Potter, that this is true. Fleamont, that's enough, Euphemia snapped, then turned to James. How are you feeling, James? He tried to smile. Much better, thank you. Since when are you so polite? Fleamont raised an eyebrow. Oi, healer, are you sure his brain didn't get damaged? For now, I'm certain. The healer looked troubled. Can we go back inside? Sirius's voice called from the other side of the door. Yes, we just want to see him, Remus added. Please, Mr. Healer, Peter chimed in. If the patient doesn't mind, it's fine, the healer said. Harry, no, James nodded. Let them in. Chapter 4, Welcome Home. Talking to the young Sirius, Remus, and Wormtail had been nerve-wracking for many reasons. For Sirius and Remus, it was nostalgic and somewhat heartwarming to see them again, even if they weren't the same people he once knew. These versions were far more naive and mischievous. Wormtail, on the other hand, was different from the broken, cowardly, and traitorous man he remembered. Peter was just an awkward boy, but he seemed nice overall. That being said, James had to make an immense effort not to judge him for things he had yet to do or might never do now. History would be very different this time if he had any hand on it. In the end, he was forced to stay at the hospital for an entire week before being allowed to leave. This was something he didn't mind all that much. For the most part, he was left to rest, and this allowed him to put all these new memories he now had in some sort of order. His mother, Euphemia, never left his side, and they spent countless hours talking. Thankfully, she didn't ask many probing questions. Her inquiries were simple. How are you feeling today? Or, are you looking forward to going back to Hogwarts? His father visited every day after finishing his work at the ministry. From overheard conversations, James pieced together that Fleamont was the head of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. Essentially, his father managed incidents where witches or wizards risked exposing the magical world to muggles. His department contained these situations and performed memory modifications on witnesses. Most of James's time in the hospital was spent reading. Euphemia had brought all the school books he'd need for the next year, as well as some of his favorite storybooks from home. It was strange to think of them as his parents and call them mother and father. Yet, they were still his family. In his previous life, they were his grandparents. Now, they were his parents. Had they been alive after Lily and James died, they might have raised him, sparing him the Dursleys' cruelty. So, while treating them as his parents felt odd, it wasn't unpleasant or overly abnormal. He simply wasn't used to having a family like this at all. He had no complete memory of the house he grew up in, only fragments. So, seeing it now was a surprise. Growing up, he had wild fantasies about his parents living in a castle, but he never imagined they actually did. It wasn't perfect, though. The castle looked ancient and in dire need of repairs. At some point, it must have had 4 towers, but 3 had collapsed, and the 4th seemed ready to follow if left unattended. The main building stood about 4 stories tall, constructed of dark gray stone. The entire property was surrounded by a high metal fence topped with spikes. It wasn't Hogwarts, but it was still impressive, especially considering that only 3 people lived there. He guessed that when it was built, his family must have had at least a dozen members and 100 servants that would occupy and maintain the property. James hid his surprise as best he could, saying nothing to avoid suspicion. Glad to be back home, James, Fleamont asked. Yes, father, I am. It wasn't a lie. The idea of having an ancestral home was appealing. His ivory tower had been a refuge, a place he commissioned and shared with apprentices for decades. But this castle, with its history and legacy, was different. Let's go inside then, Euphemia said, patting his back. As Fleamont approached the castle's main gates, they opened on their own, seemingly enchanted. Or so James thought. Welcome home, masters and mistress, a house elf said with a bow. Thank you, Dipsy. Are the preparations complete? Fleamont asked, walking inside with his wife and son. Yes, Laurie is almost finished with them, the elf replied. James was surprised to hear an elf speak so. Normally, he had little experience with house elves, having only interacted with Dobby and Gretchen during his lifetime. I wonder if the cranky old elf from the Blacks is around yet. House elves live longer than humans, and he was ancient when I met him. There's a good chance he's already with that family. As they walked through the castle, James noticed how well-maintained and clean the interior was despite the building's dilapidated exterior. Clearly the work of the house elves. They climbed to the second floor, stopping in front of a door. "Why don't you rest for a bit, James? We'll see you at dinner," Euphemia suggested. James opened the door and stepped inside. A wave of familiarity washed over him. This was definitely his bedroom. It wasn't overly elaborate, just a bed, a desk, a wardrobe, a chest, and several Quidditch posters on the walls. In one corner, he spotted a broom, a Comet 600. Nimbus brooms had only been on the market for a few years, so Comet and Clean Sweep still dominated the industry. James placed his suitcase on the floor and sat on the bed. Everything still felt surreal. This is going to take some time to get used to. At least I have almost an entire month before I need to venture into Hogwarts and face the crowds. James considered. He resolved to use this time wisely and to learn how to become the most convincing James Potter he could possibly be. Many questions still plagued his mind, mostly about how he ended up in his father's body, or why history seems to be different here, or what was he supposed to do here. For the moment, he had no way to answer any of that, so it appears that he was going to have to learn to live as James Potter. Chapter 5: Becoming James Potter. The night of his arrival home, James went downstairs to the dining room, where the female elf, Dipsy, had told him his parents were waiting. When he got there, he found a massive feast waiting for him, along with many fancy decorations and a sign that read, "Welcome home, James." So that's what the other elf was preparing. He had wondered about that comment earlier. "Come on, son, take a seat," his father, Fleamont, said as he pulled out a chair for him. "Welcome home, James." Euphemia gave him a warm smile. "Welcome home, Master James," Dipsy said. "Welcome home, Master." The other elf, Laurie, was much older than Dipsy and reminded James of Gretchen, though James could tell at first glance that Laurie was far more polite and far less insane. "Thank you, all of you, really," James said before sitting down and enjoying his dinner. A few days passed, and James became more accustomed to being back in the body of a young man. Once again, he could do things like jump and run, simple things that he hadn't been able to do for decades. There wasn't much entertainment in the castle beyond exploring and reading. He glanced over all his school books to refresh his memory of the subjects. From what he'd seen, the fourth year didn't seem like it would be much of a challenge. Not that he had expected to be challenged at school. His exploration revealed that not much was left of the 3 broken towers, and the entrance to the 4th was sealed since it was too dangerous to enter. His father had apparently done this after James was born, to ensure his protection. Much of the central building remained unused. Of over 15 bedrooms, 3 dining rooms, 2 large halls, 6 studies, and other rooms, only a small portion was in use. Still, the elves ensured everything was kept clean. In the backyard, he found a magnificent training ground with plenty of space to move around, and some dummies charmed to repair themselves automatically. He wanted to try some magic, but remembered his current status as a Hogwarts student. He wasn't allowed to perform magic outside school until he passed his OWLS. James could only hope his old wand would still respond to him. One day, while walking through the halls, he overheard a conversation between his parents. "He behaves so differently now," Fleamont said to his wife. "Have you noticed it?" "Of course I have, dear. How could I not? He is my son." "He's so quiet and polite. He hasn't even tried to pull any pranks on the elves yet," Fleamont muttered. "Well, the healer warned us we might see some small changes in him. After all, that disease had spread to his brain," Euphemia reminded him. "This isn't a small change. He's like a completely different boy." "He is still our son, a mother can always tell, and that's my boy there." She sounded defensive. "What if he's become slow, or what if he can't do magic anymore?" "Don't use that word," she shouted at him, "and as long as he's happy, I'll be happy for him." Of course, me too, but I just want my son to achieve great things in life. Is that bad? No, my dear, it's not, but I don't think you have to worry about his intelligence. I've seen him spending a lot of time reading academic books. He might even become a better student now. You might be right. If he lays off the pranks and Quidditch a bit and focuses more on school, yes, that can only be a good thing. James stepped away from the door and continued walking. He didn't want to intrude further. But the conversation highlighted a problem. He didn't know how to be James Potter. He had only heard stories from Sirius and Remus about him being somewhat of a prankster, but he never had the chance to meet his father. From Snape's memories, James knew his father had been a bit of a bully, at least to Snape. The fragments James had gathered on his first day in this world didn't help much. They were too incomplete and hard to interpret. Most pieces made little sense without context. I guess there's no way to prevent people from questioning the change in his personality. Instead of hiding the fact that something happened to him, it would be easier to invent something that justifies the changes. He didn't have to think for long. His mother's comment earlier gave him the perfect excuse. The dragonpox he had suffered had spread to his brain and put him in a coma for over a week. Something like that could certainly have lingering effects on someone's personality, or at least, that's what he planned to tell people if they asked. During his remaining time at home, he received several letters from his friends, though they weren't able to visit him. Sirius seemed to be having a hard time at home. The Blacks weren't going easy on him. James wondered if there was something he could do to help. Remus wasn't allowed to leave his family home much due to his werewolf curse. His parents were extremely protective and lived in near reclusion. His visit to the hospital had been an exception, given the severity of James's condition. James didn't know much about Peter's situation. All he knew was that Peter's family lived in a wizarding settlement called Upper Appleby and that they were somewhat poor. It didn't matter much. He would see them all soon at Hogwarts. There was one more person he was looking forward to seeing, someone he had wanted to meet for his entire early life, and that would be his former mother, Lily Evans, although he wasn't sure how he was supposed to act with her. Chapter 6, A Bumpy Ride. Some things never change. James muttered to himself as he watched the Hogwarts train arrive at the station with a feeling of nostalgia. It was just as he remembered from all those years ago. I suppose, technically, that is the future, not the past. He had to keep reminding himself that he was back in 1974, and most events that knew about haven't happened yet, or they may never happen at all. He said goodbye to his parents and proceeded to board the train, weaving through the crowd of students. The corridors were far more crowded than he ever remembered seeing. Did Hogwarts have more students during this era? He wondered if that could be true. He knew that many wizards and witches had died during the first war that Voldemort started. It had been bad enough that some old magical families were driven to the edge of extinction. He carefully maneuvered through the train, occasionally nudging students out of the way to continue forward. Sirius had told him they would be waiting in their usual cabin, all the way at the back of the train, so that was his objective. That's also the cabin I used with Ron and Hermione. He found it a peculiar coincidence. Ouch! During a moment of distraction, he accidentally bumped into someone. Judging by the voice, it was a girl. When he turned around, the first thing he noticed was her long, charcoal black hair, messy to the point of completely covering her face. "I'm very sorry. Allow me to help," James said quickly, placing his briefcase down to assist her. As she moved her long, wavy hair off her face, she revealed a stunning pair of violet eyes, and an angry expression that seemed oddly familiar to James, though he couldn't place it at the moment. "Potter, are you kidding me?" she snapped, slapping his hand away. "I don't need your help." What happened? A very pretty blonde girl emerged from the cabin next to them. "Sister, are you okay?" The blonde girl helped her sister to her feet before glaring at James. "Potter, the year hasn't even started yet, and you're already attacking us." The blonde girl glared at him with disdain. "Let me go, sissy. I'm going to teach him a lesson he won't forget." The black-haired girl yanked out her wand and pointed it at James, but the blonde girl quickly grabbed her arm. "Stop, Bella. You'll get expelled if you do that here." "Bloody hell, those are Bellatrix Lestrange and Narcissa Malfoy. Or black, I suppose, at this time. I thought they were older and wouldn't still be at Hogwarts any longer. But perhaps his memories were failing him. Before he even realized it, James had drawn his own wand by pure instinct. The mere mention of Bellatrix's name had put him on high alert. It seemed he hadn't lost his battle instincts after all these years. But he quickly regained his senses and stored his wand. This wasn't the Bellatrix he knew, not yet. He could not blast her away for no good reason. Miss Black. Both girls glanced at him with furrowed brows. Sorry for bumping into you. Now, if you'll excuse me. From what little he had seen of her, he could already guess that trying to talk to her would be a waste of time. He ignored their glares and continued down the corridor toward the back of the train. It took a while, but he eventually arrived. Hello, he called, knocking on the cabin door. Come in, James, Sirius's voice answered, and James opened the door. Inside, he found Sirius, Remus, and Peter, along with an unknown boy. The boy looked somewhat familiar. He had curly black hair and a skinny frame. James, I'm so glad to hear about your recovery, the boy said, standing to offer his hand. Come on, Frank, let him put his suitcase away first. It looks heavy, Sirius interjected. Frank, that's it. That must be Frank Longbottom. He's Neville's father. Or will be one day, James realized. Thank you, Frank. I'm feeling totally recovered now. James was grateful to Sirius for calling his name, allowing him to figure out who this person was. You're one of the lucky ones, James. Dragonpox is a nasty thing, Remus commented. Hi, James. It's nice to have the group back together, Peter added with a smile. It is, James agreed, taking a seat next to Sirius. By the way, I had a brief encounter with your cousins. Sirius grimaced. Yikes. What happened? Remus asked. I accidentally bumped into Bellatrix, and she fell down. I'm surprised you got away without injuries. Bella can be truly brutal, Sirius said. Her sister Narcissa stopped her. Did you bump her on purpose? That's one Slytherin we shouldn't provoke, Peter said nervously. Of course not, it wasn't on purpose. I wouldn't do that. At least, James hoped he wouldn't. Well, it's just that we were pretty hard on the Slytherins last year. That's all, Peter said. He's not wrong, Remus added. That was because Snivellus was being extra insufferable last year, Sirius exclaimed. Isn't that right, James? He was always bothering Lily and sneering at us. I'd rather not think much about that person, James said, almost slipping. He never got along with the adult Snape, and it was difficult to imagine his younger version being much different. Exactly, let's just ignore the twat, Sirius agreed. A knock on the door interrupted them. Of course, you guys are always in this cabin. Hi guys, can we sit here? Everything else is full. Two girls stood in the doorway. One had long brown hair and brown eyes, and seemed to be staring at Frank with a friendly smile. The other was Lily Evans, looking just as she did in the pictures James remembered, only a few years younger. So, can we come in or not? Lily asked with a frown. Chapter 7, A New School Year. Yes, come in, Sirius welcomed them with a playful grin. Alice stepped in and happily sat down next to Frank, and Sirius moved aside to make room for Lily to sit between him and James. Sirius coughed a few times, catching James's attention. When James glanced at him, Sirius gave him a playful wink and flicked his eyes toward Lily. James felt the urge to smack him on the head. Is he expecting me to? Oh dear. Noticing James's silence, Sirius decided to intervene. So Lily, did you have a good summer? James had a very interesting one. Right, I heard about what happened from Frank, Alice said, turning to James. How are you feeling? I'm totally recovered now, thank you for asking, James replied politely. You were sick, how serious are we talking? Lily asked, raising an eyebrow. It seemed no one had told her the full story. It was very serious, Remus chimed in. Yeah, James was in a coma for like 2 weeks, Peter added. The healer didn't think he was going to make it, but then, bam, a miraculous recovery, Sirius exclaimed dramatically. Lily glanced at Alice, seeking confirmation, as she had little trust in their word at this point. Well, I wasn't sure if you'd want to know, Alice admitted, because you two had a big fight at the end of last year. Still, Lily looked at James with a mix of emotions. I'm glad you're okay, James. Thank you, James replied awkwardly. He had no idea what they had fought about, but if he had to guess, it probably involved Snape. Lily nodded and looked down at her bag. She pulled out a small book and began reading. James wanted to talk to her more but hesitated, afraid of giving her the wrong impression. It seemed their relationship was already tense. The cabin fell into an awkward silence for a few moments before his friends resumed their usual chatter and jokes. A few hours later, they arrived at Hogwarts. As fourth years, they traveled to the castle by carriage. James realized that he was probably one of the few students who could see the Thestrals pulling them. The entire journey felt deeply nostalgic, and finally being back at the castle filled him with a flood of emotions. James, you've been unusually quiet this whole trip. Are you sure you're okay? Remus asked, concern evident in his eyes. You can tell us if something is wrong. Yeah, if you're not feeling well, we can take you to the infirmary, Peter added. Sirius said nothing but watched James closely. Clearly, he was also worried. James knew his behavior was making his friends uneasy, and he felt bad about it. But there was no way he could tell them the truth. Not now, and not ever. Not even to the wise Dumbledore, who had trusted so much in the past. No one would understand his situation, and to be fair, even he didn't fully understand it himself. What am I supposed to tell you? That I feel nostalgic because I'm back at the school I attended in the future, in an alternate timeline, as the son of the person I am now? Even thinking about it made it sound absurd. I'm fine, just a bit of a headache. The healer said it's normal. He lied, grasping at the first excuse that came to mind, and this seemed to satisfy his friends for now. At the Gryffindor table, they sat in their usual spot and listened to the headmaster's speech. James's eyes scanned the teacher's table, recognizing several familiar faces. Hagrid, McGonagall, Flitwick, and Slughorn, albeit much younger than he remembers. And of course, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, who at this point had only been headmaster for a few years. Dumbledore introduced the new defense against the dark arts teacher, a woman in her late 30s named Valeria Walker, a retired Auror. James didn't have to wonder for long why she had retired so young. By the way she walked to the podium, it was clear there was something wrong with her right leg. Oh, the new professor's got some great looks, Sirius whispered. She's a bit old for you, Peter pointed out. Bah, nonsense. The older they are, the more they can teach you, Sirius grinned. Right, because you already know so much about that, Remus said with an amused smirk. More than the rest of you. Last year I kissed a girl, Sirius boasted. Where? Peter asked, leaning in. In one of the broom closets, Sirius replied. No, I mean, where did you kiss her? Peter exclaimed, a bit louder than he intended, drawing the attention of nearby students. On the mouth, of course, Sirius slammed his hand on the table. There's no way that's true, Frank chimed in, laughing. I agree. If that were true, you'd have been bragging about it all year, and all summer, Remus added, raising an eyebrow. Right, James, James smiled. Yeah, that does sound like something he'd do. It's true, Sirius insisted. And what was the name of this unfortunate girl? Lily, who had been sitting a few spots away, asked with a sly smirk. Her name, Sirius hesitated. Yes, surely you'd know the name of a girl you were kissing. On the mouth, Alice added, her tone dripping with mockery. That's enough about me, Sirius declared, puffing out his chest. I'm respecting her privacy and won't say anything more about it. He's such a gentleman, Peter said with a look of admiration. You're too naive, Remus muttered under his breath. The conversation shifted to other topics as they enjoyed their first dinner of the year. James remained mostly silent, still unsure how to interact with everyone without sounding out of character. He expended the time reflecting on his new life and this fresh start at Hogwarts. What kind of year is this going to be? Chapter 8, Potion Class. Oh no, Sirius groaned as he read their class schedule. What is it? James asked. We've got double potions. At the end of Monday, have some mercy, Sirius exclaimed dramatically. It's not that bad, Sirius, Peter said, rolling his eyes. Yes, you're being overly dramatic, as usual. Professor Slughorn is actually very nice, Remus commented. The professor's fine, but the class is boring, right, James? Sirius turned to him for support. Professor Slughorn? That brings back memories. The 6th year was the first time I actually enjoyed making potions. It was also the year I started dating Ginny. James's mood darkened at the thought of that girl, a bitter feeling creeping in. Even after all these years, memories of her betrayal still stung hard. James, are you listening? Sirius shook his shoulder, pulling him back to the present. Sorry, what? James blinked. You're always distracted lately. Are you sure everything's okay? Remus asked, concern in his voice. Please stop asking that. I'm fine, everything's fine. Sorry, Sirius, what were you saying? I was just pointing out that we have double potions at the end of the day. Sirius handed him the schedule. Ah, that's wonderful. I love potions, and Professor Slughorn is a great teacher. James smiled, his enthusiasm genuine. There might not be much left for him to learn, but brewing potions was a process he still thoroughly enjoyed. A clatter of cutlery hitting the table broke the moment. You what? Remus asked, staring at him like he had grown a second head. James, what do you mean you love potions? Peter looked just as baffled. You've always hated that class, even more than me, Sirius said. Yeah, and the fact that it's Snape's specialty didn't help. Most of your fights started in that class, Remus added. James forced a laugh, trying to sound casual. Sorry, I guess my tastes have changed since the coma and all that. By their expressions, it was clear they weren't entirely convinced. He took a long sip of pumpkin juice to avoid further scrutiny. Is this some new strategy to get into Lily's panties? Because if it is, I'm fully supportive, Sirius said with a thumbs up. James choked on his juice, coughing as Sirius's grin widened. The familiar smell of raw ingredients hit James the moment he stepped into the potions classroom, and he couldn't help but smile. The aroma of crushed herbs, the cold air preserving the supplies, this feels just like home. Oi, James. Sirius's warning went unheard as James remained lost in thought. He didn't notice the girl crouched on the floor, rummaging through her bag. Thud. James stumbled straight into her, knocking her to the ground. Bellatrix Black, her expression was already sour, and she glared daggers at him as she stood. You again, she hissed, her eyes narrowing. That's it, I'm going to kill you, Potter. She whipped out her wand, with alarming speed for a 4th year. James's instincts kicked in immediately. He stepped forward, grabbed her wand arm, and twisted it away before she could aim. Let go, Bellatrix shrieked, her face contorting in pain. Oh, my apologies, Miss Black. I acted without thinking, James said, trying his best to sound calm. Let me go, Bellatrix snarled, not giving up. She raised her knee, aiming for a very sensitive target. James sidestepped just in time, deflecting her attack. That's quite enough. Professor Slughorn's booming voice cut through the commotion. James released her arm immediately, but Bellatrix wasn't ready to back down. She lunged for him again. Miss Black, Slughorn snapped, snatching her wand with surprising swiftness. Take your seat, now. Bellatrix hesitated, her hands clenching into fists, but the sharp glare from Slughorn convinced her to retreat to a corner of the room. This isn't over, Potter, she muttered venomously as she passed him. Mr. Potter, to your seat, Slughorn ordered, his tone leaving no room for argument. James nodded and made his way to the far side of the classroom, where his friends were seated. He noticed how segregated the room was, with Gryffindors on one side and Slytherins on the other. The tension between the houses was even worse than he remembered being during his era. What were you thinking? Sirius whispered harshly as James sat down. Yeah, why are you picking fights with Bellatrix Black? She's dangerous, Peter added, looking panicked. I'm not picking a fight with anyone. It was an accident, James replied defensively. She's not going to see it that way, I can guarantee you that much, Remus muttered. You've made her fall twice in 2 days, and we're known for pulling pranks on Slytherins. He then added. James stopped himself. He'd almost said he wasn't a fan of pranks, but he knew that would raise too many questions. Never mind, I'll handle it later. Slughorn clapped his hands, drawing their attention. Welcome, everyone. I was planning to address this later in the term, but recent events have convinced me otherwise. The class exchanged puzzled looks. The headmaster had brought to the attention of the professors that this animosity between Gryffindor and Slytherin has gone too far over the last years, and reached an unacceptable point. To address this issue, we'll be doing things differently this year. For the rest of the school year, you will perform all your potion exercises in teams of 2 students, and each team will consist of 1 student from each house. The room erupted with groans and complaints. "Silence," Slughorn bellowed. "I am the professor here, and you will follow my instructions if you want to pass this class. Now," his gaze landed on Bellatrix. "I believe I already know who the first pair should be." Chapter 9, Let Me Try. "Mr. Potter and Miss Black will be the first team," the professor declared. "You can't do this, Professor." Sirius stood up from his seat, his voice full of indignation. "This doesn't seem fair," Remus added, frowning. "I agree," Lily chimed in. "James is terrible at potions. He's going to drag her grades down." "Lily, come on. Be on your house's side for once at least," Alice scolded gently. "That's quite enough," Slughorn interrupted. "If you have any serious complaints, you can write a letter to the Board of Governors. In the meantime, you will follow my instructions or find a big T on your grading papers." That thinly veiled threat was enough to silence them. "Now, I want the 2 of you right here at the front." Slughorn pointed to a table while glancing at James and Bellatrix. The black-haired girl rose from her seat, gathered her belongings, and moved to the indicated table. "James, be very careful," Peter whispered as James stood. "Yes, just try not to speak to her if possible," Remus advised. "Whatever you do, don't make her angry," Sirius added. "I think I'll be fine," James replied, brushing off their concerns as he started toward the table. "I expected you to complain more," Lily commented as he passed her. "How so?" James asked, pausing. "Last year, you were going on about how all Slytherins were dirty snakes. I just thought you'd be more reluctant to partner with one." "I see. Then you'll find the me from this year quite unusual." He walked away before she could respond. He sat down next to Bellatrix, the experience as surreal as it was uncomfortable. He never thought he'd be sitting next to this girl. As much as he wanted to avoid judging someone for crimes they had yet to commit, it was much harder to separate the future from the present when it came to individuals like Peter or Bellatrix. Still, he resolved to remain impartial. "Potter, if you make me fail this class, I'm going to kill you," Bellatrix whispered, her tone icy. She wasn't making it easy either. "The next group will be..." Professor Slughorn scanned the classroom. "Yes, what about this, Mr. Blackend?" Sirius stood up and glanced toward the Slytherin side. He didn't get along with a single student there, but at least some of the girls were good-looking. "Give me one of the hot ones, at least," Sirius muttered under his breath. "Mr. Snape," the professor announced. "No." Sirius's reaction was overly dramatic, as usual. "Professor," Snape's pride battled with his desperation, preventing him from outright begging. "Is there any chance you'll reconsider this decision?" "No, I've made my mind up, Mr. Snape. Consider this one more challenge on the road of life, if you will." "No." "Mr. Black, stop that and come over here." Slughorn pointed to a nearby table. "You too, Mr. Snape." "Well, this may be amusing," Bellatrix said, a slight smirk forming on her lips. James glanced at her. It was the first time he'd seen her smile, and he had to admit, it was going to be entertaining to see Sirius and Snape try to brew a potion together. After nearly an hour of arranging groups, the class finally began. "Today, we'll start with something simple," the professor announced as words appeared on the board behind him. "A calming draft. The full instructions are on page 12 of your books. Ingredients are on the shelves. If you have any questions, raise your hand." "I'll go get the ingredients," Bellatrix said, standing before James could respond. "Start the cauldron. I hope you can at least manage that." "It seems my reputation in potions is truly abysmal," James thought, shaking his head. As a teenager, he'd hated the subject. But as an adult, he'd grown to appreciate the art of potion making almost as much as alchemy. Across the room, Sirius and Snape were already at odds. "I'll go." "No way, Black. I'll get the ingredients. You barely read the labels." "At least I can wash my hair." James glanced at their table. "At this rate, they won't even start the potion before class ends." Bellatrix returned with the ingredients. Her sharp eyes darted toward the cauldron, clearly checking to see if he'd set the fire too high or filled it incorrectly. She said nothing and sat down, apparently satisfied. I can process some of the ingredients. It'll go faster that way, James offered. No, thank you. I saw you prepare ingredients with my cousin last year, Bellatrix muttered, immediately setting to work. James shrugged. You're cutting that heart the wrong way, he pointed out. What are you talking about? I get good grades in this class, unlike you, Bellatrix reminded him smugly. Good for you, you're still cutting it wrong, and the slices are too thick. With an exasperated growl, Bellatrix stabbed the table with her knife. Is this your newest joke, trying to make me fail so you can laugh with your friends? That's not going to work. I'll make this exactly as the book says. James lifted the book's cover, glancing at the author's name, Tobias Smith. That guy. If you follow the book, you'll get an average potion. But if you follow my method, I guarantee an outstanding. You have no idea what you're talking about. The recipe was written by a potions master, and you think you can do better? She raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Did you hit your head on the way here? Last I checked, you couldn't brew the simplest potion to save your life. What about this? If we do it my way and fail, I'll let you throw at me the curse of your choice. In front of the whole class or in private, if you prefer. She was about to snap at him again, but stopped when she saw the absolute confidence in his eyes. For the first time, Bellatrix hesitated. She'd never seen him look like this before. You know what? Fine. Show me, she said, intrigued despite herself. If he failed, she could use it as an excuse to change partners, and curse him for good measure. And if he succeeds, no, that's impossible. This is James Potter we're talking about. She watched as he grabbed the knife and examined the ingredients with an expression of genuine joy. Chapter 10, The Joy of Brewing Potions. James took hold of the knife and spun it between his fingers while examining the ingredients. Let's see, cauldron temperature. The heart must be cut thin, then the petals of the lavender, and then. Bellatrix tried to follow his muttering, but his rapid pace made it impossible. Suddenly, he sprang into action with swift and decisive movements. He began by removing most of the water from the cauldron and pouring it into a secondary one. Then, he raised the flame to its maximum setting and placed the cauldron back on the burner. His hands moved at a tremendous speed as he chopped the remaining half of the heart into paper-thin slices. They were so thin that Bellatrix thought they looked almost translucent. Wait, you put the fire too high, she yelled as she saw him dump all the slices into the boiling cauldron. But James ignored her, focusing on processing the rest of the ingredients. She noticed that he didn't cut a single ingredient in the way the book suggested. Everything was then thrown into the cauldron, and Bellatrix fully expected to see smoke rising from the charred ingredients at any moment. Not only had James removed most of the water, but he had also raised the flame so high that it was changing colors. I've never seen the flame turn blue before, she commented out loud without realizing she was doing it. Another minute passed as James finished adding ingredients and stirred the mixture. But to her surprise, no smoke came out, and there wasn't even the faintest smell of burning. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she stood up to peer into the cauldron. Inside was a dark blue paste. What is that? She asked. It's almost done. James grabbed the other cauldron and added a few splashes of water to his own. A small puff of white smoke rose as he continued to stir. Give me that vial. Mesmerized, Bellatrix handed him one of the vials they had prepared earlier. James carefully poured the contents of the cauldron into the vial, filling it to the top before sealing it with a cork. Done, he declared. Wait, already? She found it hard to believe. The potion was supposed to take nearly 40 minutes to brew, yet he claimed to have finished it in less than 10. She glanced back at the book to confirm. It indeed stated that the brewing time was approximately 40 minutes. Moreover, the recipe was supposed to produce 3 vials, but James had only made 1. We're done, Professor, James called. Wait, Bellatrix hesitated. She still hadn't fully grasped what had just happened. Already, how can that be? Did you run into any issues, Miss Black? Professor Slughorn approached their table. No problems, here is the potion. James handed over the vial, which now had a bluish-brown hue. How curious. I've never seen it retain so much of the blue tone, the professor remarked, noting that the lavender's color usually faded, leaving the potion murky brown. He uncorked the vial and sniffed its contents. "Oh, what is this? Is there a problem?" Because it was James who, Bellatrix began, worried about their grades. "This is so potent," Slughorn exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. He dipped his pinky finger into the potion. "Careful, Professor. More than one drop and you'll be asleep right here," James warned. The professor took half a drop, and the effects were immediate. By Merlin, even this tiny amount has such a powerful effect. The students couldn't help but notice Slughorn's exaggerated reaction, and soon, murmurs filled the room as they speculated about the unusual potion James and Bellatrix had brewed. Snape, distracted by his ongoing spat with Sirius, had missed the entire process and now regretted it deeply. In his mind, this had to be Bellatrix's doing. After all, James was almost as bad at potions as the idiot sitting next to him, while Bellatrix was consistently competent. Lily, however, had been watching intently. Unlike Snape, she had seen James's bizarre brewing method. Initially, she thought he was trying to sabotage the potion to get back at Bellatrix, but clearly, that wasn't the case. Where did he learn to make potions like that? She wondered. "Excellent work, Miss Black," Professor Slughorn clapped with a delighted expression. "And you too, of course, Mr. Potter," he added, though it was clear he believed Bellatrix had done most of the work. "This gets an outstanding. No, wait, an outstanding plus," he declared loudly. "Miss Black, would you be willing to share your brewing method to achieve this result?" "What, Bellatrix stammered, unsure how to respond. "Oh, was this perhaps a family secret from your grandfather? Then I won't ask again. I wouldn't want to anger that man," Slughorn said, wiping sweat from his brow. "Everyone back to work, 40 minutes left," the professor announced. "Oi, Snivelus, is this thing supposed to smoke so much?" Sirius asked. "Don't call me that, you damn." Snape stopped mid-sentence, noticing the thick smoke billowing from his cauldron. In his distraction, he had forgotten to lower the flame after the potion began boiling, and now half of his ingredients were burnt. "Bloody hell," he shouted in frustration. Chapter 11, Trials, Part 1. "Come on, wake up already, James." Sirius shook him for the third time, giving him no choice but to admit he was awake. "What is it? It's Saturday, let me sleep." James grunted, burying his face into his pillow. "Don't tell me you've forgotten about it. Today is Quidditch Trials. We talked about it last night during dinner." Sirius sounded completely outraged at his friend's behavior, not to mention his lack of enthusiasm for Quidditch. "Oh, right, I remember now," James muttered, though the truth was he had completely forgot. This was the year they'd finally decided to try out for the team. He vaguely recalled Sirius mentioning something about it earlier in the week. In his defense, the first week back at Hogwarts had been overwhelming. He'd grown accustomed to a far more relaxed lifestyle in his later years, complete with assistants to handle any heavy lifting. But now, this week had been nothing but a whirlwind of classes, homework, social interactions, and running between classrooms. School was far more exhausting than he recalled, and now Quidditch Trials, first thing in the morning. "All right, let's get this over with," he grumbled, dragging himself out of bed. Maybe I'll have time for a nap later, he could only hope. "Come on, man, it's going to be great." Sirius, however, was very much hyped up by the idea of joining the team. The Quidditch pitch looked just as he remembered it. Hogwarts wasn't a place that changed much over the years, which suited him just fine. Seeing familiar places was comforting. The people, however, were entirely different, and that was something that would take time to get used to. Among the group of students gathered for the trials, James vaguely recognized one boy and one girl from his classes. The rest were complete strangers. "Recruits, line up over there, please," an older boy in the team's uniform instructed. There were only 5 new recruits, including James and Sirius. That seemed like a small number, considering Hogwarts had more students now than in the 90s. "Everyone over here, please. Let's start with introductions. I'm Charlie Bell, the new team captain. The previous captain graduated last year." Charlie paced in front of the recruits, radiating energy and enthusiasm. He stopped in front of the only female recruit, the girl James had recognized from class. "You first. Name, year, and speak the position you want to play, Charlie instructed, his tone crisp and commanding. The girl straightened, looking serious, almost like a military cadet. Marlene McKinnon, fourth-year chaser. Charlie nodded approvingly. Good, next, he pointed to a younger boy beside Marlene. Jeffrey Foley, second-year chaser, the boy exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Another chaser, huh? You'd better be ready for some competition. Charlie then turned to Sirius. Pretty boy, you're next. Sirius chuckled. Sirius Black, fourth year and single, he said with a wink toward Marlene. Oh, and I'll be your keeper. Such confidence, I like your attitude, but I hope you've got the skills to back it up because we need a good keeper this year. Charlie's eyes landed on James. Next. James Potter, fourth year, seeker. What? Sirius looked at him, completely taken aback. Seeker, you always said you wanted to be a chaser. I know, but after thinking about it, I decided to go for seeker. Sorry, I didn't tell you, James admitted. He'd made up his mind that if he was going to play Quidditch, he'd stick to the position he knew best. He had little experience playing as a chaser, and it would be a chore to learn it. Well, we already have a decent seeker, but if you can prove yourself, who knows? At the very least, you've got a good chance at reserve, Charlie said encouragingly. Finally, Charlie turned to the last boy. Seeing him up close, James noticed how similar he looked to the captain. John Bell, fourth-year beater. Good luck with that, bro, Charlie said with a grin. John and Charlie Bell, of course, James realized. They must be related to Katie Bell, my old teammate. By their ages, one of them was likely her father, though James didn't know which one. He regretted not getting to know his old teammates better back in the day, other than the Weasleys, of course. He vaguely remembered hearing that much of Katie's family had been killed during Voldemort's war, like so many others. Something that can hopefully be avoided this time, he thought grimly. Charlie and another team member, Arthur Brown, put the recruits through a series of tests. So far, all of them had been accepted, including Sirius, who was beyond thrilled. James was the last to be tested. The others stayed to watch, even though they didn't have to. A small crowd of students had also gathered in the stands, including Remus, Peter, Lily, Alice, and Frank. Go on, James, you've got this, Sirius cheered loudly. James gripped his Comet 220 tightly. It was a decent broom for the time, but it paled in comparison to the models he was used to. It didn't even come with a built-in cushioning charm, so he'd had to add one manually. The broom's speed was nothing extraordinary, but he suspected the golden snitch had been modified to match the era's slower broom speeds. Otherwise, catching it would be nearly impossible. Potter, pay attention, I'm about to release the snitch. Try not to lose track of it, Charlie advised. Got it, I'm ready. James gave him a thumbs up. Let's see how this goes. Chapter 12, Trials Part 2. The Comet 220 flew into the air at a decent speed and began to close the gap between him and the golden snitch. James had the chance to grow somewhat costume to this particular broom during his time at home, so he felt comfortable using it now. It was lacking in the speed department, but the control was incredibly good. He could follow the golden snitch with no problems, despite this one making a lot of closed-off turns. The audience below was watching in amazement. Go James, Sirius shouted. Whoa, James is amazing. Peter looked up, his eyes filled with admiration. It seems like he's flying even better than usual. Look at those sharp turns. He must have practiced a lot during the summer. Remus commented. He is quite something, huh? Alice chuckled while giving Lily a bump on her shoulder. Well, he had to be good at something. Lily didn't want to admit it, but she was a bit impressed too. It only took James 2 minutes to finally get a hold of the golden snitch. He managed to grab it before the ball made its way beneath one of the stands. Yeah, Sirius was cheering for him. The team captain was beaming. Looks like Brian has competition. James descended next to the captain and handed him the snitch back. How did I do? Amazing, Potter, but you already knew that. Charlie grinned. You are definitely in the team, but as I said before, we already have the position of main seeker covered. You can enter as a reserve. You are going to put him in reserve after seeing him fly like that? Sirius came to complain. By the way, James, you have improved a lot. Did you get to practice during the summer? He knew that it couldn't have been easy because he spent a large part of the summer in the hospital. Sirius, there is no need for complaints. I'm fine with being in the reserve. James didn't want Sirius to get on the captain's bad side, and he didn't really mind not getting the spotlight. James was happy just to have the chance to fly around again. The captain turned to look at Sirius. Black, this is not about Potter's skills. Our seeker is a 7th-year guy named Brian Jones. He has been on the team for several years and has done a good job in his position, so I cannot take the position from him. If Potter performs as well as today, then next year, the position of main seeker will surely go to him. Charlie tapped James on his shoulder. But don't you worry, I'm sure you will have several chances to show your worth this year too. Brian will be very busy with his newts, so he is bound to miss some games. James nodded. I understand. Okay, everyone, trials are over, you can go rest. All I will say now is this. Welcome to the Gryffindor team. James, we have to go celebrate after this, Sirius exclaimed. You mean, James said. To Hogsmeade, Sirius exclaimed. Cheers, the group clashed their butter-ear glasses together. Ah, careful, what if it breaks? Peter cried. Congrats to you two, you did great, Remus grinned. Yes, I knew you were going to make it, Frank said. I honestly thought you would have already tried on your 2nd year. Yes, I was also surprised you waited this long, considering how obsessed the two of you have always been with Quidditch, Alice commented. We had to hone our skills. I don't think we would have made it on our 2nd year, right, James? Asked Sirius. Sure, although we do have a 2nd year joining the team. I believe his name is Jeffrey. James responded. He must be truly talented, Peter said. What's wrong, girl? You barely touched your butterbear, Alice told her companion. Lily made a frowny face. I would rather be in my room studying. We have a test on Monday. There are some books I wanted to check this afternoon. Then why didn't you stay in the castle? Remus asked, not liking her attitude. And leave her alone with a group of boys? Not a chance, Lily exclaimed with fiery passion. Come on, Lily, I would never allow anything to happen to Alice, Frank defended. And we are all gentlemen here, Sirius grinned. Sure, Lily rolled her eyes. Get out of there. The occupants of the table were startled when they heard a loud scream coming from nearby. Everyone at the 3 broomsticks turned their attention towards the commotion. A group of 2 boys and 2 girls were standing up in front of one boy, and one girl sitting at one of the tables. Why do we have to get out? We were here first, the boy demanded to know. James did not recognize the couple sitting down at the table. They looked like a normal couple of seniors enjoying some food and drinks. However, he did recognize some of the members of the group confronting them. At the back were 2 girls he has seen several times already. Bellatrix Black and her sister Narcissa. At the front were 2 older boys. One looked very refined, with long platinum blonde hair and an expression of disdain he was very familiar with. He looks just like Draco but with long hair. That can only be Lucius. The other boy was very big and muscular. He had a very rough appearance. Is that guy a student? He looks to be 20 at least. Wait, if this is some double couple date and he is with Bellatrix, that probably is. Shit, Lestrange is looking for trouble again. Sirius glanced with a frown. James realized then. That big guy must be Rodolphus Lestrange, Bellatrix's future husband, and one of the most ruthless wizards on Voldemort's ranks. Chapter 13, Bar Fight. I own nothing except the original characters I create. Dialogue. It was the first weekend they had, and the group just wanted to relax for a few hours at Hogsmeade and drink some butterbeer. As usual, the Slytherin had to prove to everyone how far they were above the rest. Sirius said with a bitter tone. SHH, they are going to hear you, Peter whispered. I believe they are too preoccupied with something else at the moment, Remus added. Not everyone in that house is bad, Lily commented. Of course, she was thinking about her friend. Maybe not everyone, Alice responded. But that group in particular has quite the reputation, especially the Lestrange brothers. Everyone knows to stay clear of those brutes. Back at the other table nearby, things were heating up. What are you waiting for? He told you to leave. Lucius spoke coldly at the couple, his expression one of complete indifference. "We're not leaving just because you told us to." The boy stood up, ready to say more, but Rodolphus grabbed him by the collar and lifted him into the air. "If we tell you to do something, you do it. You mudbloods don't have the right to question us." Rodolphus' eyes burned with fury. "Hey," a young woman carrying a tray rushed toward the group. "I don't want any fights in my bar." "Good Madame Rosmerta is here. She'll put an end to this." Peter sighed in relief. "We were merely making a simple request. It's best if you don't get involved." Lucius stared directly at Rosmerta. "My father could have this place shut down by the end of the month if I so much as ask." Rosmerta frowned, clenching her fists, but said nothing as she knew it was not an empty threat when coming from Malfoy. "Please let him go, we'll leave," the boy's girlfriend pleaded, tears in her eyes. "HMPH, at least this one knows her place." Rodolphus sneered, using a single hand to toss the boy to the floor. "Go on, get out of here. This table is ours now." The boy stood up, teeth clenched in anger as he glared at Rodolphus. He was about to lunge forward when his girlfriend grabbed his arm, whispering something in his ear. She practically had to drag him out of the bar. Rodolphus and Lucius watched with amusement. "It seems he still wanted a fight after all," Lucius said mockingly. "Ha, let him try. I'll wipe the floor with his face. I don't even need my wand for that one." Rodolphus chuckled. "Are you two done drawing attention to us? Can we eat now?" Bellatrix, unlike the two boys, did not look amused by the spectacle. In fact, she looked irritated more than anything. "Bella, be nice." Narcissa gave her a disapproving look before sitting next to Lucius. "What are you complaining about, woman? I got us seats. Now bring that pretty butt over here." Rodolphus grinned, showing his sharp teeth while tapping on the chair next to him. Bellatrix ignored his request and sat opposite him, next to her sister. That made Rodolphus furious. "You won't be that disobedient for long," he muttered the threat. Now, let's have our meal in peace." Lucius turned toward Rosmerta. "Server, what are you waiting for? Attend to us." "Tesk bunch of pricks," Sirius huffed. "Poor Rosmerta, they should not talk to her like that," Peter said. "I feel sorry for that couple," said Alice. "I've spoken with the girl a few times. She's a 7th-year Hufflepuff, and she is always really kind to everyone." "They think anyone who isn't a pureblood is beneath them," Lily said with disgust. James observed the group with interest, wondering if they had already been recruited by Voldemort. He hadn't heard anything about Death Eaters yet, so perhaps they hadn't started their activities. But he was certain Tom had begun gathering followers, and those 4 at that table were prime candidates. James hadn't thought much about the Dark Lord in a long time. "It feels like it's been several lifetimes since I fought him." He had only been in his late teens when their final battle took place. After that, he had lived on for many more decades. He had experienced so much that, eventually, Voldemort, his war, and everything about him had faded into a distant memory. But now he's alive once more, and it's something I will need to deal with eventually, James reminded himself. This time, however, he wasn't the child of prophecy, so Voldemort wouldn't come after him directly. But that didn't mean he could ignore it. "Technically, I could just move to another country," the thought crossed his mind. Not that he would ever take that option and abandon his family and friends to suffer a terrible fate. "I'm not afraid of him or his followers. Let them come, and I'll show them what I can do." His eyes sharpened. Then he noticed Bellatrix. She had glanced at him, and for just a second he saw something in her eyes. She looked sad, but why? It didn't make sense to him. As far as he recalled, that woman had been one of Voldemort's most devoted and fanatical followers, more involved in his affairs than the rest. And yet, looking at this younger version of Bellatrix, it was strange. She had the same strong personality and the same violent tendencies. But then, why do I feel like there is more to it? "James, come on." Remus' voice pulled him from his thoughts. He looked up, his friends were all standing. "Come on, mate, wake up. We're leaving," Sirius told him. "You've been spacing out a lot, James," Alice said. "Last year, it was hard to get you to stop talking. You were almost as bad as Sirius." "Hey, everyone loves to hear my voice," Sirius said, grinning. "It's true, you're different," Lily said, looking at him in a way he couldn't quite decipher. He couldn't tell if she was disappointed or relieved that he was no longer the same James Potter. James shrugged and chose to not comment on it, simply unfazed by their reactions as he already expected them. It wasn't like he didn't care what they thought, but at some point, as long as he was consistent with his actions, they would get used to his new self and stop looking at him like that. Before leaving, James cast one last glance at Bellatrix. She looked bored and annoyed while listening to Lucius speak. With the last image of the black-haired girl, he walked out of the bar. Chapter 14, A Class in Defense. Defense, that is the first word in this class's name and its main purpose. You need to learn how to defend against any threat that you could potentially come across in your daily lives. The professor of defense against the dark arts said, pacing around the class as she spoke. James felt his classmate hitting his elbow and turned to see what he wanted. Sirius leaned closer and whispered, "Hey, don't you think the professor walks funny?" James raised an eyebrow. How could he not realize? He thought it was obvious. That's because she's missing her right leg. That one is a prosthetic. Really? Sirius looked genuinely surprised. In Sirius's defense, her prosthetic leg was much more realistic-looking than the one used by Aleister Moody. And with her long tunic covering everything except her shoes, it was impossible to see anything unusual. James only knew because he recognized her walking pattern. "Really?" James responded. "I mean, she's a former Auror. Did you not wonder why she was no longer in service? She's obviously too young to retire." "Haven't really thought about that. And I've mostly been paying attention to other parts of her body, hee, Sirius chuckled. This earned a look of disapproval from James. "Oh, come on, I know you only have eyes for Lily, but don't tell me she's not attractive." James shook his head at his friend's behavior, but he couldn't deny it either. Valeria Walker, the new defense professor, was in her mid-30s, and despite her disability, she had kept herself in very fit shape. This was evident even with her loose robes. She also had well-maintained, shiny black long hair and a pair of striking blue eyes. "And she has a nice pair of..." Sirius was not able to finish his sentence. She must have noticed something then because she stopped in her tracks and turned to look at them. "Mr. Black and Mr. Potter, are you already bored of my class, or do you have something more important to whisper to each other about?" "No, Professor, of course not," Sirius hurried to say. She got closer to them. "Is that so? But it must have been more interesting than what I was talking about. Please, share it with the whole class." "Well, we were talking about..." Of course, Sirius could not mention he was talking about her breasts, or he'd spend the rest of the year in detention. "We were just commenting on your leg." "My leg, what about it?" the professor inquired. "James says that it's a prosthetic one. Is that true?" Sirius said. James gave Sirius a harsh glare. He was being thrown under the metaphorical bus by his friend. "Mr. Potter said that?" She was now looking at James with curiosity. "You have sharp eyes, then. I spent a year learning to walk with the prosthesis so it wouldn't be noticed." "It's true." "Do you have a fake leg? What happened to the real one?" The other students began to ask. It was obvious that none of them had noticed what James did. The first wizard who had taught him alchemy also had a prosthetic leg due to an accident he suffered during his youth. James never realized it, but due to the many years he spent with that person, he could easily recognize that Professor Walker also had a fake leg. It was already impressive that Sirius noticed anything at all. "It is true," the professor confirmed. "I lost it due to a corrosive curse in my line of duty, and no, I won't go into any more details than that." She was already seeing many raised hands. "Let's get back to the matter at hand. Today, you are going to learn about the Pratigo charm." Sirius sighed in relief. The professor didn't seem too offended by the mention of her prosthetic leg. It appeared that they had avoided getting into trouble. Professor Walker looked around the classroom. "Before we jump into the practical part of the class, let's talk a bit of theory about this charm. Can someone tell me about it and how it works?" Lily Evans was the first one to raise her hand. "Miss Evans, go ahead." The Pratigo charm is the most important defensive spell a wizard or witch can learn. When properly used, it creates a translucent shield in front of the caster that can stop offensive spells. The amount of magic poured into the shield can be increased for better effect, Lily explained with a proud expression before sitting back down. Good, 1 point to Gryffindor. I would have given you more if you didn't just repeat exactly what the book says. I'm afraid that explanation is a bit incomplete, or at least vague. Wait, but the book doesn't mention anything else. Lily felt a bit offended. Her answer should have been perfect. The book states offensive spells. Does that encompass all of them? The professor asked. Shouldn't it be? Alice asked. If that was the case, I would still have 2 legs, the professor responded. Dark curses, Severus Snape added. The professor pointed at him. Good, but raise your hand next time, 1 point to Slytherin. She turned toward the back of the class, where several training dummies had been set up. Her wand shot out from her holster and appeared in her hand. Stupefy. The stunning charm impacted the dummy square in its chest. That is one spell that the Pratigo charm would save you against. She then threw another spell. This one had a much darker light. As it hit the arm of the dummy, it exploded into 1,000,000 pieces. That was a bone-shattering curse. It is considered a dark curse and illegal to use against any living being. The Pratigo would not have helped you much against that one. Why not? Lily asked. In our last class, I briefly spoke about the 3 unforgivable curses, the professor said. There is one component that all dark curses share in common, and it is this component that makes them so hard to block. Can someone tell M? Emotions, Bellatrix Black answered before she could finish the question. The professor nodded. Correct, but you didn't raise your hand, and you also interrupted me mid-sentence, so no points for you, Miss Black. Bella frowned but didn't respond. Now, where was I? The professor continued. Chapter 15, an advanced demonstration. Professor Walker stood in front of the class. Whoever can give me a more in-depth explanation as to why the Pratigo is incapable of blocking dark curses will earn 10 points for their house. There were a lot of murmurs around the classroom, but no one raised their hand. No one? The professor asked again. She wasn't really surprised that no one knew. This was not something that would usually be covered until their last year. The basic Pratigo charm is only designed to stop magical attacks, but emotions can transform a magical spell into something different. All eyes turned to James Potter. Sorry, I was supposed to raise my hand, right? He waved his hand around. The professor glanced at him. Mr. Potter surprises me again. Perhaps the rumors I heard about you were wrong after all. James could already guess what those rumors were. The Marauders had already begun to build their reputation as rule breakers. But if you want those points, you will need to elaborate a bit further than that, the professor added. James shrugged before standing up and moving the palm of his right hand so it would face upward. A small particle of blue light appeared on top of it. This is a simple disarming charm. Wait, how are you doing that? Sirius was staring at the spell floating on top of James's palm. They had yet to learn about doing magic without the use of their wands or without speaking the magical formula out loud. The eyes of Professor Walker narrowed. She understood better than the students the difficulty of what James was doing. This went beyond wandless magic. He was holding a spell in place and not firing it out. That required a tremendous amount of control over one's magic. Even the most veteran wizards would need complete focus to do this much. James was not aware of this. After spending decades in his tower, instructing dozens of individuals who would go on to become the most powerful wizards and witches in the nation, his understanding of what could be considered normal had become a bit twisted. To him, this little demonstration was nothing to be impressed about. He was only using it as a visual aid for his explanation, as he had done hundreds of times before. Ignoring the classroom's reaction, he continued. This charm is classified as normal magic because, in order to work, it does not require anything else than pure magic, the wand movement, and the chant. The Pratigo is capable of stopping any magic such as this one, but if we add an emotion to it. The spark of blue light in James's hand grew in size, and its color shifted to a pure white. The sphere of white light began to emit a gentle aura that seemed to calm everyone down. What is that magic? Lily stared at James with shock and curiosity. The Patronus charm, the professor responded. Her eyes were fixated on the sphere of light in James's hand. Not only this was a very advanced piece of magic, but she had no idea how he had transformed one spell into a different one. A formless version, yes, James nodded. Like dark curses, this is a charm that has been imbued with emotions, just positive ones. Its use is to combat dark creatures. It is specifically effective against dementors, but that's not important right now. The point is that the Pratigo charm would be unable to completely block something like this. Only emotions can stop other emotions. If you want to protect yourself from dark curses, you would need a protective charm that is also charged with some positive emotion that could negate that negative one. As he finished his explanation, the sphere of white light vanished without a trace. The classroom stood in silence for almost a minute after that. "Did I get the points?" James asked the professor. "T20 points to Gryffindor," Professor Walker said while staring at James like he had grown a second head. "Wait, are you saying that it's possible to block dark curses like the Unforgivables?" The book stated very clearly that they are impossible to stop with magic shields. Lily recovered from her shock and was able to process the information from James's explanation. "There are theories about what Mr. Potter talked about, but no one has been able to create such magic for now," the professor responded. James glanced at Lily for a moment. She was the reason he knew for sure that such a thing was possible. In a different life, that girl had manifested a protective spell capable of defending her child against the darkest of curses. "What, like a shield based on love? How cheesy can you be, Potter?" Bellatrix said with a mocking tone. Several of the Slytherin students began to laugh. "It's just a theory for now, but the rest of Mr. Potter's explanation has been very accurate," the professor said. Bella turned to look at James. "Maybe Potter can give us a demonstration. I offer myself as a volunteer to curse him." James's eyes met hers. "As the professor said, it's just theoretical, and I couldn't create a shield based on an emotion I don't care for." His tone came out more bitter than he intended. He couldn't help but be reminded of Ginny and her betrayal when love was mentioned. He had loved her deeply, and he paid a heavy price for it. After all these years, he still remembered everything as if it had happened yesterday. Bellatrix was taken aback by his sharp response. She was expecting him to say something stupid to her. "James," Remus was looking at him with concern. There was something off in his friend's expression. "All right," the professor clapped her hands. "We've had enough theory. It is time to get some practice. Get your wands ready, come to the front, and form a line." As the group stood up, James was approached by his friends. "Have you been doing extra studying during the summer?" Peter asked him. "Yes, I was also wondering when you learned wandless magic. I heard that's only explained in the 6th year, and most students can't even cast a wandless lumos before graduation." Remus had always been the most studious of the group, so he understood better just how advanced the magic used by James had been. "Hey, forget about that." Sirius wrapped his arm around James. "Something more important has happened." He made a gesture with his head toward the other side of the classroom. James turned his head and noticed Lily staring at him. When she saw him turning to her, she quickly picked up her wand and went to the front of the class. "That fancy demonstration of yours worked out. She's been staring at you a lot. Looks like you found a way to earn Lily's interest," Sirius said with a wide smile. James wasn't sure if that was a good thing. Chapter 16, New Classes and Professors. "It's been well over a week. We have to do something," Sirius exclaimed as they were having breakfast in the Great Hall. "What are you talking about?" Remus lifted his head from the book about runes he had been reading. "What are you getting so worked up about? We haven't gotten in trouble yet since the school year started. Isn't that a good thing?" Peter commented as he added more food to his plate. "That's because we haven't done anything yet," Sirius said, "other than James trying to pick a fight with my cousin Bella again." "I never tried to pick a fight with her," James corrected him. He had just been unfortunate. "Yesterday, you almost made her fall off her broom," Peter reminded him. "That was an accident. I didn't see her as I was flying around. She shouldn't have been so high up anyway," James responded. It was true that he had several miserable encounters with Bellatrix Black since the year started, but he hadn't planned for any of that. "But don't change the subject. We have to do something," Sirius insisted. What is he talking about? James decided to ask the most rational member of their group. He's talking about pranks, Remus said, lifting his head from the book and looking at James. Normally, it would have been you organizing a few pranks by now, but James then realized he was supposed to be the most mischievous of the group. Sirius would often help him with his plans, while Remus and Peter mostly followed along. But with his sudden change in personality, this had left Sirius as the only one craving some action. "So, you want me to come up with some pranks?" James asked. "Yes," Sirius exclaimed. "You have something planned, right? Or at least some ideas. You always had the best ideas." James made a troubled expression. He knew nothing about that kind of stuff. He barely remembered seeing the Weasley twins and their pranks. Of course, as a master alchemist, he could concoct countless potions that could have some eye-catching effects without any permanent repercussions. "I may be able to do something," James finally said, "but I'll need some time to prepare." "You do?" Sirius looked at him with anticipation. James nodded. "I'll just need a few." "Oh, it's already here." He saw an owl entering the hall and flying directly to him. The bird landed with a large package right in front of James. "What did you order?" Sirius asked. "Is it something for school?" Peter asked after scanning the label on the box. It was from a well-known potion shop in Diagon Alley. "Did you forget some utensils?" Remus looked at the box with curiosity. Noticing all the eyes on him, James used his wand to reduce the box's size and wait before storing it inside his pocket. "I'll tell you about it later." Right, Sirius also realized that almost everyone at the table was looking at them. It was unusual to get deliveries so early in the year. "Can't you tell us what it is? Something that you couldn't buy in Hogsmeade the other day?" Peter asked. "I'll show you tonight. It's almost time for class," James promised them as he gave the owl a piece of meat. The classes for that day went by relatively quietly, although, as Sirius had said, Lily was constantly glancing toward him. She didn't say anything, but to James, it was obvious there was something she had been meaning to ask him. The stares made him uncomfortable, but he was willing to wait until she made up her mind about whatever she wanted to say. Just as James was about to be thankful that today he didn't have any unfortunate encounters with Bellatrix, since they didn't have any classes with the Slytherins, he noticed some green-robed students making their way toward the inner gardens, where they were about to have their first Care of Magical Creatures class. "Oh, we have the class with them." Sirius frowned deeply when he noticed that. "That's strange. Last year we had this class with the Hufflepuffs," Peter commented. "I wonder why they changed it." Remus was missing, just like Lily and Alice. All of them were currently in arithmancy class. James and Peter had been convinced last year to take this particular class instead, because Sirius had heard that it was very easy to get an outstanding grade. "Whoa, what is she doing here?" Sirius's eyes moved to the last person in the Slytherin group. James couldn't blame him for his shock. The last person he expected to be in Care of Magical Creatures was Bellatrix Black. Never thought she could show interest in magical creatures, James thought. Peter didn't say anything for fear of being heard, but still nodded his head. Bellatrix was not the type of person that one would imagine taking care of another living creature. She was more likely to kill them instead. "Ah, welcome." Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn greeted them with excitement. He looked like a very cheerful middle-aged man with a very eye-catching appearance. Instead of the typical professor robes, he wore ones made of leather and tough fabric. He had an eye patch over his left eye and an advanced-looking prosthetic hand. Another professor with a missing limb, Sirius couldn't help but point out. They had 2 new professors, and they were both incomplete as a way of speaking. "Is this class going to be dangerous this year?" Peter looked nervous. Most of the creatures they had studied last year were harmless, but seeing the rough appearance of Professor Kettleburn was making him consider changing classes. "Didn't we have another professor last year?" Someone commented. "Yeah, what happened to Professor? What was his name?" Another said. Professor Kettleburn made a gesture for them to get closer. "Ah, yes. I'm afraid I have bad news about your previous professor." "What happened?" the students asked. "He got eaten by a dragon," Professor Kettleburn suddenly said. "What?" Peter almost fell on his butt. The professor began to laugh. I was joking with you all. Professor Augustus is alive." Before the students could complain about his poor taste in humor, the professor added something else. "However, he's in Azkaban for killing his wife." There was silence after that. "I bet you guys now wish he had been eaten by a dragon instead, huh?" The professor chuckled. What a strange man, James thought. He had met a large number of people in his life, but going by first impressions alone, this one was likely one of the strangest. "Now, get closer," the professor said as he opened the ceramic urns at his side. "We are going to study the wonderful flobberworms," he said with enthusiasm. "Definitely strange," James muttered. Chapter 17, The Briefcase. "What is that?" Sirius got closer to examine the object. "Have you never seen a briefcase before?" Peter threw a suspicious glare at him. "Of course I have, but there must be more to it. Why would James order a normal briefcase by Owl?" Sirius shot back. The four friends were back in their dormitory after having dinner, and James had promised to show them the item the Owl had delivered that same morning. "Are you going to explain?" Remus decided to ask. James took the briefcase back from Sirius's hands and placed it on the ground. "Let's see." He then tapped the top part with his wand as directed by the instructions pamphlet in his hand. "I am James Fleamont Potter, and this is my property," he announced out loud. The case made a clicking noise following that. "Was that a security charm?" Remus asked. James nodded. "We should be able to go inside now." He opened it up, revealing a set of stairs that led further down into the interior of the briefcase. "Whoa, is that one of those magical cases?" Peter exclaimed. "You know, the ones that have entire rooms inside." "Those are very pricey." Sirius recalled seeing one of those at his house. "Did you spend all your savings on that?" Remus asked. "Don't worry about that. Let's go inside." James had indeed spent every single galleon in his name to buy this. He had to wait until he was at Hogwarts and get it by Owl because his parents would have complained about spending so much on one item. But it was a necessary purchase in his opinion. He descended the stairs and found himself in a small living room, roughly 10 by 10 feet in size. 2 white doors could be seen, one on each side. "Whoa, this is so cool." Peter arrived first and looked around. "I can't believe we're inside a briefcase." "The wonders of magic," James said. "There's nothing here, though," Sirius pointed out. "I'm sure James has plans for it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bought it," Remus added. "I do have plans," James said. "Is this going to be our secret hideout?" Sirius asked. "But we already have one of those," Peter said. "The Shrieking Shack, although I wouldn't mind one without a murderous tree." Remus flinched at the mention. For his friends, it was a nice secret house, but for him, it had a different meaning. "I'm afraid this case is for personal use," James said as he opened the door on his left and looked inside. Sirius was about to say something, but when he saw the contents of that room, he stopped. "What the?" Becoming curious, Remus and Peter got closer so they could also see what it was. The room was almost twice as big as the previous one and was filled with wooden shelves. Most of them were empty, but some contained glass flasks with diverse substances inside. "Are those potion ingredients?" Remus noticed immediately the similarities with the storage area of their potions class, although he didn't recognize most of the labels on the shelves. "They are," James said as he examined the shelves, making sure all the ingredients he had ordered were there. There wasn't much he could afford after buying the case and some basic tools, but it was a start. Once he was finished, he moved to open the last door, with his friends following behind him. This room was as big as the storage room, but only contained a large desk with several utensils meant for potion making. "You bought yourself a portable laboratory for potions." Sirius was in disbelief. Last year, James hated potions class as much as he did, if not more, and now he had wasted all his money so he could spend more time brewing potions. Once more, James examined the utensils to make sure they were at least of acceptable quality, and nothing was missing. "That should do for now," he said. There were still a lot more things he was going to need, but after the purchase of the briefcase and all the utensils, he didn't have much money left. The materials needed for the experiments he truly wanted to perform were extremely expensive, so he had carefully chosen the materials he had purchased so he could use them to generate some income. I've never had the need to use my potion skills to make money, but I suppose there's a first for everything, James thought. Back then, he had access to the full Potter fortune, so he never had any need for that. But now things were different, and he had to start from scratch again. However, James wasn't deterred by this. He instead saw it as a new opportunity to make even better things. During his later years, he had been forced to leave several unfinished projects due to the decline in his health. I'll finish those, and perhaps I could make some new discoveries in the process, he thought, feeling the excitement rushing through him as he looked at his new laboratory. Man, you've really become obsessed with potions, Peter commented after realizing the purpose of this expensive portable space. I do find it admirable that you're finally taking something seriously, at least, Remus said, nodding in approval. I mean, other than Quidditch. There's nothing wrong with taking Quidditch seriously, Sirius retorted. What if we can become professional players? Remus shrugged. There's little chance of that happening. All I'm saying is that it's good James is finally taking an interest in something academic. Are you sure you're okay, James? Peter had to ask. I haven't felt better in a long time, James responded with sincerity. Okay, Sirius said, but at least promise me that you'll use this lab to make something fun once in a while. Fun like what? Peter asked. He means for pranking, Remus told him. Yeah, you know, like potions that change hair color or make your teeth grow large. We could use something like that, Sirius said with excitement, already imagining his next victims. That sounds simple. I can do that much, James told him. If it made his friend happy, he could take a bit of time for that. Yes, Sirius shouted. Chapter 18, A New Business. It had been a week since James started working on his new potions business. He was lucky that he wasn't as famous as he had been in his previous life, so even though he used his real name and the owls were addressed to Hogwarts, people assumed he was one of the teachers. However, since he wasn't a well-established potion master in the country, he had to send free samples to several potion shops across Britain to showcase the quality of his creations. But as soon as they saw what he was capable of, he began receiving a large number of requests. During breakfast, several owls were flying in and out of the Great Hall. Most of them landed in front of James, which was causing quite a commotion. What's going on? Did Potter go on a shopping spree? One of the students commented. James, what is all this? Sirius asked. Hey, get off my bacon. Peter had to shoo away an owl that had gotten too close to his breakfast. This is going to be a problem, James realized immediately. He needed the owls to bring materials, requests, and money, as well as to deliver his finished potions to the clients. But he couldn't have dozens of owls swarming him during breakfast every day. James glanced across the table and noticed that almost everyone was looking in his direction. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the teachers got involved and called him out for disrupting the hall. Well, I was already planning to set up a secondary lab in an abandoned classroom. Might as well make it the delivery point too, James concluded. James, what in Merlin's name did you buy? Alice asked. He brushed her off. You know, a few things that caught my eye from Diagon Alley. Some of the owls are taking packages from you before leaving, Lily noticed. Those are lists for more things to buy, Sirius chimed in, trying to help James out. Tusk, rich boys, Lily muttered before turning her attention back to her food. After a few more minutes, all the owls except for one had left. The last one was waiting for James to hand over his next list of ingredients. He was about to hand it over when he noticed that Remus hadn't said a word during breakfast and looked extremely depressed. What's wrong with him? James asked Sirius. Sirius's expression grew serious. Have you forgotten? In 5 days there's, the full moon. Oh, James had indeed forgotten about that. It wasn't surprising that his friends were keeping track of the lunar cycles, but he hadn't bothered to do the same. So, in 5 days, Remus will turn into a werewolf and have to spend the night at the Shrieking Shack alone, James thought. He was sure that none of them had become animagi yet, so Remus was having a terrible time during his transformations. But then, he recalled the Wolfsbane potion. This could make things much better for him. The older Remus hadn't had access to it until his later years. For one, it was extremely expensive, and secondly, If James remembered correctly, it hadn't even been invented until the late 70s. Luckily for him, this was one of the many potion formulas he had memorized. "Can you pass me that quill?" James called to Lily, who was a few seats away, pointing at the quill resting next to her. She looked up at him and was about to refuse, but when she saw how serious he was, she handed it over without a word. The owl in front of him hooted impatiently, clearly annoyed by the wait. James threw a piece of bacon from Peter's plate. "Here, I'll just be a moment, I need a few extra things." He quickly wrote down the names of several more ingredients and added a quick delivery mark at the top. This would make it more expensive, but hopefully he'd receive it in time to brew the potion for Remus. James handed the paper to the owl, and it flew away. He then stood up from his chair. "James, there's still half an hour before class," Sirius told him. "Sorry, I just remembered I have something to do before class. You guys go without me," he said, passing by Lily and returning her quill. "Thank you," he added without looking at her before walking off. Sirius and Peter called after him, but he didn't hear them. You're welcome," Lily barely had time to say before he left. She frowned. For a moment, she had thought James only asked for the quill to get her attention, but obviously that wasn't the case. "He's acting very strange, isn't he?" Alice, who was sitting beside her, commented. Yes, Lily had to agree. The whole scene with the owls was also weird. If James had been doing some frivolous shopping by owl, he would have shown off his purchases, as he had done on several occasions before. But all the packages he received from the owls were immediately stored in an enchanted bag, and he made no comment about them. He also looked very serious while writing some sort of list to give to the owl, Lily thought. This didn't look like the face of someone who was having fun while wasting money on random stuff. Her green eyes followed James as he left the Great Hall at a brisk pace, and she couldn't help but wonder where he was going now. "He's been like that since the year started," Alice commented. "He always seems to be busy with something. They haven't even pranked anyone yet. Can you believe it?" "It's like he became a different person," Lily said. "Right," Alice agreed. "Do you think it's because of what happened during the summer? Can dragonpox change someone's personality like that?" "I don't know." Lily didn't like not knowing things, but I will find out. Chapter 19, Secret Laboratory. Being in this castle for a second lifetime gave James some advantages, like having knowledge about the layout of the building that few could compete with. Walking past the east hall of the 6th floor, James continued and entered a short hallway that had 2 rooms, one on each side, called 6A and 6B. At this moment, neither of these classrooms was in use, but most senior students knew about them, so it wasn't rare for couples to sneak in here at night. Those won't do, but James knew a better one. He went past these 2 classrooms and toward an old painting at the back. The work of art depicted a grassy meadow, but unlike most paintings in the castle, this one was devoid of any picturesque characters. Seeing the poor state of the frame and the canvas, he wasn't sure if this was ever a living painting like the rest, that was no longer functioning, or if it was one of the few normal ones in the castle. None of this mattered to James, though. What he was after was the secret switch on the right side of the wooden frame. He placed his fingers on the smooth stone and heard a clicking noise from his right. A wall had moved out, revealing an entrance to the elusive 6C classroom. He wouldn't be surprised if, other than the headmaster and the elves, no one knew about it. James went inside and closed the door behind him before looking around. Not much to see, though, he commented to himself. The room was rectangular in shape and decently spacious, albeit much smaller than the other 2 classrooms on the same floor and completely devoid of any piece of furniture or decoration. He wasn't even sure if this was ever a classroom, given its size and empty state. At least this serves as evidence that the janitor doesn't know this is here. Otherwise, it would have been used as storage. His eyes moved up the wall in front of him. The furniture wasn't important. He could always bring a few desks and chairs from the nearby classroom. What mattered was that this room was secretive and had an opening at the top. It was big enough to offer some ventilation and to allow some owls to go in and out of the room. James nodded. "That will do. This is going to be my secondary laboratory." His briefcase was great for important experiments, but to mass-produce potions for sale, he needed a bigger location, and this was just big enough for what he had in mind. Phew, it's done. James cleaned the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. He ended up bringing 3 large tables that he proceeded to enlarge even further, as well as a few chairs and some shelves. After setting up all the potion-making utensils he had recently bought, the place now looked like a proper laboratory. Oh, wait, James made a troubled expression. His wand appeared in his hand. Tempest. He only had half an hour before the start of classes, but he had been too distracted setting everything up, and more than an hour had already passed. McGonagall is going to be mad, James muttered. Although today was a double transfiguration class, so, since he was already late for class, he might as well skip it completely. That means I have another hour to spare. James decided that this was a better use of his time anyway. It wasn't like he had much to learn in class. He was only attending them to keep up the appearance of a normal student. Since I have some time now, perhaps I can begin that project. He pulled several boxes from his pockets and enlarged them. In a moment, there were dozens of different materials stored in small containers displayed in front of him. This will be my first alchemy experiment in this lifetime. It's kind of exciting. He may have done this hundreds of times before, but there was something special about starting again from the beginning. Not that this was going to be an experiment for beginners by any means, and it was going to take a long time to complete. This is why he wanted to get it started as soon as possible. He took his best cauldron and got to work. Let's see what I can do. A smile was plastered on James's face as a blue flame appeared below the cauldron. He had to hurry to even make it to the next class on time. James was unable to leave his laboratory until the first stage was completed, and it had taken him a bit longer than estimated. His current tools were much less efficient than what he was used to working with, so everything he did seemed to take longer. I also miss my assistants. James recalled his apprentices. There were always at least a dozen of them ready to assist him at all times. Now I have to do everything by myself, he lamented. Urgh. Due to a mixture of being distracted reminiscing about the past and being in a hurry to enter the classroom to which he was late for, James didn't notice that someone had been standing in his way. For some reason, the first thing he saw was the pale faces of his friends, who were standing a few feet away from the entrance. When he looked down, he saw the fallen figure of Bellatrix Black. How curious. James didn't mean to say that part out loud, but he couldn't help but feel that it was odd that, of all the students in this school, he kept bumping into this particular one. Curious, Bellatrix's face snapped back to him. Her angry purple eyes were locked onto his own. What is your problem, Potter? I suppose at this point, it will be hard to believe that it was just an accident. He offered his hand to help her up, but she slapped it away. Damn right it's hard to believe, she shouted. Bellatrix stood up by herself and was getting ready to do something when someone stood in front of James. Wait, Miss Black, please. James had to admit that out of everyone in this classroom, he did not expect Lily Evans to come to his rescue. Chapter 20, Was it a fluke? Get out of my way. This has nothing to do with you, Bella said, pointing at Lily. But the red-headed girl didn't move. I know it's hard to believe, but I don't believe James bumped into you on purpose. He's changed, I think. She still didn't seem completely sure of that statement. Severus approached them and stared at his friend with a shocked expression. Lily, why are you defending that guy? You know the type of person he is. This must be some sick game of his. He wouldn't be surprised if this whole change in James was just an elaborate prank or a new attempt to get closer to Lily. What is going on here? Professor Slughorn finally made his way to the back of the classroom after hearing the commotion. Professor, Lily exclaimed. Slughorn gave everyone a passing glance. Whatever personal issues you have with each other, you will leave them outside my classroom. Is that clear? His voice rose at the end, making his displeasure evident. They had no choice but to nod and keep quiet. Professor Slughorn nodded. Good, now go to your seats so we can get started. We've wasted enough time already. James sat down in his assigned chair, and a few seconds later, Bellatrix did the same. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for bumping into you. HMPH, She crossed her arms and looked away, still evidently angry. The class began, and Professor Slughorn pulled down the board before explaining the potion they had to prepare that day. The wit-sharpening potion not only allows the drinker to think more clearly, but it can also act as an antidote to the confundus charm if used shortly before or after being affected by it. He then proceeded to name all the ingredients while briefly commenting on their applications. James had to admit that, regardless of personal skill, Professor Slughorn's approach to education was miles better than Snape's usual method of, "The instructions are on the board. Get started." Perhaps with a different professor, his journey as an alchemist would have begun much earlier in life. James stood up from his chair. "I suppose there's no point in thinking about what could have been." "Where are you going?" Bellatrix asked. He glanced at her. She was still frowning, but her anger seemed to have diminished enough to at least speak to him. "I'll go get the ingredients. You can prepare the utensils. Surely you trust my skills a bit more now, right?" She waved him off. "Go on." James shrugged and walked away, but Bella kept her eyes on him the entire time, as if she were trying to figure something out. Still, she did her part, and when James returned with all the ingredients, she had everything set up and ready. He gave a passing glance to the rest of the classroom. Lily was sitting with some Slytherin girl he didn't know the name of, but they seemed to be getting along well enough, given the circumstances. In this era, tolerance for Muggle-borns among Slytherin students was even lower than in his own time at Hogwarts. The word mudblood was still considered a serious slur, but harassment and discrimination were an expected occurrence, and professors would rarely take Actaeon unless it escalated to violence. Sirius was, as usual, arguing with Snape, but things weren't as bad as during their first class together. Perhaps Snape had realized that if he didn't put effort into cooperating with Sirius, he was going to fail the class. "Oi, pay attention. We don't have a lot of extra time to make this potion." James turned when he heard Bella's voice close to his ear. He saw that she was waiting for him to start processing the ingredients. "You didn't open the book yet?" he asked. She looked at the book on her right and stared at it for a moment. Bella hadn't even opened it yet, but she chose to ignore it and turned back to James. "That thing you did the other day, can you do it again, or was it just a fluke? You really think that was just luck? That I casually wiped a 100% pure concentrated potion by chance?" There was a hint of annoyance in his tone. He didn't like having his skills questioned after spending decades honing them. Bella was surprised by his reaction. So far, James had always been calm and laid back, but now she detected a trace of anger. She knew her comment could be interpreted as rude, but she wasn't one for apologies. "Can you show me then?" James studied her for a second, trying to figure out her intentions. This request didn't come from laziness, that much he was sure of, but it was obvious that she had something in mind. "Sure," he said, "whatever it is, I'll find out after making this potion. A wit-sharpening potion coming right up." He began processing the ingredients: the armadillo bile, the ginger root, and the blue scarabs, all diced into different sizes and shapes. The fire beneath the cauldron was lit at full force before the flames changed to a blue hue. Smoke rose, and a sizzling noise filled the air as he threw in the first ingredient. Bella watched him with rapt attention. She didn't need to open the book to know James wasn't following the instructions at all. His method was completely different, just like the last time she watched him. The ingredients seemed to melt and fuse together under the powerful flame, creating a thick, dark goop that almost looked solid. Then the fire was lowered, and a splash of water was added, turning the potion liquid again. "Vial," James requested. Bella already had one prepared and handed it to him. He lifted the cauldron with one hand and emptied its contents into the vial. The dark goop had transformed into a beautiful violet-colored liquid. "Done," he said, passing the vial to Bella so she could seal it with a cork. 5 minutes, she muttered while examining the potion. This one was supposed to take 40 minutes to brew, but James had been even faster than last time. Before sealing the vial, she took a brief sniff of the potion. The smell was potent and flowery, just as the book described, though the color was a bit darker, likely due to its high concentration. The ingredients James had used were meant to produce 4 vials, yet he had only made one. Still think it was a fluke? James asked. No, she didn't. Bella put the vial down and looked at him with a serious expression. Potter, I want you to teach me. Chapter 21, The Older Sister. Why is she following us? Peter glanced behind them with concern. I believe she is following James. Remus didn't miss the way Bella kept her eyes fixated on his friend. Did you make her fall again? You really need to stop doing that, Sirius said. You have no idea how crazy my cousin can get when she's angry. I do have a good idea, James muttered, and I did nothing to her. The only thing he had done was reject her request, politely, or at least he had tried. She was not one to take no for an answer. One thing is to share a class with a younger version of Bellatrix. Lestrange, but to teach her my brewing methods, not a chance. James frowned, recalling the war and his encounters with that madwoman. Over a century may have passed for him since those days, but he still had vivid memories from that time. More than enough to keep him on his toes when he was near her or her friends. Oh, looks like she's gone, Peter finally said when he could no longer see her. That's good. Slytherins only bring trouble, and we've had enough with Snape already, Remus added. A short distance away, around a corner, Bellatrix had stopped because she had been called by her sister. What do you want? She was in a really bad mood right now. How dare Potter reject my request, she thought bitterly. That's no way to address your older sister. Andromeda Black stared at her with her deep black eyes. Did you get into a fight with those Gryffindor boys? It looked like you were getting ready to curse them. Bella snapped at Andromeda. That's none of your business. She had never gotten along with her older sister. Their views were too different from what their family had taught them since childhood. If that wasn't enough, Andromeda was now sneaking around with a boy their family would never approve of. Shouldn't you be with your new boyfriend, the Mudblood? Bella sneered. Andromeda was shocked by the comment and looked around to make sure no one had heard. How did you? Did you tell anyone about that? Obviously not. Mother would have come here in person and dragged you back home so she could curse you, Bella said. Andromeda flinched at the mental image. That did sound like something their mother would do. Her eyes then moved back to Bella. Thank you for not telling on me. Tusk, Bella looked away. You're still my sister. Andromeda smiled. They may not get along, but Bella was very loyal to her and Narcissa when it truly counted. Bella's purple eyes met Andromeda's black ones. But you need to stop seeing that mudblood. Even if I keep my mouth shut, it's just a matter of time before someone else finds out. Bella, you need to stop using that word at school. And it's not that simple. Andromeda lowered her gaze. Everyone in our family uses it, Bella responded. Although she was aware that it could get her in trouble if she said it in front of a professor, she only used it when she was alone with her housemates. And what do you mean by not simple? Just tell him off. But I really like him. Andromeda's cheeks became a bit red. I think I may love him. Bellatrix frowned. She hated that word. Love was a forbidden concept in the Black family. One did not date or marry for love, only to form connections that would benefit the family in some way. What makes you so special? Bellatrix had to put in effort to control the volume of her voice. Bella, Andromeda knew well why her sister got upset at the mere mention of that word. Don't give me that. Why do our house rules apply to everyone but you? Bella asked. She had been told she had to marry Rodolphus Lestrange because it would be good for their family, and she had not complained, not even once. Despite the fact that she hated that violent, dumb hunk of muscle with all her heart. You're supposed to marry the heir to the Rosier family, Bella reminded her. He is an awful man, Andromeda said. Not only did he have a twisted personality, but he was also more than twice her age, already reaching his mid-30s. I refuse tea. You refuse? Do you even know what you're saying? Bellatrix looked outraged. Do you understand the consequences of those words? Okay, calm down, Bella. You're right. I was just being silly. Andromeda tried to placate her sister before she became even more upset. She knew there was no chance of convincing her otherwise. Of the three sisters, Bella had always been the favorite target of their mother's anger. Since she was little, Bella had been engraved with the lesson that family comes first, more so than Andromeda or Narcissa. Andromeda understood this, so she gave up trying to change her mind. That was probably impossible. Her words had an effect on Bella, and she seemed to calm down. "It's good that you finally came to your senses." Andromeda nodded. "By the way," she said, deciding to change the topic, "are you going to tell me why you were following those Gryffindor boys? I told you it wasn't your business." "Oh, but it is. If they did something to my little sister, I will teach them a lesson they won't forget." Andromeda's tone sounded jovial, but she meant every word. "I can take care of myself, but it's not like that anyway. I just wanted to speak with one of them." "About?" Andromeda was now genuinely curious. Her sister had never shown any real interest in any boy before. "Potions," Bella responded. "Potions?" Andromeda tilted her head. This was not the answer she had expected to hear. Chapter 22, Meeting at the Library. Where could it be?" James muttered as he scanned the countless rows of books in the Hogwarts library. He never spent too much time here during his school years, and when he did, it was Hermione the one who always found the books they needed. Now he found a bit lost while trying to find books on one particular topic. "James." While considering if he should call the librarian for help, he heard a surprised voice calling his name, and when he turned, he found Lily Evans staring at him. "Lily, it's nice to see you," he said, trying to greet her in a polite manner. James wasn't very sure how to speak with her yet. At the start of the year, she had seemed very hostile toward him for something he had done the previous year. But as time passed and she saw no more attempts to, as Sirius liked to say, get in her panties, or any of his usual shenanigans, she seemed to have mellowed out a bit. She had even defended him against Bellatrix the other day, something that had really taken James by surprise. "It's rare to see you at the library by yourself," Lily commented. "Normally, Remus has to drag you here, but we don't have any tests this week." "I was just looking for some information on an ingredient," he admitted, a bit ashamed to say that he had forgotten how to process one ingredient he needed to make the wolfsbane potion for Remus. He was supposed to receive the ingredients by that afternoon, but it had been too long since he had made that particular potion, and he had to come here to refresh his memory. There was no room for mistakes on this. "A potion ingredient?" Lily threw him an inquisitive glance. "You've been doing really well in that class lately. Did you discover some sudden passion for the subject?" On the first day, she had thought that Bella had done all the work, but after paying attention to what James was doing during class, she had become very surprised by his sudden improvement. "Yeah, something like that," James answered. He knew there was no plausible explanation for his improvement in the subject, so he was grateful she didn't inquire further. "So, you're looking for information on an ingredient? I can help you find it if you want. I know this library like the palm of my hand," Lily offered. "That would be great, thank you," he said. He had wanted to spend some time with her, so he wasn't going to waste this chance. "Most books about potions are in that corner over there," she pointed out. "What ingredient are you trying to find?" "Alchemy egg," James told her. "Alchemy? I don't recall what creature that is." Lily looked pensive. "An alchemy is a serpentine, winged creature from India," James explained. "Don't beat yourself up for not knowing about it. The eggs don't have many uses in potions, so they aren't covered in class." "Not for class. Then what potion are you planning on making?" Lily asked with suspicion. "Sorry, can't tell you that." Lily frowned. "James Potter, tell me this isn't for one of your pranks, or I swear I'll never help you with anything again." James leaned closer to her and spoke in a tone that left no room for argument. "It's not for a prank. I can swear that to you on my name and my family's name. Will that be enough to convince you?" Lily was taken aback by his seriousness. She still wasn't used to seeing him behave like that. "There's no need to go that far. I'll believe you." She felt her face heating up because of his closeness, so she gently pushed him away before turning to look at the books. "Okay, let's see. I don't know that creature, but there are several books here about ingredients from India. What you're looking for should be in one of those," she said before kneeling down to pick up one of the books. Let's see." James began to flip through the contents. On the second book she handed to him, he finally found what he was looking for. "Ah, there it is." James's amber eyes met Lily's green ones. "Thank you for your help, Lily." He was about to turn around and leave her alone when she called for him. "Wait, we can sit together if you want. I'm going to take some notes on ancient runes. You can join me." Of course, it would be rude to turn down such an offer, James nodded. This made Lily chuckle. When did you get so polite and posh? I do wonder, James replied. He had never really thought about it, but he was nothing like that while growing up. His persona had changed a lot over the years. After spending so much time interacting with members of important families, he must have picked up some of their mannerisms. James's own memories had probably been too fragmented to affect his personality all that much, so he remained as he once was. Lily didn't seem to mind it all that much. If anything, she preferred this new James over the old one. The two of them sat down and went on to do their own studying without disturbing the other. Lily would often lift her eyes from the paper and find James completely focused while taking notes on a piece of parchment. He always seems so concentrated when he's doing something related to potions. She had noticed that he made the same expression when he was brewing. When he's like that, he looks a bit cute, she thought to herself. Lily, is there something on my face? James asked. Lily failed to realize she had been staring at him for almost an entire minute. She almost spilled her ink from the shock. No, I mean sorry. It's okay. James didn't understand what she was apologizing for. I've finished with my notes. Do you need help with that formation? He pointed at her notes. Wait, you know about ancient runes? You aren't even attending the class, Lily said, confused. Right, I've done some self-study on the subject. Not much, but I can tell that you made a mistake in this part. He moved his finger over the upper area of her parchment. Here, oh, you are right, Lily realized. I wrote an I rune instead of an S1. The symbols are similar, don't beat yourself about it, James told her. Since they were in 4th year and elective subjects only start at the 3rd, Lily had only studying ancient runes for a single year. She was still quite new to them. Is still a silly mistake to have, Lily frowned. At this rate, she won't be able to get good grades in this subject. Your calligraphy is really good. James pointed out something good in an attempt to make her feel better. That is something often overlooked. Many runic arrays ended up failing because a rune was not engraved properly. Thanks, a professor also mentioned that. Lily smiled. James analyzed the array she was making. This is meant to create a light source, right? That's rigged, Lily said with excitement. You knew that just from looking at the runes. You must have studied this a lot. The amount of possible combinations of runes was massive, so one needed to have a great understanding of them to figure out the effect of an array by just giving the runes a quick glance. James wrote a symbol on a piece of parchment. If you substitute that W rune at the top for this one, you will bet a more stable light, as the flow of magic will be smoother. Lily stared at the rune. I don't remember seeing that one in the Elder Futhark alphabet. She had made sure to memorize it already. This is called a personal rune. They are outside of the alphabet. Most of them are a combination of the runes you have already studied. In this case, this one is a mixture of the K and W runes, James told her. Mixed runes? I think I heard some seniors speak about those. Isn't that for like 6th year? Lily asked. Maybe. I learned by self-studying, so I didn't pay much attention on the year in which those are taught. James told her the truth on that one. Most of his knowledge came from self-study, since it was done after Hogwarts. You got this far with self-study? Lily didn't know what to say. She was now looking at James with different eyes. He must be a genius, she thought with excitement. Chapter 23, Snivelus. This work is amazing, James. Lily was still staring at the piece of parchment containing her runes homework. I'm sure the professor will be shocked, she commented as they walked out of the library. I doubt it. Don't you already have a reputation for being a brilliant student? James asked. What? I can't take all the credit for this. That would be... Lily looked conflicted. That would be fine. I don't even attend that class. It would be weird if you mentioned me, James told her. Speaking of, why aren't you attending runes? It would be more beneficial than magical creatures and... What else did you take? She asked. Muggle studies, James responded. That class is a waste of time. I can probably teach you more about Muggles than the professor. I mean, he's a pureblood. I doubt he spent much time with Muggles, Lily said. Probably not. He didn't really choose those classes. Sirius was the one who came up with the idea. He and Peter had followed him. Remus was the only one who made the decision to take runes and arithmancy because it benefited his career. James didn't mind it that much. Other than potions, the classes at Hogwarts were kind of boring to him. There was nothing new to learn, even from the most difficult subjects. Then why not change? You could see. Lily. She was interrupted by the shocked call of someone across the hall. Save. Lily saw her old friend staring at her like she had just murdered someone. He pointed at James. How can you hang out with someone like Potter? Save, don't make a scene. Lily noticed that they were gaining the attention of most students in the hallway. Last year they hung me from a tree just for fun. That's the kind of guy James Potter is, and his friends are no better, Snape said. Some students laughed at the memory of Snape being hung upside down from a tree right outside the castle gates. Lily could not deny that she had been mad at James and the others for months due to that stunt. She glanced at James, who was still at her side. The old Potter she knew would have already snapped to insult Severus, but this one was just calmly observing the situation like it had nothing to do with him. So that's what happened last year, James realized. He had heard some comments making reference to something that happened near the end of their third year, but now he finally found out what it was. Severus, James is not like that anymore. So stop this already, you're embarrassing me. Lily tried not to raise the tone of her voice while also being firm in her request. But Snape was too angry to listen. Don't fall for his tricks. Everyone thinks he's changed, but I know this is just one of his lies. He's manipulating you to get closer. How can you not see it? Now Lily was getting upset. That's enough, Save. No one is manipulating me. She turned to James. Let's go. Severus stood in her way. He is, but you're being too stupid to realize it. James shook his head. Snape was just digging his own grave, and he didn't even need to open his mouth. Did you just call me stupid? Lily was ready to slap him silly. That was one of the worst things one could call her. No, Snape realized too late that he had messed up. He glared at James. This is your fault. Oi look, Snivellus is trying to pick a fight. From the growing crowd of students, Sirius and Peter emerged. The excitement of the students around them was clearly growing, as they now expected a cool wizard fight to break out. James noted that Snape was already clutching his wand, and Lily, at his side, was becoming increasingly more uncomfortable. He decided to act before things went out of hand. Sorry to disappoint, but no one will be fighting today. He gently pulled Lily with him so they could move away from the crowd. But James, he started it like always, Sirius complained. I said no. James's expression didn't leave room for argument, to the point that even Snape became somewhat shocked. As Lily and he were passing by Snape's side, she threw him an angry glare before moving on, while James stopped for a moment and approached him slightly. Snape thought he was going to be attacked, but James just leaned closer and whispered to him, "If you keep that poor attitude, you're going to lose her. And then you're going to be left as a bitter and angry man that no one will want to be close with. Think about it." He then guided Lily away from the disappointed students, while Sirius and Peter followed right behind them. Why did you stop me, James? Snivellus deserved a good trashing this time, Sirius said as they walked through the corridors at a brisk pace. Don't call him that, Lily snapped at him, and he had good reasons to be angry at you. He even insulted you, Sirius responded to her. James, Peter approached and whispered to him. What did you say to Snape? His face looked paler than usual as we were leaving. He did. What did James do? I didn't see anything, Sirius asked. I did nothing to Snape. James glanced back for a moment. I merely told him something that he needed to hear for his own good. James liked to think that the future was not set in stone, and people could change if they took a different road in life. He has to believe in this, otherwise it would be impossible for him to remain next to certain individuals. Chapter 24, Wolfbane. It was late afternoon, and the sun was starting to set. The Marauders were standing near a massive-looking tree that no student at Hogwarts would dare to approach, the Whomping Willow. I should go. Don't want to take any unnecessary risks, Remus said with a depressed expression. He should have gotten used to it by now, but the nights of the full moon were still a very unpleasant experience for him. He had heard that it wasn't so bad for every werewolf. Perhaps it was because Remus had always rejected his condition, even calling it a curse, that the transformation was so painful for him. Still, he couldn't help but hate these days of the month. "I wish we could stay with you," Sirius commented. "You know that's not possible. I would hurt you, or worse," Remus shook his head. "Don't stay here for long. You don't want anyone to see you wandering around the Whomping Willow." "It's going to be okay, Remus. We'll come back to see you tomorrow morning," Peter added. Remus nodded at him. "I know." His eyes moved to James, expecting him to say something. But instead of speaking, James took a glass vial from one of the many secret pockets in his robes. Pockets he had to create himself. "What is that?" Sirius noticed the potion and its eye-catching blue color. "A potion." Remus was also looking at it. "Drink it after entering the shack, before nightfall," James said as he handed over the vial. "What is it?" "Calming or sleeping potions won't stop the transformation. I've already tried those." Remus examined the vial more closely now. The color and faint smell didn't match anything he had taken before. "It should make your night a bit less unpleasant by diminishing the negative effects of the transformation and allowing you to keep some level of control over the beast," James explained. As expected, he received looks of incredulity. "James, there's no potion that can do that. I would know if there were." Remus wondered why his friend would say something like that. The last thing he needed was false hope or placebos. "You're right, there were no potions like that. Until now. I know it's hard to believe, but all you have to do is try it out. What do you have to lose?" James said. "What if you made things worse for him with that thing?" "James, you can't make new potions by mixing random ingredients and hoping for the best. Even I know that," Sirius exclaimed. "Yeah, James, potions can be very dangerous if not done correctly. Professor Slughorn has talked about that very often," Peter added. "James?" Remus stopped what he was about to say when he saw the absolute confidence in James's eyes. His friend had never been like this before, and it was hard to respond to him when he was making that expression. "I will never give you something that could hurt you, Remus. But if you don't trust me, you can throw away the potion." "I won't take offense," James told him. He could understand that someone would be hesitant to try a new concoction made by an uncertified potion maker who hadn't even finished his OWL tests. Remus looked at him for a bit longer before glancing down at the potion. Before anyone could react, he took off the cork and drank its contents. "Remus," Peter shouted. "What did?" Sirius stared in shock. Remus made a face of disgust. "You have to work on the taste," he said before returning the empty vial to James. "But of course, I trust you." "I'll see what I can do about that." James took the vial. "Have a good night, Remus, and let me know tomorrow how it went." He was confident that Remus wouldn't suffer any negative effects from the potion, but he wasn't sure how effective it would be until he got the recounting from his friend. This was because the potion he had given Remus was a modified version of the Wolfsbane potion. Normally, one would need to take 7 doses of the potion, 1 on each of the 7 days preceding the night of the full moon. Because of his lack of time, this method wasn't going to work, so James had created a more concentrated version that only needed 1 dose. This also meant that the effect would be lessened, so Remus might not have complete control over his actions during the night. Still, I'm sure it will be better than nothing. James hoped that it would at least be of some use. He could always prepare the normal version for next month. The ingredients were expensive, but he was already starting to make decent money from the sales of his concoctions. They said their goodbyes, and Remus proceeded toward the trunk of the Whomping Willow. The branches began to react to his presence, but Remus hurried to press a specific knot on its trunk, and the tree calmed down immediately. Then, several large branches at the bottom moved aside, revealing an entrance. Once Remus was inside, the branches closed up, leaving no trace of the small opening. "I hope it's not too bad this time," Peter said. Sirius turned to James. "Are you sure that potion isn't going to screw him up even more?" "I have confidence in my skills when it comes to that particular subject," James responded. Sirius raised an eyebrow. "Last year, you couldn't go for more than a month without blowing up a cauldron or producing some black sludge that forced Professor Slughorn to evacuate the classroom. And now you're suddenly a potion master. James shrugged. Who knows, maybe I always had the potential and just recently discovered it. Sirius sighed. Forget it. If we really want to help Remus, what we should be working on is something else. You mean, that thing you mentioned last year? Peter asked. Sirius became more excited. That's right, we should become animagi. I read that werewolves don't become immediately aggressive when next to other non-human creatures. We could keep Remus company during these nights. Animagus? James repeated. Of course, he recalled the marauders being animagi, but it had completely slipped his mind that right now he was one of those marauders. Would I turn into a stag like the original James, or perhaps it would be something else? He now wished he had delved deeper into this side branch of transfiguration during his past. All he knew was that the process to become an animagus was long and arduous, and he was always too busy with something else to give it proper consideration. After becoming a potion master, and later an alchemy master, he chose to put all his focus on that. But Sirius, Peter started, that book you found at the library didn't mention any specifics about how to become an animagus. That's because it's not exactly legal for a minor to become one, James thought. Sirius chuckled. You can leave that to me, I have. Everything planned out. Oh, Peter got a bad feeling while looking at Sirius's happy face. Chapter 25, A Calm Night. I'm so tired, Sirius muttered as he dragged his feet across the floor. James glanced at his friend. There were clear dark circles under his eyes. Well, it is a bit early, but... It's not that. He went out last night. Peter got closer to James and whispered, with a girl. Peter, there's no point in whispering if you're going to be so loud, Sirius complained. A girl? You got a new girlfriend? James asked. It's not like that, Sirius hurried to say. You were just fooling around in some broom closet then, James added. HMPH, I won't comment on it, Sirius looked around. Whoa, you're always so popular with the girls, Peter said, looking up at Sirius with pure admiration. It hasn't even been 1 month since classes began. Sirius was starting to become embarrassed by the topic. Forget about me. What about James? He also got back late to the common room, right? Right, Peter realized. What were you doing, James? Did you also find a girl? Now he was getting a bit worried about being left alone. No, I was working on some potions, James told him. Oh, Peter said. How boring, Sirius chuckled. But if our friend James is going to fool around with any girl, it's going to be Lily, right? James decided not to answer that. His friends still had the idea that he would continue to pursue Lily, and he did not want to say anything that could add more fuel to the flames. The group made their way through the empty halls and exited through the main gates. It was very early in the morning on a Sunday, so it was natural that they didn't encounter anyone on their way out. Once outside, they just had to walk past the greenhouses to reach the willow tree where the passage that led to the shrieking shack was hidden. Neither Sirius nor Peter could hide the concern on their faces as they approached the tree. James, however, was sure that Remus would be fine. He stopped at a safe distance from the dangerous tree and turned to look at them. Should we go inside or wait here? He didn't recall the protocol they followed clearly. The sun is out, that means, Peter said. Yes, it's safe by now. Come on, Sirius ventured first and hurried his steps to press on the tree knot before it could become violent. The secret entrance from the willow tree led into a large tunnel that took them to the basement of the shrieking shack. Even from the inside, the wooden house looked fairly decrepit, and there was little natural light coming in. The doors and windows had to be barred, just in case someone didn't mind the rumors detailing how the shack was haunted by a dangerous ghost. I can't hear anything, Peter commented as they entered the shack proper. That's strange. He's usually waiting for us in here, Sirius said with a tone of worry. The basement had a large bed and several other amenities. This is where Remus usually spent the nights. James' ears picked up some subtle sounds, and he moved up the short set of stairs that led to the rest of the house. He took a few steps across a narrow hallway and then used his hand to pry open the first door to his right. I found him. Sirius and Peter hurried up and went to his side. Inside the room that James had just opened was Remus, resting on a comfortable-looking bed with his eyes closed and an expression of joy. "He's sleeping," Peter looked surprised. Sirius was the same. It was very strange. Remus was always tired after his transformation, but he always tried his best to stay awake for as long as possible because otherwise, he would suffer terrible nightmares about the previous night. He looked so calm. Just a simple glance at Remus as he slept was enough for James to conclude that the potion must have had some positive effect, at least, even with a single dosage. "Do we wake him up?" "Maybe we could wait here for a bit. He looks happy," Peter noted. Sirius was about to suggest something, but then he saw Remus' eyes moving. Their voices had been enough to wake him up, it seemed. "Guys," Remus rubbed his eyes and looked around the room to get his bearings. "It's morning already." "It is, you were sleeping," Sirius pointed out. "Oh, right, I was very tired, so I." Remus' eyes moved to look at James. "How effective was it?" James asked. "That potion," Remus sat up on the bed. "How did you do that?" "Wait, are you saying that it had a positive effect?" Sirius still found it hard to believe. "What happened?" Peter asked. "I had the best full moon of my life," Remus said with excitement. "I wasn't in complete control of the beast, but I was able to keep it completely calm during the whole night and didn't even break anything. This was the reason he ended up sleeping here. Normally, he would stay in the basement because there was nothing of value that he could break there. Everything was old and in bad shape, but this room was very nice, so he always avoided it for fear of destroying it." "I'm glad to hear that. Later on, I'd appreciate it if you could give a more detailed recount of how your night went. It would help me improve it for future batches," James said. "Did you actually make it by yourself?" Remus was still in disbelief. That potion had been too incredible. "And you're saying that you can improve it?" James smiled. "I can guarantee you that I can improve it. Next time you'll have full control over the beast side. I promise you that." "You can make more then. Will you be able to have another one for next month?" Remus asked. "Of course, I'll have a better one," James assured him. "How did you come up with something like that?" Sirius asked. "Maybe I'm a genius after all," James responded. "That's amazing," Peter exclaimed. "But it must be expensive, the materials." Remus became hesitant. His family had little to no money, and he knew that some potion ingredients could cost a fortune. James shrugged. "Don't worry about that," was all he said. Chapter 26, The Stalker. Again? After the classes for the day were over, James was walking by himself. He was on his way to his secret laboratory on the 6th floor when he felt someone following him. It was becoming routine for him to do this every afternoon, and even his friends were becoming used to him running off on his own for a few hours instead of hanging out together all the time like they used to. Sirius was the one who complained the most, until James promised him that he would have a potent hair color-altering potion ready for tomorrow. Sirius wanted to try it on some Slytherin students after the Quidditch game. "But I won't be able to enter my lab if I'm being followed like this." The one on the 6th floor might be a secondary lab for him, but it was still where he concocted the bulk of his potions for his business. He did have one important experiment in there that he couldn't fail to check on at least once every day. With this in mind, he decided to stop and confront his new stalker. "What do you want? I don't appreciate being followed around like this." A Slytherin student with long black hair stepped out from around the corner. James' eyes sharpened. "I didn't take you for a stalker, Snape." "I'm not a stalker, Potter," Snape grumbled. James looked around. "Then what are you doing on the 6th floor? There isn't much reason to come here after classes." The only classroom here was the ancient runes one. "Then what are you doing here?" Snape shot back. James shrugged. "That's none of your business. I don't owe you an explanation. Now leave me alone, Snape." The boy's face contorted with anger. "I will not. I know you're plotting something. I know this new James Potter is all a facade to fool everyone, especially Lily." James had tried to stay clear of Snape, thinking that as long as he left him alone, Snape would do the same. But perhaps this conflict between the two of them was not something he could avoid. Snape seemed to already hate him too much to let things go. "Fine, think whatever you want, but I want you to stop following me. This isn't the first time I've caught you doing it, but it will be the last." "Are you threatening me?" Snape exclaimed. That was just friendly advice. James had been sincere in his words, but perhaps to Snape, it could have come across as a threat. "Stay away from me and Lily, and I'll leave you be. Otherwise, I'll find out what you're scheming and tell the headmaster about it," Snape warned him. "This is so annoying. How do I get rid of him?" He couldn't have this boy tracking him around every day. Snape was bound to find his laboratory, or even worse, he could find out about Remus' secret. If that were to happen, Remus would be forced out of the school for sure. From what he remembered of Sirius old stories, there was one time when Snape got very close to finding out their secret, and was also very close to dying that night. But James was not willing to let things escalate to that point. "Look, Mr. Potter, what a wonderful surprise." James had been so focused that he didn't hear someone else approaching. When he turned his head toward the voice, he saw the jovial potions professor staring at him. "Professor Slughorn?" James then recalled that his office was also on the 6th floor of the castle. This knowledge had escaped him because he had never visited it before in this lifetime, and had become too used to the idea of the potions professor having their personal office in the dungeons, like Snape used to do. "You know, tomorrow after our class, I had planned on requesting your presence for a short, friendly talk in my office. But if you have some time right now, there's something I've been meaning to discuss with you. It won't take long, I promise," the professor said. Sure, I mean, of course, Professor. I have some time now," James responded. This wasn't how he had planned on getting rid of Snape, but it was something he could take advantage of. "Oh, Mr. Snape is also here," Slughorn said, having been so excited to see James that he had missed the black-haired Slytherin boy. "Did I interrupt something? Surely you two weren't arguing." "Right." "Not at all, Professor. Snape just had a question about homework, but we were done already, right?" James said, glaring at Snape. "Right," Snape muttered. "Wonderful then. Follow me to my office. It's just over there," Slughorn said, gesturing to James as he spoke. With no other choice, Snape had to turn around and leave James be, for now at least. James followed the professor to his office, which was just 20 feet away from where he and Snape had been arguing. Slughorn opened the door and gestured for him to go inside. James stopped for a moment and looked back to the corner from which Snape had left. "Is something wrong, Mr. Potter?" the professor asked. James had a strange feeling this entire time that someone had been following him. But even after discovering Snape, that feeling hadn't gone away for some reason. Could someone else have been there? James couldn't imagine that his recent actions had gained the attention of more than just one person. "Mr. Potter," Slughorn repeated. James shook his head. "It's nothing, Professor. I was just lost in my own thoughts for a moment." Slughorn grinned. "Ah, yes, that happens to me quite often. It's said to be the sign of those who are gifted," he said, closing the door after James went inside. "Gifted?" James asked. Slughorn nodded. "Yes, Mr. Potter, I believe you are very much gifted. That is part of what I wanted to speak with you about." Chapter 27, Invitation. Gifted? James never considered himself as such, and he did not like being called that either. He had worked extremely hard to acquire his current knowledge and skills. But he also understood why this professor would think that of him. His amber eyes moved to the large table the professor had set up in the middle of his massive office. The 2 potions he had made so far in class were carefully placed on top. "You've been analyzing my potions." James was familiar with the measuring tools lying on the table. Slughorn also looked to the table. Indeed, he approached and took one of the vials. It was the one James had made in their first class, the calming draught. "I have to admit that I was surprised when I found out that it was you who made them. I had believed this was the work of Bellatrix Black and that she had learned it from her grandfather." "Her grandfather?" James inquired. Slughorn nodded. "Pollux Black. He is retired now, but a while ago he had earned the title of Potion Grandmaster and was considered the best one in the country. There is such a skilled potioneer in the Black family." James knew how much that title meant, but had never heard of that name before. In fact, he knew little about that family's history. By the time he met Sirius, most of them had already died, and their house was on its last legs, being maintained by a grumpy old house elf. But it is still strange. Even if it was so long before my era, I should have at least heard of such a skilled master. James thought about it. He knew about many potion masters who died long before he was born. He even recognized the author of this year's school book, though he didn't have a great opinion of his work. What books has he published? He might remember some of the titles. Slughorn chuckled. That's the thing, he never published a single book. Not a single one? How is that possible? James looked truly surprised. He had never met a master who didn't want to publish any of their work. It wasn't just for recognition and money. It was also about the satisfaction one gets from sharing their knowledge with the world. Don't get me wrong, I know for a fact that he wrote many books in his lifetime, but those are all stored somewhere in his family home. When I asked him about it, he told me that he only wished to pass on his knowledge to his descendants and no one else. He only cares about his family. James frowned. That sounds like a very selfish way of thinking. He had dedicated almost half of his life to teaching others and making sure his research was passed on to the world, to make it a better place. He could understand if this master wanted to keep part of his knowledge a secret, or pass it only to a select few. Even James had things he never shared with anyone, not even with his best disciples. I understand why you would think like that, but I have known Pollux for many decades. He is a good man. He just had a tough life that made him very distrustful of others. Slughorn sat down in front of the table and made a gesture for James to approach. But enough about that. I called you here to speak about you, Mr. Potter. Right, but if you want to request my brewing method, I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you. Slughorn didn't seem too disappointed. Worry not, my boy. I already expected that. A method like yours won't be easily given away. The professor held one of the potions and gave it a swirl. The liquid inside was very thick and didn't move much. Although I am very curious about how you achieved such high purity. I am sure that much like me, many other potion masters have tried to accomplish this before and failed. The ingredients always ended up burning and losing their properties if you try to refine them for too long. James considered it for a moment. I cannot give you the details, but I can tell you that the key to achieving this is in the flame. The flame, right, I remember seeing it change color. It had a blue tone and felt much more potent, Slughorn commented. That's right. You need to heat up the cauldron way beyond boiling point, and the temperature has to rise extremely fast. A normal fire will never be able to accomplish this. I think I understand. They refine before they can burn. I see. Professor Slughorn began to mumble his words as he considered what James had told him. After a minute or so, the professor spoke again. That is a brilliant solution, Mr. Potter. Thank you for sharing this much with me. No problem. Now, if that is all you wanted from me, then, James was preparing to stand up. Snape had likely gone away by now, and he could go to his lab in peace. Hold on, Mr. Potter. There is one more thing I wish to say. Slughorn made a gesture to wait. And what would that be? James sat back in his seat. You see, every 3 weeks or so, I like to host a small dinner party in my humble office room. I invite a few very select individuals from Hogwarts to attend them. A dinner party? James repeated. He was already familiar with that one but pretended not to know what he was talking about. You see, the objective of these parties is to allow the most notable students in the school to establish connections with other talented individuals. These connections will come in handy in your future when you are all out in the real world. I can guarantee you that much. And you want me to attend these dinner parties, James said. I'll be honest, before this year started, I would never have imagined doing such a thing, Slughorn commented. James had been one of his worst students for the first 3 years. But in view of recent events, I have changed my mind. What do you say, Mr. Potter? You would be getting to know the most influential students in the school. Chapter 28, An Unwelcomed Guest. Quidditch Field, Tuesday afternoon. It was the second match of the Hogwarts League and the first match for their house. Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw. Go Sirius, Frank Longbottom shouted. Yeah, go get them, Alice added. They've just started the game, and Sirius is the keeper. He doesn't have to go anywhere, Lily said. Speaking of going somewhere, Remus gave him a side glance. Should you be sitting here with us, James? Yeah, aren't you on the team too? Peter pointed below them. Don't you have to be down there with the rest of them? Don't worry about it, I'm just a reserve. It's very unlikely I'll have to play, James responded calmly. At least you're wearing the team uniform, Remus said. I thought you'd be more upset about being left on the reserve team, Lily commented. I remember last year, you and Sirius were talking nonstop about joining the Quidditch team. She still didn't understand how someone could change so much in such a short period of time. You still like Quidditch, right? Frank asked James. Of course I do. Although I mostly enjoy the sensation of flying around on my broom. I wouldn't say I'm obsessed with Quidditch, but I still like it. James tried to be as honest as he could with his friends. The old James was gone, and he wanted them to know the current him, so he wouldn't need to pretend to be someone else. At that moment, the audience went crazy and started to cheer. Sirius had stopped one of the Quaffles from entering the ring behind him. Yeah. Good job, Sirius. His friends joined in the cheers, and soon became immersed in the game. In the end, Gryffindor won the game by a large margin after their seeker grabbed the snitch. James wasn't too familiar with their current main seeker, a seventh-year boy named Brian Jones, but after seeing him play, James thought he was a solid player, or at least for school-level Quidditch. He was definitely not talented enough to become professional, and from what he had heard, that wasn't his intention either. His housemates had decided to throw a party in their common room after the game, something James had to politely decline, as he really needed to check on one of his experiments today without fail. He did, however, have to promise Sirius that he would be back by the time dinner was served, which gave him only 3 hours to work with. James moved at a brisk pace through the castle and arrived at the broken painting at the end of the dead-end hall. He pressed on the correct stone and opened the door to his secret laboratory before stepping inside. Let's see. His eyes moved over the dozen active concoctions he had going on at the same time. Closing the door behind him, James got to work. Some potions required attention, others had to be left for longer, and some were ready to be bottled. Owls rushed in, leaving new raw ingredients or brewing requests for new potions. He secured the orders on a wooden board he had hanging from the back wall and took out the ones already completed. James then sent out the finished products, cleaned up his instruments, and began brewing his next batches. The cauldrons and other utensils were enchanted to move on their own, but they still required his input at several steps of the way. Otherwise, the resulting potions would not meet his high standards. An hour flew by like that. This was a routine he repeated every day. It could seem tedious or stressful for others, but James didn't mind it. He always enjoyed the process of creating, even if it was something simple. Besides, he needed the money. Several of the projects he had in mind would require extremely rare ingredients, as well as some tools that would need to be tailor-crafted to meet his needs. Those things always translated to, "This will cost a fortune." Money wasn't something he had to worry about in his previous life, after inheriting his family fortune. And although his family was still the same and still very rich, he couldn't use that money freely while his parents were alive. If he suddenly requested millions of galleons, he would need to explain to them in great detail what he needed the money for. There was zero chance they would even understand what he wanted to do, not to mention where the knowledge to do those things came from in the first place. No, that was not an option. He would need to earn the money himself. It might take a few years, but as his reputation grew, he would certainly receive requests for more expensive projects, and his fortune would then grow quickly. James glanced around his lab one more time to make sure everything was in order. Okay, no more materials to store, no more potions ready for completion today. Tomorrow's batch is already going. All that's left is my personal project. He glanced into the corner of the room, where his personal alchemy experiment was still ongoing. James would have preferred to do all of his alchemy inside the dimensional briefcase that contained his main lab, but this one needed too much space for that. But more importantly, because of the volatile nature of some of the ingredients, there was a decent chance that an explosion could occur, and he'd rather that happen here than inside his magical case while he was carrying it in his pocket. Just as he was about to approach the large crystal container in the corner, he heard a loud click, and the door to his lab unlocked. A secret door? Someone pushed the door open all the way and walked inside. You even have a secret lab. Bellatrix Black was looking at everything inside the room with interest. So, you're the other one who's been following me around. James realized his carelessness a bit too late. Bellatrix gave him a smile of satisfaction that reminded him of the dangerous witch he once knew. Chapter 29, A Forceful Request. I'm very good at moving around without being noticed, Bella told him, a skill I learned very early in my life. James frowned. After attending classes together for a few weeks, he had almost forgotten how dangerous this woman was. He should never have lowered his guard around her. What do you want? The tone of James's voice had become cold and sharp. He was not a person fond of violence, but he would not hesitate to do what was necessary. During his childhood, Dumbledore had taught him about offering mercy and second chances. During his adulthood, he learned that not everyone deserves second chances. Bellatrix did not show it, but she was shaken by James's reaction. She had been expecting him to be upset, of course, but not this level of hostility. She stared at his cold amber eyes with mild shock. That look was not new to her. She had seen it many times in different members of her family, but mostly on her parents. Bella had not expected to see it tonight, on the one who had become known as Hogwarts jokester. Potter, you've been following me, and now you've found this place. What do you want? Bella stopped. She had the feeling that if she said the wrong thing, she would be the one getting cursed. Am I afraid of Potter? Just that thought alone was making her angry. I didn't come here to fight you, Potter. She kept her expression unchanged as much as she could, at least. But if you try anything, I'll. Do I have to repeat my question a third time? James asked her. Tisk, you know what I want, Bellatrix responded. Don't tell me this is all about that ridiculous request for me to teach you potions. How is that a ridiculous request? Bella snapped. I'm an excellent student in every subject, and that includes potions. James observed her outburst. She had always been a prideful one. If you're such an excellent student, then you don't need me to teach you. This isn't about getting an outstanding in potions. I can do that without anyone's help, Bella exclaimed. Then what is it that you want? To impress your grandfather or something? James said out loud the first conclusion he arrived at after learning about Pollux Black from the professor. Bellatrix had managed to keep her expression from changing, until now. Did I actually hit the nail on the head? He had just made a random guess. Bellatrix looked away from him. Did I just make Bellatrix embarrassed? James thought. Not to mention the fact that she would go this far just to gain the approval of a family member. It doesn't matter why, Bellatrix brushed his comment away. Now she finally had some leverage over him. I want you to teach me that brewing method you used in class. In exchange, I will never speak of this place to anyone, and I will leave you alone. She was a Slytherin at heart, and she always got what she wanted in the end. No, James responded. What? Bella didn't expect such a quick refusal. You think I'm bluffing? I'll tell the teachers you're illegally brewing potions inside the school. You'll be lucky if you avoid being suspended. James didn't care about that. He could remove every trace of him in this room in a matter of minutes. But then he would need to find another place, and there weren't any other options as good as this one. The room of requirement would be fine for quick brewings, but if he left all his equipment in there as the room changed forms, it would all go to waste. He couldn't receive owls in there either. The Chamber of Secrets was also out. The basilisk was still in there, and he did not feel like fighting that snake without a better reason. And again, no owls could get there. I'd need to spend who knows how long scouring the castle for a substitute room. How annoying. That was a waste of time he'd rather avoid. Well, are you going to say anything? Bella spoke after seeing him pausing for too long. You won't be able to learn that method, even if I agreed to teach it to you. It may have seemed simple at first glance, but there are a lot of techniques that one would need to master first in order to perform it. This is why he didn't care about using it in class. There was no chance of anyone copying him, not even the professor. Are you calling me stupid? I'm the most talented witch you will ever meet, Bella huffed. And the most dangerous, James thought. Besides, last year you were useless in potions, and now you can brew potions like you're roasting peanuts. How hard can it be to learn? She added. He raised 2 fingers. 2 classes a week for the rest of the year. No more than that. Whatever you can learn in that time will be up to your own skills. If you cannot learn the method, you can only blame your own incompetence. That's more than enough, Bella smiled, feeling satisfied she got what she wanted. If anyone ever finds out about this place, the deal is over, James added. Wait, even if I don't tell anyone. That's not fair, she complained. Then you better make sure no one sees you coming in here, James said. She frowned. You were the careless one, not me. Sounds of something bubbling fiercely broke the background silence. What is that? Bella pointed at the large crystal jar in the corner. That seems too big for a potion. What else are you doing in here? Your lessons start tomorrow. Now go away, James told her. Don't shoo me away, you're supposed tea. And just for the record, there was never going to be any fight between us. The moment you entered my lab in such a careless manner, you had already lost. What are you talking about? Ah! Bella found her body turning upside down, as if her feet had been grabbed and lifted with tremendous force. You see, there was a powder on the ground as you entered. That powder is in your shoes right now and, well, I think you can figure out the rest. Let me down, Potter, Bellatrix shouted furiously. Chapter 30, Rainbow Soup. Finally, what took you so long? Sirius scolded him as he sat down at the Gryffindor table. You just got here too, Sirius, Peter pointed out as the plates of food began to appear in front of them. Remus had his usual worried expression. I know I should be the last one to complain, but that lab is keeping you too busy. I hope you aren't overworking yourself, James. His 3 friends were the only ones he had told about his secret laboratory on the 6th floor, at least willingly. They also knew he was making money by selling some of the potions he created, and for the most part, they didn't have issues with that, although Sirius sometimes complained that they no longer spent as much time together as before. Remus was only worried because he thought that James was working too much in order to acquire the ingredients for his wolfsbane potion, since James never revealed to him just how expensive the materials were. His friend wasn't completely wrong. That potion was expensive to make. But luckily, his business was picking up and he was starting to make good money, more than enough to pay for that and some of the things he required for his experiments. Sorry about that, I had a bit of extra work today, James responded before turning to look at Sirius, who was sitting at his right. The satisfied smile on his face was already telling him what he needed to know, but he still had to ask. Did you set it up? Sirius chuckled. I did, it's going to be hilarious. As he had promised, James had made a special potion for Sirius, one that could change the shape and color of people's hair in random and crazy ways. Also, the potion didn't even need to be drunk. It would be set in a container with some water, and this would turn into a mist. Anyone in close proximity to this mist would suffer its effects. The original formula for this potion was actually a lot deadlier, and had been declared illegal to brew and use under the ICW. The sentence for this crime was a lifetime in prison. Of course, the modified version that James had concocted was completely harmless and would only affect the hair for an hour or so, with no permanent repercussions. Still, there was something that worried him. Sirius, how many drops did you put in the container? For the plan to work, the potion had to be set up in a special container with the function of self-dissolving after a few minutes of being placed into a liquid. In this case, Sirius had sneaked into the kitchens as the elves were preparing their dinner and dropped the container inside the clam soup that was always served at the Slytherin table. The potion would then mix with the water of the soup and become active, releasing the magical mist into the air. Sirius brushed off his question. I don't know, I put quite a few. There was no time to measure them. James frowned. He could tell that his friend was hiding something from him. Sirius, show me the vial I gave you. Sirius made a troubled expression. Well, he pulled a vial from his robes and handed it to James. James's expression grew grave. The vial was completely empty. You put the whole thing. What's going on? Peter glanced at them when he heard James raise his voice, something that was a very rare occurrence nowadays. What did Sirius do? Remus was aware of the prank that Sirius and James had planned, but since his help wasn't needed, he had mostly stayed out of it. I gave him a very concentrated concoction and instructed him to only use a few drops of it. 4 or 5 at most, and he used it all, James whispered to Remus before hiding away the empty vial. How bad is it going to be? Remus asked. James glanced over at the Slytherin table. I have no idea. Sirius had used well over 10 times the recommended dosage. Now he was regretting giving him so much, thinking that he could use it sparingly for several pranks. But it was too late to stop it now. Blue smoke began to emerge from the bowl of soup at the Slytherin table. The senior students were the closest ones to the soup and realized that something was very much wrong. Wait, what is that smoke? Looks funny. Get away from it. More colors appeared in the smoke. Greens, reds, pinks, purples. In a moment, it looked like a rainbow was coming out of the bowl. The professors stood up from the table and glanced over at the event. The column of smoke had now risen high enough to reach the chandeliers. It's so pretty, some of the students began to point at it. This was as far as things should have gone, but it was far from over. The amount of smoke coming out of the bowl grew in size and intensity, and it began to cover the entire table. Students, stay away from the Slytherin table. Dumbledore's voice rose over the commotion in the hall. People began to jump from their seats and scramble to get away. The smoke had made it almost impossible to see anything, so they all began to trip over each other and fall to the ground. It was chaos. Uh-oh, Sirius was now looking concerned. This is bad, Remus said. So bad, Peter exclaimed. And there's more, James said. Unable to contain it any longer, the bowl of soup exploded loudly. The multicolored smoke spread over the entire great hall, covering everything and everyone within its walls. The professors tried their best to help as children screamed in panic, and everyone tried to get to the exits. This event was going to be remembered for decades to come, as the Rainbow Soup Disaster. Chapter 31, Crazy Hair Day. The next morning, the school was having a very animated breakfast, and not in a good way. Most of the school had been affected by James's potion, making their hair take on random, crazy shapes and colors that could not be removed or changed by normal means. James was sitting at the table. His hair had been lifted and taken the form of something resembling a pair of horns, while its color had changed from a dark brown to a vibrant apple green. Normally, one would gather a lot of attention if they attended breakfast with such a hairstyle, except that this time, everyone was in the same boat. Sirius's hair had become twisted into spirals and taken on a bright orange tone. Peter's hair was long and pale blonde, to the point that he could almost pass as a sibling of Lucius Malfoy. Remus's was spiky and purple. Even the professors had been affected. The headmaster's hair and beard had turned blue, while part of his mustache had become yellow, making him look extremely ridiculous, although the man didn't seem to care all that much. You said the effects would only last an hour, Sirius complained. It's been like 10 hours and we're still like this. SHHH, lower your voice, Peter hushed him. We're going to get in so much trouble if they find out it was us. The effect would have lasted an hour if you had used the correct dosage. Not to mention, the area of effect would have been a lot smaller, James glared at Sirius. How was I supposed to know it was going to be so explosive? Sirius said in his defense. So, how long is it going to last? Remus asked with serious concern. James shrugged. Who knows, but probably not more than a day. Probably, Remus repeated. Guys, Peter called. The headmaster keeps looking our way. You think he suspects something. We'd be in detention already if he did, Sirius brushed his concerns aside. But you need to stop talking, or they'll definitely find out. It is strange that we haven't been questioned about it. We'd normally be the #1 suspects when someone gets pranked, Remus pointed out. That's because we're always involved, Peter snapped. SHH, keep quiet already, Sirius exclaimed. They then heard someone sitting close by. When they turned their heads, they saw Frank Longbottom and his girlfriend Alice. Frank had very short hair, so the only change was that it had turned baby blue. Alice sat down and sighed. I look like an old hag. Her long hair was now pale white. Nonsense, Frank hurried to say. No matter what, you still look beautiful to me. Oh, Frank, you're so sweet, Alice said as they stared into each other's eyes. Get a broom closet, Sirius grumbled. Shut up, Sirius. I saw you with McKinnon the other day. It was a lot more graphic, Frank said. You're dating McKinnon? Peter asked. SHH, Sirius covered his mouth. I don't want the entire school to find out. Where's Lily? James noted that she was the only person missing from their usual group and decided to ask. Alice made a troubled face. She said she didn't want to leave the room with that pink hair she got. I don't think it was that bad, James commented. Compared to what other people got, she got lucky. I know, Alice said. I thought Lily's pink pigtails were kinda cute, to be honest. I doubt that will stop her from attending classes, Remus said. They all nodded in agreement. There was no chance of that happening. Lily ended up attending classes with a towel over her head. But she wouldn't have missed much even if she hadn't, as not much work was done that day in class. The students were too distracted, talking about what had happened the night before and commenting on everyone's hairstyle. The reactions to the prank had been very varied. Some students found it funny, some didn't care for the prank but enjoyed their new style, while others were enraged and promised payback against the perpetrators. During the day, all 4 of the marauders had gotten many knowing looks from both students and professors. Their reputation was well-earned, so they became the most obvious suspects. But only a few Slytherins had gone as far as accusing them without any evidence. After leaving their last class, the group was walking back to their common room while chatting. Are we going to be okay? Those Slytherins looked so angry at us, Peter said, looking around constantly, as if he feared an ambush at any moment. He no longer cared that much about getting detention. The fear of being beaten up was much more intense. Tusk, stop worrying about that. Those snakes won't do anything. And if they do, we'll just fight back, Sirius exclaimed. We're not pushovers. Remus nodded. For once, I agree with Sirius. If anyone tries something, we'll stick together and James, where are you going? He saw that his friend was about to head in a different direction. Oh, I was just going to my lab, James said, as if it were obvious. You know, we talked about this. Do you have to go today? Remus asked. Yeah, that seems dangerous. We should stay in the common room until the effects of the potion go away, at least, Peter suggested. People will be less angry then. No, can't do. I have some important stuff to do. I'll see you at dinner, James said with a serious tone before turning around and leaving. It's hard to take him seriously with that green, pointy hair, Sirius commented as he watched James leave. He didn't seem concerned at all, Peter said. Well, that's something that hasn't changed at least, Remus added. He never runs away from danger, or maybe he is too oblivious, who knows. Chapter 32, The Apprentice. When he arrived at the corridor leading to his lab, he found that Bellatrix was already waiting there. Her body was resting against the wall that served as the door. You shouldn't be standing there. It could draw suspicion, James told her. I could have waited inside, but it seemed kinda rude, so I waited here, she responded. I bet you were worried about stepping into another trap, like yesterday, James said, watching her smile disappear. Next time, wait somewhere less conspicuous. He then pressed the stone that opened the gate, forcing Bella to move away quickly, as she had her back resting against the wall. There's nothing to worry about now. Come in, James told her. Bella was obviously getting upset, but she kept her mouth shut for now and went inside the lab. She still made sure to look at the floor, in case there was more of that substance from yesterday, but it looked very clean. So, you didn't add any other protections after I left? I didn't say that, James said as he walked inside. She turned around to look at him with suspicion. I merely said you had nothing to worry about, as you are not an intruder today. What did you do? Bella looked around but couldn't see any traps. Don't waste your time with something so futile. You won't find it, James said as he approached one of the tables and removed the finished product before cleaning the utensils. This will be your workstation, he pointed. Bella got closer to take a better look. Everything was well organized and clean. You will be brewing batches of confusing draft today. Hold on a moment, that's just a third-year potion, Bella said. I thought you were going to teach me that brewing method of yours, the one that produces those highly concentrated potions. I am, but I told you before that the method is not that simple to use. Before you even attempt it, there are many skills that you must master beforehand. One of them is near-perfect control over the flames. The confusing draft requires several delicate changes in temperature during the brewing process for a good result. It's a good potion to practice in order to perfect that skill, James explained to her. Another reason he chose this one was because the ingredients were cheap, and she was going to waste a lot of them. Despite his reasoning, Bella didn't look too pleased. She had expected to learn something new instead of having to practice basic things. I can already tell you that my control over the temperature is already perfect. James stared at her for a moment. I can already tell you that we have a very different standard for what we consider perfect. How dare you? Bella got angry. She hated being looked down on. You won't convince me with words, James said, pointing at the cauldron behind her. Show me how good you are. If you can produce a confusing draft that is up to my standards of acceptable, we can move to something more complex. Until then, you're brewing that potion. Fine, Bellatrix finally relented. I suppose I don't need to remind you of the recipe, since it's from third year. Bella shook her head. Good, you'll find all the ingredients on those shelves, he indicated to her. While they had been speaking, several owls had entered his lab and were now waiting for his input. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do. What are all these owls doing here? Bella asked, but James had begun his routine and was no longer listening to her. Bella stared for a while at James as he moved around the laboratory with tremendous speed. He would go to one station, finish brewing some potion, and place it inside vials. Several vials went into a box before being given to one of the owls, who immediately flew out. Other owls brought ingredients that he promptly stored, or they brought notes with lists of potions that had been requested. It didn't take Bella too long to realize that James was running a business here. You're selling potions. Ignore what I'm doing and focus on your task. Our time here is limited, James told her without stopping for a moment. Bella grumbled something, but went on to get the ingredients she needed. You do realize that it's illegal to brew and sell potions without a potion master license, right? She asked as she was processing the ingredients. I am, but if you report me, you'll lose your teacher, James responded. I wasn't going to, Bella said. I don't care about something stupid like that. I'm more curious about why you even need to do something like that. Last I knew, the Potters were very wealthy. Last I knew they still are, James said. Then why do you need to sell potions if you're not in need of money? That is my family's money. I want to have my own so I can spend it on whatever I want without anyone questioning me about it. Bella turned to look at him. What are you spending it on? James glared at her. Fine, don't tell me, she huffed in annoyance before turning her attention to the potion. The fire was going. Now it was time to put in the first ingredients. While she was brewing, James finished his routine. All orders were sent, and the next batches were already in process. Done, Bella said with enthusiasm as she placed the finished potion into several vials. James picked up one of the glass vials containing a clear blue liquid and began to examine it. Wait, something occurred to Bella. You're not using me as a free worker for your potion business, right? She said with sharp eyes. If she was being taken advantage of, this was not something she would forgive. What are you talking about? James said with a bored expression. I mean, she pointed at the vial in James's hand. If you're going to be silly. Let me stop you right there. I have no intention of selling this, James said while looking at the vial in his hand. Bella was about to say something when, all of a sudden, James pulled out his wand and vanished all the potions she had made. Selling something like that would just ruin the reputation I'm trying to build. Wah, what did you do that for? I spent almost an hour preparing that, she shouted. It was not good enough. Do it again, James said. Chapter 33, The Teacher. Still wrong, do it again, James said before he vanished the potion once more. Bella slammed her hands on the table. No way, I did that potion perfectly. As I said previously, our standards for perfectly are very different, James told her. I'll have you know that I got an outstanding in every potion I made last year, Bellatrix said with an arrogant tone. James raised an eyebrow at her attitude. You think I'm judging your work at the school level?" Bella was not expecting him to ask that, but we are in school. If you're content with getting an outstanding in your OWL exams, then Professor Slughorn's classes will be more than enough, James told her. This made Bellatrix stop for a moment and think. You mean, what you asked me to teach you is something beyond the level of a potions master. That is the standard for my judgment, so I will not grade you like your school professor, James revealed to her. This shocked Bella. She knew that the method Potter had used was very advanced, far beyond school level, but she had not expected it to be by so much. If what he says is true, that would mean this is something used by grand masters like Grandpa Pollux. She glanced at Potter with inquisitive eyes. She did not feel like she was being deceived, but this would mean that the boy in front of her was on par with the man she admired the most. Now that you understand how difficult this task truly is, it's okay if you want to give up. I won't look down on you for that, James said. Who said I'm giving up? She glared at him. Bellatrix Black doesn't give up. If I said that I was going to learn it, then I will do that. James was half hoping that she would forget about this and leave, although that would put his secret in danger. Fine then, he pointed at the cauldron. Try again. Wait, can't you show me how it's done correctly? I won't learn if I don't know what I'm doing wrong, Bella said. James nodded. Not bad. It only took you 2 failures before thinking about asking for guidance. He approached the workstation and began to prepare a batch of ingredients. Bella glared at him with shock. If I hadn't asked you, were you ever going to help me? No, James said as he continued to cut the ingredients. But then I would never have had the chance to improve, Bella exclaimed. That's correct, James agreed. You are the worst teacher I've ever seen, Bella said with frustration. James stopped cutting and turned to look at her. I am the best teacher you will ever have. Bellatrix was taken aback by James' level of confidence, especially because he didn't sound arrogant or entitled when he said it. She felt that he had the skills and knowledge to back it up. Honestly, what happened to you, Potter? If it weren't for that stupid prank you and your friends pulled yesterday and that ridiculous green hair you have now, I would never believe that you're not an imposter who took over Potter's body. Don't waste your time thinking about me and focus on the process. I'm about to begin, and I don't like repeating myself, James said. Who's thinking about you? Bella huffed. Still, she approached the cauldron and paid attention to what James was doing. She expected him to just go through the motions and not say anything, but he began to explain the process as he brewed the potion, going into great detail about temperature control and the mystery of the flame. Bellatrix became surprised at how well-articulated his explanations were, as if he had done it 1,000,000 times before. She barely noticed how much time had passed when James finished the concoction and placed the liquid into several glass vials. Notice the difference, James asked. She did not want to admit it, but she did. The difference became much clearer now that James was using the same brewing method as everyone else, one where she had a way to compare. James took one of the vials and handed it to her to examine. This is the result I want. It's a lot darker, she said. That was the first thing she noticed. The color mentioned in the book was a light blue, like she had produced before, but the one made by James was a much darker blue. That's because I didn't lose any of the ingredients' properties during the process. That's why controlling the temperature is so important. Every time you go a bit above or below, your potion is becoming gradually worse. She noted that the scent coming from the potion was also much more potent. Incredible, she couldn't help but say. Previously, she had thought that James could only produce those incredible potions because he had learned that strange brewing method. But this time, he had used the exact same tools and procedure as everyone else and still got a much better result based solely on his skills. Can I do that? Bella began to wonder if she was good enough. Bellatrix shook her head and slapped her cheeks. No, of course I can. If Potter can do this, so can I. She could not allow doubts to invade her mind. James ignored her little outburst, ready to try again. Yes, IW. She was interrupted by a sudden loud noise coming from the corner, where a large jar filled with some dark liquid was placed above a flame. Just as she looked over there, she heard it again, and she also saw the jar shaking. Why is that jar moving so much? It's almost like. James looked over. It seems like it's ready to wake up. Bella's eyes opened wide. Wait, is there something alive in there? I wouldn't really call it alive, James said nonchalantly. Chapter 34, the first one. Then what would you call it? There is something moving inside that glass container. Bella pointed at the object in question while also taking a step back. James' expression showed his displeasure. He had not wanted Bella to see this, but it was too late for regrets now. He could not stop the process now. Otherwise, the experiment would likely fail, and he would have wasted some very precious materials that he could not afford to replace at the moment. He moved in front of the glass vial and used his wand to perform some scans on the magical wavelength of the subject. Tusk, it's a bit too soon for it to hatch. He hurried to control the temperature of the flame before moving quickly to the ingredients cabinet. Wait, hatch! Bella narrowed her eyes, trying to peer inside the glass vial, but the liquid inside was too dark to get a good look. Whatever that substance was, it was almost black in color and very thick. When James increased the intensity of the flames, the liquid began to bubble violently. James picked up a small wooden box from the shelves and hurried back to the glass container before dumping its contents on top of the black substance. Then he took a step back and observed it carefully. Bella could see the changes immediately. The black substance was turning more liquid, and the color was clearing up, allowing her to finally see what was inside. Is that an egg? It had at least the shape of an egg, except it was over 10 times the size of a normal one and had a vibrant red color. What kind of? Wait, it's changing. Bellatrix noted that the tone of the egg's color was getting darker at the same time the liquid was getting lighter as if it were absorbing something from it. James didn't bother answering Bella's incessant questions, as this was not the moment for that. Soon enough, the liquid had turned as clear as water, while the egg had become pitch black. Once in a while, it would also move and collide with the glass of the container, making loud cracking noises. It's going to break the glass, Bella pointed out while also increasing her distance from the object. I can only wait now, James muttered. He had done everything he needed to do. Whether this experiment was a success or not, he would see soon enough. Just as Bella had said, the egg ended up shattering the glass in one of its movements. As soon as it did this, it also fell down from the table and hit the floor. James cleaned the mess with a simple wave of his wand and continued to look at the egg. There were many cracks across its surface, and more were being made every second. What kind of creature did you put in there, Potter? Bella approached a bit but remained behind James, just in case she had to use him as a shield. More pieces of the eggshell cracked, and they began to hear noises emanating from the creature inside. They sounded like a mixture between a bird and a lizard. Finally, a small pale paw emerged from the cracked shell. Emmett. What is that? Bella asked again. Come on, little guy, get out of there already, James spoke to the creature inside the egg. As if the being inside had heard and understood his words, it seemed to redouble its efforts to exit its shell prison. Wait, Bella's face went even paler from the shock. That's, she pointed at the creature as it escaped the egg. The little one shook its body rapidly to release the stuck pieces of shell. Caillou, it let out a loud cry and looked toward James and Bella with curiosity. That's a dragon, Bella finally said with shock. It is not a dragon, James corrected her. Caillou, the little creature now looked confused. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but you are not a dragon, James told the newborn. Caillou. Look what you did, Bella scolded him. You made him sad. Was I supposed to lie? James raised an eyebrow. But if it's not a dragon, then what is it? She asked. Caillou, the little guy also seemed interested in knowing. It is a very advanced artificial magical construct, in other words, a chimera, James explained. A chimera? Bella vaguely knew about those. But you said it wasn't alive. Aren't chimeras supposed to be combinations of different living creatures? Caillou, the little one stood tall on its forelegs and moved its wings a bit as if saying, Yes, I am alive. It has some similarities with living creatures, but ultimately it works differently. And compared to whatever chimera you've read about in old alchemy books, my creation is centuries ahead of those. James said with pride. Caillou, the creature puffed its chest. It is kinda cute though, Bella commented. James almost dropped his wand from the shock. Did I just hear Bellatrix, the mad witch, Lestrange calling a small creature cute? He must have heard that wrong. He gave her a side glance. Bella was looking at the construct with a warm smile on her face. He had never seen her like this. She looked almost human now. James moved back to observe his creation. He had to admit that she was right about that. The little guy was very adorable in its current state. It had a draconic look, standing on 4 legs with a pair of small wings on its back. Its scales were pristine white, and it had a pair of large blue eyes. Are you going to name him? Bella asked. James hadn't thought about that yet since he didn't expect it to awaken this early. Sure, let's go with 1. Caillou. That's not a name, that's a number, you doofus, Bella huffed. But he is the first one. He had never put much effort into the naming part of the process. This was something that his students had often called him out for. Fine then, what about primum? Primum, it means the first. I suppose it at least sounds like a name, Bella said. Caillou. The little guy seems to like it, Bella chuckled. Wait, does that mean you are planning on making more? Chapter 35, Caught Together. Is it okay to leave that little guy alone in there? Bella asked as they left the laboratory. It has just hatched, and even if it doesn't look like it, it hasn't finished forming yet, so it's best if it stays in there for now. James didn't go into more details, like the unusually quick development of the chimera. It had woken up at least a week too early, and he still wasn't sure why or if it would lead to complications down the line. Anyway, just make sure not to mention its existence to anyone. He couldn't believe he was trusting this girl to keep a secret in his behalf, but here we were. Of course, I wouldn't want little Caillou to be taken away, she responded with confidence. James detected something in her tone that he did not expect to find. There was a hint of joy while she spoke of the construct. For just a moment, he almost entertained the idea that this version of Bellatrix might not end up following the same path as the one he once knew. But then he realized he was being too naive. When it came to someone like Peter Pettigrew, he was willing to give the boy a chance because, even after all his bad choices, he remembered how Peter showed some remorse in the end. He had probably regretted his path much earlier than that, but didn't have the courage to act on it. Bellatrix Lestrange was a different beast. She never showed an ounce of shame about her actions or compassion for another living being. She was the closest thing to pure evil that someone could be, only losing slightly to the likes of Voldemort. Was the Bellatrix I knew the result of her upbringing, or was she always meant to become an evil witch? James wondered. What is it? Bella noticed him staring at her too much. Did you call it Caillou? That's not its name. It's primum, James said. Bella shrugged. I think it fits him. He's always saying that, she smiled. Odd. James had no other word to describe her reactions. They were now approaching the stairs leading to the 5th floor, and he was about to suggest taking different paths since it would be bad if someone saw them walking around together. Bloody hell, Bella's expression changed to one of anger and concern. James followed her sight and understood why. There was a group of Slytherin seniors standing at the bottom of the stairs, looking directly at them. I guess it's too late to take different paths. James could only come up with one excuse for the two of them to be together on the 6th floor. We just came out of Professor Slughorn's office, okay? Bella said to him in a soft tone before getting ahead of him and approaching the boys. That's what I was going to suggest, James thought. He recognized 2 individuals from the group, Lucius Malfoy and Rabaston Lestrange, the younger and less talented brother of Rodolphus. The others, he had no idea. Perhaps he could recall hearing some of their names if he heard them, but their faces told him nothing. Since Lucius and Rabaston were in 6th year, it was safe to assume that the rest were too. Look who it is, little Bella and a Gryffindor, one of the boys chuckled. Yeah, how suspicious, another one added. They seemed to find the situation amusing. However, neither Rabaston nor Lucius seemed to agree with that sentiment. Get out of my way, Bella huffed. What were you doing with that Gryffindor up there? Rabaston narrowed his eyes while looking at James. That's the Potter heir, I believe, Lucius commented. That's none of your business. Now let us pass, Bella said. None of my business? Rabistan's frown deepened. You are engaged to my elder brother. You will soon be part of my house. The things that you do will reflect on us, and if you're fooling around with some Gryffindor boy, the consequences. Let me stop you before you come to some stupid conclusion. Potter and I were called to Professor Slughorn's office to talk about some potion we made in class. That's all. Now let. Wait, did you say Potter? One of the other Slytherin boys reacted after hearing the name. Isn't he one of that group of pranksters? You mean the one who screwed up our hair? Is that so? Was that you, Potter? Rabistan raised an eyebrow. Well, as the sixth-year prefect, I cannot allow such acts. What are you getting at? Bella was getting concerned. You know, Rab, there are no students nearby, one of the boys said. Rabistan turned to him for a moment. Then keep it that way. The other 3 Slytherin boys took off to make sure no one came this way, while Rabistan and Lucius stood there, blocking the staircase. I'm surprised you're not trying to run away, Potter, Lucius said. Is this the Gryffindor bravery or perhaps the Gryffindor stupidity? Rabistan, you can't attack other students for no reason. Come on, let's just go and leave the stupid Gryffindor be. Bella tried to defuse the situation. But Rabistan was not in the mood to hear her right now. He pointed his wand at her. You can stay out of this, Bella. I'm sure my brother will want to have a word with you later on. His eyes then moved to look at James. And you, Potter, you're going to learn that actions have consequences and to keep your stupid pranks off my house. James observed the 2 boys. Rabistan was now pointing his wand at him, while Lucius merely held his in hand, just in case he had to help. Do you have nothing to say? Lucius asked. Is the fear keeping you in check? I am not a person who is fond of violence, James told them. But if you think for a second that I will be afraid of 2 boys with no combat experience whatsoever, then I will have to disappoint you. Chapter 36, What Happens in Slytherin. Rabistan was the first one to shoot at him. Despite the silent casting, James could tell it was a stinging hex, a very common one used among students. It is very painful but leaves no marks as evidence. Rabistan's choice to aim it at his face had been particularly nasty. But this also made it easy for James to avoid it by just moving his head. At the same time, his wand went through the motions. Impedimenta. His jinx was much faster and aimed at Rabistan's chest, so it managed to hit. This slowed Rabistan down tremendously, so James changed targets to Lucius before he could act. Duckleforce, a flash of light hit Malfoy on the face, and the next instant he was transformed into a duck. PFF, Bella had to muffle a chuckle. James could understand why. Even in his duck form, Lucius Malfoy remained very elegant, with lustrous long blonde hair and some black and green robes that had been adjusted to the size of the duck. Rabistan was preparing to dispel his jinx and remove the slowness of his movements. Inflatus. James aimed his wand at Rabistan, and this one began to inflate like a balloon before floating into the air and hitting the ceiling of the chamber. The entire encounter was over in less than 5 seconds. With his business concluded, James strolled past Bella. She glanced at him and seemed like she wanted to say something but remained quiet, so James continued walking. The 3 boys who were chuckling before and guarding the hallway moved aside the moment James approached them. After realizing that their target knew how to fight back, all their bravery vanished in an instant and they turned into scared children. It was almost curfew time, so James decided to go directly to his bedroom and put an end to this eventful day. Next day, Westinner Garden. This guy is crazy. Sirius leaned closer to him and whispered. Why would he bring those here? Peter took a step back and was getting ready to sprint for the door if necessary. James didn't know what they were complaining about. These Care of Magical Creatures classes were the most entertaining ones of them all. Today, Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn had brought some large spiders to show them. He had decided against sharing what happened the previous night. Knowing Sirius, he would have tried to do something reckless and create more trouble for everyone. His attention went back to Professor Sylvanus. Speaking of reckless, this is an acromantula, an A-tide, hairy spider with a taste for human flesh. They are native to the rainforests of Southeast Asia, but I picked this one up from the Black Forest, right next to Hogwarts. They are extremely dangerous, the professor said. Then why are you handling it? A student exclaimed. More than that, why is he using his non-prosthetic hand? James wondered. The mystery of how this man lost a hand and an eye was becoming less of a mystery. Wait, those things live next to the school, Peter exclaimed. The professor found their reaction very funny, apparently. Worry not, they never leave the forest, and this one in my hands is very docile. I heard a story about a student who died in Hogwarts, bitten by one of those like 30 years ago, someone mentioned. So they do get into the castle, Peter snapped. Haha, you guys worry too much about these things. That probably won't happen again, the professor chuckled. Probably, Sirius raised an eyebrow. Maybe we should switch to ancient runes after all. Right, Peter loved the idea. James ignored his friend's antics for a moment and glanced towards Bellatrix. She had stood there during the whole class and said nothing. She wouldn't even look his way. James also found it strange that he was not called to the headmaster's office after yesterday's stunt. He supposed that the Slytherin boys hadn't wanted to call attention to the fact that they attacked a younger student and got defeated instead. Not to mention that Rabastan had been made a prefect for some reason. He decided to forget about the incident and focus on more productive endeavors. His time was too valuable to waste on childish conflicts, so as long as those Slytherin boys were willing to let things go, he would do the same. Although part of him told him that this was unlikely to happen. If Lucius was anything like his future son, he would not let go of this grudge that easily. The class concluded without the professor getting bitten by the acromantula he had been holding the entire time, but James was still not sure if this was evidence of the man's skills or luck. The Slytherin students began to leave the garden first, and it was then that James saw something that caught his interest. As Bella passed by his side, he saw there was a red mark on her right cheek that she hurried to cover with her hair. What happens in the Slytherin house stays in the Slytherin house. James recalled an old expression he had heard several times during his previous stay at this castle. Pureblood wizards and witches from important families cared too much about appearances. As such, they reached a mutual agreement that any scandals and dramas that occurred inside their house would never leave those walls. Like an argument between a young girl and her fiancé with a fiery temperament. If Rabastan was angry enough to attack him just because he saw him with her, Rodolphus' reaction must have been much more explosive. Without realizing it, he was clenching his fists. James, Peter called for him. You okay, buddy? Sirius asked. I'm fine. Why? James turned to them. You were making a scary face, Peter told him. I had a scary face. Sirius nodded. You did look upset. Did something happen? No, nothing important. Don't worry about it. James brushed their concerns off. His amber eyes moved back to look at the Slytherins as they left. I cannot be concerning myself with what happens to her. Surely, there were better uses for his time. Or people more deserving of his attention, like his closest friends, Lily, Alice, or Frank. Even Snape would be more deserving of redemption than her. Tusk, how annoying. His mind kept wandering off. Chapter 37, A Cruel Family. The next 2 weeks passed quietly. October arrived, and the students fell into their routines of classes, homework, and socialization. James continued working at his 2 labs as planned. One of the 2 alchemy projects he had running inside his briefcase lab was nearing completion, while the other still lacked some crucial components. His potion business in his secondary laboratory was doing great, and he was starting to make some serious money. This was a double-edged sword, however, because as his name gained fame, it was only a matter of time before someone realized he was just a Hogwarts student. Some sellers wouldn't care, as long as he could produce high-quality potions, while others would certainly cut contact with him if they discovered the truth. After all, buying potions from an unlicensed potioneer would come with serious risks if the Ministry were to find out. The artificial draconic chimera he called Primum had finished its development and could be considered a success. And Bella had not visited the lab again. 3 Broomsticks, Hogsmeade. What can you tell me about Bellatrix's parents? James asked. Sirius turned to look at him, as if he had grown a second head. What's with that question all of a sudden? I was merely curious. James noted the stares of all his friends on him. You're curious about Bellatrix Black? Remus looked around to make sure no one had heard them. Luckily, their table was in a corner, and there weren't many people at the pub today. That girl is so scary, Peter said, but the people she's always with are even worse. Are you getting tired of chasing after Lily? I thought she was finally starting to like you back, Sirius said. This has nothing to do with Lily. We get along just fine, James responded. It was true that he was getting along with her. They both shared a fervent passion for academic matters and had even gone to the library together a few times. Did you lose interest in her? Sirius leaned closer. Because I can introduce you to a few nice girls if you want. James frowned. You seem to be misinterpreting my intentions quite badly. Forget my question then. Don't get mad, I was just joking, Sirius said, finishing his butterbeer and placing the jar down. But fine, if you want to know so badly about my cousin, I'll tell you about her. Let's see, Cygnus Black and Drula Black, née Rosier, are my beloved uncle and aunt. If I had to describe them with one word, that word would be nasty. Double that for Aunt Drula. I thought your parents were already bad enough, Remus commented. They didn't know much about Sirius's family because he never wanted to talk about them, except for the occasional comment about his little brother, Regulus. But they had heard a few tales about his mother, Walburga Black, and some of the punishments she had inflicted on him. My parents are extremely strict and always want me and my brother to be the perfect examples of what they deem a proper wizard from an ancient family. Before I got sorted into Gryffindor and decided I wanted nothing to do with their stupid pureblood legacy. They weren't that bad as parents. Mother is usually nice to Regulus, and father is, at the very least, somewhat polite to me even now. But so your aunt and uncle are even worse? Peter asked. He found it hard to believe. He had once heard that Sirius's mother locked him inside a tiny closet with no food or water for 3 days just because he refused to use a curse on the house elf after it made a mistake. You could say it's mostly my Aunt Drula. My uncle has a weak personality and just goes along with whatever she says, most of the time at least, Sirius explained. What makes them so bad? Remus asked. Well, at the very least, as long as I follow their rules, my parents leave me alone. And although their punishments were bad, they never crossed certain lines. I can't say the same about my aunt. Sirius's voice grew grave. What do you mean exactly? James wanted to know more. He wished to understand what kind of household Bellatrix had grown up in. Let me just say that the Cruciatus curse was used many times inside the walls of the Black Mansion, and most of those times, it was done by my Aunt Drula's wand. She used one of the unforgivables at home and on her own daughters. Remus looked shocked. A single use of one of those curses was enough to land someone a lifetime in Azkaban. To think that someone would use it to punish their own children was hard to imagine. Yeah, I still remember hearing the screams of my cousins from my room, but of the 3 sisters, my aunt seemed to have a special grudge against the middle one. I don't know why, but she was always the harshest with Bella. That would explain a lot, like her terrible personality, Remus said. Yes, I'd also be angry all the time if I had parents like that, Peter added. Sirius turned to look at James. Well, you wanted to know what type of people my aunt and uncle were. Now you know, they're the worst you can imagine. James nodded. Thank you for sharing this. I know you don't like to talk about your family. Sirius shrugged. It's fine. I only have to see them during the summers now, but if you want to repay me, you can take care of the next round of butterbeers. I can do that much at least, James said, raising his hand to make the order while his mind processed the information Sirius had given him. He had always considered his original childhood with the Dursleys to have been terrible, and it was, but he had never stopped to think that it could have been even worse. And it appeared that Bella had experienced one of those. That might not excuse her actions, but at the very least, it offered some explanation for why she was so eager to join someone like Voldemort. Chapter 38, Rough Play. Quidditch Field, Friday afternoon. Gryffindor versus Slytherin, 60 minutes in, score, 50 to 120. This is not good, Peter muttered, if we can't score a lot of points soon. There's no way for that to happen, Frank Longbottom said. Remember, unlike the official adult tournaments, these games end after 90 minutes. So they need to score 8 times in 30 minutes, Alice added. And Sirius can't let a single point in, Frank said. That does seem unlikely, James commented. Shouldn't you be down there? Peter glanced at him. Why, our seeker is already playing, James pointed out. And he's our only chance of winning at this point, Remus said. That's right. If Brian Jones can get the snitch, we'll get 150 points and end the game immediately, Peter said excitedly. You think the Slytherins don't realize that? Look, Frank pointed to where the 2 seekers were flying. One of the Slytherin beaters had left his normal position and moved closer to the seekers. Even the 3 chasers kept glaring in that direction. Their intentions were obvious. If the snitch were to appear, they were going to charge straight for the enemy seeker to prevent any catch. There it is. As soon as James said it, they spotted a golden glimmer appearing from within the clouds. Finally, Peter said excitedly. The golden ball had flown upward at the beginning of the game and waited until now to make an appearance. As expected, both seekers went directly for it without wasting a second. Brian Jones, the 7th-year seeker from Gryffindor, seemed to have a slight advantage, but was closely followed by the Slytherin seeker. Once he was close to the snitch, he reached out to grab it. Ah! A bludger hit his back and made him lose his balance. Those cheaters, Peter shouted in frustration. That's not cheating, James pointed out. At most, it could be considered rough play since that guy was originally aiming for his head, but didn't account for the wind. Brian recovered and resumed the pursuit of the snitch. This time, he was the one right behind his opponent. They both kept on chasing it as it began to make sharp turns and descended toward the audience stands. He's getting closer, Peter stood up from his seat. Our seeker seems to be a much better flyer after all, Frank commented. More experienced as well, James added, but still very naive. Remus glanced at James after his last comment. What do you? Oh, then he saw it. On the other side of the stands, one of the Slytherin chasers and a beater were floating, waiting for the right moment. The Slytherin seeker came out right after the snitch, but when Brian was about to emerge, he found himself on a collision course with the chaser. He quickly corrected his broom to avoid the chaser, but just then, the beater used his bat to hit Brian's broom, sending him flying downward. Now that is cheating, James pointed. The grounds of the Quidditch field were enchanted with a softening charm, but falling from that height and at that speed was still extremely dangerous. Poor Brian Jones broke both legs as soon as he landed, and the subsequent tumbling dislocated his shoulder, as well as causing dozens of bruises all over his body. The poor boy was laying on the ground and screaming in agony. Stop the game, the voice of the headmaster resounded across the stadium. All the players stood in place, while the school nurse rushed across the field to reach the fallen player. That's awful, Lily covered her mouth in shock. None of them had ever seen a player get hurt this badly. Is he going to be okay? Peter asked. I'm sure the healer can fix him, right? Alice wasn't sure. If not, they'll send him to St. Mungo's. Let's just hope he doesn't end up with any permanent injuries, Frank said. As soon as the headmaster called for the game to stop, the referee took control of the balls and reset their positions while waiting for further instructions. Mr. Dumbledore, should we cancel the game, or? Dumbledore glanced at the referee. Get those 2 players involved off the field, and I want to see them in my office before curfew. You 2 out. He pointed at the Slytherin chaser and beater before approaching the Gryffindor team captain. Mr. Bell, do you have a replacement for the position of seeker? If not, I'm afraid. We do have one, a replacement, Charlie Bell said, looking toward the stands where he knew James was sitting. Well, James, it appears you're needed, Remus said, nudging him. James is finally going to do something. That's awesome, Peter exclaimed. Don't be afraid of messing up, James. Just go out there and play the best you can, Frank said, trying to sound reassuring. James nodded and stood up. I bet no one is expecting much from a reserve, he thought. He made a gesture with his hand, and the miniaturizing charm he had placed on his broom was removed, allowing it to return to its normal size. James placed the broom against the railing, put one foot on it, and made it levitate. On the Slytherin stands, 3 sisters were watching the game together. "I can't believe they did that to the poor boy," Andromeda frowned. "That's the game, he should have been better prepared," Bella huffed. "Do they even have a replacement seeker, or is the game over already?" Narcissa asked. "I heard they did recruit a replacement, but I've never seen him," Lucius told her. "Wait, there's someone taking off from the Gryffindor stands," Andromeda pointed out. Bella looked in shock at who it was. "Potter," Lucius's expression turned into a scowl. He hadn't forgotten the humiliation he had suffered at this boy's hands. "If he's one of the players, why was he sitting in the stands?" Narcissa asked. "Perhaps he never expected to play," Andromeda said. "That must mean he's terrible. This will be over quickly," Narcissa said before looking at Lucius. "Then we can go on a romantic walk through the gardens," she added, though Lucius wasn't paying her any attention. Bella stared at the floating figure of James Potter as he moved toward the other players. Can he actually play Quidditch? Right now, she couldn't imagine James doing anything other than brewing potions. Chapter 39, The Reserve Goes to Play. Potter, Charlie Bell, the current captain of the team, floated closer to him. "Looks like you'll have a chance to play a bit earlier than anticipated." "It does seem like that." James didn't feel like saying much. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as he hovered over the Quidditch stadium. He hadn't played much after graduating from Hogwarts, so this truly brought him back to his teen years. Captain Bell and the rest of the players took this as a sign of nerves. "Look, Potter, I won't mince my words," Captain Bell said. "Things are looking rough, and our chances of winning are practically zero unless you can catch that golden snitch." "Be careful, James," Sirius warned him. "Those Slytherins are playing dirty." "Yes, the moment you get close to the snitch, you can be sure the other team will do anything to stop you," Marlene McKinnon told him. "Our beaters will also be trying to knock their seeker out," the captain said. "But McKinnon is right. Be very careful, Potter. If you find yourself cornered, I won't blame you if you decide to give up the snitch." Bell didn't like the idea of losing the game, but having their new seeker end up in the hospital would be even worse. The referee called for them. "Gryffindors, I'm sorry, but there's no more free time. We have to restart the game, unless you wish to concede." "We are not conceding," Sirius exclaimed. Captain Bell looked around at his teammates' faces. "My team will continue. We have a reserve seeker." The referee glanced at James for a second since he had never seen him before. "Right. Well then, good luck. Everyone, get to your positions. We're about to start. There are only 25 minutes left. We're losing by 70 points. We cannot let them score anymore," the captain said. The group then went to their positions, and the referee gave the signal to restart the game while releasing the balls into the air. James saw the glimmer of the golden snitch, ascending at a tremendous pace. He had gotten very familiar with his current broom. The Comet 220 had no chance of catching up to it until it slowed down a bit. All he could do was move a bit closer and wait for the opportunity. The enemy seeker, as well as the 2 Slytherin beaters, were mostly keeping an eye on James since he was Gryffindor's only chance to win the game. James saw the snitch stop before reaching the clouds and move back down in the direction of the Ravenclaw stands, right on the other side of the field. Without hesitation, he directed his broom toward it, but his opponents had done the same. James saw that the beaters on his team were also approaching, but they were still too far away to be of much help, while the Slytherin players were much closer to the stands. He heard the captain and other players yell at him as he flew away from them. James could not hear their words through the loud wind currents, but he could still guess what they were thinking. They must be afraid that he would suffer the same fate as the previous seeker. The golden snitch continued to fly and passed beneath the wooden structure of the Ravenclaw stands before making a pass behind it. This was the moment the 2 beaters were waiting for. They were now completely out of view from the audience, as well as the teachers. The snitch was close by, but the Slytherin seeker didn't even attempt to go for it. His attention, and that of the 2 beaters, was now on James, who had yet to slow down and flew directly for his target. James noted that the 2 beaters were very close to each other, so he flew directly between them. "Take this." "You're going down, Potter." As soon as he was in their range, the beaters swung their bats with all the force they had. All James had to do was release the grip on his legs and allow his body to drop beneath his broom as he passed. Shite. Ouch. As James expected, the beaters ended up hitting each other instead of him. One received an impact on the shoulder, while the other got it right on the side of his head, almost knocking him out. There was still the Slytherin seeker in his way now. The sixth-year, black-haired boy was looking at James with an expression of surprise and concern. His previous cocky smile had vanished. The boy glanced at the snitch and decided it was better to forget their previous idea of beating James out and just go for the ball to end the game. After all, he was still much closer to it. All of a sudden, the Slytherin seeker found himself surrounded by a black smoke that covered his vision. Ah, what is this? I can't see. The poor boy had missed the moment when James threw an obfuscating potion in his direction. With his eyesight compromised, he ended up hitting a wooden pillar and lost control of his broom. What a gullible boy. Both sides can play a bit dirty. James' broom would have no chance of outrunning his opponents. That rich lad was using the latest clean sweep model, and it was much faster than his own. I believe there was no rule against the use of potions during a match, not yet, at least. James had glanced over the current rules during the summer and didn't recall reading about that rule, even though it was clearly there during his school years as Harry Potter. In any case, with the opponent seeker out of commission, James continued to chase the snitch until it flew back into the open field. He could hear the commentator yelling hysterically as he made a reappearance, while also wondering where the Slytherin players were. James saw the snitch making a dive toward the ground and went for it. The enchanted ball was designed with a speed limit, so even if it did that, its momentum would be maintained. Magical brooms, however, can benefit from an increase in speed when making a sharp dive. In a few seconds, James was right behind the golden snitch. Every pair of eyes in the stadium was now on him. Come here already. He grabbed hold of the damn thing when he was just a few feet away from hitting the ground, and his broom made some nasty creaking noises as he corrected the course to avoid the collision. It had been a bit closer than anticipated, but the job is done. He lifted his hand in the air to show the golden snitch carefully held in his grasp. The Gryffindor seeker has caught the golden snitch. The announcer didn't even know his name, but was still excited for his team's win. The game is over. Gryffindor is the winner. The crowd went crazy. Chapter 40, Dinner Party. I'm a bit nervous. James watched as Lily adjusted her dress again. It's just a dinner reception with other students and one professor. There's nothing to be nervous about, James told her. It was Sunday night, and Slughorn had given them invitations to his first dinner party of the year. Since they had both been invited to attend, James suggested Lily come with him, and she happily accepted. The most distinguished students in the entire school will be there, Lily said. Distinguished was not one word I would use. He knew that Slughorn's intentions with these parties was to create connections with students who he deemed would become influential in the future, so he could then make use of those connections for his own benefit. But he'd rather not tell Lily that. And you are one of them, James reminded her. You're not here as anyone's date, you're here because your talents have been noticed. During his original childhood, he had often heard his professors speak highly of his mother. They frequently talked about how smart and brilliant she was. After personally meeting this young version of Lily Potter, he could already see that those comments were quite accurate. Despite only being in her 4th year, she had shown tremendous potential for magic. This was very easy to see for someone such as him. Lily felt her cheeks heat up at the simple compliment. Thanks. The two of them walked up to the 6th floor and opened the door to Slughorn's office. James heard Lily mutter a comment about being late when she saw that all the other students were already there. It wasn't too crowded, but James counted 8 more people, plus the professor himself. Ah, Mr. Potter and Miss Evans are here. Please, take your seats, and then we can commence. The professor invited them in with a warm smile. This came in contrast to the expressions on the other students' faces. Bellatrix had arrived accompanied by her fiancé, Rodolphus Lestrange, who was staring at James as if he were ready to jump out of his seat and rip his head off. Now, James wasn't sure if this was because Rodolphus had seen him walking closely with Bella, or because of the way he had defeated their Quidditch team the other day. There had been a lot of talk after that match. His use of potions to blind the enemy seeker had been called out, but ultimately, it wasn't specifically against the rules, so it was allowed. However, James was strongly advised against using such methods again. Bellatrix seemed to be avoiding glancing at him altogether, and he couldn't blame her for that. Her fiancé seems like the jealous plus violent type. A terrible combination. Perhaps there was another reason for her avoidance. James considered for a moment if she was trying to protect him from her jealous fiancé's wrath by pretending he didn't exist. But then again, maybe he was giving her too much credit. Next to them were Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Black as his date. Lucius was much better than his friend at pretending to be courteous, but the coldness in his eyes couldn't be hidden. There were two more couples that James didn't recognize, but they wore the colors of the Ravenclaw house. They do look somewhat familiar, though, James thought as he observed their facial features. So now we're inviting students based on their sports accomplishments, Lucius commented. If you can even call that an accomplishment. Oh, not at all, Slughorn responded. When I invited Mr. Potter, I wasn't even aware he played Quidditch. Seeing him in the other day's game was quite the surprise. HMPH, who says he can play? He just won with a dirty trick, Rodolphus scoffed. According to the rules, it was not an illegal move, one of the Ravenclaw boys said. And if I recall correctly, Slytherin did its own share of dirty tricks that day. He was a young black man with a kufi hat and blue robes. He was definitely a senior student, perhaps in his 6th or 7th year. They did. Poor Brian Jones spent the entire day in St. Mungo's getting his bones fixed, Lily added. Rabastan reacted to this. The mudblood got what he deserved, he said, making sure to say it while looking directly at Lily. Now, let's keep this polite, Mr. Lestrange. We don't use that word here, Slughorn scolded him, though he still kept a soft tone. And let us move away from Quidditch. I can agree with that, the Black Ravenclaw student said, looking toward James. And I am personally curious about Mr. Potter's presence here, if it's not Quidditch related. I thought I knew about all the most outstanding students in Hogwarts. Oh, I have recently discovered that Mr. Potter has quite the unusual talent for potion making. He has shown me very outstanding results so far, and I am looking forward to what he can accomplish in the future with those skills, Slughorn told him. Potions? The young man muttered. If I recall my lessons in the history of magical families correctly, the Potters have produced many notable potion masters and alchemists in the past, but many generations have passed since then. Then perhaps it's time for another one, Slughorn said, making a gesture with his wand. Several drinks and snacks appeared on the table. Help yourselves to whatever you wish. I don't see any fire whiskey here, Rabastan frowned. You want to get drunk in front of a professor? Idiot, Bella huffed. What did you call me? Rabastan was already starting to lose his cool. Lucius hurried to put a hand on his shoulder and whispered something in his ear. Lestrange glanced around the table and seemed to calm down a bit after that. Slughorn cleared his throat. My apologies, Mr. Lestrange, but I'm sure you'll understand that I cannot serve alcohol during a student dinner party. The event only lasted a couple of hours, and they managed to have a mostly polite conversation during the whole time. Rabastan barely spoke after his first outburst, and Bellatrix seemed to be in a bad mood. She didn't say a single word to James and wouldn't even look in his direction. James and Lily mostly spoke with the black young man, who he then found out was none other than Kingsley Shacklebolt. He shouldn't have been surprised to find this person here. Shacklebolt had always been a very talented man, and if things went the same way, he would one day become the Minister of Magic. But what surprised him the most was to learn that the other Ravenclaw boy was Gilderoy Lockhart. He personally remembered that Lockhart had always been a terrible student, and his later accomplishments were all thanks to his unusual affinity with memory charms, which allowed him to take credit for other, more talented people's achievements. James decided to keep an eye on Lockhart to make sure he wasn't doing anything nefarious at school. The dinner party ended, and James made sure to escort Lily to the common room afterward. It was only as he was exiting the room that James finally caught a glimpse of Bella staring at him, while Rabistan was distracted speaking with Lucius. Her lips were locked into her usual frown, but James saw something else in her vibrant purple eyes. She looked sad, James thought. Chapter 41, Official Disciple. A few days passed after the dinner at Slughorn's office. The date for Remus's transformation was getting closer, but this time he was better prepared to create his potion. He was fully intent on creating something better than the regular wolfsbane potion, and he knew he had the skills to do it. However, that would take quite a bit of time, so for now, he was going to brew the regular version. It would still be better than the rushed one he gave Remus the last time, and James was sure that his friend would be delighted with the effect. With that in mind, James made his way to his laboratory on the 6th floor. He spotted something strange when he got closer to the corner, with the painting that hid the key to enter the room. There was a small distortion in the light. "I thought you weren't going to come back, Bellatrix." As he said this, he noted the distortion becoming more accentuated, and he also heard a pair of shoes tapping on the stone floor. "How did you know I was there?" Bella asked before canceling her invisibility charm. "I've been practicing that charm for over a week." "You need more practice, then," James said in a casual tone as he opened the entrance to his lab. The light distortion only told him that someone was hiding with a disillusionment charm. Calling Bella out had been nothing more than a guess, based on the fact that she was the only one who should know about this place, other than the professors, but they would have no reason to hide from him. He stopped after going through the door and glanced back at the girl. She had remained standing there, just looking inside the lab. "Are you coming in or not?" She looked troubled about something. "You're going to be spotted if you remain standing there. I advise you to enter if that's what's worrying you." This made her react. Bella looked around to make sure no one was close by and then hurried inside the room. Once she was inside, James closed the door and walked to his workstation to begin preparing what he needed. "I shouldn't be here," Bella said. "Then why are?" Caillou. After giving a cry of joy, the little creature jumped from one of the upper shelves and flew into Bella's arms. "You can fly," Bella said with shock as she grabbed onto it. The wings weren't there for decoration. James gave them a sidelong glance. Primum just needed a bit of time to finish its development since it had hatched before it was completely ready. There, Bella caressed the creature with a warm smile on her face. "Did you miss me? I'm sorry I didn't come sooner." Is that why she was sneaking around here? James realized that she had come here for the chimera and not to gain more of his knowledge. He stared at them for a long moment, as if he was observing a bizarre event. "She's gotten attached to it so quickly. I would never have considered that as a possibility before." James then recalled the fact that Bella had also joined the care of magical creatures class. So there was a possibility that this dangerous girl had a soft spot for them. "I have to take care of something important and do not wish to be disturbed, so you two make sure not to bother me until I'm done." After saying that, James collected the ingredients he needed and began to work. He first dispatched all the deliveries via owl, and then began to brew the wolfsbane potion while Bella played with Primum. Once she got bored, Bella went to observe James brewing. He's always so focused when he's making potions, like the rest of the world doesn't exist. She wished to have an ability like that. The process lasted over an hour, and by the end, James had created the 7 necessary vials of wolfsbane. He stored them carefully in a wooden box. Remus would need to start taking them tomorrow, so he would hand them over later in their dormitory. James turned to glance at Bella. She had been observing what he was doing for a while, but never asked anything or tried to interrupt him, just as he had requested. "Very well, we can restart your classes now." He walked to the other side, where her station had remained untouched. "Today, you will be making a..." "Wait," Bellatrix stared at him with wide eyes. "Yes. You want to continue teaching me?" "Why not?" he asked. Caillou, Primum also looked confused. "Because it's a bad idea. You don't know how dangerous Rodolphus and his family are. He was already angry when his brother found us walking together. If he discovers that you're giving me private lessons, he'll kill you." "I see. So anyway, today you're going to be making a..." "This is serious," Bella snapped. "I am being serious, and I do not appreciate being interrupted so much. Now sit down." James pointed to the chair next to the potion station. Hey, Bella sat down, but you. I would never abandon one of my disciples for something silly like my personal safety. Once I have accepted a student, then I. Hold on, she interrupted him again. Since when am I your student? You only agreed to teach me how to use that brewing method, and I had to threaten you to even do that. James knew that she was right. That was because he didn't want to teach a future dark witch who would go on to kill countless innocents. But the more he got to know this girl, the more he realized that perhaps not all was lost. And maybe there was a different road for her, one that didn't end up surrounded by darkness. James extended his hand to her. Bellatrix looked at it with confusion. "Take it." Not really understanding what he was getting at, she hesitantly took his hand. James gave it a shake. "Done." "What is done?" Bella asked. Caillou, Primum flew closer and landed on the table. "You wanted me to teach you the art of potion making, and I have agreed. From this day on, I, James Potter, accept you as my official disciple." At this point, Bella didn't know the importance of that promise. But for James, taking in an official disciple was not something he would do on a whim. It was a promise for a lifetime. Chapter 42, The Animagus Road. "You can't be serious," Peter muttered. "Well, of course I am," Sirius exclaimed. "You have to keep the mandrake leaf inside your mouth for an entire month? That seems a bit too much." Remus was reading the notes that Sirius had given them. "Then put it in a crystal vial that has been exposed to moonlight." James examined the vials before looking around the room they were in. I suppose this shrieking shack would be a good hiding location for these vials. Then we have to add a silver teaspoon of dew from a place that neither sunlight nor human feet have touched for 7 days in a row. Oh, and we need to add the chrysalis of a death's head hawk moth to the crystal vial as well, Sirius said. You seem to have collected everything we require for this ritual. I'm very impressed, James told his friend. That must have been very expensive, Peter commented. Sirius chuckled. Hey, my parents may not like me very much, but I still have an allowance. And it wasn't that expensive. Not many people want to become animagi, so these materials can be easily found. I can see why, James said. Even if the materials aren't too expensive, the process is very arduous. Every step must be carried out with utmost precision and will take quite a bit of time to complete. We even need to wait for a thunderstorm for the last part. Peter glanced at the notes. You're not really considering doing all of this, right? It's crazy, and there are way too many steps, Remus said. But then we'll be able to hang out together during the days of your transformation, Peter told him. You know, like tonight. Yeah, once we can transform into animals, there'll be no danger if we stay with you, Sirius assured him. Remus felt a lightness in his chest, and a smile appeared on his face. He felt happy to know that his friends would go to such lengths for him. But, with the potions that James has made for me, there should be no need for this. He said that with this version that I've drunk over the past week, I should be able to keep full control of the beast. Right? He glanced at James. James nodded. Yes, you will, but you also need to remain locked in this house by yourself and transform. He looked at the notes that Sirius had carefully written and could tell how much effort his friend had gone through to put all of this together. The process for the animagus transformation is not publicly available. Normally, one would need to first request a license from the Ministry of Magic, and if approved, they will provide the necessary reading materials. Afterward, the transformation will need to be recorded in the Ministry archives so they are aware of what kind of creature the wizard or witch can transform into. Of course, there are many unofficial books about this ritual, but those are illegal, so you wouldn't find them in any shop at Diagon Alley. However, most ancient wizard families should have at least one book in their library describing the process. This led James to believe that Sirius must have sneaked into the Black Library to acquire this method. A place that he surely didn't have access to, since his standing in the family is not good at all. Because of his potion, Remus's situation had improved a lot, but James didn't want Sirius's work to go to waste. Besides, he was personally curious about this piece of magic. During his previous life, he had studied all sorts of things, but never went through the animagus transformation, even after discovering the process inside an abandoned magical library in Cancun. I still think this is a good idea, James added. There are other benefits that would come from performing this ritual. Haha, that's right, Sirius added with excitement. Peter joined in. Yes, then we could hang out together all night, maybe go for a run across the Black Forest, that's right, Sirius interrupted his friend. That was a great idea, Peter. The boy's face went pale. No, I wasn't going to suggest going there. I meant the school's grassy fields. That would be too risky. Someone could see us. The Black Forest is much safer, James said. Safer, Peter exclaimed. Remus looked a bit troubled. This is a very long process, though. You may not even finish it until after the Christmas break. Then it's a good thing that you have James's potions, Sirius said. Once we can all transform, we can have some fun, but it's good to know that you won't be suffering so much during these days. Thanks, Remus responded. So it's decided then, are we doing this thing? Peter asked. We are, James nodded. And we'll need to start today, since we must begin the process on a night of the full moon with the mandrake leaf. That we need to keep inside our mouths for an entire month. Peter was not looking forward to that one. We also must set up these crystal vials in an appropriate location. James stood up and picked up the vials. I'll go find a good place for them in the upper part of the house, he said before taking off in a rush. He's always so dedicated. I can barely recognize him anymore. Peter couldn't help but express his feelings. Sirius and Remus glanced back at the door that James used to leave the room. Yeah, that dragon pox really messed up his head. I don't think he likes pranks all that much anymore, Sirius said. He's changed a lot, huh? Remus didn't want to say it out loud, but he did like the changes in James. Not that he didn't love the personality of the old one, but this new James Potter always seemed so reliable, like he could do anything. He would never have drunk a potion made by the old James, but the day that he was first given the wolfsbane potion by him, the look of absolute confidence in his amber eyes led Remus to take it. And he was so glad that he did. Chapter 43, A Resentful Hearth. It is difficult to speak with this thing inside my mouth. Peter continued to complain as they made their way back to the castle. It was already starting to get dark, and students were getting ready for dinner, so there was no one around the grounds other than them. I think I'm getting used to it, Sirius responded with a smug tone. Be careful not to chew on it or swallow it by accident. Otherwise, you're going to have to start again, James advised him. No way. Peter panicked for a moment and tripped on a rock while walking. He barely managed to keep himself from falling. Oh no. What happened? Sirius asked. I bit on the leaf and broke it, Peter said. Sirius began to laugh like crazy, but in just a few seconds, the laughter was replaced by a coughing fit. Did you bite on it too? James asked. I swallowed it, Sirius shouted. It's a good thing we've got plenty of extra leaves, James said, pulling out a small brown bag from his tunic and handing 2 more leaves to the boys. This isn't going to work, Peter said. There's no way we can keep them in there for an entire month. It's impossible. It's not impossible. Otherwise, there wouldn't already be so many animagi out there, James pointed out. Sirius glared at James. How did you get used to talking with the leaf inside your mouth so quickly? Oh, I'm not used to it at all. I still find it very uncomfortable, but it's not going anywhere thanks to the sticking charm I put on it, he told them. Wait, you put a sticking charm? Peter looked confused. Is that allowed? Sirius wanted to know. Why not? It's a very mild piece of magic that should have no influence on the final result, and there was nothing written against it in the notes you handed us, James explained. He had also read a few other sources depicting the animagus ritual, so he was quite sure that a simple charm would have no negative impact. What the hell? Sirius glared at him. Why didn't you tell us? Peter exclaimed. You didn't ask, James responded. With the charms in place and in a much better mood, the group resumed their way to the castle. Hold on, when they were getting closer to one of the side entrances of Hogwarts, Sirius stopped suddenly and pointed toward the greenhouses. I think I saw someone over there. Could it be the herbology professor? Professor Sprout often stays in the greenhouses to take care of her plants, Peter pointed out. This was one of his favorite subjects, so he was very familiar with the professor's routine. It wasn't the professor. I saw someone's shadow, and it quickly hid behind those walls when we approached. I think someone is spying on us, Sirius said, his voice tinged with concern. After all, Remus's secret was one that could not be revealed to the public, no matter what. If it were, their friend would be forced to leave the school. And he would be lucky if that was all that happened. If the ministry, or the powerful wizarding families whose children studied at Hogwarts, wanted to create trouble for Remus and his family, things could get very ugly for them. This was why they had all been very careful during the days of the full moon. Homnum Revelio, James said, pointing his wand in the general direction where Sirius had mentioned seeing someone. Look over there, Peter shouted. James's spell took effect and created a shiny silhouette behind the wall in front of the greenhouse. Sirius rushed forward with his wand in hand. Incarcerus, he shouted. James and Peter heard someone making a painful cry and hurried to see who it was. Let me go, you useless buffoon. A boy with long black hair and Slytherin robes had been tied down by the magical ropes conjured by Sirius. He screamed as he moved his body around in an attempt to free himself from the bonds. Snape, Peter recognized him immediately. They had had many unpleasant encounters over the past 4 years. Snivellus, I knew it could only be you, Sirius said, frowning. Severus Snape managed to turn his head to glare at them with pure vitriol in his eyes. Release me this instant. Not before you tell us why you were spying on us, Sirius responded. I wasn't. You totally were. I have better things to do than spy on some stupid Gryffindors, Snape shouted. James noted that the commotion had begun to attract a small audience. Apparently, there were still some students in this part of the castle. They came into the small courtyard that contained the greenhouses and found themselves facing a tied-up Snape. Release him, Sirius. This is a pointless confrontation, James told his friend. It wasn't like Snape was going to admit to spying on them. And when people saw them like this, it was just going to look like the 3 of them had ganged up on one lonely Slytherin student. But he was spying on us. What if he saw something? Sirius whispered to him. Then he won't tell you, James said, glancing at Snape. And if he didn't see anything, attacking him will just make him more motivated to keep trying. He gave his wand a wave and removed the bonds on Snape. He couldn't wait any longer for Sirius to see reason, lest they all end up in detention. James is right. We should leave before a professor gets here, Peter said, or we'll be the ones who get into a lot of trouble. Tusk, fine, Sirius said, giving Snape one last glance as the boy struggled to get back up. You'd better leave us alone, Snivellus. Next time I'm going to kick your ass. W8, Snape stood up with difficulty and went to retrieve his wand. But when he managed to point it in their direction, a lot more students were now around and looking at him. With nothing but bitterness in his heart, Snape stored his wand and brushed off his robes. This isn't over. I'll get you for this, he muttered under his breath. Chapter 44, What is your goal? I'm not sure if I'm improving at all, Bella pouted while staring at her latest potion batch. Well, James was still getting used to Bella's strange displays of emotion. Over the past week, she had been visiting his lab every afternoon, and the more time they spent together, the more her attitude appeared to change. Seeing her play around with Primum and showing something akin to a genuine, warm smile, he was having a hard time adjusting to it. In public, she still behaved as usual, with her aggressive and cold persona. Only in this secret lab did she allow herself to show some emotions. Well, what? Bella glanced at him, waiting for a proper answer. James made a quick recovery. Well, let me see that vial. She handed him one of the potions she had created. Bella was still making batches of confusing draft to improve her control over the flames. It is better. James could tell at first glance that the quality of her brews had become much more refined. But it's not good enough yet, Bella muttered. But it means that you are improving, James pointed out. No need to be so hard on your work, that's my Joe. Caillou, Primum jumped down from the large cage that James had set up for him near the roof of the laboratory. They both looked up and saw the creature move its tiny wings to slow its descent, landing on top of Bella's lap. "Hey, you took a long nap, didn't you?" Bella greeted her friend. "Primum, you're interrupting our lesson," James said in a harsh tone. "Caillou," the creature glanced back at him with its innocent eyes. "We talked about this, and don't pretend that you don't understand me. I know how smart you are. Don't forget I created you," James said, pointing at Primum. "Caillou," Primum made a sad expression. "Hey, come on, James, lay off the poor little guy. He's still a child," Bella scolded him. "And you need to stop treating him like a child." James placed the potion down. "Your current results can be considered acceptable." "Really?" Bella said with rising excitement. "But I didn't manage to get the same level of purity as the one you brewed." She had been using James's potion as a reference to measure how well her potions were coming along. "That's why I said, acceptable. If you could replicate my results exactly, then you wouldn't have need for my teachings." That being said, James seemed to be considering something. "What is it?" Bella asked. "Caillou," Primum chimed in. "I can understand that repeating the same exercise over and over can get tedious, and making improvements would get harder over time," James muttered. "Are you going to teach me something new?" Bella became more interested. "Tell me, Bella, how good are you with wandless magic?" "Wandless magic?" She wasn't expecting to be asked that. Performing magic without a focus isn't even talked about until their 6th or 7th year. And even then, no one is required to learn it in order to graduate or even to pass their NEWTS. "Now that I think about it, didn't he perform wandless magic in class?" Bella recalled. "I've never even tried to do wandless magic. Wouldn't know where to begin," Bella responded to his question. "I see." He had forgotten how little they taught at Hogwarts already. For him, this was just a basic skill that all his students learned early on, but he remembered the faces of shock when he did that little demonstration in class. "Then, I'll teach you that first. Then we can move on to something more complicated." "You want to teach me wandless magic? What do you mean by something more complicated?" "Wandless magic is extremely complicated already." "Tempus," a clock appeared in front of James. "We still have 2 hours left. Since I've dealt with all my obligations for today, I can focus on teaching you the basics." "Well, I need to learn wandless magic for that brewing method." Bella was getting concerned after learning this. "Of course. So far, you've only worked with normal fire, but that method requires the use of a special type of alchemic flame. These flames, even the most basic ones, are created and controlled by your own magic. Being able to use magic without your wand is just the first step," James said, lifting one finger in the air. "An alchemic flame? Why wouldn't normal fire work?" She had never studied alchemy, so she had no idea what those flames were. "They're necessary because normal fire isn't hot enough." "Not hot enough?" Bella exclaimed. "Caillou," Primum seemed interested in the fire conversation. "These flames used for brewing can only reach about 3,000 OF, while alchemic flames can reach much higher temperatures. And that is required to achieve the perfect extraction of the ingredient's essence without losing any quality in the process." "That's," Bella muttered. "Now, let me make something clear. You don't need to learn this just to brew potions. You can achieve a very high degree of purity with just the normal tools, as long as you have the necessary skills. That method of brewing that you saw me using is actually meant for alchemy experiments. I just adapted it for potion making." "Are you trying to convince me to give up?" Bella frowned. "I'm just telling you that if your goal is to become a potion master, then this step may not be necessary. I'll still teach you no matter what, but it could be something else." "My goal?" Those words made Bella stop for a moment and think. Why was she so obsessed with learning that specific thing? "It's because when I saw it, I thought, wow, Grandpa would be so proud of me if I could do that. But was that the only reason, or did I really hope that?" Her eyes became fixed on James. "My goal, I'll tell you about it, James, but I want you to promise me something in return." James saw the determination growing in those purple eyes, and knew that whatever Bella wanted to request from him would not be a small thing. Chapter 45, The Invisible Beasts. Leaving the castle through its west wing, and going beyond the clock tower courtyard and the wooden bridge that followed, they walked toward one of the most mysterious locations in Hogwarts, the Sundial Garden. "That rock formation always freaks me out. What are we even doing here? Peter looked around. The other students were also there, and much like Peter, they were confused as to why their care of magical creatures professor had moved the class here for today. Today the class is in a much more open place than usual. What do you think? A big beast? Sirius suggested. That's one of the possibilities, James commented. And what's the other one? Peter asked. James pointed toward the gamekeeper's hut. Just behind it was the immense forbidden Black Forest. That forest could easily be called the most dangerous location in Hogwarts, or at least, for those who were not aware of the Chamber of Secrets and the colossal basilisk sleeping inside. The Forbidden Forest. You think the professor is bringing some creature from there to show us? Sirius concluded. Acromantulas, Peter exclaimed. He already showed us those things, Sirius responded. No, it's not acromantulas, but it's still something dangerous nonetheless, James said, glancing in the direction where the professor was coming from. Professor Sylvanus was walking with his arms extended, as if he was dragging something along. What is he doing? Peter asked. He couldn't see whatever the professor was holding onto. You think he's fooling around? Sirius wondered. He's not going to tell us that he brought some invisible creature to show us, is he? Before James could answer, the professor began calling for them to approach. Gather around, children. Today, I have something very special to show you. Once they were close enough, the professor told them to stop. Okay, stay there and don't get any closer unless I tell you to. These creatures can be nasty if you anger them. What creatures? What is he talking about? James observed his classmates with curiosity and wondered if any of them had the misfortune of seeing the two Thestrals standing at the professor's sides. James, do you know something that we don't? Sirius noticed that he was the only one who didn't seem lost. You mean as usual, Peter quipped. I do actually, James answered. So, is there really something there? Sirius demanded to know. An invisible beast, Peter exclaimed. James looked at their professor attentively. You're already familiar with these. Now, before we begin, I have to ask, the professor said, does anyone see the creatures at my side? He waited for a good minute, but no one said anything. Instead, they just glanced at each other with confusion. James, Sirius was sure that his friend could see them, but decided to keep quiet. He would understand why very soon. I see, no one, that's good, I suppose, the professor said with a grin. The name of these creatures is the Thestrals. Anyone familiar with that name? One Gryffindor girl raised her hand. They're those creepy death horses, right? They can only be seen by those who have experienced death or something like that. Those who have seen someone die, actually. And the Thestrals are very intelligent creatures, so calling them creepy is not a good idea when they're so close to you, the professor explained. The student who had just spoken made a worried expression and took a few steps back. Can they attack us? Peter asked. They won't, as long as you don't provoke them. I mean, you've already been closer than this to the Thestrals every year since your second one, and you're completely fine, he added. Every year since the second one, what does he mean? Sirius asked. The carriages, they're the ones pulling them. First years take the boats, James said. Wait, I thought they were just magical, Peter said. The Thestrals are pulling those carriages. Sirius couldn't believe it, but he knew that James wasn't one to make things up on the fly. Mr. Potter is correct. Have 5 points to Gryffindor, Professor Sylvanus said, staring at James with interest. Are you sure you don't see them? Because right now, you were looking at them. You can see them, Peter asked without thinking. Sirius just glanced at him, wondering who the person he had seen die was. Who knows? James shrugged. He didn't want to elaborate on that one since he couldn't really explain it. As James Potter, he had seen no one die as of yet. However, as Harry Potter, he had seen plenty of death during his younger years. It appeared that the ability to perceive the Thestrals was something that transcended reincarnations, or whatever it was that he had gone through. Sorry about that, Mr. Potter. You don't need to answer that, the professor said, mistaking James' reaction for someone trying to hide some past trauma. Now, why don't I tell you a bit about these fantastic beasts? They're actually surrounded by misconceptions because of their association with death. But in reality, whoa, hold on. Something seemed to happen then. The students couldn't see the Thestrals, but they saw the way Professor Sylvanus appeared to be pulled by an invisible force. James, however, was capable of seeing what was happening. Something seemed to have triggered a reaction in the two Thestrals, and they had begun to fight against their restraints while the professor did his best to keep them in check. James noted that they were staring toward the students, more specifically, the small group of Slytherins. "Shit, come back here." Sylvanus shouted at the Thestral that had just gotten loose from its restraints and charged with fury at the students. No, it's going directly for Bella, James realized. Without hesitating for a moment, he jumped into action. Chapter 46, A Dangerous Scent. The Slytherin students were the ones closest to the two beasts. The moment Bella got within 10 feet of the Thestrals, something seemed to trigger them into aggression. James had already guessed what it was, but this was no longer important. One of the reasons Thestrals are classified as XXX, dangerous level, is because one of their kicks can easily turn an adult man into shreds, and these creatures will not hesitate to attack if angered or provoked. Venti, he conjured a powerful gust of wind at his back to push himself forward as fast as possible. Unfortunately, this also affected Peter and Sirius, who were close to him, causing them to take a nasty fall. Bella couldn't see what the two Thestrals were doing, but her instincts were warning her of danger, even before the professor began to panic. The sensation only grew stronger after that, but she didn't know what to do without being able to see the danger with her own eyes, so her legs remained frozen in place. Just then she saw someone appear in front of her, James. There was no time to process what happened next. James placed a protective charm ahead of him, and immediately after, he received the attack from the Thestral. "Erg," he grunted in pain. His shield had cushioned the blow but did not stop it. The hoof of the Thestral impacted his left arm, breaking it in several places. Professor Sylvanus wasted no time reeling the creature back by the leash. "That's enough, come back here." His words seemed to snap the Thestral out of its fit of rage, and it returned to a more obedient state. These were not wild creatures. After all, they had been carefully nurtured since birth to act as docile carriage drivers for the students of Hogwarts. There was something about Bella that had made the Thestral forget its training and act on pure instinct. James, Peter, and Sirius came rushing to him as the professor took the Thestral as far away as possible from the other students. Once the initial shock of the incident had passed, the Slytherin students began to chuckle. "Did you see that? That Gryffindor got demolished by the Thestral. He got what he deserved for playing hero. What a fool." Bella snapped her head toward them. "Shut your bloody mouths before I curse you all." The small group of Slytherins was taken aback by her violent reaction. They didn't say another word after that, knowing that the Black Daughter was not one for empty threats. "James," Bella knelt next to him to check on his wounds. "I'm fine," he said. "It's just a..." "James, what happened? Are you okay, buddy?" Sirius and Peter went to check on him. "His arm is badly hurt. I'll take him to the infirmary," Bella suggested. "You," Peter exclaimed. Sirius frowned. "No, I'll." "Oh good, Miss Black can take Mr. Potter to the infirmary. I was about to suggest that," Professor Sylvanus said, pointing toward them. "The rest of you, stay where you are. I need to return these beasts to their home and make sure they stay there." "Come on then." Bella pulled James up and dragged him away while the students glanced at them. "You shouldn't have done that," James told her as they crossed the gates into the clock tower courtyard. "By dinner, the entire school will know that you got too friendly with a Gryffindor." "Forget about that. I'll deal with my housemates. I'm more worried about your arm. We need to hurry to the infirmary," Bella responded. James pulled a small leather pouch from one of his many pockets, opened the cork with his teeth, and poured 2 drops onto his arm. The bleeding stopped almost immediately, and his face regained its natural color. "Much better." "Did you heal it?" Bella glanced at him in shock. "Some of it, the bone is still broken, but it doesn't hurt too much anymore," James told her. In reality, he could have easily cured himself completely. But Professor Sylvanus was expecting him to visit the nurse with a broken arm, and he would have a hard time explaining what happened if he was completely healed by the time he got there. Bella was still looking at him with concern. "Why did you have to save me?" James observed the changes in her expression. Unlike her usual cold persona, he could tell how much emotion was coursing through her at this moment. He decided not to answer that question because no answer would be satisfactory to someone who didn't believe themselves worthy of being saved. They had to go through many steps to climb the clock tower, but once they were up, it was just a short walk to the infirmary from there. "I thought you'd be more curious about why the Thistral attacked you," James commented. "It wasn't a random attack because we got too close. Those are domesticated creatures meant to pull the carriages of the students. They won't attack you just because you got too close," James told her. "Then why?" "You have Primum's scent on you," James answered. His scent? It made sense since she had him on her lap for about an hour just yesterday, but she didn't understand why the scent of the little guy would trigger a violent reaction from the Thistral. "I should have realized sooner, but one of the main components in creating Primum was the heart of a Thistral. Now, I'm not an expert on magical creatures, much less Thistrals, but I guess it must have sensed the traces of scent on you and assumed you had harmed one of its fellow Thistrals. That would be enough to trigger a violent reaction, for sure." Bella looked down at her robes and sniffed. "You don't have their sense of smell," James had to remind her. He still found her reaction quite amusing. Chapter 47, The Enemy of the Snakes. "Look, it's James, over here." Lower your voice, Alice. We're in a library," Lily scolded her friend. Alice frowned. "Yes, I know where we are." James saw his two classmates calling for him from a nearby table and decided to approach. "Hey." "Hi," Alice greeted him with enthusiasm. "Hello, James." Lily's greeting was more contained, as she was mindful of library rules, but her expression made it evident that she was happy to see him. "Are you here for another book about potion ingredients?" "Actually, yes, I'm looking for something like that," he replied. He had already visited the library a few more times since his first encounter with Lily there. "Do you need help finding a book?" she offered. "I appreciate it, but there's no need. I already know where the books on the subject are located," James responded. Mostly, he didn't want to tell her that he was researching troll bogies. It was unfortunate, but he needed to use those for his latest request, and it wasn't something he was too familiar with. "Oh, okay," Lily looked a bit defeated. "Why don't you come sit with us after you find your book?" Alice decided to give her friend a bit of help. All right," James agreed. It would be too rude to refuse again. He made sure to read the information he needed, while standing near the shelves before picking a different book to bring to the table. As expected, the moment he placed the book down, Lily became interested in what he was researching. "So, what are you? Most venomous plants from around the world." "It's just for educational purposes. I don't plan on using any of these anytime soon," James assured Lily. However, he did need to use one ingredient featured in this book. The essence of venomous tentacula he had recently received was the last ingredient for one of his major experiments. "I should be able to conclude that one during the Christmas break," James guessed. "I know what you mean. I sometimes also read about stuff that won't be covered in class. You know, some light reading for fun," Lily chuckled. Alice rolled her eyes. "I've seen your light reading. Those books are heavy enough to crush a first-year student." She turned her eyes to James. "And now we have James doing the same. I don't know what to say." "By the way, James, how's your arm? We heard some rumors about how you got hurt in class yesterday," Lily asked. I doubt that's all the rumors said, James thought. He hoped that at least Bella hadn't been given too much of a hard time after publicly helping a Gryffindor, but he somehow doubted that. "Right, you were hit by some invisible horse or something. How's that going?" Alice added. James lifted his left arm in the air. "As you can see, I'm perfectly fine. The bone was just fractured, so the nurse had no trouble repairing it. That was, of course, after he took 2 drops of his concentrated healing elixir. Had he taken one more drop, there would have been nothing for the nurse to fix." "It was a Thistral," Lily corrected her friend. "I've read a bit about them, and they're considered very dangerous creatures." "Why would the teacher use them for class, then?" Alice wondered. "It does seem a bit reckless." Lily didn't like to say bad things about the teachers, but she had to admit that this one in particular seemed questionable. "I'm so glad I didn't pick care of magical creatures," Alice huffed. They were both polite enough not to question him about his relationship with Bellatrix Black or about what the rumors were saying about them. A bit over 2 hours later, the three of them were leaving the library together. "We should hurry. Dinner time has already started, and I need to stop by the common room to drop these books off first," Lily said while rushing her steps. "And whose fault is that, Miss? I can't decide which book to take with me," Alice mimicked her. "It's not my fault they only let you take one book at a time." Lily clutched the book she had chosen. It was a large, dusty tome about the history of the school. James was very familiar with that one. Aren't the halls too quiet?" Alice stopped to look around for a moment. "That's because everyone must be at the Great Hall already, so all the more reason to hurry," Lily responded. "No, Alice is right," James said. He could feel something eerie in the air. He may not be a soldier, but after traveling the world for decades, he had faced enough dangers to develop a sort of sixth sense for trouble. James' wand appeared in his hand, and just a moment later, he saw a spark of red light traveling directly at them. Pratigo. He blocked the stunning charm with his shield. This alerted Alice and Lily, who turned around to see who would be crazy enough to fire a spell at them. "Our business is only with Potter. You two can leave." They heard a male voice speak in a threatening tone. From the dark corridor, several shadowy figures emerged. They had their faces covered with hoods, but their robes were from the school, revealing they were students. And their green ties also told them which house they were from. "Looks like the Slytherin house has a grudge against me," James thought. It was hard to tell their motives, since he had already several confrontations with students of that house. Then there was the prank and his questionable victory during the Quidditch game. He never intended to become an enemy of that house. His biases against the Slytherins had long been left in the past, but it appears that even without trying, he was bound to face confrontations with the House of the Snakes for as long as he stayed in Hogwarts. "Cowards at least show your faces," Alice frowned. "We know you're Slytherins. Why are you attacking us?" Lily looked worried, but she held her wand with a firm grip. "As I said," the one at the front spoke first, "our business is only with Potter, but if you want to stay, you'll suffer too." W8, this wasn't. One of the other boys began to whisper to the one who looked like the leader. James noted the long black hair on the second boy, and that, combined with the few words he heard him say, was enough for him to guess the identity of one of their attackers. "Severus Snape, are these your new friends?" Chapter 48, Bad Company. "Save, is that really you?" Lily stared at the boy with long black hair. "Damn it, Snape, they found out immediately who you were." "It's because of that greasy long hair of yours." "Now what?" "Now nothing, we finish what we started." The one who seemed to be in charge turned back to look at them. "We hex all of them." Alice glanced back. "We could run back to the library," she suggested. "It's already closed by now. It would be a dead end," Lily said. James stared at the boys for a moment. Other than Snape, there were 4 others, and all of them appeared to be seniors, judging by their voices and height. I have to say, Hogwarts wasn't this wild during the 90s. He had his fair share of violent encounters during his school years, but being ambushed twice by a group of Slytherins in his first trimester was not something that would have ever happened during his previous life. "Graham, at least leave Lily out, oh." "Don't say my name, you idiot," the group leader shouted at Snape. "I said that we hex them all, and we." They all heard something break beneath their feet, and then they saw broken glass and a dark liquid spilled on the floor. "What is TH?" From the liquid, thick purple smoke began to form at an astounding speed. In just a couple of seconds, their bodies were half covered by it, and it continued to expand. "Cover your mouths, this is sleeping draft." Snape managed to warn them, but it was too late. The moment the gas reached their faces, they all began to collapse on the ground immediately. The effects of the potion were extremely concentrated, and even Snape, who had covered his mouth and nose, was having trouble fighting the drowsiness. The last thing Snape saw were the faces of Alice, Lily, and James. His old friend Lily was looking extremely angry at him. Alice had a smug smile. And James was pointing his wand at him. "Go to sleep already." A red spark came out of his wand and hit Snape in the chest, sending him tumbling down into the smoke. They then watched in silence for a moment as the air cleared up a bit, revealing the sleeping figures of the 5 Slytherin boys. "Wow, and I was getting worried for a moment there," Alice said. Lily glanced at James with shock in her eyes. You knocked them all out with a potion." "Well, except for Snape, but yes, I suppose I did," James responded. "He sure did. James is going to be the next potions prodigy. I can't wait to tell Frank about this. That was incredible," Alice said, seeming to be in a great mood now. "What are we going to do about them?" Lily pointed at the unconscious boys. "We can leave them there. They should wake up in a few hours," James said. "But what about Severus?" Lily glanced at Snape. Their friendship had taken a toll this year, but she still felt bad about ignoring his distress and just leaving him there. "What do you mean by that? That jerk came here with the rest to attack us," Alice said, glancing at Snape with disgust. "He doesn't deserve your kindness at all." Lily knew her friend was right, even if she still felt bad about it. "But don't we need to report this to a professor at least?" "That won't do much," James said. "Leaving aside the fact that those boys are all likely seniors from influential families, they didn't even throw a single spell at us. If anything, I'll be the one getting in trouble." "No way, they came to." "Lily, drop it," Alice interrupted her. "James is right. The Slytherins harass students all the time, and they never get in much trouble. At most, a few light detentions here and there." "It's not fair," Lily muttered. "Lily, dear, the magical world isn't a fair place. The sooner you learn that, the better," Alice told her friend with a serious tone. "We should go before someone sees us here," James suggested. There was another reason he didn't want to report this to anyone. He was sure that these guys had just been sent by someone else. Now that they were on the ground, he could get a good look at their faces and didn't recognize a single one of them. The only one in that group with a grudge against him would be Snape, and there was no way he had rallied 4 seniors to come attack him. Severus Snape was a very reclusive boy with no friends, after all. However, James could think of someone who would gladly make use of others for his own benefit. He had plenty of experience dealing with that man's son. "This has Lucius Malfoy written all over it. It looks like he's angry for turning him into a duck." "James," Lily had turned around when she didn't see him at their side. "Do you know them? You were staring at their faces," Alice asked. "Not really," James shrugged. "Let's go. We can still make it to dinner if we hurry." "That potion you used, was it really just a sleeping draft?" Lily asked as they walked away. "It was. Why?" "It's not supposed to behave like that, you know. It's meant to be drunk, not to turn into smoke and make people fall asleep," Lily pointed out. "I suppose it's a modified version," James admitted. "Ah," Alice seemed to realize something then. "Is that what you used during the Quidditch match?" "Right, I remember now. The Slytherin Seeker was knocked out with a potion. You must have used the same one," Lily said. "Yes, it was something like that," James replied. "That one was an obscuring potion, but there was no need to correct them on that." "Do you always carry potions with you around?" Alice asked. "Sure, why not? My robes have many pockets," James answered. Even if he told them how many potions and other artifacts he was carrying around at all times, these 2 girls would never believe him. He always liked to be prepared. Chapter 49, Christmas Break. Harry Potter and all of its characters belong to J.K. Rowling. December 19, Shrieking Shack. "Here is the last potion for this month." James handed it to Remus. Tonight was the full moon, and Remus had been taking the Wolfsbane potions for the past 6 days already. "Thanks, but I still feel bad that you have to make these every month. You refuse to tell me the ingredients, but I'm sure it's expensive," Remus said. "You shouldn't think like that. We are friends, so of course I will make the potions for you, and don't worry about the money. My potion business is doing quite well as of late." James noticed that sales had been steadily increasing throughout the month of December. Clients were also asking for more complex projects, which would, in turn, grant him more money. He had even received a request for a Felix Felicis potion, although he wouldn't be able to start that one until they returned from the Christmas break. "And I appreciate it, but," Remus still looked conflicted. "No buts, just take the potions and shut up," Sirius huffed. "James is making them for you because you're friends. If you refused to take them, it would be like spitting in his face after all the work he put into them. Sirius is correct, Peter added, and you've been so much better since you started taking them. Remus remained quiet for a moment. Okay, he glanced at James. Thanks, James, I won't say anything else again. You better not. Besides, I'm still working on improving them. I may have something concrete soon enough, James said. He was handling too many projects at the moment, which left him little time to focus on the most important things as much as he would like. What are you saying? These are incredibly effective already, Remus exclaimed. He couldn't imagine how these wolfsbane potions could be improved. Wait, something occurred to me just now, Sirius exclaimed. Since tonight is the full moon, doesn't that mean? Right, the mandrake leaves, we can finally take them out, Peter shouted. It just occurred to you now? James raised an eyebrow. It's a good thing I remembered to prepare the 3 necessary vials and added the chrysalis of a death's head hawk moth already. Tonight, we'll add the mandrake leaves and hide them in a dark room. James took a small portable parchment and began to write. There's an incantation that you need to repeat every sunrise and sundown until the next thunderstorm. I'd better give some notes to you too. It's a good thing we have James with us, Peter said. I wonder what kind of creature I'll turn into, Sirius said while lying down on the couch. Maybe a dragon. I don't think that's possible, Remus pointed out. It's only non-magical creatures, right? Like cats, birds, dogs, something like that, Peter commented. I think so, Remus responded. I've done a bit of research during my free time, but there's little information in the school library. Animagi aren't something that will be explained in class either. That's too bad. I wanted to be a dragon. I'd use it to scare my old folks, Sirius chuckled. Remus turned to him. I know you're joking, Sirius, but keep in mind that even if you guys can become animagi, you'll all need to keep it a secret. You could end up in Azkaban otherwise. Is it that serious of a crime? Peter looked worried. I don't know the exact sentence for illegal animagi, but it does involve spending time in Azkaban. Not a place you want to be, even for a short period of time. Dementors are no joke, James explained. Yikes, Peter looked very pale now. It's going to be fine. No one will find out, Sirius assured his friends. Perhaps we should talk about something else, James suggested. In 2 days, we'll begin the Christmas break. Is any of you staying at the castle? Since my transformation will happen tonight, I can go home for the break. I wish I could tell my parents about the potions so they won't worry so much about the full moon, but Remus knew he couldn't say anything. James was an unlicensed potioneer, and he could get into a lot of trouble if people knew about his labs. I'll be going home too. I already miss my mom's meat pie. Peter rubbed his belly with a smile. I wish I didn't have to go back. Sirius frowned. Normally, my folks would just leave me alone, but Mom sent me a letter 2 weeks ago demanding that I and my brother Regulus be at the house for the break. Did something happen? You didn't get any detentions this year, so far at least, Peter pointed out, since this was a rare occurrence. Maybe that's why. They must be thinking that something is wrong with Sirius if he doesn't get a dozen detentions in the first trimester, Remus suggested. No, it's not that, Sirius huffed. I don't know the details, but she said there was some important meeting for the Black family, and I had to be there. If I refuse to go, they'll probably cut my allowance to 0. Sirius turned to James. What about you? I've also been requested to return home for the break. My parents want me there for some reason. James still found it strange to speak about his parents. They probably just want to make sure you're doing all right, Remus said. I mean, you almost died last summer, mate. He didn't want to downplay it. James's dragonpox had been very close to claiming his life. So we'll all be home then, Peter said. James noted the expression on Sirius. He really dreaded being stuck in the Black Manor for over 2 weeks. Hey, Sirius, when is this important meeting your parents mentioned? On the 25th, why? Perhaps I can pay your family a visit and suggest that you spend the remainder of the break with me. James's words shocked his friends. You want a visit? Peter started. The Black Manor, Remus added. Sure, James said nonchalantly. He had already made plans to visit that house during the break even before learning about Sirius's situation. He had some business there. Chapter 50, I'm Home. Harry Potter, and all of its characters belonged to J.K. Rowling. "There you are, James." His mother, Euphemia Potter, called for him as soon as he got off the train. She welcomed him with a smile that reminded him of the old Mrs. Weasley. "Come here and give your mother a hug." "Hey, Mom, how are you doing?" James tried his best to look affectionate. For all his many skills, this was not one of them. "Shouldn't I be the one asking that?" She gave him an amused look. "Have you said goodbye to your friends?" James nodded. "We talked enough on the train here." He looked around the station. He spotted Remus in the distance, next to an older man who could only be his father. From what little he knew of his family, only his father was a wizard, while his mother was a muggle, so it made sense that he came to take him home. He caught a glimpse of Sirius and his little brother as they were being taken away by a grumpy-looking woman in a black dress. Close to them, he also saw Bellatrix and her two sisters, Narcissa and Andromeda. He had never interacted with those two, so he had no way of knowing if they were anything like the versions he knew. At the very least, he could tell that Narcissa was obsessed with Lucius from what he observed from a distance. Andromeda was a sixth year, so he didn't have many chances to come across her. She looked very serious and proper, as one would expect from the eldest daughter of such a pureblood family. However, James had the feeling that there was a lot more to her. After all, she was the only daughter who betrayed the Black family by marrying a Muggle-born. Maybe she's gotten really good at pretending at this point, James thought. His amber eyes moved back to Bella. Her usual cold expression looked a bit less cold when she spoke with her sisters. It was obvious to him that she cared for them, even if she didn't like to show it. She had only visited the lab a few times in the last month, as she claimed to have trouble getting away from the other Slytherins. It appeared that her fiancé, Rodolphus, was getting suspicious of her sudden escapades since no one knew where she went, and was trying to keep a closer eye on her. Next to the three Black daughters was a middle-aged man wearing elegant robes. His long black hair resembled Andromeda's, while his purple eyes had a darker shade than Bella's. Must be their father, Cygnus Black. James frowned when he saw him. He had never had a great impression of the Black family to begin with, but after hearing those things from Sirius, he felt like he liked them even less. "James, are you listening?" He heard his mother calling his name and turned his head to look at her. "Sorry, I was distracted. Did you say something?" "I was just asking if you were ready to leave. Do you have all your bags?" She looked down at his small case. "I have everything I need here. I used shrinking charms to fit everything," he told her. His eyes moved to the white ring on his right hand. He couldn't leave Primum at Hogwarts for 3 whole weeks unsupervised, so he made some modifications to the Chimera so it could be morphed into this portable form. While in this ring form, the creature was in a deep slumber and would not even notice that any time had passed at all when he returned to his normal shape. Euphemia looked in the direction he had been staring. "And what is it that got you so distracted?" "Nothing of importance." He brushed her question off. "We can leave now." James realized he had been staring at Bella and her sisters for too long. "Is that Cygnus Black? And his daughters?" Euphemia glanced back at her son with a hint of concern. "I believe it is time to leave, yes." She pulled her wand out and held onto his arm. Once she was sure that no one was too close to them, she spoke again. "Ready." James nodded, and the next second they were gone from the station. When they arrived at the ancient Potter home, only the 2 house elves were there to receive them. His father, Fleamont Potter, was the head of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, and as someone with such an important position, he often had to stay at work until late. "Welcome home, Master James." Dipsy greeted him in a jovial manner. "Welcome." Laurie, the older male elf, was usually much more serious and only spoke what was absolutely necessary. Now that he was at the entrance, James stared at the backside of the property. The collapsed towers could still be seen from where he was standing, but the one that interested him was the one still remaining. He recalled asking his father about that one. Since the structure was unstable, it was apparently sealed when he was a little boy. His parents were afraid that he would venture inside, only for the tower to crumble on top of him. Repairing it with magic shouldn't have been too difficult to accomplish, but his parents never cared for it enough to put in the effort. That tower could make for a good laboratory at home, James thought. Although he still wasn't sure how he was going to make the request, they would certainly want to know what he planned to do with the tower if he asked to fix it. "Come on, James." His mother, Euphemia, called for him. "I've prepared your favorite tart with Dipsy's help. Let's eat it while it's still warm." Laurie will take Master's briefcase to his room. The house elf took care of his luggage without having to be asked. "Master James must be tired after such a long journey on the train," Dipsy said. "Would you like for Dipsy to prepare your bath?" "Yes, thank you, Dipsy." James took the steps toward the main front door. His mother was still waiting for him there. "Welcome home, James," she said with a warm smile. James smiled back, this time more sincerely. "I'm home." Chapter 51, Passing the Interrogation. "You want to fix the Western Tower." His father, Fleamont Potter, stared at him with an expression of surprise and suspicion after he brought up the topic during dinner. "What for? That place is in ruins. I wouldn't be surprised if it collapsed tomorrow," his mother said. "That's because we no longer have use for those structures. I was actually considering getting rid of them and building something else instead," Fleamont said. "I told you to do that many times already," Euphemia said with one of those "I told you so" tones. "You can remove the other 3 towers. I just need one." James could already tell that the 3 other towers would be too difficult to repair anyway. There is a limit to how much the reparo charm can fix. It only affects things that have been broken recently. Those towers had probably collapsed decades ago, and 1 tower was more than enough for him in any case. "You haven't answered your mother. What do you want with that tower?" By the way his father was speaking, James could tell that he was suspicious he was going to use it for some mischief. "If I want that place, I will need to show him a bit of my current self. Otherwise, he will never relent," James thought. "I intend to make a laboratory there. It can be of use when I am on breaks from school." After all, his briefcase was too small to perform anything but a few alchemy experiments. It was also very stuffy, and he was used to working in his massive old ivory tower. The one at his new home is not as big, but it would make him feel a bit more comfortable. Laboratory? To do what? Now his father was even more suspicious. "James, it can't be potions, right? You failed that class every year," Euphemia said. James rolled back his sleeves. There was a black leather belt underneath, and across the surface of this belt there were countless tiny pockets. He, of course, knew exactly what he had stored in each one of them. Without hesitation, he opened one near his elbow and pulled something out. As he did, the object grew in size until it was bigger than his hand. "Dimensional storage," his father observed him with curiosity. "I've never seen those before. Did you buy them from Hogsmeade?" asked his mother. "No, I made them." Without further explanation, he placed the object he had just taken from the storage on top of the table. "This is what I wanted you to see." On the table was a large crystal flask containing a clear liquid inside. "What is this?" Fleamont picked up the flask and took a closer look. The liquid had no color and no smell, so unless the person was a skilled potioneer, there was little chance of identifying it. James knew that his father was none of that, but he was still sure that Fleamont Potter would be able to tell what this potion was because he must have seen its effects many times already. "Is that a potion? It just looks like water to me," Euphemia commented. Fleamont was just thinking the same and was about to yell at his son to stop wasting their time with useless jokes. But then he caught something as his nose got closer to the lid of the flask. Most people believe this potion has no taste nor scent, but it does have a very faint scent that only those who are extremely familiar with this potion will be able to pick up. A scent resembling chestnuts. Fleamont's expression turned ashen, and his face grew several shades paler. He then put the flask down on the table and took his hand off it, as if he had been burned by its surface. "Fleamont, what's wrong? You look pale." Euphemia stared at her husband with concern. Fleamont glared at his son, his eyes filled with anger. "Where did you get Veritaserum, boy? Do you have any idea how much trouble you could get in for having this potion with you? Not to mention, this is a huge amount." "Veritaserum? James, that is illegal." Euphemia almost jumped out of her chair. "It is illegal to buy, sell, or administer it to someone without the explicit consent of the Ministry of Magic." James pointed at the flask. I made that one. Fleamont huffed. And you expect me to believe TH? Wait. He tried to stop him, but before he could react, James took the flask, opened it up, and allowed 2 drops to hit his tongue. He then placed it back down, pointed at it, and repeated, I made that. There was a long minute of silence after that. They kept moving their eyes between him and the crystal flask. Fleamont, are you sure it's the real thing? Could it be just water? Euphemia asked with hesitation. Fleamont took another look at the flask, opened it up, and sniffed its contents. No, this is real, I have no doubt. In his line of work, he had to deal with many cases of misuse of magic, and it was very common that they had to use veritaserum during interrogations to get the truth from lawbreakers. Over the past 30 years that he had worked in that department of the Ministry of Magic, he must have handled veritaserum thousands of times. You really made this? His mother asked. Yes, there was no hesitation in James's voice. Last year, you couldn't brew a cure for boils to save your life, and now you want me to believe that you can create one of the most difficult potions out there. How is that possible? Magic, James responded. He was telling the truth, but he didn't need to go further than that. And to be fair, he didn't exactly know what had happened. Just that he had died in one life and awoke in another. The memories of his meeting with the goddess of death had not remained with him, just like she had said. So this was all that he knew for now. Magic, Fleamont repeated. You trust that this potion is real veritaserum. You saw me take 2 drops. You know I can only tell the truth. Unless you believe I'm a master of the mental arts and my occlumency is so advanced that I can block the effects of such a potent potion. James, since when can you do these things? Is this because of what happened during the summer? Yes, again, he answered the truth without going into details. Are you really our son? Didn't you get replaced by a ghost or a demon or something? Fleamont, how can you ask something like that? Of course, he is our son. I am James Potter. I have always been a Potter, and you are the only real family I have ever known. James gave him a carefully worded answer so he didn't have to fight the effects of the potion. Meh, Fleamont grumbled something. See, he is our son. The healer had said that his personality could change due to what happened to him. Euphemia glared at her husband, hoping that he would drop this topic already. James waited as his parents exchanged a few looks and whispers. Once they were done, he continued. Now, let's talk about fixing that tower. I could use a laboratory here. Chapter 52, A Huge Step Forward. 2 days later, Western Tower inside the Potter Manor. Now that I've been able to remove all the debris and junk from the room, I have to admit that it's a lot more spacious than I initially predicted. James said with satisfaction while staring at the fruits of his labor. The tower he had fixed had a total of 3 usable floors, with a spiral staircase that went around the insides of the structure. All rooms were circular in shape, with the one at the top being slightly bigger than the rest as the tower widens there. This was a lot more space than what he had at Hogwarts and way more than his magical briefcase. Unfortunately, I will only be able to use this for serious projects during the summers. Since he wouldn't spend that much time at home, his usage of this tower was going to be limited, but he was still happy to have it. It reminded him a bit of his old home and brought a sense of nostalgia. I can't believe you actually restored the tower in such a short amount of time. His mother, Euphemia, was at his side, staring at the completely fixed and clean tower. I have never seen you work so hard in your entire life. She could not recall the last time her son was so enthusiastic about something that wasn't Quidditch related. Your father needs to see this, or he won't believe it when I tell him. That's fine, I won't be able to make use of it yet. He had set up all of his brewing utensils inside his briefcase as well as the lab at school. James was going to need to make a large order of new tools to fill this place properly. Are you really going to use this tower to make potions? Euphemia felt a bit conflicted with her son's idea. For one, she was very happy that he finally showed passion for something that could offer him a bright future, but on the other hand, brewing potions could be dangerous, and he would be doing them here, alone. She had spoken about this with her husband, but he responded that if James is actually capable of brewing veritaserum, then they had little to worry about in that regard, as it is one of the most complex potions out there. Yes, I am going to turn this into a nice laboratory. James never tried to hide his intentions from the very beginning. He hated lies and having to hide who he truly was from others, so he had decided that he was going to be himself, and could only hope that his family and friends would continue to accept him for who he was. Very well, just promise me that you will be careful with this, Euphemia told him. On the afternoon of that same day, James was in his bedroom. He had no more obligations for the day, so he thought this would be a good time to check on his other experiments. He carefully set up his magical briefcase on the floor of his room and opened it up before venturing inside. The smell of ingredients being processed immediately hit him as he entered. James then opened the room to his right, where his two current alchemy experiments were being carried out. The table on the right contained a large crystal container filled with a deep green liquid. On occasion, something seemed to be moving inside. A tiny turquoise flame was burning beneath it, but the liquid didn't seem to be boiling or even emitting any sort of smoke. James got closer and observed everything carefully, even performing some tests with his wand. He had previously removed the trace on it, so he wouldn't get in trouble with the Ministry of Magic even if he made use of it. After a few minutes of this, he took a step back away from the vial. It's still going to need a few more months. Hopefully, I can provide it with enough pixie dust and unicorn horn. I'm running low on those ingredients. His potion business was going very well, but some of the materials he required for his alchemy projects were quite expensive, so the money was going out almost as fast as it came in. With one thing done, he turned his focus to the other project. There were over a dozen glass flasks filled with liquids of different colors on the table, all connected by glass tubes, and at the center of them all was a pitch-black cauldron made of a special type of stone. The surface of the cauldron was covered in runes, and a magical circle had been drawn around it. James noted how faint the color of the liquids inside the flasks had become, and that the flame underneath the cauldron had gone out. He walked to one of the drawers nearby and pulled out a pair of thick dragonhide gloves before returning in front of the black cauldron. James then reached for the lid and very carefully pulled it off. His amber eyes stared at the contents with great interest. Inside the cauldron was a luminous, ethereal substance, like liquid light or pure energy. It swirled around, moving like a vortex of energy. A smile appeared on James's face. I did it. I've created it once more, and inside a magical briefcase with basic tools at that. He could not help but give himself a pat on the back. Any alchemy master would go crazy if they knew what he had recreated inside this small portable laboratory. Prima materia, the source of all matter in existence, James muttered. This was going to be the base for his next large project, recreating the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 53, A Planned Visit. You want to do what now? His father, Fleamont Potter, was usually a man who showed little emotion. He was known at the ministry for his cold demeanor and calm attitude, no matter how big the issue they were dealing with. But now, he almost fell from his chair due to the shock. I said that I want to visit the Black family manor on the 26th, James repeated. Why would you want to go there? That whole family is insane, Fleamont shouted. Wasn't Grandma a Black? The manor had a large tapestry in the main hall, depicting the entire family tree since the Middle Ages. James was a bit surprised to find out that his paternal grandmother came from that house. Her name was Doria Black, and she died some time before he was born. That's one of the reasons I'm telling you they're insane. Your grandmother was expelled from the family just because she chose to marry my father, Charles Potter. In the Black family, the parents have the right to choose the future partners for their children, or the family patriarch, if the parents are unable to secure a viable partner. My mother, Doria, went against their wishes because she fell in love with my father during her Hogwarts years. That was enough for them to turn their backs on her. They didn't approve of a marriage with our family. You'd think that the heir of a pureblood ancient magical family would be good enough for the Blacks. James thought he had a good idea of how that family operated. Fleamont shook his head. My father's blood purity was not the issue. The problem was simply that our two families never got along in the Wizengamot, always pushing for different laws and policies. Also, The fact that my mother made the decision without consulting her family first was more than enough for them to cut their ties with her. She never set foot in that house again, and I did my best to interact as little as possible with that family. I see. I understand that you don't like the family, but I still need to pay them a visit. I'm just not sure what the protocol is. I don't think I can just show up at their doorstep. James knew where the house was, but it would seem rude to go there without at least a warning. Fleamont frowned. Of course, you can't just go there. I thought I taught you basic manners among pureblood families, at least. The man sighed and sat back down in his chair. You still haven't told me why you insist so much on going there. And don't tell me it's to visit Sirius, because you never did that before. You seem to have reached a conclusion about the motive behind my visit, James noted. I wonder what it is. HMPH, your mother mentioned that she caught you staring at Cygnus's daughters. I don't care which one caught your fancy. It's best to forget about them. That's what I thought. James realized that there would be no way to convince his father on this one. He had already decided on his intention and disapproved of them. He turned around and began to leave. I won't waste any more of your time. Wait, James, bloody damn it, you're still planning on going, aren't you? Fleamont shouted. Why, of course, James responded nonchalantly, completely ignoring his father's anger. His father slammed his hands on the table. Reckless boy, and I thought you had matured after what happened last summer. Being stubborn is not necessarily a sign of immaturity. To be honest, you are quite stubborn yourself, father. Fleamont frowned. Tusk, fine, but first I will speak with old Pollux Black. He is the most reasonable one from that family. If he agrees to receive us, then we will go together. James nodded. Very well, I'll wait for the news. He was planning on going no matter what, but he could give his father a chance to do it in a more polite manner than just apparating on the front door. He had to wait until the next day to receive another word from his father. Apparently, Pollux Black had agreed to receive them on the 26th, and he had agreed so easily that it made his father suspect that the old man was plotting something. James could only imagine that Bella must have had a conversation with her grandfather and positively mentioned him. Then Christmas Day arrived. James received letters from many of his classmates, including Lily, Frank, and Alice, talking about how they were spending the break and asking about his own. He tried to respond to them all the best he could, despite not having much to tell them. Over the course of the day, several owls arrived carrying presents for him. They were from his closest friends, Remus, Peter, and Sirius. Although the one from Sirius arrived quite late, several hours after dinner, when James was already about to go to bed. There were just simple things, like candies from Peter, a new quill from Remus, and a book about Quidditch from Sirius. They had previously promised not to spend much on the presents to avoid burdening anyone. Something James was grateful for, as he was spending all his money on the materials he needed for his experiments, and had little more to spare on something trivial like Christmas presents. What is this? James opened up the Quidditch book that Sirius sent him to browse its contents and found a piece of paper stuck inside. When he pulled it out, he realized it was a handwritten note from Sirius. For some reason, he had decided to hide it inside the book. Was he worried that his family would control his mail? He wondered. But if that was the case, then this note must be about his family. He began reading its contents. As he had already guessed, this was about the family meeting that forced Sirius, his brother, and his cousins to return home for the break. Chapter 54, Black Family Reunion. Why do you think the meeting is about? Regulus asked. How should I know? Sirius scoffed. If our parents were going to inform one of us, it wouldn't have been me. Regulus laid back on his bed. Maybe it's about our marriages. Last year, our uncles decided on Narcissus, but our parents still haven't said anything about us. That better not be it. I already have someone I like, Sirius exclaimed. And I would never marry one of those pompous, pureblood Slytherin girls. Hey, don't say that. There are plenty of cute girls in Slytherin, but I bet you didn't notice because you never pay attention to our house, Regulus said, looking offended. His older brother was always looking down on his house. Don't give me that, Reg. I have good reasons to dislike that house. The worst people in Hogwarts are always sorted there, like Snivellus, Sirius said. You mean Snape. Sirius saw a change in his brother's face. What is it? Did he say anything to you? Regulus shook his head. It's not that. I just noticed that recently he's been hanging around a lot with M. The door to their bedroom opened with a loud creaking noise. A house elf stood at the doorway and looked at them with his usual angry expression. Master Pollux and the rest of the family are waiting for you two in the main hall. Do not tarry. Thank you, creature, Regulus replied with a smile. Unlike his older brother or the rest of the family, he was likely the only one who was kind to the house elves. Creature nodded and left. Why is that elf always cranky? I don't remember seeing him happy a single time since he got here, Sirius commented. That's just the way he is. Now, come on, we don't want to keep the family waiting, Regulus said as he stood up and began walking away. Sirius followed him closely. He also knew better than to give his mother an excuse to punish him. The main hall of the Black Manor was big enough to host a party of 50 guests. And tonight, it seemed like the entire Black family was here, or at least the ones who were in the country and hadn't been expelled from it. The patriarch of the family sat at the head of the table, as was customary. This was Pollux Black, their grandfather. Sirius stared at him for a moment. The old man was in his mid-70s. Now, for a muggle, this would be quite old, but it was common for wizards and witches to live well past the 100-year mark. This is why Sirius found it odd how tired his grandfather looked right now. There were clear dark marks under his eyes, and his skin appeared much more wrinkled than it was the last time he saw him, just 3 months ago. Is something wrong with him? Sirius wondered. At the sides of the table were the rest of the family. Cassiopeia Black, Pollux's youngest sister, was also the second oldest member of the family, in her late 60s. She was extremely well respected among the other members, even though she spent most of her time on the other side of the British Isles and could rarely be seen inside the Black Manor. Next were their uncles and parents. On the right side of the table were Cygnus Black and his wife, Drula Blacknay Rosier, followed by their 3 daughters, Andromeda, Bellatrix, and Narcissa. On the other side were Sirius and Regulus's parents, Orion Black and Walburga Black. A smile appeared on Sirius's face as he saw who else was at the table. His uncle Alfred glanced back at him and grinned. This middle-aged man with long dark hair was Sirius's favorite family member. He was always traveling the world, and every time he came back, he brought Sirius presents. Unfortunately, the rest of the family didn't have a great opinion of Alfred, and the man was likely just one step away from being expelled from it. Sirius noticed his mother glaring at him with increasing displeasure. His brother Regulus had already taken his seat at their side, but he was taking too long. He hurried to sit down between his brother and his uncle Alfred, wanting to be as far away as possible from his mother. While the silence continued, his eyes scanned the table once more, stopping for an instant on his cousins, more specifically on Bellatrix. She looked as she usually did. Her expression remained collected and cold, not really showing what she was thinking or feeling. This was a skill she had learned since childhood, to never let others know what you are feeling. Why is James so interested in her all of a sudden? Sirius could not understand what his friend was thinking. There were already rumors of people claiming to have seen them walking together through the castle, so even before what happened that day in the Care of Magical Creatures class, the students were talking. James had even gone as far as to ask him about her family life. Sirius wished his friend would wake up and go back to pursuing Lily instead. The Muggle-born girl had been showing more interest in him over the past 3 months. It seemed as if James's change in attitude had a positive effect on her. In his opinion, all James had to do was ask her out, and she would say yes. But he didn't, and he was always busy in his secret lab, making potions and who knows what else. The family patriarch finally began to speak, pulling Sirius away from his inner monologue. "It is good to see the family reunited once in a while," Pollux said, his eyes moving across the table. "I'm sorry for calling you all on such short notice, but now we can begin." He snapped his fingers, and countless plates of food appeared on the table. Chapter 55, Shocking News. Delicious food appeared before them, and the family patriarch wasted no time before he began eating. The rest of the family hesitated for a moment before they began to do the same. Several minutes passed, and Lord Pollux just continued to eat without saying a word. Everyone was waiting with anxiety to hear the motive behind this unusual family reunion. The Blacks did not do this too often, and every time the patriarch was the one who made the call, it had been for something of extreme importance. Eventually, the patience of the adults in the room began to grow thin, and someone spoke up, breaking the silence. Drula gave her husband, Cygnus, a good smack on his back before pointing at the patriarch with her narrow eyes. Cygnus cleared his throat. Ahem, father, if you may, aim, we were all wondering what W. Cygnus stopped mid-sentence when he heard his father slam his fist on the table with enough force to make the massive wooden construction shake violently. Pollux's angry black eyes were focused on his son. I would like to finish my meal first. We can discuss things after the dessert has been served. The tone of the patriarch left no room for argument. Even Walburga, who loved to voice all her complaints, decided to keep quiet for now. Sirius and his brother looked at each other, wondering what this was all about. But neither of them had a clue, not even enough to make a wild guess. He glanced at his favorite uncle, who just shrugged at him in response. It was obvious to Sirius that even the adults were in the same position as them. Bellatrix stared at her grandfather with an expression of concern. This earned the attention of her older sister, Andromeda, who noted that Bella was the only one who didn't seem confused, and promptly asked her if she knew something. Bella simply shook her head and refused to say anything. As much as Andromeda wanted to push her for information, raising her voice right now was not an option. The meal continued in tense silence after that. Some 10 minutes later, the house elves came by to retrieve the empty plates before bringing the dessert. It was a triple chocolate mousse cake, an extremely sweet dessert that was not to the taste of most Britons, but it was Lord Pollux's favorite. The family took a bite here and there while keeping an eye on their patriarch. Tonight, they could tell that something strange was going on with him. Ah, that was delicious. Lord Pollux finished his cake and leaned back on his comfortable chair with a look of satisfaction. Father, Walburga spoke first, I believe we have been very patient, but we would really like to know WH. I'm dying. The words of the patriarch had an immediate effect on the room. The silence that followed his declaration left everyone quiet for a long minute or two as they each processed what he had just said. The shock was evident on their faces. Bellatrix was the only one who looked more sad than surprised, as she had been the only one to know about this beforehand. What? Cassiopeia exclaimed in shock. Father, what are you saying? Are you sick? Alfred stood up. His expression showed that, despite not seeing each other very often, he was still concerned about his father's well-being. Yes, why did we only find out now? Cygnus asked. Is it dragon pox? Drula asked. Perhaps soul rot, or maybe bloodfare fever. It doesn't matter what it is, Lord Pollux snapped, giving Drula a nasty glare. He had not missed her intentions when she asked what kind of disease he had. The fact is that I'm dying. I'll probably be gone in a year or so. Bella heard her sisters gasping. A year, that's. Andromeda had to cover her mouth. You knew, Narcissa glanced at Bella. Of course not, don't be silly. Bella denied it without hesitation. If her mother found out that she had hidden it from her, she was going to spend the rest of her Christmas break locked inside a cupboard. Drula's ambitions were not exactly a secret among the members of the family. She had been looking forward to this day for quite a while, but it had definitely come much sooner than she had expected. Why did you wait until now to tell us? Cassiopeia asked. Is there nothing that can be done? She may have detached herself from the family for decades already, but deep down, Cassiopeia still cared for her older brother. Why didn't you tell me? She muttered softly at the end. I'm sorry, Cass. Pollux shook his head. Nothing can be done. I have already spoken with the greatest experts on the whole continent. There is no cure for what I have. There is nothing to be done. Father, Walburga glared at her brother Cygnus and his wife with narrowed eyes. Have you spared a thought for what will happen after? HMPH, Pollux scoffed. I knew you lot would want to talk about your inheritance. Walburga, how dare you bring that up now? Cassiopeia wished for nothing but to slap her niece as hard as she could muster. Now, there is no need to speak about those things right at this moment. Orion stepped up for his wife. The patriarch said he still has at least a year left. That's more than enough time to discuss tea. What is there to discuss? Drula shut him up. Cygnus is the oldest son, he is the next in line, or are we going to ignore tradition now? She urged her husband to stand up. Isn't that right, dear? Yes. Cygnus hurried to stand up but was still trying to avoid eye contact with his father. I mean, that's how it has always been done. The eldest son is the one that, you know. Bollocks, Pollux slammed his hands on the table before giving Drula a nasty glare. I have not decided yet who my heir will be, but Cygnus, don't take it for granted just because you are my oldest son. Be but father. Cygnus looked between his father and his wife and knew that, right now, neither of them was happy with him. Alfred chuckled. Looks like the old man wants to stir up shite until the last moment. Does that mean? Walburga glanced back at her husband and two sons, but more so at Regulus. We have a chance then. Sirius sighed. I wish they had let me stay out of this and remain at the castle. Chapter 56, The Beginning. I can't hear anything. Regulus had his ear pressed against the door leading to the main hall. SHH, you idiot. The door is enchanted, but they may still hear you scratching your face against the door. Sirius pulled his brother away. But I want to know what they're saying. Aren't you curious about why Grandpa told us to wait outside? Like, what could be more shocking than what he said before? Regulus exclaimed. Sirius didn't want to admit it in front of his little brother, but he also wanted to know what was going on in there. After surprising the entire family with the news about his impending death, their grandfather, and patriarch of the House of Black, demanded that all the children leave the hall. He claimed that the adults had to discuss some important matters that didn't concern them. Move aside. Sirius and Regulus turned around and saw Bellatrix approaching the door. Behind her were her two sisters, Narcissa and Andromeda. I thought you girls weren't interested in this, Sirius commented. After being asked to leave the hall, the three of them had gone directly upstairs. I just went to fetch something. Bella showed them the object in her hands. It was a large artificial ear, attached to a small box by means of a black cord. What is that? Regulus had never seen a magical artifact like that. I think I saw something like that at Zonko's, Sirius pointed out. This is not one of those cheap prank items that you like so much, Andromeda said, looking offended by the mere comparison. I made this one last year. It can bypass most anti-listening charms. Should we really be doing this? Mother will get angry if she finds us here. Narcissa glanced at her sisters with concern. What are you worried about? You never get in trouble. Mom's favorite. Andromeda huffed. Hey, I do get in trouble. Sometimes, Narcissa complained. SHH, shut up, Bella said. I can hear something. I want to hear too. Regulus got closer and put his ear against the small box connected to the magical giant ear. You're going to have to narrate what they're saying because we can't all put our faces in there. Sirius noted that the box was too small, and he didn't want to get that close to his cousin, so he let his little brother do the job. The girls never seemed to get mad at Regulus for some reason. Bella threw him a deadly glare before turning her attention back to the conversation. Hold on, they're saying something about a new Dark Lord. Wait, what? Regulus had to contain himself to not shout out loud. A Dark Lord? Are you sure you heard that right? Andromeda narrowed her eyes. You mean like Grindelwald? Didn't he start a massive war? SHH? Bella interrupted her little sister. There's more. This Dark Lord wishes to have a formal meeting with our grandfather. They're arguing about accepting this meeting or not. Why would they want to meet a Dark Lord? Nothing good could come out of that, Sirius said. Did they say his name or what he wants, other than having a meeting? Andromeda asked. Bella shook her head. Not yet, but Aunt Walburga seems to like the idea of talking with this person. Of course she does, Sirius rolled his eyes. Our mother agrees, Bella added. Of course she does, Andromeda did the same. So, are they going to meet with this Dark Lord? Narcissa asked. That seems probable. If our mothers like the idea, it won't take much effort to convince our fathers, Sirius pointed out. I'm not sure I like this, Narcissa frowned. She just wanted to have a fun time at Hogwarts. She didn't want to think about Dark Lords and wars. Of course you don't. No one likes this, Andromeda commented. The last thing we need is another wannabe magical dictator telling us what to do. The Slytherins are already getting bad enough. Grandfather doesn't seem convinced yet, Bella told them. But he has agreed to listen to this Dark Lord because the message he received was written by the hand of an old friend. Who? Narcissa asked with curiosity. Their grandfather didn't get along with many people. He didn't mention it, Regulus added. Tusk, this sucks, Sirius frowned. He had little attachment to this family, but if they actually allied themselves with a Dark Lord, he would not hesitate to walk away from here, even if he had to live on the streets. Wait, he's saying something else now, Regulus commented. What? Is there something else about the Dark Lord or his next heir? Andromeda wanted to know more. No, Grandfather is saying. Wait, Bella looked shocked. Are you serious? She couldn't believe what she heard. Her reaction got everyone else very curious. What is it? What did you hear? Narcissa asked. Yes, don't leave us hanging here, Andromeda added. Grandfather is giving the family a heads up. Tomorrow, we're going to have a guest at the Black Manor, Regulus looked at Sirius. A guest? Who? The ones that came to Sirius's mind were the families already engaged to his cousins, the Malfoys and the Lestranges. The Potters, Regulus said. What? Sirius thought he must have misheard that. Now that I think about it, James did mention paying a visit during the break, but I was sure he was joking, he thought. The Potters, Bella repeated. Is he actually coming here because of what I said to him? But I never thought he would really do it. Bellatrix's thoughts were in turmoil. On one hand, she was hopeful about James's visit to her house. But on the other hand, she was very worried about how the rest of her family was going to react to his presence. The Potters, Andromeda looked at her sister Bella. She had not missed her strange reaction after hearing the news. Of course, she was also aware of the rumors that had been circulating Hogwarts for the past few weeks. This may be interesting. A smile appeared on her face. Chapter 57, Visiting the House of Black. Fleamont's frown deepened the moment they arrived at the estate's doors. You didn't need to accompany me if it's that unpleasant for you to be here, James told his father. Of course I had to come. No way I could leave my child alone in such a place. And it wouldn't be proper for you to show up by yourself after I made the arrangements with Lord Pollux. James was aware of the bad optics had he come alone. He just felt a bit bad for making his father do something he clearly disliked. It will be a brief visit. I just have a couple of matters to discuss with the lord of the house. A couple, you only mentioned oh. The door of the manor opened with a loud creak, revealing the face of a disgruntled house elf. The master is waiting for you. Creature? James wondered. This one looked younger than the cranky old elf he knew, but not as young as he was expecting, and it seemed like he always had the same upset expression. He had always presumed that this was only because the entire family died and he was left alone to care for an empty house, but it might not be the case. James felt his father tugging at his robes to hurry up inside. Let's not make Lord Pollux wait. The man has a strong temper and no patience for tardiness, Fleamont told him. James was hit by a wave of nostalgia as he entered the house. He had first gotten to know it during his childhood when his godfather allowed the Order of the Phoenix to come here. After Sirius's death, he had inherited the place, and when he and Ginny were done with Hogwarts, they came here to live. She had used most of his inheritance to fix the manor, and he had to admit that she did a good job at renovating it. The current Black Manor was clean and well organized. It was obvious that it was still being properly maintained, but it still had this dark and creepy atmosphere that Ginny had made sure to remove with the renovations. But James had to be honest about one thing. He preferred the current look. Perhaps it was because, as an alchemy master, he spent most of his time locked in some dimly lit laboratory, or perhaps it was because he hated Ginny so much that the mere thought of seeing again those yellow walls she painted made him sick to his stomach. In the end, she had kept the house, and he never complained, just so he didn't have to see her again. James, his father had stopped walking and turned to look at him. Are you okay? You were making some strange faces. James got his thoughts back in order, and his expression returned to his usual calm self. I am fine, father. Just a slight headache, nothing serious. The master's studio is on the last floor. I will escort you there, Creature looked disgusted by the task but still performed it. They passed many closed doors and long dark halls, but did not encounter any other member of the family on their way there. James stopped for a moment on the floor where the dormitories were. Since he knew which was Sirius's door, he had hoped to catch a glimpse, but everything was closed. It was morning time, but not early enough for everyone to be asleep, meaning that they were likely told not to interact with them before they could talk with the patriarch. On the last floor of the house was Lord Pollux's studio, and it might also be the only place that James had fond memories of. This used to be his personal office during the time he lived here, and the only room where he would be left in peace. The door opened by itself before any of them had a chance to make their presence known. "Come in," an old but powerful voice invited them inside. James turned around to get one last look at Creature, but the elf must have left the moment they arrived in front of the door. His father, Fleamont Potter, went first, and James followed, closing the door behind him. And then he got a good look at the current patriarch of the Black House, Pollux Corvus Black. The man had an imposing figure, with his tall stature and wide shoulders. He had well-kept short white hair and a clean-shaven face. "Potter," Pollux glanced at Fleamont before turning his black eyes to him, "and your son." "His name is James," Fleamont added. "Yes, I have heard a few things about him," Pollux commented. Fleamont flinched. "You have heard of my son?" If someone like Pollux had heard of James, it couldn't have been for anything good, or at least that's what he first assumed. Pollux could tell what his father was thinking and seemed to find it amusing. "So, nephew, to what do I owe the honor of this sudden visit?" "Nephew," James couldn't help but say it out loud. Pollux raised an eyebrow. "You didn't tell your son that his grandmother came from this house? My little sister, Doria Black." Fleamont glanced at him with an incredulous expression. He is aware of his family tree, unless he has forgotten about it. "No, my apologies. I was just surprised that you would refer to my father in such a familiar way. From what I understand, my grandmother was forced to cut ties with this house," James clarified. "Ah, yes," Pollux sighed. "My father was a strict man who respected the rules above everything else, including his family. When Doria told him that she had decided on her own who she wanted to marry, he became enraged and, well, there is more to it, but you know how it ended." "My mother was expelled from the house," Fleamont said with bitterness in his tone. He would never forget all the times his mother talked about it and the great sadness it brought upon her to be removed from her own house just because she wanted to choose who to marry. "It was truly unfortunate, but her name is still in our family tapestry. I never allowed my father to burn her name from it," Pollux explained. "But I'm sure you didn't come all the way here to complain to this old man about that." "No, I did not," Fleamont responded before looking down at James. "It is actually my son who wishes to speak with you." "Oh, is it?" Pollux stared at James with interest. "What is it that you need from me?" Chapter 58, A Conversation with the Patriarch. "Would you mind letting Sirius stay with our family for the remainder of the break?" James asked. Lord Pollux raised an eyebrow at the question. "Sirius, that little rascal." James observed the expression of the old man. It was evident that he was expecting a different request. "Sirius and James have been friends since their first year at Hogwarts," Fleamont explained. "Right, I almost forgot that the boy was sorted into Gryffindor. His mother threw a massive tantrum on the day she found out. If my son hadn't stopped her, I'd bet she would have requested for me to storm the castle gates and demand a resorting." Pollux shook his head. His eyes focused again on James. Is that really what you came here to ask?" Fleamont looked at his son. Much like Pollux had realized, James hadn't told him everything. After all, if that was all he wanted, they could have sent an invitation by owl. "Do you mind if I speak with Lord Pollux alone for a minute or two?" James asked. If his father wasn't suspicious before, he was now, but he couldn't exactly scold his son in front of the Black House patriarch. "Very well, but don't waste too much of Lord Pollux's time. He is a busy man." He stood up and prepared to leave the room. "Creature," Pollux called. The house elf appeared immediately. "Master." "Show Lord Potter to the guest hall on the lower floor and prepare some tea for him to enjoy. You can use some of my private reserve," Lord Pollux instructed the elf. If Creature had any reservations about attending to the Potter family, he was clever enough not to show it in front of the patriarch. "Yes, master." Once his father and the grumpy elf were out of the room, Pollux spoke again. "When I heard your father requesting a meeting, I thought the topic of conversation was going to be my granddaughter." "You thought I came here to talk about Bella." James didn't look surprised by that. "This is something that no one else in the family knows, but she often sends me letters. In previous years, she had only spoken about what she was doing in school, sometimes mentioning something about her sisters or cousins." Pollux looked at James with a mix of curiosity and something else. "But this year, it has been different. She began to write about you. At first, it was to complain, but then she was talking about how much you've changed and about your mastery in potions." Lord Pollux stood up and walked to one of his shelves, reaching for a bottle before going back to the table. "Forgive my rudeness, but I cannot offer you any of this." He took a glass from one of his drawers and poured himself some fire whiskey. "I assume you know that I am a potion master. When she described that brewing method you used, I had to admit that I didn't believe her, even though Bella is not one for making things up." "But you still don't believe her," James pointed out. Pollux smiled. "Can you blame me? If what she described was accurate, that would mean you are at the very least on the level of an alchemy master. Magical flames are an extremely advanced piece of magic. That would make you the youngest one in the world, by several decades." "Are you going to ask me for a demonstration?" James said. Pollux brushed him off. "I'm going to be honest. That's not even the part that surprised me most. I have never seen Bella take an interest in some Gryffindor boy. Well, you have no idea how rare that is. So I became curious as to how involved you two are. I'm sure you are aware that she is already engaged." "Yes, with Lestrange. I have been reminded of that fact," James responded. "I'm sure you have. The Lestrange house has been requesting a marriage with our house since my generation. In fact, my little sister Doria was meant to marry one before she. My relationship with Bella is not like that. I'm just giving her a few potion lessons," James said. Pollux gave him a knowing look. "I'm sure that's all." "That being said, the person she has been engaged with is just a violent brute. If you really cared for your granddaughter, you could have found someone better, at least," James said. "HMPH, what do you know about the way our families operate? We don't choose marriages based on the individual value of the wizards and witches. We have to look beyond that, to the benefits that can be obtained by the union of two families. The Lestranges are an old and powerful wizarding family, and we already broke an engagement with them because of my sister. Denying them again would turn them into our enemies instead of our allies. Bella knows what is at stake, and she is aware of her duty as a member of the House of Black. You are using your grandchildren as bargaining chips to gain influence and wealth," James pointed out. Pollux didn't seem to like his comment. "Enough. I knew you were not going to understand it. The Potters have always done things differently, and that's why they barely have any reliable allies left. I'm just telling you these things so you can give up any thought that you might have about a future with my granddaughter. The engagement will not be broken just because her fiancé has an attitude problem. She is a tough girl. I'm sure she will be able to keep him in line, one way or another." James shook his head. This is why he disliked these ancient pureblood families. They always put the house's future above their own family members. "I thought that a man this close to death would have been more aware of the value of life and the importance of family bonds over material benefits." The expression on Pollux's face completely changed. He glared at James with his cold black eyes. "What did you say?" Chapter 59, I Can Cure You. "You heard me, Lord Pollux," James answered without missing a beat. "Did that rascal tell you about this?" "If you are referring to Sirius, then no. He did not tell me. He really hadn't told him about it. His letter mostly spoke about overhearing a conversation he overheard about some new Dark Lord." "Bella, then," Pollux huffed with annoyance. "I thought that girl knew better than to divulge family secret." "She did not tell me either. In fact, I don't think she knew you were dying. Bella only mentioned that you were not feeling well lately." That was not exactly true on his part. Bella may not have known for sure about the severity of her grandfather's disease, but she was well aware that it was very serious. Otherwise, she would not have made the request for James to help him. Bella had no idea how deep James's knowledge went, but she had a feeling that if there was someone out there who could cure her grandfather, it would be him. Then howdy. Your hand told me, James interrupted him. Your left hand, to be more specific. He pointed at it. I saw it clearly when you reached to grab that bottle. Pollux instinctively took hold of his left hand. Of course, he was aware of the black marks on it. They looked like veins, and they went all the way to his chest, growing larger every day. The healers had told him that once they reached his head, he would die, and there was nothing they could do to stop the process or even slow it down. You have sharp eyes, Potter, but what do you know about this disease? Pollux asked, not really expecting an answer. The withering corrupts your blood and nerves. Once it reaches your lungs and heart, you will have trouble breathing and get tired very quickly. When it reaches your brain, you die, James explained. A very rare disease, and it wasn't exactly a disease either. This was a curse. Pollux looked truly shocked for the first time in this conversation. He had not told anyone the name of his disease. He didn't want his family to waste their time looking for cures or bringing charlatans with far-fetched promises of recovery who were truly just after his money. Although, I'm sure that some of them would just want me to die quicker, Pollux thought. His black eyes returned to James. I'll admit, it is impressive that you could guess my ailment, but I would be grateful if you could keep it to yourself, as I have not shared that information with the rest of my family. And if I told you that I can cure it, James stated. Pollux reacted immediately. I would tell you that you are lying, boy. Do you think I haven't already spoken with several of the best healers on this damn island? His tone was filled with resentment and bitterness at the reminder that he was bound to die and there was nothing he could do about it. If you have already given up on receiving help from any of these prominent healers you mentioned, then you have nothing to lose from listening to me, James said. Nothing to lose, except my very limited time, mind you. Is this why you came here, to make a fool of me? If that is the case, then tell me, so I can kick you and your father out of here. James ignored the old man's rambling and stood up from his chair before walking away. His words were not going to convince him. At first, Pollux thought that he had scared the boy and that he was leaving the house in a hurry. But instead of walking toward the entrance door, James went to one of the many wooden shelves containing countless precious books. He stopped in front of them and began to rub his hands against their wooden surface. Pollux stood there, watching in disbelief at James's erratic actions, trying to comprehend what he was trying to achieve with this. But then James stopped in front of one particular bookcase that made him react. It's here, right? James glanced at Pollux with a knowing look. What are you, D? Pollux stopped when he heard a click noise. The bookcase moved aside, revealing his personal laboratory. His family knew he was a potion master, but they were only aware of the lab in the basement. This one here was much smaller and contained his most valuable experiments and materials. This was one of his best guarded secrets, and he intended to take it to his grave. Don't go in there. Calm down, I'm not going to rob your place, James looked around the lab and was impressed with how well put together it was. Not bad. Some of these ingredients are worth a small fortune. You even have an adult basilisk heart and the skin of an albino nundu. He noted that Pollux was currently working on some potion, as several beakers were filled and a cauldron was boiling. You better not touch anything in here, Pollux was fuming. Not even Sirius would disobey him to this degree. They were all too scared of him in this house, but James was showing no concern at all. Since you don't believe in my skills, the fastest way will be to show you. I hope you don't mind if I borrow a few things from here. James grabbed several ingredients and brought them in front of an empty cauldron. I will also need to use this. Pollux was about to yell at him again, but then he noticed the specific ingredients that James had picked up. What do you intend on making? James glanced back at him. You already know that. He pointed at the boiling cauldron on the other side of the table. You are brewing a batch of Serenity elixir. No doubt it's to ease your pain a bit. So, I'm going to make another batch for you, using my own method. The Serenity elixir takes 2 days of brewing to be completed, Pollux pointed out. James grinned. Give me 30 minutes. Chapter 60, The Price. Here you go. James handed over the finished potion inside a glass flask. The liquid had a vibrant red color, with golden specks floating inside. Pollux stood there, looking at the flask in James's hands with an expression of absolute shock. "What is this? Did you fall asleep while I was brewing?" "I sure hope not, because I'm not doing it again," James said. "You used an alchemy flame to brew this elixir in 30 minutes. That should not be possible. How come the ingredients weren't destroyed in the process?" Pollux took the potion and examined it closer. He opened the cork and gave it a whiff. "It's so potent, even I cannot achieve this degree of purity." He felt like he was dreaming. "This is the method your granddaughter told you about, and the one she requested me to teach her. Bella is trying to learn this. She is just an apprentice when it comes to potions." Pollux couldn't believe it. Even he didn't think he was qualified to learn something like this yet. Alchemy flames were extremely complicated to use, and the one employed by James was one he had never seen before. "I know, I told her it was too advanced for her, but she still insisted that she wanted to learn it. She is very stubborn," James huffed. This made Pollux chuckle. "That she is. So, now you have seen what I can do." James took a piece of parchment and a quill from one of his many-dimensional pockets and began to write. Pollux got closer to see what he was writing. It was a long list of ingredients, as well as many pieces of laboratory equipment. Once he was done, James handed it to him. "If you are interested in getting cured, get me everything on this list as soon as possible." Pollux read the list. He was already familiar with everything on it. Some of the ingredients were a bit rare, but nothing too outrageous. He made a quick mental calculation and concluded that he could get everything on this list for less than 100 gold galleons. It would have been cheaper if James hadn't also added all the pieces of equipment he wanted for his new tower. But he figured that for a rich folk like this one, it would not be a big deal to foot the bill. "Can you really make a cure for me?" This time, he was taking James seriously. How could he not, after what he had seen him do? An alchemy grandmaster at the age of 15 was not something he ever expected to see. "What would I gain by deceiving you? But it's not like you have much to lose. Buying all those materials wouldn't put a dent in your finances, and if I'm right, then you will get to live for many more decades. You are still in your early 70s. That's still fairly young for a wizard." James had lived past his 150th birthday, and he could have gone much further than that had he used the elixir of life on himself. Most wizards didn't live that long, but reaching 120 was not that unusual. A powerful man like Pollux could get there with a good chance. "I can gather these things in a few days, but," Pollux glanced at James, "you haven't told me your price." A price, yes. James understood what he was referring to. He was going to be saving his life after all. Traditional magical families had something called a death debt. If a wizard saves the life of another, the latter owes a debt to their savior, and they could demand pretty much anything they wanted in exchange. Pollux was being wary here and not willing to fall into a death debt without knowing what the price would be. This was, of course, considering that the cure offered by James would actually work. James knew that he had to ask for something. Otherwise, the old man would get the wrong idea and believe he was up to no good. "Very well, I will tell you my price." Pollux nodded. "I want you to reconsider Bellatrix's engagement with the Lestrange family." "What?" Pollux raised an eyebrow at this odd request. "Why not just ask me to change the engagement to your family instead? Your price makes no sense." "I already told you that my relationship with her is not like that." James hated having to repeat himself, but this old man didn't seem to understand. "If you disapprove of that union so much, then why not demand that I end the engagement with the Lestrange house, instead of just reconsidering it? As the patriarch of the house, I have the power to do this much, at least." That was true, he could do that. But it was not his style to manipulate others to do his bidding. He had been on the other side of that coin for long enough during his last life with headmasters, dark lords, and a certain redhead girl. "I don't like forcing my will on others. I'm asking you to take a good look at the Lestrange house and its members, and I want you to really think if you want your granddaughter to spend the rest of her life tied to those individuals," James responded. His intention with this request was simply to give the girl a chance to rid herself of those ties and perhaps have a different future. One that didn't end with her becoming one of Voldemort's most loyal and deranged followers. Pollux stared at James for a long moment, as if he was trying to measure the veracity of his words. "If you can produce the cure that you claim and save my life, you have my oath as Pollux Corvus Black that I will reconsider my granddaughter's engagement. Is that really all you ask?" "That is all I ask," James responded. Pollux smiled. "Bella was right, you are an odd one." James shrugged. He had heard that before and didn't mind it. "I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell her about my request. She wouldn't like me meddling in her business." She would get mad for sure," Pollux chuckled. "Worry not, James Potter." "Oh, before I forget," James stopped before leaving. "There is one small favor that I need." Pollux glanced at him with curiosity, wondering what it could be. Chapter 61, Taking a Friend Home. James opened the doors of the hall, where he had been told his father was waiting. Before entering, he heard the sounds of an animated discussion coming from inside the room. He quickly found his father sitting at the table with a cup of tea in front of him, and at his side was none other than his friend Sirius. And so, James hit the enemy seeker with a potion and grabbed the golden snitch, Sirius exclaimed. "He did what?" Fleamont exclaimed. "Excuse me, what kind of stories are you telling my father?" James asked as he crossed the hall at a brisk pace. His father turned to glance at him. "What took you so long? I thought you'd forgotten about your old man already." "Sorry about that, I lost track of time for a bit." The voice came from behind James. The figure of Pollux Black was tall enough to tower over him. "My apologies, Lord Potter. Your son and I were having an interesting discussion about the art of potion making. I'd heard of his talent, but didn't think it was that impressive until I met him in person." "Is he?" Fleamont stared at James for a moment. Pollux's skills in potions were well known among his circle. In the past, he had been a legendary grandmaster, but faded into obscurity after an incident decades ago. If someone like that found his son impressive, Fleamont's initial estimation of James's skills might have been too low. "James," Sirius approached his friend and whispered, "you were talking alone with my grandfather. What was that about?" "In part it was about you," James responded. "About me?" "You're going to spend the rest of the break with us," James told him. "Really?" Sirius exclaimed, his excitement rising. "Unless you don't want to, of course. I won't force you tea." "I'll go," Sirius didn't even let him finish. "Can I really? But what about?" He turned to his grandfather. "Yes, you little rascal, you can go. I'll deal with your mother if she complains," Pollux said. "So is your business finished then?" Fleamont asked. "Are you in a hurry to leave, Lord Potter? Was the tea not to your liking? I instructed the elf to give you some from my private reserve. You won't find better tea in this island." Pollux eyed Fleamont, amused by his discomfort. "The tea was delicious, but we'd better not overstay our welcome. I'm sure you're not oblivious to the fact that our families aren't on the friendliest of terms, Lord Pollux." Fleamont replied. The politics of magical Britain were divided into two factions, one advocating progress and cooperation, the other clinging to tradition, even at the cost of alienating parts of the magical community. The Potters and the Blacks had always stood on opposite sides. Though not outright enemies, their relationship was far from cordial. This friction wasn't new. It had existed for centuries. In fact, the union between Doria Black and Charles Potter had been the first marriage between the two ancient houses, though it lacked approval from either family and led to Doria's disownment. Pollux sighed. He'd been one of the few to support the marriage, but he hadn't been lord of the house at the time. "Yes, well, for as long as I'm in charge, you and your son are welcome here." Fleamont nodded. "I appreciate it." His tone was polite, but he had no intention of returning if he could help it. He respected Lord Pollux, but that was all. He glanced at James. Unfortunately, his son seemed to have forged ties to this house, and future interactions might be unavoidable. "You should go get your things, Sirius," James advised. Given what he knew of Sirius's mother, the sooner they left, the better. While Sirius rushed upstairs, James and his father were escorted to the entry hall to wait. Normally, a house elf alone would accompany them, but Pollux joined them personally. This could be taken as a gesture of respect. Fleamont noted it, though he suspected it was directed more at James than himself. As they descended the stairs, James felt a presence and glanced back. Bella was staring at him from a doorframe across the hall. If he remembered correctly, that door led to one of the house's 3 libraries, the smallest of them all, but also the coziest. So that's where they were. He guessed Lord Pollux had ordered the family to stay out of sight to avoid conflict. Bella's expression suggested she wanted to approach him. Bet she's curious about my talk with her grandfather. At first, he assumed Pollux's presence deterred her, but then Andromeda peeked out from behind her. Knowing Bella wouldn't speak freely in front of her sisters, James turned and followed his father. Once they were out of sight, Andromeda whispered, not even going to say hello. Why would I? This isn't my business, Bella replied coldly. Andromeda smirked. Come on, you can't hide it from me. I saw your face when you heard Potter was visiting. He came for Sirius. Hasn't Potter been friends with Sirius since the first year? Why visit now? Bella frowned. I don't like what you're insinuating. I have nothing to do with Potter, no matter what gossip you've heard. Bella, you can trust me, Andromeda said, her tone softening. I'm not like you. I respect this house's rules and traditions. Bella responded harshly. Even the ones that make you miserable, Andromeda asked. Bella snapped, I am not Mies. What are you two arguing about? Narcissa interrupted. If you keep raising your voices, Mother will hear and punish us. It was nothing, Bella said, turning to leave. Andromeda whispered again, we'll talk when you've calmed down. We won't speak of this again, Bella stormed off. Chapter 62, Potions and Letters. Formatting key. Hey, Sirius called for him as soon as he stepped out of the tower. James looked up in time to see him, descending on the broom he had borrowed from his house. He had to squint his eyes when the sun hit them. He had been working inside the tower for the past 3 days and had gotten accustomed to the dim light inside. You're finally out, Sirius said as he landed. Sorry for leaving you alone. I had an important project to complete, James answered, feeling a bit guilty that he had brought Sirius here and hadn't spent much time with him. Though he was sure that Sirius was just happy to be out of that house. He could tell how stressed he'd been after only a few days with his family. I know, you've been doing potions nonstop, and I assume it's not for a prank. Do you want another rainbow soup incident? James raised an eyebrow. I would be more careful next time? Sirius looked offended. They hadn't spoken about pulling more pranks since that day. It was a miracle they hadn't ended up all in detention for the rest of the year. Perhaps the headmaster had found it amusing, and that's why they hadn't tried too hard to find the perpetrators. So, what were you working on? Sirius looked genuinely curious. He rarely asked him what he was working on, since he had no interest in potions whatsoever. It's something for your grandfather, James responded. 3 days ago, he had received the ingredients he'd requested, along with all the equipment needed to make the tower laboratory functional. Since then, he had been working on the cure for the withering curse that Lord Pollux was suffering from. My grandfather? Sirius hadn't missed that during James' visit to his house, he had gone to speak alone with the old man but never mentioned what they had spoken about. He asked you to make a potion for him. Sirius found that hard to believe. He knew that James had become amazing at potions, but his grandfather was a renowned expert when it came to potion making. James could tell what his friend was thinking by his expression. Even masters don't know everything, and I happened to discover a potion that could help with his condition. Sirius' eyes widened. Wait, you mean you can cure him? There's a possibility. He didn't like giving too many assurances when it came to these things, even though he was very confident in his work. The potion is almost finished brewing. I just needed some fresh air. I'll deliver it once I'm done, and then we'll have to wait and see. Sirius really wanted to know how James could have discovered a cure that his grandfather, one that all the healers he'd consulted had failed to find, but something told him not to ask, that he might lose something if he did. James noticed that Sirius was holding some letters in his hand. Are those? He pointed at them. Ah, these are letters from Remus and Peter. Sirius handed them to him. I already opened mine, so you should read them. I haven't answered yet because I was waiting for you to come out of there. There are 3 letters here. James saw the name of the last sender and heard Sirius chuckle. That's right, you got a letter from Lily too, Sirius said with excitement, feeling happy for his friend's success. I see, that's nice, James nodded. Sirius had expected James to react more strongly to this. "Oh, come on, what happened to your passion for the red-headed girl? She has never written you a letter before. This is a great step forward." "My passion is just fine." Truthfully, he felt none of that. Lily was great. Smart and beautiful, just like he'd heard from people who'd met her when he was little. But aside from his bad experiences with redheads, his feelings for Lily weren't romantic. He had realized this from the moment he first saw her. He would always care for her in some way, but it was more like how one would care for family or friends. Nothing more. James wasn't sure how to explain this to Sirius and his other friends. They would certainly question his change of heart, since the James they had known since first year had been obsessed with her to an unhealthy degree. "Since you're talking about passion, did you remember to send something to your girlfriend Marlene for Christmas?" Sirius' face flushed. "Of course I did, but I don't want to talk about that. We were talking about why." "Why don't we go inside the house?" James suggested. "It's cold out here." It was the end of December in the mountainous region of Scotland. Saying that it was cold was an understatement. "Let's go to the library. I'll tell Dipsy to prepare us some hot tea and pastries. I'll read the letters, and we can write our responses together." "That sounds great, but weren't you in the middle of something?" Sirius looked back at the tower. "I can only wait at this stage. I'll come back later after resting and finish up the potion," James said as he walked toward the house. "By the way, have you remembered to say those chants at sunrise and sundown?" Sirius asked as they walked. He brought this up before they went inside, just in case anyone overheard. "Of course I have," James replied. He hadn't forgotten about their animagus ritual. Every sunrise and sunset, they had to repeat the incantation, Amato Animo and Amato Animagus. They would need to continue until an electrical storm occurred. "You know, yesterday I had a strange dream," Sirius began. James glanced at him. The book mentioned that before completing the ritual, practitioners might experience prophetic dreams about their future forms. "Were you soaring across the sky while breathing fire?" He mocked Sirius' earlier comment about wanting to become a dragon. "No," Sirius huffed. "Actually, it was really strange. I was running through London at night. My perspective was very close to the ground and I kept sniffing everything. I think I was looking for someone important, but I don't know who." "Oh," James looked at his friend. "Maybe you should consider switching to divination, because that sounded more like a premonition." Chapter 63, Delivery. The sky had finished darkening when James returned to the tower. He had a couple of hours until dinner and a potion to finish. James climbed to the last floor of his tower and opened the door to his new laboratory. The smell of ingredients immediately reached his nose and made him smile. In such a short amount of time, this tower went from rubble to a wonderful lab. He had not held back when asking for tools from Lord Pollux. Much of what he had requested was not truly necessary for this particular potion, but he knew the old man's pockets could take the hit. At the end of the day, this was nothing. He could have asked for a mountain of gold in exchange for saving the life of the patriarch. Let's see. He examined the potion carefully. The liquid had a light blue tone and seemed to almost glow as the magical spoon stirred the contents of the cauldron. "Looks good. It's been a while since I've done this one." This potion had no name, and the reason for that was that this was something James had invented in his previous life. One of his first students was a very joyful and adventurous Muggle-born girl who came from a family of archaeologists. As such, she became a curse breaker and traveled all over the world. In one of her journeys, she came across a strange artifact while studying some primitive ruins in South America. She got a bit careless and was cursed by the artifact, but this was not a curse like she had encountered before. The healers she went to were able to identify it as the Withering, a powerful ancient curse that sometimes affects unfortunate wizards and witches while interacting with artifacts they shouldn't have been touching. The curse is called as such because it literally causes the body to slowly wither away, with no way to slow it down or stop it. The only remedies that healers could do were merely acting as painkillers to make the process less unpleasant. But in the end, everyone affected by the withering ended up dying within 1 to 3 years at most. When his student returned to him with such a deadly curse, James spared no effort during the next months to study a cure for it. No one had found it yet, but there had been some healers from the past who had made some advancements toward it. Even with all his resources and talent, it took James almost 2 years to finally perfect a cure. Unfortunately, his student was not able to last long enough to receive it, but he did manage to save many other lives after that. Almost there, James poured the liquid from the cauldron into a ceramic flask, as glass would affect its properties. He then moved his wand over the flask and performed a long chant. As he did, the liquid went from a light blue to a pure white substance that glowed with pure light. James wasted no time closing the lid and sealing it. It is done. Now it's time to deliver it. The potion had to be taken in the next 12 hours, or it would be worthless. James lifted his wand and, without hesitation, apparated away from the tower. The cold air of London hit his skin with no mercy, and he hurried to cast a warming charm over himself. He then looked ahead at the unassuming old house with peeled paint and rusted metal balconies. This is what Muggles saw when they glanced toward the Black Estate. As soon as James crossed the boundaries of the wards, the building changed and was now looking brand new and pristine. The slick black stone that formed the walls of the entrance was covered in runic symbols that offered immense protection to its inhabitants and horrors to anyone who tried to break inside. He hadn't gotten to the door when this one opened by itself, revealing the displeased expression of his least favorite house elf. Master was not expecting a visit today. Creature grumbled, clearly displeased at having to open the door for him. He will like this visit, I can assure you of that, James told the elf before pulling the flask from inside his robe and handing it over, along with a series of notes written on a piece of parchment. It was better not to come inside the house unannounced. If another member of the family saw him, they would make a fuss about it. Especially if it was Sirius's mother. She had been very displeased with the way he had taken her son away. She could not argue with the patriarch, but she could certainly argue with him if she saw him. Give these 2 items to Lord Pollux. He had no qualms about trusting the house elf with this delivery task. No matter how grumpy and unpleasant Creature was, his loyalty to the House of Black was absolute. You will hand them only to the patriarch in person and won't speak with anyone about it. Is that clear? Creature glared at James with a deep frown. Yes, Mr. Potter, Creature will do. He took the flask and the note, then he waited. That is all, you can close the door. James turned around and walked away, hearing the door being sealed shut behind him. He would have requested the elf to keep his visit a secret from the rest of the family, but the Creature was not going to follow an order like that. James was about to leave the boundaries of the wards when he felt as if he was being watched and turned around. His amber eyes moved across the many sets of windows, but could not see anyone in them. Oh well, it's not like his visit was going to be a secret for long. As he crossed the wards, and after making sure that no Muggles were nearby, James lifted his wand and apparated away. He was convinced that he would receive news about Lord Pollux very soon. Chapter 64, A Not-So-Welcomed Guest. Time at the Potter Castle passed in relative quietness. The year ended, and 1975 began anew. It was January 2, and there were only 2 more days before they returned to Hogwarts. James was spending some time relaxing at the library, reading a book while lying on a comfortable couch next to a fireplace. There was nothing else to do but to kill time until they returned to Hogwarts at this point. Sirius was just a short distance away, doing the same. Just then, they heard a pop sound and looked over to see one of the Potter house elves staring at them. Master James, this has just arrived for you at the Owlery. She approached the couch and handed him an envelope. Make sure it's not a howler. Sirius pointed at the paper in James' hands. It would not be beneath my mother to send you one. She had already sent a howler to Sirius the day before New Year's, and James had to admit that the woman could compete with Molly Weasley when it came to yelling. It's not that, it's from Lord Pollux, James told him. My grandfather, is it about that potion you sent him? Is he feeling better? Sirius asked. He doesn't say, but of course he is feeling better. I made that potion, James responded. Ha, Sirius chuckled. I wish you had that attitude for Quidditch. We would have already won the House Cup. Wait, what does he want then? He wants me to visit tomorrow afternoon, James explained. Tomorrow? Your mother said that tomorrow we need to prepare all our things for the trip. We leave for Hogwarts very early. I'm sure it will be fine, James assured him. Don't you have to tell your father to accompany you? James looked around to make sure no one else was nearby. About that, I'm going to need a favor from you. Master is W. Yes, I know, he is waiting for me. Let's move this along, I don't have a lot of time. James told Creature as he opened the door. Fully knowing that his parents would not have approved of this sudden visit, he decided just not to tell them and apparate here. Sirius was covering his absence, and hopefully he could do a decent job for an hour or two. But he could not delay more than that or his parents will definitely notice his absence. As he went up the many sets of stairs that the Black Manor offered, he wondered about the reason behind Lord Pollux's sudden call. He had no doubts that the cure had worked. This potion was his own creation and had seen many cured already. His confidence in its effectiveness was absolute. But if Lord Pollux just wanted to thank him, doing it by letter would have been enough. Potter. James stopped for a moment on the first floor when he heard someone calling his name. Narcissa Black was staring at him with a mixture of interest and surprise. What are you doing in my house? It's not just your house now, is it? James responded. Who called why? What is this boy doing here? A tall man with dark purple eyes and dark hair appeared from behind Narcissa. It looks like this time, the patriarch hasn't warned anyone about my arrival and told them to stay out of the way. James realized it too late. Are they already here? An older woman with dark blonde hair and blue eyes came closer after hearing the voices of her family. As soon as she saw James, her mood seemed to worsen. It was obvious that whoever she had been expecting was not him, Potter. Drula Black, great, James wanted to groan. Creature, why did you give him access to the house? You know we have some important guests today. Cygnus Black addressed the house elf. I told you we replaced the other one too soon. We should put this one's head on the wall already. Drula smirked. If you want to put my house elf's head on the wall, we are going to have a problem, Drula. They all turned when they heard someone speak from the stairs that went to the second level. Father, I thought you weren't feeling well today. Cygnus looked surprised to see his father up and walking already. He had spent the last few days in bed. Lord Pollux, there is no need to tire yourself. We can handle the family business while you rest. Drula's tone sounded sweet and caring, but there was something else underneath. Pollux gave her a look of disgust. The woman was incapable of hiding her intentions even if she thought she did. Mr. Potter over there is my guest. I called him here. You called him? Narcissa asked. It was very unusual for her grandfather to invite outsiders to the house, and this was already the second time he invited the Potters. What for? Cygnus asked. Did it have to be today? We have the duh. Drula glared at James for a moment. The important guests. Yes, the ones you invited behind my back, Pollux told her. Cygnus was getting worried. But father, you did approve of this previously and you had been very ill recently. We didn't want to bother you with minor things like these. We can take care of tea. I will take care of you later, Cygnus, Pollux snapped at his son. But now, I need to speak with Potter in my studio. Creature, make sure no one bothers us. What do you need to speak with the Potter boy about? It cannot be more important, tea. Are you questioning me now, Drula? Pollux raised the tone of his voice, just loud enough to shut everyone up. He looked down at her from the stairs with his cold eyes. You have gotten bolder since the news of my sickness, but I am not yet dead, and until that day arrives, I am still the patriarch of this house. The house reacted to his burst of emotion, and the entire structure trembled. As the patriarch, his connection to the manor ran much deeper than anyone else's. He had complete control of the structure and everything inside it as he was bound to it by ancient magic. Father, please, Drula didn't mean to question you. Cygnus tried to de-escalate the situation. Pollux ignored his son and looked at James instead. This way, he gestured to him. Well then, it was lovely to meet you all. James nodded to the rest of the family and took off before they could say a word of complaint. Not that they would have dared after Lord Pollux's outburst. He just reminded them why he was the patriarch of the House of Black. Chapter 65, The Favor. I thought you intended to wait longer before meeting with him. James closed the door after entering the studio. Pollux sat on his chair and let out a loud sigh. The man was clearly exhausted, but refused to show any weakness in front of his family. It was not my idea. I barely left the bed since I took that potion. I thought I was not going to make it. I see, so today, James didn't know much about Voldemort during his early years as a Dark Lord. All his information came from hearsay and old stories, told by people who lived through those harsh times. He learned that Voldemort had begun recruiting ancient pureblood families to his side during this era, and that he was a very charismatic man at the time. Unlike the fearsome half-man, half-snake he remembered interacting with. It was not surprising he was now targeting the House of Black, as it is one of the most ancient and rich ones out there. I wonder how many other houses he already has on his side, James thought. You could have warned me about the side effects. Pollux's grumbling interrupted his train of thought. Side effects? James asked. Didn't you hear me? I spent the last few days in bed. I could barely eat or move. I bet Drula was already getting ready to celebrate my death. That just happened because the curse was too advanced already, and I didn't warn you because I hadn't known the state of the curse. But a few days of discomfort are better than death, James commented. Pollux could not argue with that. Since yesterday, he had begun to feel much better, and now, he could tell that all his strength was coming back. So, am I really cured? You are, but feel free to consult some healers to confirm it. Don't just take my word for it. Pollux nodded. I will do that too. In the meantime, thank you, Mr. Potter. No problem. We are distant relatives after all. I do have to ask, though, about the artifact that you got the curse from. I hope you have it well secured. There is still the possibility of someone else being affected if they interact with it. It is inside my private vault. No one will be able to touch it there, Pollux responded. An old family relic? James recalled being inside the Black Vault a couple of times. There wasn't much left during his time, but a few cursed artifacts were still there. He never had a chance to take a closer look at them, as the Ministry took possession of the illegal items. Pollux negated with his head. It came from an old friend. He sometimes sends me interesting items he finds during his travels. James didn't want to say it out loud, but if this came from someone else, there was a chance that this was not an accident. Pollux didn't reveal who this friend was, but he could imagine it must be a lord from another ancient pureblood magical family. And if that was the case, he could be someone who Voldemort has already on his side. His godfather, Sirius, would rarely speak about his family, but there was one occasion when he mentioned that his grandfather had passed away while he was still studying at Hogwarts, and that it made the living situation at home much more tense than before. This was one of the reasons he hurried to get away from that house, even before finishing his education. Luckily, the Potters were there to take him in. Without his intervention, this would have happened again, in just a bit under a year from now. Was Pollux's original death a murder or an accident? James wondered. The old man smiled, unaware of James' thoughts. Now it is my turn to keep my promise to you. I will take a proper look into the Lestrange house and decide if the union must be kept or shall be broken. And as for that favor you asked at the end, we don't have much time to prepare, I'm afraid. James had requested to be present during his meeting with the Dark Lord. This was not a small request, as the rest of the family was definitely going to complain, but he wanted to see him in person and hear what kind of promises he was making to bring all these powerful houses to his side. Neither of them had expected that the meeting would occur right before the end of the Christmas break, but a month or two from now instead. That would have given them some time to investigate Voldemort a bit and learn about his current state, and which families he had already convinced to follow him. Yes, that was very unexpected, I will admit that much, James said. My son Cygnus had taken over my duties while I felt unwell, although I have no doubt that the decision to push for this did not come from himself, but from the mind of his wife, Drula. The woman is a true Slytherin, ambitious, calculative, and cruel, and Walburga is not much better either. James had only known Drula for a short bit, and could still agree with Pollux. Walburga, he knew her a bit better, not her in person, but the ugly living painting she left behind during his time. That thing was the most terrifying object in the entire house, and it took a lot of effort to get her out. "Can you get me into the room with this Dark Lord?" This was the favor he had requested at the end, to be present during their meeting with Voldemort. He knew it wasn't going to be easy. Not only was he not a member of this family, but he wasn't even an adult yet. James Potter had no business in there, but if anyone could make it possible, it was this man in front of him. Leave it to me. I can still keep my family in line when I need to." Pollux gave him a look filled with confidence. "I'll figure something out." House of Black main hall, late afternoon. "Father, what is the Potter boy doing here?" Walburga glared at James with disgust, who was sitting on the left side of the patriarch. "Why is he still here?" Drula had to control her tone to avoid shouting. "And why is he sitting there?" "Our guests are about to arrive. Surely, this is not appropriate." Cygnus moved his dark purple eyes between James and his father, Pollux. "I have to admit, I am curious too." Cassiopeia sat on the other side of the patriarch. As his sister, she had stakes in the whole successor debacle and always remained very neutral. But she couldn't help but wonder why her older brother would bring this young boy here. Orion Black was also eyeing James with curiosity, but did not utter a word of complaint. Sirius's father had always been a solemn man who only spoke when he felt it was necessary. A very big difference when compared to his wife. "So, this is my new apprentice," Pollux pointed at James, "and he will be staying for this meeting." "You took an apprentice," Cygnus exclaimed. "You want this brat to stay in the presence of our esteemed guest? That's outrageous." Walburga could not contain herself any longer. "Not even our own children are allowed into this meeting. Why would he get to stay here?" Drula wondered what Lord Pollux was plotting with this move, but she felt like a lot of information was missing. "Brother, what is going on?" Cassiopeia glanced at him with mixed feelings. "First you announced to us that you are dying, and now you want to take the Potter heir as an apprentice." Drula gasped at the realization. "You are not really intent on making this boy your heir, right? You can't do that. That would be more than just a breach of protocol, it would be a betrayal to your family." Walburga spoke next. "Father, if you are still feeling unwell, perhaps it would be better if you went back to rest. Obviously, your mind is not." "Enough!" Pollux's fist hit the thick wooden table with such force that it created a crack across it. There was a long silence after that, which ended up being broken by Creature's sudden arrival. "Master, the guests are here." Chapter 66, Lord Voldemort. "Invite them in and escort them here, Creature." Pollux turned to his family then. "We will no longer argue about this. You will all let me lead the talking, or I will remind you why I am the patriarch of this house." "Why, yes, father." Walburga lowered her head with reluctance. The others looked at the patriarch in silence. They had all already begun to see him as an old man at the end of his life, who was weak and decrepit. But the image that Lord Pollux was displaying now was of the powerful wizard who had commanded the House of Black for decades. He did not look like someone who was sick and only had a few months left. This had made some of them believe that perhaps their patriarch had played some trick on them, maybe a test of sorts to see how they would react if he were on his deathbed. But their attention was soon diverted as the doors to the main hall opened, and 3 individuals walked inside. On one side was a tall man with long blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. He wore expensive robes and walked in an elegant and delicate manner. They were all very familiar with Abraxas Malfoy at this point. He was the richest wizard in all of magical Britain. His fortune even surpassed that of the House of Black. This was one of the reasons Drula had been so excited when he offered to marry his son Lucius to her youngest daughter. She could not have hoped for a better union, or one that would benefit her more. On the other side was another familiar person. He was a robust man with short black hair and a pair of cold black eyes. Edwin Lestrain wore his usual angry scowl. This was a man who appeared to be in a constant state of anger, and there were rumors that he had never smiled in his entire life, not even on the day of his wedding or when his children were born. Between them stood the guest of honor, the so-called Dark Lord. He wore a simple black robe that covered most of his body, except for his impossibly pale hands. His face was mostly hidden by the hood of his cloak, revealing only his jaw, which was as pale as his hands. The group stopped a few steps away from the table. Abraxas handled the introductions and greetings, starting with himself and Edwin. Of course, they were all familiar with each other, so this was merely a formality. The current Lord Malfoy was a man fond of traditions and formalities. He then turned to the Dark Lord. "I present to you, Lord Voldemort, the most powerful Dark Lord this land has ever seen. And tonight, he has come here to honor you with his presence, Lord Black." Abraxas's eyes flickered for a moment to James before returning to Pollux, clearly wondering about the presence of the Potter heir, but chose not to comment on it. Lord Pollux stood from his chair, and the rest of the family followed suit. "Lord Voldemort, are you from outside the island?" Abraxas's eyes widened for a second. He had not expected the patriarch to begin the conversation by questioning the Dark Lord's origins. "No, I was born and raised in Britain, Lord Black." Voldemort's voice was soft, yet they could all hear it clearly, as if he were speaking right next to their ears. This was no doubt the effect of some spell woven into it. Pollux did not skip a beat. "Then you should know that it is impolite to hide your face during an important meeting such as this." Edwin Lestrange's frown deepened. "Lord Pollux, that's no." Voldemort quickly raised his hand to stop him. "It's fine, Edwin. Lord Black is correct." His pale hands pulled back the hood, finally revealing his face to the rest of the occupants. Several contained gasps followed. Even Lord Pollux looked visibly shocked at the sight before him. The only one who maintained his composure was James Potter, as he was already familiar with this inhuman visage. Though he looked different from how he had after his resurrection in June of 1995, James could still tell this was the same monster. His features were more human, he even still had a nose. But his eyes were an impossible shade of red, as if they had been injected with blood. His skin was paler than should have been possible for a human, and it appeared to have an almost oily quality. Voldemort, at this point, should have been in his late 40s, but the person in front of them looked much older than that. James was certain this was partly the effect of all the Horcruxes he had created. But now, looking at the man with the eyes of a veteran wizard rather than the novice he had been back then, he could tell there was much more to it. There were many forbidden rituals in this world. Some promised great power, but they always came at a great cost. Most wizards and witches were smart enough to stay away from them. Occasionally, a madman would appear and perform them without regard for the consequences. James wondered how many of those rituals Voldemort had subjected himself to. Just how great was his ambition for power and control that he would sink to such depths. Voldemort seemed to find their reactions amusing. His smile only made him look more terrifying. "I'm afraid this is why I usually keep my face hidden. I hope you forgive my unusual appearance, Lord Black. I have suffered some magical mishaps in the past that left me looking like this." "I see." Lord Pollux was not foolish enough to believe that, and neither was his family. The House of Black had a long history with forbidden magic and rituals. They could only imagine the things this Dark Lord had done to end up in such a state. However, this also demonstrated just how determined he was in his quest for power and conquest. Voldemort had known this from the beginning. His red eyes grew more vibrant, almost seeming to glow. "Now, would you hear my offer?" Chapter 67, The Dark Lord's Side. Lord Pollux gestured for his guest to take a seat before he spoke again. "I have promised that I would listen to what you have to say, Lord Voldemort, and I will do that much at least." Voldemort smiled, which made him seem even creepier. "Thank you for your time and your family. Lord Knot told me that you were a reasonable man." Pollux had to make an effort to avoid showing any facial change at the mention of Lord Knot. He had been the one who initially sent a letter to him, recommending he speak with this Dark Lord. They had known each other for many decades, and he was a man that Pollux had trusted deeply. Otherwise, he would have been more hesitant to meet someone who called themselves a Dark Lord. This trust began to change when he came to realize that the sickness that almost killed him was actually a curse, one that he had contracted shortly after interacting with some ancient artifacts that his old friend had gifted him for his birthday. He could not prove that this had been intentional, and surely, if he confronted Edward Knot about it, he would certainly say that it had been an unfortunate accident. After all, there is always a risk of curses when interacting with ancient magical artifacts. He glanced at Abraxas Malfoy and Edwin Lestrange. It was obvious that the two families were already deep within this Dark Lord's circle. And considering that his old friend, Lord Knott, was the one who recommended this meeting, that family was also included. These were 3 of the 5 most powerful families in the British Isles. The Blacks and the Rosiers are the other 2. Considering how eager Drula was for this alliance, the Rosiers have presumably been seduced to his side already. This leaves my house as the last of the great dark houses of Britain. Pollux had the nagging feeling that he had been left for last on purpose. And he didn't like to think that they may have been waiting for him to die or be too sick to participate in this meeting. After all, if it hadn't been for James' potion, his children would have been in charge of this meeting, and he could already imagine how quickly they would have agreed to join the side of this Dark Lord. I am sure you are aware of the current political situation in magical Britain, Voldemort began. Every day that passes, our conservative faction of the Wizengamot, the ones who are trying to preserve our tradition and heritage, are becoming weaker and less influential. You must have realized this too. Every year, we have over 100 new mudblood wizards and witches joining our society, bringing with them their muggle values and taking important positions at the ministry. How long before they become the ones in complete control of the magical nation? What would then happen to all these ancient families like yours? Pollux couldn't exactly disagree with that. Even his father had been commenting on these matters decades ago. Tradition was dying and was being replaced by what they referred to as progress. Was progress worth it if it meant losing what made them special in the first place? This was a question that had been brought forth many times in the Wizengamot. And once in a while, someone would propose limiting the influence of Muggle-borns and half-bloods in their government. Those proposals rarely go through. That's right, the Lord knows the issues we have been dealing with, Walburga spoke up. Of course I have, we have all been affected by this. Plague, Voldemort nodded in understanding. And what is the solution you propose, Lord Voldemort? Pollux asked. I have heard many proposals over the years. Some of the least extreme ones would sometimes pass the vote in the Wizengamot, like laws that would place limitations on which positions those who don't come from pureblood families could hold. The more extreme ones are always stopped, sometimes before they even reach the voting stage. And isn't it a shame that everything has to be voted for? Voldemort asked. Pollux raised an eyebrow at the question. The British Isles has been ruled by a council of wizards since long before the Ministry of Magic even existed. What are you suggesting, having a single ruler like those Muggles used to do? Because that didn't seem to go well for them. Voldemort made a dismissive gesture. Oh no, nothing so extreme. The Council of Wizards should remain, but perhaps it would be good to return to our roots. Perhaps something similar to the original one, where only the most powerful and ancient families had a seat. Of course, every house present here in this room would have one, and we could carefully select the others. I already have a few in mind. We would essentially be in full control of the country, Abraxas Malfoy spoke. Families like the Bones, Pruettes, or Longbottoms would no longer stand in our way when an important law must be enacted. They would have no say in these matters. In control of the country, Pollux knew it was not going to be so easy. This would involve a bloody war, where wizards and witches on both sides would perish. This is why nothing like this has been considered in recent times. Many British houses were still feeling the effects of the mess created by the last person who called themselves a Dark Lord. They may not survive another war. A council of wizards who will rule as equals sounds nice, but wouldn't you be the one who would truly be in charge, Mr. Voldemort? All the eyes in the room turned to the speaker, shocked to find that it was James Potter who had just voiced his opinion. How dare you speak up, boy? Drula seemed like she wanted to jump over the table and choke him. Keep your mouth shut. This is not a place where you can say whatever you want, Walburga glared at him. It's Lord Voldemort, not Mr. Abraxas Malfoy corrected him. You shouldn't pronounce his name in such a disrespectful manner, Edwin Lestrange warned him. James noted the red eyes of Voldemort on him and returned the stare. Who are you? Voldemort had initially glossed over his presence, but now that he had spoken up, it had attracted his attention. Chapter 68, Veiled Threats. James, Pollux muttered his name while giving him a look that seemed to advise silence. He appreciated the concern, but out of everyone in this room, he was the most aware of the type of threat that Voldemort represented. Had he been a younger and more naive version of himself, he would have been tempted to jump on top of the table and curse him to death, consequences be damned. Fortunately, his many years of experience had not been for naught, and he could consider the current situation with a cool head. Currently, Voldemort is still in the process of recruiting allies, and it may still take a few years before his Death Eaters are ready to start a war. However, even now, killing him would not be easy. He should have already created most of his Horcruxes at this point, so Voldemort can't be destroyed permanently unless he found those first. Also, there is the small fact that he is yet to be considered a criminal. No matter if he chooses to call himself a Dark Lord or Lord Voldemort, in the eyes of the Ministry, he is just a wizard, and one with very powerful friends at that. If James were to attack him unprovoked, he would be the only one who ends up in Azkaban. This will require some maneuvering and patience. James decided that the best way to hurt Voldemort at this moment would be to deprive him of some potential allies. "Who is this young wizard who questions my intentions?" Voldemort asked. "I thought I was familiar with all the members of this house." James wanted to do more than just question his intention. He wanted to question his identity in front of all these people. But he stopped himself from opening his mouth after considering the consequences of doing something like that. Attempting to reveal Voldemort's origins right now would inevitably show the Dark Lord that he somehow had knowledge about who he was before changing his name. That would put Voldemort on high alert, as well as make him, and anyone close to him, into the Dark Lord's main targets to eliminate as soon as possible. Also, his words were not going to change the minds of wizards like Malfoy or Lestrange. It would also have little effect on members of the House of Black like Drula or Walburga. Since James remained quiet, someone else decided to speak for him. "He is not part of this family, my lord," Orion Black answered first. "He is one of my sons F." His wife stopped him from speaking by subtly twisting his arm. "He is just the son of Fleamont Potter." "Potter?" Voldemort glanced at James. "I wasn't expecting to see a Potter in here, especially conspiring their political views." His red eyes moved to Pollux. "Or is it perhaps the House of Black, the one changing their beliefs?" "Absolutely not," Drula snapped immediately. "Our house is still." All of a sudden, the entire table shook while making a tremendously loud sound. This startled Drula and almost made her fall from her chair. Lord Pollux had slammed his hand on the table to show his displeasure, just as he did during the recent dinner. "Stop your unnecessary rambling. As the patriarch of this house, I will be the one who addresses our guest from now on." "Oh," Voldemort smiled. "This is more in line with the Lord Pollux I heard so much about. The views of our house have not changed since its founding. We value family and tradition above everything else. This is the only reason we have lasted this long," Pollux said. "That's excellent then, my proposal W." But Pollux interrupted Voldemort. Although the Potter boy spoke out of turn, he did bring up an interesting point. "You identify yourself as the next Dark Lord, but also claim that you wish to create a new wizard council. One that would only admit those families who value tradition over progress." "Yes, I did say that, but I don't see." "I wasn't done." Pollux interrupted Voldemort again. The smile had long disappeared from his face. "It seems to me that, in reality, this council will only be composed of those who are completely loyal to you, meaning that the power of this council would only be symbolic, while you would be the one with all the control." Abraxas Malfoy and Edwin Lestrange were starting to look uncomfortable while seated next to the Dark Lord. They must be feeling his rising anger. "Lord Pollux, if you are trying to insinuate that my proposal to you is in some way deceitful, I assure you that my intentions are exactly as I stated before. I want this country to be in the proper hands. The hands of those who value what makes us special and different from the Muggles. The Mudbloods cannot be trusted and cannot be allowed to continue stirring things toward a world where old families like yours will be completely worthless, and the traditions and customs of our ancestors become obsolete and forgotten. Voldemort explained while keeping his temper in control. His red eyes then moved to James for a moment. As for those ancient wizarding families who sympathize with the mudblood cause in the name of progress, those blood traitors are even worse. Their punishment will be exemplary. I can guarantee you that. So you are planning on starting a war then? Because that is the only way you could come close to fulfilling that promise, Pollux stated. A war is inevitable, Voldemort exclaimed. Even without my input, it's only a matter of time before that happens. I did not plant any new ideas in the hearts of the lords and ladies of this land. This discord between the two main factions is something that has been building up for centuries. Pollux had no response to that. He knew that Voldemort was correct. Even his father had once said the same when Grindelwald was taken down. Another war was bound to occur eventually, and it would be even bloodier than the previous one. Noticing the silence, Voldemort's smile returned to his face. I take it that you agree with me, Lord Pollux. So what do you say? Will the House of Black join our cause? He extended his hand. James glanced at Pollux. Depending on this man's answer, things could take a turn for the worse. If the House of Black joins the Death Eaters, then it was going to become extremely messy for James to change the events that follow in a way that was favorable for him. The other members of the family were looking at their patriarch nervously. Pollux took a minute to think in silence, but it felt like an hour at least. Eventually, he opened his black eyes and directed them at the Dark Lord. I will admit that I agree with much of what you say, and I can see the advantage of joining your cause. Voldemort frowned, but I don't wish to see my family involved in this war of yours. I have made the decision. The House of Black will remain neutral in this matter. Pollux spoke with conviction. The tension in the room rose tenfold. Lord Pollux, Abraxas stood up from his chair. I ask you to reconsider this. The usual scowl on Edwin Lestrange's face seemed to deepen. Don't forget about the bonds between our families. Are you willing to put that in danger? Is that a threat, Lord Lestrange? Pollux glared back at him. Voldemort stood up and gestured for the other two men to settle down. Gentlemen, please, there is no need for things to get unpleasant. His eyes went to Pollux. This is not just my war, Lord Pollux, and neutrality may not be an option for long, but I will interpret your words as you needing more time to think things through properly. I will grant you more time then. I want you to really consider all the possible ramifications. The Dark Lord left the veiled threat in his words hanging for a while. He was telling Lord Pollux that if he doesn't join his side, he and his family will become his enemies. This will also put the family alliances in danger, since most of those families had already joined Voldemort's side. Chapter 69, The Ride Back. The return to Hogwarts was quite tranquil. Luckily, his parents had not noticed his absence, and Sirius didn't even need to lie to them in order to cover his absence, something that he was very grateful for. On the ride back to the castle, everyone was talking excitedly about what they'd done during the short break. However, James's mind was miles away from that train cabin. He kept going over the conversation with Voldemort, wondering if he should have pushed things further. The House of Black's alliance with the Dark Lord was still up in the air, and that was a good thing, but he had to make sure that alliance never happened. Without their support, Voldemort's army would be left incomplete and weakened. He also considered whether there was any possibility of creating doubt among the other ancient houses already tied to Voldemort. Families like Malfoy, Lestrange, Rosier, Crabbe, Goyle, and several others. Unfortunately, he didn't have a friendly relationship with anyone from those houses. In fact, it was probably the opposite. Severus Snape came to mind. He wasn't a member of an important wizarding family, but he was still a valuable asset for Voldemort. James wished he could do something to keep Snape from taking that path, but it would be difficult. Snape was already associated with Lucius Malfoy, and it wasn't like he'd trust anything James told him. His eyes moved to Peter Pettigrew, who was sitting across from him. This was someone he could influence. Peter's betrayal of the Marauders had been a result of feeling cornered and afraid. The war wasn't going well, and everyone knew it was only a matter of time before Voldemort achieved victory. Peter had been captured and must have been offered a way out, which he took. James wasn't sure about the exact moment of the betrayal, but it had to have happened near the end of the First War. He still had plenty of time to ensure things went differently this time. I have much to prepare, and many projects that need to be completed. If I can do that, Voldemort is in for a few nasty surprises. James, is there something on my face? Peter asked hesitantly. James realized he'd been staring at Peter for too long. No, sorry, I was just… Actually, yes, there's some red sauce on your left cheek. Oh, Peter hurried to wipe his face with his handkerchief. It must be from the sandwich I ate earlier. You ate 3 of them, and we're still an hour away, Sirius pointed out. I can't help it. I always get nervous on the train, and when I get nervous, I also get hungry, Peter said. Leaving that aside, you've been quieter than usual, James, Remus said. Did something happen during the break? Sirius tensed suddenly. After his return, James had told him about the conversation between the Dark Lord and his family, something that Sirius didn't even want to think about right now. Nothing to worry about, for now, James said. He knew he couldn't hide these things from his other 2 friends forever. News about the Dark Lord's plans to take over Britain would eventually become public knowledge, but it felt unnecessary to tell them this early when there was nothing they could do. Remus already had enough to worry about with his werewolf curse, and Peter. Well, he wasn't likely to handle the news in a healthy way. That sounded eerie, Peter pointed out. For now, Remus raised an eyebrow. Hey, have any of you seen Frank? It's strange he didn't come to our usual seats, Peter asked, changing the subject. Sirius snorted. PFF, he's probably off with Alice. Those 2 have been more inseparable than usual this year. It's normal, they just became an official couple over the summer, Remus said. What about you, Sirius? Don't you need to go see Marlene? Peter asked. We're not clingy like that, Sirius exclaimed, though it was obvious he was looking forward to seeing her at dinner. I wish I had a girlfriend too, Peter muttered. Hey, this might be your year, mate, Sirius said, patting him on the back. They left the train at the station and made their way to the carriages along with the other students. As they climbed in, Peter and Sirius kept glancing toward the front of the carriage. Are they really there? Peter asked. Sirius turned to James. Can you see them? As long as you don't ask me anything after this. Yes, they're there and I can see them, James said, stepping into the carriage. You mean the Thestrals? Remus asked. Of course they're there. You can see them too, Peter asked. Remus shrugged. No, but I can smell them. His senses had been greatly enhanced since he got his curse, and this was probably the only good thing to come from that day. Wait for us. The 4 boys turned toward the familiar voice and spotted Frank, Alice, and Lily approaching their carriage. The moment they saw them, they knew something was wrong. Merlin, Peter exclaimed. What the? Sirius stared in shock. What happened to you 3? Remus asked. Frank's uniform was disheveled. Alice's makeup and hair were even worse, but the most noticeable was Lily. She had a bruised eye, which she quickly covered with her hand, and a busted lip that was still bleeding. So, who'd you get into a fight with? James asked. It was obvious what had happened, the only question was who. The 3 climbed into the carriage, and once they were all inside, it began to move. The marauders waited for an answer, and just when they thought they wouldn't get one, Frank spoke. It was Bellatrix Black. Chapter 70, Dinner. What, are you saying that my cousin beat you all up? Sirius asked. It wasn't like that, Alice hurried to say. No, I mean, it kinda was. Frank gave Lily a glance. She was still covering her eye. Here, take a sip of this. James offered her a small flask with some green liquid inside. This is, Lily picked it up and examined it closer. Healing potion, James said simply. It had a more complex name, but I forgot it, so I just call it that. He had also modified the formula decades ago, so it was hardly the same thing they used at the hospital. Lily hesitated for only a second before uncorking it and taking a sip. She gasped as the pain vanished, and her face returned to normal almost immediately. Amazing. Can you give me some of that? I fell on my butt pretty hard earlier, Alice said as her friend passed the vial. Wow, Alice glanced at James. You should sell this stuff. I'll consider it, James responded. Of course, he was already selling it. It had only taken one small sample before he began receiving dozens of requests for more. So, can you tell us what happened in a bit more detail? Why did you get into a fight with Bellatrix Black? Remus asked. Yes, we still have 5 minutes of carriage ride left. Give us the brief version, Sirius said. Frank and Alice both glanced at Lily. It's my fault, I'm sorry. The red-headed girl lowered her head. It's not your fault things got messy, Frank said softly. Yeah, those Slytherins are awful, Alice exclaimed. Can you guys go back a bit? We're not understanding anything, Remus told them. Okay, Frank nodded. We were sitting in one of the cabins around the middle of the train. Why didn't you come sit with us? Peter asked. Well, Frank glanced at Alice. Sorry about that. I saw a friend of mine and wanted to speak with her for a while. Frank and Lily stayed with me, Alice said. Sorry, I meant to go see you guys before the end of the train ride, but, Frank added. Okay, that's fine, Frank. Sirius didn't pay that part any mind. What happened next? We heard a commotion right outside our cabin, Lily said. And we went to check it out, Alice added. Bellatrix and her older sister were arguing with some Hufflepuffs about their seats or something. When we stepped outside, it seemed like things were about to get resolved anyway, so we weren't planning to, or at least I wasn't planning on getting involved, Frank said. Nothing good comes from tangling with those sisters. Yes, but then, Alice glanced at Lily. I'm sorry, Lily said. What did she do? Sirius asked. She kinda picked a fight with your cousin Bellatrix, Alice said. I wasn't trying to pick a fight, I had to tell her. Lily suddenly grew embarrassed. What did you have to tell her? Sirius pressed. You shouldn't even be speaking with those sisters. They're always trouble, Peter exclaimed. That's what I keep telling James. You know, you don't have to say anything, Lily, James said, noticing how uncomfortable she was becoming. Whatever had happened, it seemed to be something she felt embarrassed about. And we're about to arrive at the gates anyway. Get your things ready. Oh, come on, you can't leave us hanging like this, Sirius huffed. Sirius? Remus smacked him on the shoulder. James is right. Lily doesn't owe us an explanation, so drop it. He, too, had noticed the girl's discomfort. That's probably for the best, Alice said. Yeah, and it doesn't matter anymore. Let's go enjoy a peaceful dinner, Frank said, adjusting his robes. You should get changed, Frank, Alice pointed out. His robe had a large tear around his right arm. Oh, yeah, good thing I have a spare, Frank chuckled. The group walked past the metal gates and made their way to their common room, where they had a couple of hours to organize their belongings before dinner. Sirius and Peter pressed Frank for details about the fight, but the boy was too upright and honorable to say anything. He only mentioned that this was mostly Lily's business, and if she didn't feel comfortable speaking about it, then he couldn't say anything. In the end, they were left speculating about what could have triggered Lily to pick a fight with someone like Bellatrix, since it was very out of character for her to do something like that. However, as soon as they sat down at their usual spots in the Great Hall and the delicious food appeared before them, they forgot about everything else and decided to enjoy their dinner in peace. James scanned the hall as he ate. He had always been observant, and after what had transpired during the Christmas break, he wondered how much the lives of those present here will change in the near future, or had already changed. The headmaster appeared to be in his usual cheerful mood, making James question whether he truly knew what was happening behind the scenes. One piece of information that James was lacking was when the war had officially started, or even when Dumbledore had realized that the resentful student he'd once rejected for a teaching position had returned to the country, intent on building an army to take over everything. His amber eyes then drifted to the Slytherin table. It was impossible to tell if the students there were aware of the brewing conflict, if they knew about the Dark Lord and their parents swearing loyalty to that madman. One thing he did notice was that the atmosphere at the table seemed far more solemn than usual. Bella was there too. One of her classmates seemed to be telling her something, and she looked very bored or distracted, thinking about something else. James noticed that she was covering her cheek with her hand. It seems like Lily was not the only one to get hurt. Chapter 71, The Diadem. It was dark, curfew was drawing near, and James was walking alone through the desolated passages of the 7th floor of the castle. His feet moved with purpose and at a constant pace, until he arrived in front of a very peculiar painting of a man trying to teach some trolls how to dance. This was a very well-known piece of art due to the ridiculous scene depicted in it, but no students knew about the secret behind it. It's been so long since I visited this place. The room of requirement was one of the locations he had initially considered for his lab, but it was quickly discarded for several reasons. Like the fact that the room itself was heavily enchanted and constantly changing shape. Something like that could be detrimental to any long-term project that James tried to work on. Now, the reason he had come tonight had nothing to do with potions. James paced in front of the strange painting 3 times while muttering his need for a place to hide something very important. All of a sudden, a door formed in the wall, and James wasted no time walking inside and closing the door behind himself. It feels even bigger than I remember. Perhaps it's because the last time he was in here, he was on his flying broom and the room was on fire. In front of him was a labyrinth, except that instead of stone or any other construction material, the walls were made of random objects that had been piled up on top of each other. James sighed and began to walk around, looking for anything that felt familiar. He had seen the Ravenclaw diadem before and hoped to recognize it if he were to see it once more. I can't believe I'm doing all of this again, James groaned. Seeing Voldemort again, and now finding himself hunting down his Horcruxes, was bringing a lot of unpleasant memories from his past. He had lived a very long life as Harry Potter. The war against the Dark Lord had been one of the most unpleasant parts of that life, but it was something that he was able to leave behind eventually. He then got to experience an entire lifetime, over a century long. As Harry, he traveled the world, met many interesting people, and later became a master himself, taking countless students who became his new family. When he awoke in this world, he quickly came to understand that he was going to face Voldemort once more. But even understanding this, he still felt very detached from it, like it was happening to someone else. As James, he decided to try and make good use of this new chance he had been given and try to surpass his previous accomplishments in potion making and alchemy. At that point, the matter of Voldemort had moved to the back of his mind. Not really forgotten, but not a priority either. Seeing him in person had changed James' mentality on the subject. The man was a threat to everything he currently cared for, and he would have to do something about it if he didn't want to lose it all. Okay, this is ridiculous. He had been walking for over 30 minutes, and it didn't feel like he had covered even 10% of the room. Wait, could that spell work on the thing? James took his wand out. Let's see, Accio Ravenclaw diadem. Then he waited. Several seconds passed, and nothing happened. I knew it couldn't be that easy. He must have put a lot of protections. He heard something in the distance as he was speaking. James waited for a moment in silence and then heard it again. It was a low banging noise. That way, he could at least identify the direction and began to move toward it. The sound was getting louder, and it was definitely a banging noise. There, he spotted a large pile of old furniture and was sure that the sound was coming from one of them. James climbed the unstable mountain with as much care in his steps as he could. A wooden cabinet was hanging precariously on top of a wardrobe. It had to be there. James saw the little door moving as something inside tried to escape. He then climbed to the top, and while hanging with one hand from the wardrobe, he used his other one to pry the door open. He only had time to catch a glimpse of something silver before it hit him in the head and made him fall all the way down to the floor. Damn it! James had to push himself to one side. He was not the only thing to collapse from the pile, but the large wardrobe and several other pieces of furniture had followed him and almost crushed his body. Erg! He struggled to stand back up and felt a sharp pain in his leg. It wouldn't be funny if this is how I die on my second chance. The former legendary alchemist passes away after being buried under a pile of furniture because an enchanted diadem made him. He interrupted his mumbling to look around. Wait, where is it? Ouch, now he was sure that his leg was broken. Good thing he always carries an entire apothecary on his robes. He pulled back his sleeve, revealing dozens of tiny pockets. Each one of these had potions, elixirs, or ointments for a large variety of situations. James took a flask containing a liquid of a vibrant green color that almost seemed to glow. This was a much more potent version of the healing potion he gave to Lily. It was able to cure almost any physical injury in mere seconds. Okay, better. He felt the pain disappear almost immediately and recovered his ability to walk, so he resumed his search for the diadem. Luckily, this time, he didn't need to use any more spells to find it and was able to spot it nearby. Got you. James lifted the diadem using his wand. He was not going to touch it until he ran a few tests. I have successfully secured one of the Horcruxes. Now the question is, what do I do with you? Chapter 72, Getting Your Priorities in Order. The next day, Quidditch Field. James hovered in his flying boom. He was supposed to be looking for the gold snitch, but he was not in the mood for that. His mind was preoccupied with something else. He had placed the Ravenclaw diadem in a sealed container and hid it inside his portable laboratory. As this one was always in his possession, it could be considered a safe location for now. Destroying it was not an option at the moment. Even if he could get his hands on some basilisk venom or cast a fiendfire spell, destroying a piece of his soul would likely alert Voldemort of what he was doing. He cast several detection spells on the diadem and could not find a single protection of any kind on it, other than the natural resistance that comes from being a Horcrux, of course. This told James about Voldemort's arrogance. He didn't bother protecting the diadem because he never considered that anyone else would be able to find the room of requirement. That arrogance was something that James should use to his advantage. But if he starts destroying his Horcruxes, Voldemort would realize the vulnerability of his situation and become a lot more cautious. That would make him much more dangerous than he already is. A desperate Voldemort will go to any lengths to survive. How am I going to find the others, though? James thought about it as his broom floated over the Quidditch field. James, someone shouted. The team was in the middle of practice. While he was thinking about something he considered much more important. But when a bludger hit his back and forced him off his broom, he had to admit that perhaps he should have been paying some attention after all. Oh no, the captain's face went pale when he saw James fall. As he was reaching terminal velocity and the green grass of the field was getting closer, James felt his mind clearing up. He waved his hand. Arresto momentum, his body became lighter and his fall slowed to a crawl. James could hear the screams and yells from his teammates. His body floated gently until he reached the ground. James, are you okay? The captain was the first one to land at his side. Wait, where is my broom? Just then, James heard a crunching sound right behind him. When he turned around, he found the shattered remains of his broom. Oh, great. Now he had to waste money on another broom. He was already using all his funds for materials. James, are you hurt? Sirius and the rest of the team arrived. I'm so sorry, I wasn't trying to hit it that way. John Bell, the fourth-year beater who hit the ball, was looking very concerned. You guys are being too dramatic. It was just a short fall, James said, and I am more than fine. This had at least served to help him put his thoughts in order. He couldn't get completely obsessed with Voldemort right now, not when there was little he could do. But he couldn't immerse himself in his experiments as he had done until now. He had been ignoring too many things around him. I need to find some balance in this life, achieve my goals, but not lose sight of what's important in the process, James thought. James, Marlene called for him. She was holding the remains of his Comet 220. I don't think there is any fixing that, Sirius said. James, you need to be more careful while on the field, the captain said in a stern tone. This happened because you weren't paying attention. I know you could have easily dodged that bludger otherwise. Yeah, Sirius said. You're our only seeker now, so try not to get hurt. I'll try to pay more attention. Don't worry, James responded. After returning from the break, he had been informed that Brian Jones, the previous main seeker, had decided to retire. The incident during the last game had not left any permanent injuries, but it made him think. He was already in his 7th year and hoping to join the Auror Academy after graduation. Any serious injury would ruin his chances, so the decision was not a difficult one for him. Right, if James gets hurt, we won't be able to play the next game, Marlene said. You're going to need a new broom, James, Captain Bell said while looking at the broken remains. "I'll talk to Professor McGonagall. I'm sure she can find a way to get you something decent. I just need permission to visit Diagon Alley during the week. I can buy another one." It did hurt him to spend money on this, but he couldn't play with a subpar broom. At least the business was going well, so he would recoup the losses very quickly. He was planning on getting started on that request for a Felix Felicis potion. It was considered one of the most difficult concoctions, and it required an experienced potioneer to pull it off successfully. Because of this, it paid really well. Once he finished that one, he won't have to worry about money for a while. Because of the loss of his broom, James was given an early leave from practice, and after taking a nice shower, he decided to make his way to the 6th-floor laboratory. He made sure that no one saw him going onto the 6th floor before proceeding further. After opening the entrance, he went inside and closed it behind him. The next thing he did was check all his tools and materials to make sure everything was in order. One had to be particularly meticulous when dealing with volatile substances, and the potion he was going to start today was very temperamental. James then took off the silver ring he wore on his right hand and placed it on one of the tables. "Wake up, we're back at the lab." The ring trembled and began to transform into a small draconic creature with white scales. "Caillou," the little beast let out an angry cry. "I'm sorry for keeping you as a ring for this long, but I couldn't just let you fly around my parents' house," James told Primum. "Caillou," this did not seem to placate the creature. "If they saw you, they would have wanted to know where you came from." He had managed to convince them that he had suddenly become very skilled in potions thanks to his magical head trauma. But Primum was much more complex than that. He was a chimera created with very high-level alchemy techniques. Unfortunately, it was not something he could explain right now. "Look, I promised to figure something out for the summer, okay?" James said. "Caillou," Primum seemed to have sensed something and turned to look at the door. James did not need to sense anything, as he just heard the mechanism of the door being unlocked. There was only one other person who should be able to do that. "Hey, Bella," James greeted his one and only student as she stepped inside. Chapter 73, I Should Not Stay. Bellatrix furrowed her eyebrows and looked around constantly as she went inside and closed the door. "I won't stay for long. I shouldn't even be here, but—" "Caillou," the little guy flew straight at her. "Hey," Bella caught him, and a soft smile appeared on her face. "Did you miss me?" "It's a bit overly excited because I didn't let it do much during the break," James commented while he was getting the materials ready for his next project. "Why do you always call him it? That's so disrespectful." Bella was carefully petting the head of the creature, and he seemed to be enjoying the attention like a little puppy. James turned to glance at her. "Because it is an it, not a him," he simply answered. "Caillou," Primum didn't understand why they were arguing now. Bella shook her head. "Never mind, just take proper care of him." "Why, where are you going?" James asked. Her violet eyes were locked on him. "I just told you, I shouldn't be here." "Why not? I already gave you permission." James continued processing the materials as he talked. "It's not all about you," she caressed Primum's head. "Things are getting tense in the Slytherin house, and Rodolphus is more annoying than ever. He doesn't leave me in peace, and when he can't be around, he has other students following me. I had a hard time losing them so I could come here, but I cannot stay long. I just wanted to say something to you." I did notice the tension. It must be because of Voldemort." James finished crushing the Akami eggs and added them to the cauldron. "You shouldn't say that name so casually. That is the Dark Lord you're talking about. Even my parents seem scared of him. I've never seen them like that." James shrugged. No one knew better how dangerous that man was, but it was not the name they should fear. "So, you wish to stop being my student?" James stopped for a moment and glanced at her directly. "It's too dangerous for me to come here. I don't know how long I can fool those guys. Even my sister is keeping an eye on me. That ungrateful bye." "Look," James interrupted her rambling. "If you want to quit out of your own free will, that's fine by me. But if you're doing it because you think you're protecting me or something silly like that, then forget about it. I don't need it." "Who says I'm trying to protect you?" Bella snapped. "And why do you even care about my reasons for wanting to quit? I thought you didn't want me here in the first place." James pointed to one of the shelves. Can you pass me the distilled water? Bella grumbled something under her breath before putting primum down and handing James a large container with a clear liquid inside. See, you're very useful. Why would I not want you here? James measured the liquid before placing it in a golden cauldron and lighting a small green flame underneath. You have a gold cauldron. What in Merlin's name are you brewing? Bella asked. It's just a light coating. There's no way I can afford a pure gold one, James said with a tone that showed his displeasure with his current financial restraints. It was aggravating to work with subpar tools, but he had to make do with what he had at the moment. As for what I'm brewing, it's a batch of Felix Felicis. What? Isn't that a super rare potion? Of course it's rare. This thing takes 6 months to brew, and any mistake along the way will ruin it. It was also very unstable and reacted violently to certain substances. But I already agreed to brew it, and it pays quite well. He continued to work. He crushed a squill bulb to a paste and added it to the mixture before stirring 6 times counterclockwise, allowing the mixture to turn a pale blue. Bella didn't realize it, but she had become entranced watching James work. James dropped in 3 Ashwender eggs one by one, stirring counterclockwise after each addition, and the potion changed to a faint orange tone. Did you get into a fight recently? Huh? Bella moved her eyes away from the potion. What are you talking about? There's a mark on your left cheek, and the skin around your eye is slightly bruised, James pointed out. Bella used her hand to cover her face. What's it to you? I always get into fights. Was it with Lily Evans? He then asked. Oh, so that's what you want to know. Didn't she already tell you what happened on the train? Bella was clearly getting upset at the mention. She did not. It didn't seem like she wanted to speak about it, and I respected her privacy. What about my privacy? Now she was getting annoyed. Caillou, the little guy floated to Bella's shoulder and let out a cry that seemed to show his agreement. I hate being in school again, James groaned. You think I attacked her for no reason? Bella asked him. James stopped working for a moment to look at her properly. No, I do not. That's why I'm curious about the reason behind that scuffle. You want to know, huh? What if I told you that she attacked me first? Would you believe that? Bella huffed. Normally, he would not believe that Lily would go out of her way to attack someone, but he could not detect any deceit in Bella. She was being sincere. Did she say why? He didn't recall those two having many interactions. Bella grinned. Because of you, she pointed at him. James was not expecting her to say that. Me? Oh, that would explain why she looked so embarrassed to speak during the ride in the carriage. Let me guess. She heard some of the rumors circulating about us and decided that you were a bad influence on me. Bella raised an eyebrow. Actually, she accused me of using a charm on you. This made James chuckle. Yeah, I laughed too, Bella added. Still, breaking her lip seems like an overreaction, James said. About that, Bella looked somewhat troubled. I was just going to tell her to get lost, but... Chapter 74, Bella's Feelings. But James heard his potion making strange noises. Tisk! He had to hurry and lower the fire to keep it under control, then added some murtlap tentacles before placing a cover over the cauldron. You should pay more attention to what you're doing, Bella said with a tinge of amusement, as she'd never seen James make a mistake. Caillou, Primum seemed to agree. James glared at her. You shouldn't have left me hanging. Now tell me what happened next. Bella shrugged. What else? My sister Narcissa showed up with Lucius Malfoy and Rabastan. They didn't hear what she said to me, but they did see her slapping me when I laughed at her. Ah, James said. People associate Slytherin with snakes, but that house is a nest of lions. If you don't make yourself respected, they'll eat you alive in there. If I let that mudblood walk away after what she did, my life would have become much worse. I understand the situation, but Bella... She looked at him. Don't use that word in front of me again. James' tone was deadly serious. Tisk, why is everyone so uptight about that? My parents taught me to use it at home since I was little. Now everyone gets mad at me if I use it here. Bella rolled her eyes. Fine, I won't say the bad word in front of you, if that makes you happy. I appreciate it. Wait. Then what happened to Frank and Alice? They'd also been roughed up when I saw them. The other two, I think my sister Andy may have pushed them away when they got too close, Bella said. Andromeda did that? James was surprised. The Andromeda he knew was the motherly kind. It was hard to imagine her blasting spells at students. Anyway, if I hadn't smacked the redhead, things would have gotten worse for her. Rabiston tells everything to his brother, and you already know how temperamental Rodolphus can be. He would have gone after her. Bella didn't want to say it outright, but she had protected Lily in her own style. Not that she expected the girl to see it that way. I think Lily may have realized that. James recalled that she'd looked both regretful and embarrassed about what had transpired. Maybe she understood more than she was given credit for. Lily's mind was useful for more than just books. So, are you and Evans like close? Bella asked with hesitation. Close, Mum, I suppose we're friends now. But until this year, she couldn't even stand me being near her, so I wouldn't say we're that close. Oh, Bella looked away for a moment, then she noticed her potion station. Did you clean it? James scoffed. Of course, you left quite a mess before leaving for the break. I had to use 3 scourgifies to even. The break, right? She quickly changed the subject as she recalled something. I only came here to talk about that. Bella took a moment to breathe and collect her thoughts. You saved my grandfather's life. I was going to send you a letter, but then I decided I wanted to thank you in person for that. It wouldn't be proper otherwise. That's the main reason I came here today. She glanced at Primum and smiled. Seeing the little guy was the other reason. James nodded. It's no problem. Since my student asked me for a favor, I had no choice but to oblige. Of course, he'd also wanted to get inside the House of Black and meet its current patriarch, and she just gave him an excuse to do that. He'd hoped to change the minds of some of Voldemort's most loyal followers. So far, it wasn't going great. Most Slytherin students already hated him, but there was still some hope for that house. Bella made a complicated expression. She'd never truly expected James to succeed in healing her grandfather. It had been a wild gamble, done only because she'd followed her instinct. She'd been truly shocked when she found out, and also when she learned James had somehow convinced her grandfather to attend the family meeting with the Dark Lord. Bella glanced at James. There was something mysterious about him that made her want to know more. He had an aura of wisdom she'd only sensed in wizards like her grandfather or the headmaster. Well, I'm not your student anymore, she finally managed to say. A wave of sadness built in her chest. She wouldn't say it aloud, but the short time she'd spent in this lab had been the most fun she'd had in years. Caillou, Primum tilted his head in confusion. He could understand most words, but it was still difficult for him to grasp the feelings behind them. Sorry, I need to go now. As she turned to leave, James spoke again. Not my student anymore. I didn't hear you quit. Bella's head snapped back. Of course you did, I said it before. No, I only heard you say you couldn't attend lessons because of personal issues. If you want to cut ties and stop being my student, say it clearly. If you do, I won't bother with you any longer. James spoke calmly. Bella, however, felt like she'd been punched in the gut. Why do I have to say it? Why does it matter? Because only then will I know you're being genuine with your intentions, like the day you asked me to teach you. Bella stood in silence for a good minute, until she was finally able to form the words she wanted to truly say. Her violet eyes darted between James and Primum. I don't want to leave. Then don't, James said simply. But the Slytherins, Rodolphus will eventually. If he found this place, she was sure he'd destroy everything. That boy was capable of anything when angry. I understand you have issues to solve. Then solve them so you can return in peace, James told her. Solve them? It's not that easy. You don't know those people like I do. Did I say it was easy? Of course it's not. Nothing worth having ever is. But James scanned his laboratory shelves with amber eyes. There may be something I can do to help. However, I'm currently lacking a few ingredients for that particular spell. There's a spell that can help me. If it's the killing curse, I already know that one. Bella's comment earned a glare from James. Not that I've ever used it, I just know about it. It's not something so unrefined. I'll tell you when I have everything prepared, James said. Okay then, Bella felt like smiling again. I should still go, for now. James nodded. She said her goodbyes to Primum and left the laboratory. As she did, Bella felt like a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. I don't have to stop coming here. I can keep seeing him. She repeated it to herself. Distracted by her thoughts, Bella failed to notice several figures hidden behind a half-closed door leading into the dead-end corridor she just left. "Where did she come from?" one whispered. "There's nothing there, just a painting," another added. "Obviously, there's something hidden. This castle is full of secret rooms, and we'll find this one even if it takes all night." Severus Snape finally allowed himself a smirk. "I've got you, Potter." Chapter 75, A Broken Place. It was early in the morning. James and his friends were on their way to class on the 5th floor of the castle, and Sirius was complaining as usual. "Why do we need to listen to that ghost first thing in the morning? That's just torture," Sirius groaned. "I don't like history of magic either, but what can we do?" Peter said. "Why are the two of you whining? You're always falling asleep during class," Remus huffed. He was annoyed because those two never paid attention in class, and in the end, it was up to him to help them when they had homework or there was a test coming up. Remus was about to request for James to knock some sense into them when he realized that his friend wasn't paying attention to their conversation at all. "James, what is going on?" "Whoa, where's everyone going?" Sirius asked. The reason for James not paying attention to them was because he noticed some commotion on the upper floor. Students from all houses seemed to be passing by their side before rushing up the stairs. "Where are they going? There are no classes on the 6th floor," Peter pointed out. The astronomy classes were on the 7th floor, but always took place in the late afternoon, so there was no reason for so many students to be going up there now. Not to mention, they were moving too quickly to be going to class. "Let's go take a look. Something has definitely happened up there," James said as he moved toward the stairs at a brisk pace. Something told him that he had to hurry. Sirius, Remus, and Peter followed right behind him as James did the same and moved after the group of students ahead of him. He heard everyone murmuring, but no one seemed to know exactly what was going on. James could only pick up something about students making a mess on the 6th floor. He saw the crowd passing by the familiar lounge room and venturing further into the corridor to the left. James then knew for sure that his initial bad feeling had become true, since there was nothing in that corridor except for 2 abandoned classrooms and his laboratory. "James, isn't that?" Sirius had a concerned expression. None of his friends had entered his laboratory, but they knew more or less where it was. "This is bad, isn't it?" Peter asked. "What do we do?" Remus asked as they moved through the increasing crowd. "I need to get there before something terrible happens," James said, pushing a few students out of his way to pass. He could hear the noises of things breaking and people yelling. When he got to the front, he only needed a second to know it was too late to save anything in there. The secret entrance had been opened by some type of demolition spell that broke the wall. The pieces of broken glass and destroyed materials had even reached the hallway right outside the lab. "Bloody hell," Peter shouted. "Who did this?" Sirius was ready to rush in there and start beating people, but was quickly stopped by James. "All of you stay here. I don't want anyone entering that room. There are volatile materials in there," James warned them. "Then what or why?" Before Remus could finish, there was a sudden loud noise coming from inside the lab, and yellow smoke started to burst out of the broken entrance, beginning to fill the hallway. "Tusk, too late," James muttered under his breath. "Fire! There's fire! Run!" There was no visible fire, only smoke, but this was more than enough to make the students panic and scatter away. James saw 3 individuals with Slytherin robes rushing out of the lab as fast as they could while covering their mouths to protect themselves from the toxic fumes. He first moved to intercept the 3 vandals when, all of a sudden, he heard the desperate cry of a familiar voice. "Let me go. Bella, stop, come back here." James was just able to catch a passing glimpse of Bella as she broke away from her older sister, who was trying to prevent her from running directly toward the smoking room. What is that foolish girl doing? James knew better than anyone else what these fumes were and what was about to happen next. Not going to make it in time. He had to admit that she could run very fast for someone wearing a long robe. She was less than 30 feet away from him and about to cross the broken entrance to venture inside the smoking lab. If she did that, she was as good as dead. Normal spells were not going to cut it this time. He needed something that could bypass Hogwarts' protections, something older. Letter 103A6, letter 103A8, letter 103B5, letter 103A4, letter 103A6, letter 103A4, letter 103AF, letter 103A, letter 103BC, letter 103A4, letter 103B1. Strange guttural noises came out of James's mouth. His body seemed to glow for an instant before he disappeared from the spot, only to reappear right next to Bella. James wrapped his left arm around her waist and pulled her back, placing her behind him. "Let me, James." She stopped, struggling from his grasp when she realized who it was. "You have to, What the hell were you thinking?" James shouted at her with fury. Bella's body froze. She had never seen him this angry before. The amount of yellow smoke was increasing, and it now reached their waists. Then, they both caught a quick glimpse of the golden cauldron where James had been brewing the Felix Felicis potion just before it exploded violently. The yellow smoke coming from its lid mixed with the green flame that had been burning beneath it. The resulting fire had turned to a vibrant light green color. It was as beautiful as it was deadly. Bella panicked. The fiery explosion expanded in a fraction of a second and was already in front of them, ready to swallow them whole. There was no time to run away. But before it could do that, the green, deadly flames were stopped by a blinding white light. What most of the witnesses weren't able to perceive, due to its brightness, was that this light was also a flame, a pure white flame that James had summoned to stop the other one from advancing. "Cover your eyes," James said, "and don't move from where you stand." Bella didn't need to be told twice. The white flame began to expand. Chapter 76, There is Nothing Left. "Bloody hell, what is that?" Sirius shouted. "What do you mean? I can't see anything," Remus responded. "Guys, don't look at the light," Peter shouted. Bella should have been in an even worse situation since she was closer to the fire, but she had closed her eyes like James had told her, and then waited. She felt calm, despite the situation. Something deep inside her was telling her that there was nothing to fear. James took control of the white alchemy flame he had conjured and used it to counteract the one created when those boys tried to destroy his laboratory. There was no chance of saving anything in there, so James didn't even try. His only concern was that no one else got hurt by this. He gave his flame the shape he desired and poured a large amount of his remaining magic into it. The flame responded by turning into a beam of light and fire that shot out with tremendous force. The students around the hall couldn't see anything due to the intensity of the light emanating from the clash between the two alchemy flames, but they could hear the sound the walls were making as they were being destroyed. It was a deafening sound that scared them to their core. It was almost like the entire castle was about to collapse onto their heads. Then, all of a sudden, the light vanished, and there was silence. "Are you hurt?" Bella heard James's voice and opened her eyes. She looked around, trying to make sense of what had happened. "I'm fine, she gasped when she saw what was left of the laboratory. She wasn't sure if this was caused by the green flames or whatever James had done afterward, but regardless, everything was now gone. A black, charred mark now covered the previously pristine marble tiles. The furniture, glass containers, and other materials had vanished. Not even a trace of them remained. And on the outer wall of the room was a giant hole that seemed to have been burned out, melting the castle's walls. The edges of the hole still had something that looked like molten lava on them. "Oh no!" Bella left James behind and ran inside the room, looking everywhere. James saw her desperation and finally understood why she had been trying to enter the laboratory earlier. "Primum is fine." This grabbed her attention immediately. How can that be? Where is he? James lifted his left hand. A white ring was on one of his fingers. "As I've told you many times before, it's not alive. I can turn it into this ring and take it with me when I'm not in the lab." There was no way he could leave that creature in here unattended. Had he done that, this would have happened much earlier. Bella's expression completely changed, and he could see the relief washing away her previous despair. "He's fine, then." "Of course." James glanced around the place. "Can't say the same about my equipment and materials." Bella's mood worsened quickly. "This is my fault, isn't it? They must have seen me leaving." Maybe they saw me, who knows? It doesn't matter right now, I have bigger issues. Like what he was going to tell the headmaster and the other professors, who were surely rushing to the scene and would be here at any moment. Bella furrowed her eyebrows. She could not be satisfied with that. Of course it matters, I shoo. Let me go. Stop. Another commotion could be heard, coming from outside the former laboratory. Your friends? Bella asked. For sure. James walked out and saw that Sirius and Remus had restrained the 3 vandals who had just destroyed his workplace. Peter was also there. He glanced at the 2 Slytherin seniors. Their faces were somewhat familiar, and it was possible that these were some of the perpetrators who had ambushed him while he was walking out of the library with Alice and Lily a short time ago. The third one he certainly recognized. Sirius, you bastard, release me this instant. You're all in so much trouble. Snape fought against the ropes binding his body as hard as he could. I say we toss him out the window, Sirius suggested. No one will miss him. Sirius, you can't do that, Peter exclaimed. He's just joking, Peter. Not that this is the time for that, Remus said. I was only half joking. Sirius glanced back at James as he came out. Is there anything left? Not really, James responded. You deserve that, pot cough cough. Snape began to cough violently. And you deserve that, and more, Sirius huffed. He doesn't look too good, Peter pointed out. Bella. While they were distracted with Snape, Bella's older sister came running and grabbed her. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? What were you thinking? I'm fine, let me go, Andy. Bella pushed her sister away. What were you trying to accomplish by running into that mess? Andromeda Black took a good look at the remaining people in the hall. All the other students had run away the moment smoke started coming out, leaving only the Marauders, Bella, and the 3 Slytherins. Are those the ones who tried to burn down the castle? Andromeda glanced at Snape and the other 2. She was very familiar with those seniors. Oh, those are Malfoy's boys. Yeah, of course, Bella knew about this too. Both Malfoy and Rodolphus had many students following their orders. These 3 were just a few of them. James, what happened here? Did Snape really cause all of this? Remus asked. Yeah, what was that explosion? I thought we were going to die. And, did you guys see the giant hole in the outer wall? I can see the sky from here, Peter pointed at it. The genius over there, James glanced at Snape, used fire in an active laboratory and ended up causing a violent reaction. It was a bit more complicated than that, but there was no need to get into details now. That would probably come later. A laboratory, you say? They heard several sets of footsteps right around the corner, followed by the last voice they wanted to hear. They saw Albus Dumbledore, along with 2 more professors, walking at a brisk pace toward them. The old headmaster's sharp eyes scanned over the scene, and the students before landing back on James Potter. I would very much like to hear the details of what has transpired here. Chapter 77, The Headmaster Wishes to Speak. It was cough. Snape pointed at James. He was breathing with difficulty, and his skin was changing tone, but right now, he was more preoccupied with letting the professors know who was the culprit. It was his lab, cough. Are you all right, Mr. Snape? Dumbledore glanced at the boy with concern and quickly removed the magical ropes that were tying him up with a wave of his wand. Perhaps we should take them all to the infirmary first. The questions can wait until the healer has a chance to check them over, Professor McGonagall suggested. James approached Snape and knelt next to him. How much of the yellow smoke did you breathe in? Snape glared at him with pure hatred. Potter, you are going to, cough. A lot, I see. James opened his tunic and pulled a vial from within. I believe his condition is very serious, Professor Slughorn said while watching Snape. We should rush him to the nurse. His condition is more than serious. You will not make it in time. James opened the cork of the vial and pushed it closer to Snape's face. And you need to drink this. Get off, cough cough. Snape tried to push him away. Mr. Potter, stay away from Mr. Snape, Professor McGonagall told him. The healer will take care of him. Ashwinder egg, alchemy shell, and murtlap tentacles all together form a volatile substance that, when mixed with fire and a few other things, can create a toxic fume with a yellowish tone. If inhaled, this fume morphs into a potent acid that destroys any organic material that comes in contact with. That's what is currently inside Snape. He may not have 2 minutes before his insides are turned into a... Well, I'll save you the mental image, but he will die, James explained. Those ingredients, were you making a batch of Felix Felicis? Slughorn looked shocked. 2 minutes, the headmaster asked. Now it's probably slightly over 1 minute since you made me waste time explaining it all, James added. Albus, Professor Slughorn called the other wizard. I believe we should listen to Mr. Potter on this one. The boy certainly knows what he is talking about. That yellow smoke he mentioned is truly deadly, and if Mr. Snape had truly breathed too much of it, I'm afraid. Dumbledore only needed a moment to consider it. He had complete trust in Slughorn's knowledge and skills. His eyes moved to Snape. Mr. Snape, I will need you to drink the contents of that vial. I will take responsibility for whatever happens. And no, cough. Snape tried to push James away once more, but he could barely breathe anymore, and his face was turning blue. Do we need to restrain you? James asked. I can put the ropes back on if you want, Sirius suggested. Here, let me help. Remus stood behind Snape and grabbed him, preventing him from moving away. Someone open his mouth, James said as he approached again. Allow me. Slughorn was the one who grabbed onto Snape's mouth and forced it open. James wasted no time in dumping the entire vial down his throat. Snape continued to cough and struggle, but in a short moment, they could all see the color returning to his face, and his coughing fit was slowing down. He looks better, McGonagall breathed in relief. Of course he does, James huffed. He was getting tired of being doubted at every step. Well done, Mr. Potter. The headmaster gave him a nod of approval. Now we should take everyone to the infirmary, and Mr. Potter, we may need more of that potion of yours, McGonagall said. An hour later. You guys think that James is going to get expelled? Peter asked. Hey, don't say that. Of course he is not, Sirius exclaimed. I always thought that if any of us was going to be expelled, that one was going to be Sirius, Remus commented. That makes sense, James nodded. Come on, give me some credit. I have never gone far enough for that to happen, Sirius scoffed. The 4 of them were sitting on the hospital ward beds, waiting for the healer to give them permission to leave. But even then, they first had to go talk with the headmaster at his office. Bella and his sister, Andromeda, had already left, while Snape and the other 2 Slytherin boys were now sleeping. They were in bad shape after having been inside the laboratory when the smoke started to appear. I can't believe you saved Snape's life, Sirius said in a whisper as he glared toward their beds. Yeah, after what he did to your lab. He destroyed everything and got you into so much trouble, Peter added. What Snape did is terrible, I won't deny that. But don't you think that letting him die is a bit too much? Remus asked. You can look at it in another way if you want, James said. Instead of saving Snape's life, I was saving myself from being responsible for his death. As much as he disliked the boy, it was not in his nature to leave someone die in front of him without lifting a finger. And had Snape actually died due to fumes resulting from his illegal experiment, then getting expelled would have been the least of his troubles. I suppose, Sirius didn't seem too convinced yet. But it was all his fault. Why did he have to do that? James wasn't bothering anyone, Peter said. You know how it is, Pete. Some people just like to make others miserable, and Snape is... Remus looked to the door. Wait, someone is coming in. Professor McGonagall entered the infirmary and went first to speak with the healer, who then glanced at the 4 marauders. Mr. Potter, she called, come with me, please. The headmaster needs to speak with you in private. Oh well, let's see what happens. James got off the bed. I'll see you guys later, maybe. It's going to be all right, James, Remus said. The headmaster is a very reasonable person, he added. After all, it was thanks to Dumbledore that he had a safe place to transform during the full moon nights. Remus is not wrong. I'm sure the headmaster will be understanding, Peter commented. He better, Sirius huffed. If he kicks you out of the school, we're going to prank him until we graduate. I doubt you would be graduating if you did that, James chuckled. Don't worry too much, it will be fine. He walked to McGonagall, and the 2 of them left the infirmary together. The woman didn't say a word until they arrived in front of the gargoyle that led to the headmaster's office. It was obvious that she was not a fan of him at the moment. "Password?" the gargoyle asked in a lazy tone. It was finally time to speak alone with Albus Dumbledore. Chapter 78, The Talk. He wondered for a moment if Dumbledore was still the same man he knew, albeit some 16 years younger. For what little he had seen of him, that appears to be the case, but now, he was going to have a chance for a proper conversation with the old headmaster. "Come in, Mr. Potter." James heard the headmaster's voice from upstairs. He felt a lot of nostalgia walking these familiar stairs. As Harry Potter, he had come to this office very often, probably many more times than any other student. Everything looked very similar to what he remembered from his past. Even the headmaster had not changed much. With some quick math, he could estimate his current age. He knew that Dumbledore was 116 years old when he died because it was written on his tomb. This happened in 1997. So now, in 1975, he should be around 94 years old. So he was still an old man. James felt some movement near one of the shelves, and when he looked, he found the familiar phoenix standing on his perch and glancing at him with interest. "Hello there," James greeted Fawkes. He wasn't expecting the creature to recognize him, but by the way that he was being stared at, someone could think otherwise. The phoenix was one of the most mysterious magical creatures in existence, so who knows? Maybe they can perceive something that no one else can. "It seems like he has taken an interest in you. That's very rare," Dumbledore muttered. "His name is Fawkes, by the way." "Hello, Fawkes, nice to meet you. I am James." The phoenix let out a happy cry. Dumbledore observed the interaction with much interest, and James could tell what he was thinking. A phoenix is an extremely pure being, so they usually react poorly to those who can be considered evil or those who have dark intentions. It was a clever move by the headmaster to always keep his phoenix at his side when meeting someone new. That way, he could use the creature as a test of character. And James was sure that it was not a coincidence that Fawkes was here now. "Did I pass?" he asked Dumbledore, revealing that he knew his intent. The old wizard smiled, and a twinkle appeared in his eye. "You are a very interesting young man, Mr. Potter. I kept hearing about you since the summer." He made a gesture with his hand. "Please, sit down. We have a few things to discuss." James sat down. "So am I expelled?" "I have not decided that yet. There are a few things that I would like to know before that." James decided not to point out the obvious lie. Dumbledore had already decided that he was not going to expel him, otherwise, he would have worded it differently. The real test had been Fawkes. He must have picked up something that interested him from the remnants of my lab. Detection, magic was one of his fortes, and he is also a master alchemist himself. Now he is just fishing for information. James concluded. "That secret room that Mr. Snape and the other 2 Slytherin students destroyed. What were you using it for?" Dumbledore asked. "You already know the answer to that one. A small lab to brew a few potions during my free time," James answered. "Yes, I did know that. I just wanted to start with an easy question," Dumbledore responded. "But what I truly want to know is, why were you brewing potions in a secret room? Surely you could do plenty of that during classes, and from what I heard from Professor Slughorn, you didn't need any extra practice. He already considers you his best student, so what is the purpose behind it?" "Why must there be a purpose? Maybe I just did it for fun," James answered. "You were brewing a batch of Felix Felicis for fun." Dumbledore was apparently not buying it. "Why not? It felt like a challenge," James said. He might not be sure how much Dumbledore knew, but he couldn't exactly admit to having been selling potions and pretending to be a potions master. That could get him into a lot more trouble than just getting suspended or expelled from school. We all have heard about your sudden awakening as a genius pioneer, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said. "I have seen many geniuses coming and going from this school. I taught many of them personally, and I understand that normal classes may seem boring for those who are gifted, but I hope you are well aware of how dangerous what you were doing really was." "I am, yes. Of course, I suppose what happened today should have made it clear. You were all very lucky to have made it out of there unscathed. That explosion was felt in the entire castle," Dumbledore pointed out. "I feel very fortunate," James nodded. But it was more than just luck, wasn't it? The twinkle returned to his eyes. It would take a massive amount of magic to damage one of the castle walls in the way I saw today. If you knew what I did? No, of course you do. James wanted to roll his eyes. This man liked these mind games a bit too much. He hadn't asked a single question that he didn't already know the answer to. As a fellow alchemist, you should be aware. There are some ways to detect the traces of alchemic flames. They leave behind very peculiar marks. Knowing a bit of alchemy is not against the rules, is it? Dumbledore shook his head. It is not, however. For someone that young to be able to use alchemic flames is something unheard of. I was in my 50s when I managed to control my first one, and I'll let you know that I was once considered a genius as well. James shrugged. To be fair, he was in his 60s when he managed the same. You think I used some nefarious methods to acquire my skills? No, if you did, Fawkes would have already attacked you, and we would not be having this conversation right now, Dumbledore stated. Then, what now? James said. Are you going to ask me about the magic I used, or where did I learn it? Dumbledore shook his head slightly. I am merely curious about you, Mr. Potter. But this old man is not going to pry into your secrets, so you can rest at ease. I just want to make sure that you are not a danger to this school and its students. After all, every single child in here is under my protection. There was a warning in those words. I appreciate the vote of confidence, James said. Now, because you solved this situation yourself and no one was seriously hurt, I can be more lenient with your punishment, Dumbledore said. James nodded and waited for him to continue. I still need something from you. I want you to promise me that what happened today will not happen again, ever. If you can do that, I will let you go with a warning. You won't even get detention, since the purpose of detention is to teach someone what they did wrong, and you already know that, Dumbledore said. That's very generous. James meant that. This man was a bit too forgiving. This was something that would come to bite him in the ass. I am a very generous man, most of the time at least. James nodded. Very well, Headmaster. You have my word that this will not happen again. He would just have to be more careful with his next lab. I'm glad to hear that. It would be a shame to lose someone with so much potential as yourself, Mr. Potter. You could accomplish great things in the future, and I would not want to put a stop to that. However, what I'm offering you now is a one-time deal. If you ever put this school in danger again, you won't find me being so kind as I am now. Everyone deserves a second chance, and that is exactly what I am doing right now. Don't squander it. The tone of the headmaster showed how serious he was with his words. He made it very clear to James. If he was caught with another secret lab, he would be out of the doors immediately. James still felt lucky to have made it out relatively unscathed. However, this was going to have some consequences. Dumbledore may have said to him that he was not going to pry into his secrets, but he knew the man better than that. From now on, he will have to act with the notion that he was going to be watched more closely. Chapter 79, A Reason to Stay. Look at him, he's so mad, Sirius said with amusement as he stared at Snape, who was sitting on the other side of the Great Hall. You think he's angrier by the fact that James didn't get expelled, or because he's only alive thanks to him? Peter asked. The breakfast the next day was very animated. For once, the students only had classes in the afternoon as the morning ones were cancelled, thanks to the explosion in James' laboratory, which also gave everyone something to talk about. Forget about Snape, Remus said with annoyance. Just ignore him, what he did. I will not forgive him for that. Sirius glanced at him. I won't forgive him either, that's what I'm saying. We should pee. Prank him, Peter interrupted Sirius. That's what we should do. I've never seen you wanting to prank anyone, much less a Slytherin, Sirius pointed out. But this one actually deserves it, Peter exclaimed. Can't argue with that, Sirius added. And what do you think about all of this? Remus asked James. You haven't said a word yet. Do you want to get back at those Slytherin for what they did? Forget him. Snape is not worth my time, not even for a prank. James had decided that he wasn't going to try and interfere in Snape's fate any longer. Whatever happened to him due to his own actions would be something he'd have to deal with. The adult Snape from his memories had at least one or two redeeming qualities, but this teenage Snape. Now he understood his father better, and why he behaved the way he did toward that boy. His time was limited, meaning that he could only help a limited amount of people, so he was going to save it for those worth saving. If that's what you want, Sirius didn't look too happy about it. He wanted to teach Snape a lesson quite badly this time. I don't think I could be so forgiving in your place. Peter looked at James with admiration. Okay, fair enough. Remus looked around to make sure no one close by was paying attention to them. And what are you going to do about, you know? If you're referring to your monthly potions, that would be no problem. I have enough room in my portable lab to make them. James responded. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's good to hear. But I was asking about your other projects, like your business and stuff. Are you going to be okay without that? Remus asked. Oh, I'm still thinking about that issue. But I believe it would be best if I didn't share the details with you three. That way, if things go south again, you can claim to know nothing, and it will be the truth. James suggested. So, you're going to keep going? You're going to get expelled for sure if you get caught again. Peter looked at him with concern. James hadn't shared the details of his conversation with the headmaster, but they all thought it was already a miracle he was still here. There would be no next time. Yeah, James, I'm all for breaking rules, but why are you in such a hurry to work on potions? Why not wait until after graduation for that? There'll be plenty of time. Sirius said. James remained silent for a moment. There were many things he could tell them right now. He wasn't doing this just for fun or only to make money. His experiments and projects could help him defeat the threat of Voldemort before he got out of control. But he couldn't explain this to his friends without making them understand the dangers that awaited all of them in the near future. The fear of expulsion wasn't going to stop him. He could always get his OWLS and NEWTS by presenting himself at the Ministry of Magic. In fact, if he were to do things in the most efficient way, leaving Hogwarts would be the first thing he should do. This place was constantly putting restraints on him. Having to attend classes, follow rules, obey the professors, be wary of what other students could see. Things would be so much easier if he could just stay in his tower at Potter Castle and do everything from there. His eyes moved to Remus, Peter, and Sirius. He'd have to leave them on their own. Sirius would get in constant trouble, Remus would have no one to make his potions, and Peter might end up being alienated from the group even earlier and end up with the wrong crowd, just like Snape. Lily was also here, and he wanted to keep an eye on her, make sure she was okay. He glanced at the Slytherin table. Bella was sitting with the senior students and talking with her sister, Andromeda. She seemed intent on staying as far away as possible from the Lestrange brothers and Malfoy. James thought about her for a bit. She was so different than the Bellatrix he knew. She was someone who could have had a bright future ahead of her, or at least one much better than becoming a psycho murderer and ending up in Azkaban. James, Sirius called for him after seeing that he wasn't answering his question. It's not about being in a hurry, Sirius, it's just, there's something I need to do. He glanced at his friend with a serious expression. Don't ask me about it, please, not yet. Fine, just be more careful, okay? And maybe don't bring my cousin along. I already told you she was bad news, Sirius said. I'll be careful, James nodded. Changing the topic a bit, but, Peter started. This Friday is the game against Hufflepuff. When are you going to get another broom? Right, if you don't get one, they'll force you to use one of the old ones from flying practice. Those can barely fly straight, Sirius said. I'll have to talk with Professor McGonagall about taking a trip to Diagon Alley. He wasn't looking forward to that. McGonagall was particularly mad at him for the lab thing, and this was not a woman you wanted angry at you. Chapter 80, The Three Animagus. Come on, wake up. Peter felt his body being shaken and opened his eyes in surprise. What is going on? You two, let's go. We may not have a lot of time. Erg, Sirius groaned. What time is it? Oh shit. He stood up from the bed. Did we fall asleep? Are we late? This woke Peter completely. Oh no, we can't be late for charms again. Relax, you're not late for class, and lower your voices. It's just 1 a.m. Everyone is sleeping. James told his friends. What? Why would you wake us up then? Oh bloody hell, I'm so tired. Sirius glared at him. James, I don't understand. Peter didn't think that James would just do this to mess with them. "It's not a joke. Look out the window and you will understand." James pointed outside. Heavy rain was constantly hitting the glass windows. Sounds of thunder could be heard, while the wooden window frames shook and trembled. Once every few seconds, the room would get illuminated by lightning. "Merlin, that's an intense storm outside," Peter exclaimed. "Seems like more reason to stay in bed. I can't believe you disturbed my rest like that." "Not cool, man," Sirius grumbled. "What I can't believe is that you two are so daft," James responded. "Why would I wake you up during a thunderstorm? You can't think of a single reason." Peter gasped as he realized. The animagus. "Ah, that's right. We need a thunderstorm to finish that ritual." Sirius then understood. "Finally, we may not have a lot of time, so see." What is going on?" Remus was stirred awake by all the noises. "It's morning already?" He glanced at the window. "Not yet, but we have something important to do." James threw some robes at him. "Get dressed. You may as well come too, in case something goes wrong. We may need someone to call the professors." "Go where?" Remus asked in confusion. "Ah, this is so scary." Peter shook while riding his broom under the heavy storm. Lightning bolts seemed to be landing all around them. The wind was extremely strong, and it made the rain get in their eyes, preventing them from seeing anything. "Couldn't we have walked outside?" Sirius tried to wrestle control of his broom. Not only did he have to fight against the weather, but he also had to carry a passenger. "Don't be silly. It's 1 in the morning. All the exits of the castle are closed at this hour, and the janitor is patrolling the hallways. Flying out of the window was the only way out," James said as he held onto Sirius. Since he was the only one without a broom, he had to tag along. "I can see the Whomping Willow. We're almost there." Remus pointed below them. "Don't land too close to it. I don't feel like getting smacked," James told them. The marauders got off their brooms and rushed for the secret entrance that would lead them to the Shrieking Shack. "It's so rare to be here on a normal night," Remus said as they arrived at the basement of the house. He only came here during full moon nights when he had to transform. It felt strange to be here, knowing that nothing bad was going to happen to him. "Not sure if you can call this a normal night," James commented. "Well, you won't be transforming tonight, but if everything goes well, we are." Sirius rested his broom against the wall. "We should have brought a change of clothes. I'm cold," Peter gasped as his wet clothes clung to him. All of a sudden, he was hit by a gust of hot air that seemed to dry him instantly. "Whoa," Peter exclaimed and saw James pointing his wand at him. "There you go, all dry now," James said. "Was that a variant of the Ventus charm?" Remus looked interested. "I can teach it to you another day. Now, let's get everyone dry, and you go to the living room while I fetch the potions I left in the attic." "Why the living room?" Peter asked. "Because it's the most spacious place in the house. We don't know what kind of animals you'll be turning into. It could be something big," Remus answered. "Like a dragon roar," Sirius chuckled. "The living room is not that big," Peter said. "There's something nasty inside my potion." Sirius made a face of disgust as he stared at the flask that James handed to him. "What is that?" Peter was making the same expression. "The crystal vial contains the leaf that we had inside our mouths for a month, a chrysalis of a death's head hawk moth, and a few other things," James commented. "That sounds truly gross. I'm glad I don't have to drink that," Remus said. "James, are you sure that's how you were supposed to do it?" Sirius asked. "This isn't going to kill us, right?" Peter looked ready to throw up. "It shouldn't, now." James removed the cork from the vial. "Don't waste time, repeat the chant and drink it." They all knew the chant by muscle memory at this point. They had been repeating it for over a month, every morning and late afternoon. "Amato animo animato animagus," they all said in unison. "Bottoms up," Remus cheered for them. Sirius and Peter closed their eyes, covered their noses, and drank the whole thing. James looked at them and wondered if he should have told them that a single sip was enough, but decided against it. "Erg, it was as gross as it looked," Sirius groaned. "Moo, I don't feel any different. Did I transform into something?" Peter asked while looking at his friends. Remus had also been expecting something to occur immediately. Didn't the book say thaw? Give it a moment. James could feel his magic stirring. The others hadn't realized it yet because they weren't attuned like he was. It's about to. Ah, Peter screamed when he saw brown fur emerging from his skin, and his fingers started to shrink. This feels weird. Sirius's nose became longer and changed its shape while his skin became covered in thick black fur. Remus stood there, watching in awe as his friends transformed into different creatures. Chapter 81, A Magnificent Beast. Oh, this feels so weird. Peter was the first one to experience the full changes. His body began to shrink more and more as it morphed its shape. He went to all 4 legs and emitted noises that were no longer human. Squeak! Peter had taken the shape of a small brown rat. He panicked and started running all over the living room with his little legs, while Remus called for him repeatedly. "Peter, come back," Remus shouted. Next came Sirius. Black fur covered his entire body and morphed to resemble a large black dog. Unlike Peter, he did not freak out immediately, but instead became excited with his new form. "Woof!" Sirius barked at Remus while waging his tail with happiness. He was trying to speak, but of course, he was unable to form proper words, so he could only bark at him. "Amazing, you guys did it," Remus said with enthusiasm as his eyes moved to James. He was the one taking the longest to change, and this made Remus wonder if there was some issue with his transformation. James had his eyes closed as he was in deep concentration. Pale white fur was covering most of his body. James, is everything all right?" Remus stopped mid-sentence when he heard James' body making some strange noises. His muscles and bones seemed to be twisting in unnatural ways. Remus gasped as he thought that James must be in tremendous pain right now, but his friend didn't utter a single sound of complaint. James kept himself calm despite the situation. He had experienced many crazy things during his previous life and could at least manage to maintain his composure. Although this was the first time he performed this particular ritual, it was easy to guess that what was happening to him was not normal. James had done plenty of reading in advance, just in case he had to do something to help Sirius or Peter, but he was not expecting to be the one to be in trouble. "Just focus and keep your magic in control." The transformation was messing with some part of his magic, and it was causing problems. This is why he was having so much difficulty changing. Since he was now James Potter, he had assumed that his transformation would be a simple stag and was more than ready for that. It became quickly obvious that this was not the case. The white fur on his skin was the first clue. The fact that the creature that he was transforming into had its own magic power was also unexpected. The book only mentioned transformations into non-magical beasts. He clenched his teeth as he felt the bones in his arms begin to shatter. The pain was excruciating, but he could not let it dominate him, or he was likely to die. Should I call one of the professors? Maybe McGonagall? Remus was certain that she would know what to do, as the professor was an animagus herself. No, James managed to utter some words despite the trouble. Calling the professors was not going to save him. This was something he had to fix himself. Peter had concluded his panic attack after sensing that something was not right with James, and the little brown rat was now looking up at him from beneath one of the couches. "Ooh," Sirius emitted a whimpering noise while in his dog form. He wished he could speak or do anything to help James, but he was at a loss right now. Remus clenched his fists. He was now regretting not having paid more attention to the animagus ritual. He only did a bit of research at the beginning and read the materials that Sirius brought, but didn't bother with it afterward. This was because James seemed to have everything under control, so he was not very concerned about it. His friend had become so competent that he had lowered his guard a bit too much this time. And now there was nothing he could do to help but watch his friend struggle. "Grrr," James groaned. His arms and legs snapped back into their original position. "I can do this." It was a complicated process, but he was starting to get the hang of it. Normally, the animagus would just have to follow the flow and allow their body to change into its determined animal shape. But because the creature that James was changing into was a magical being, this came with the complications of having a different magical energy that he needed to adapt to. This added another layer of complexity to the process, as the way magic worked for beasts was completely different from humans. Instead of having a generic source of power that they could harness to create spells, what magical beasts had was more in line with innate abilities that they could trigger at will. James needed to understand these abilities and weave them into his own magic, while at the same time making sure that his body was changing in the correct way. Otherwise, his limbs would begin to break apart like they were doing before. Wait, I think he is doing it. Remus' eyes opened widely. He could now see James' body transforming properly, and whatever issues he had before, he seemed to have solved them by himself. Remus, Sirius, and Peter stood in their places and watched as James' body grew in size. His hair turned long, and silvery white fur seemed to glisten like metal, and his face became elongated. Pristine horns emerged from the sides of his head, growing and expanding while forming more complex shapes. The process took almost a minute, and by the end, the group was staring at a massive stag with large horns and beautiful pure silver fur that almost seemed to glow. "Wow, I have never seen a stag like that," Remus muttered while staring in disbelief at the creature that James had turned into. James turned toward the voice of his friend. His mind was still a bit foggy, but he could see everyone clearly. In fact, he could see things more clearly than ever. He then made a gesture with his head to point at the front door of the house with his horns. But more than anything, James was now feeling the urge to go outside and run free while in his animal form. Remus realized what he wanted to do. "James, you want to go outside." "Emmett." James tapped the wooden floor with his hoofs to say yes. Chapter 82, Shopping Trip. "Mr. Potter, you look terrible." McGonagall stared at him with eyes of disapproval. "We don't have long to make this trip to Diagon Alley, so you can acquire a new broom for yourself before the next game. My time is very valuable, so I hope you don't waste it." James could tell what she was thinking, that he probably stayed awake all night, fooling around with his friends. And she would kinda be right this time. He recalled the events from last night. After finally being able to transform, he had the sudden urge to go outside and run through the wilderness. Remus had to break open the door, as this one was boarded to prevent any students from entering from that side. Once they were out, they ran towards the Black Forest. The memories from the night were a bit fuzzy. This was supposed to be normal for the first transformation, but he seemed to recall that Remus and Peter didn't dare to venture further than a few feet past the entrance, whereas Sirius followed him inside with no reserves. They must have run for hours after that, and he saw many of the forest's usual inhabitants during their joy run, like some acromantulas, a unicorn, fairies, and even some centaurs, who chose to stay clear of him and merely observed him with wary eyes. He found it extremely pleasant to run while in that form. James had never moved so fast before, and no matter how much he ran, he never grew tired. He also knew that the stag he had transformed into held some magical abilities other than enhanced speed and endurance, but he didn't have the chance to test them yet. However, by the end of the night, James had realized his mistake. The stag may have incredible stamina, but as a human, he still needed to sleep, and by the time they finished their escapade, the sun was almost out, meaning that they no longer had any more time to rest. On top of that, James had promised to meet with McGonagall for their shopping trip. So unlike Sirius and the others, he could not sleep during class either. "I'm fine, Professor. I just stayed up late reading a book," James told her. "HMPH, sure." She did not seem to believe him at all. "Well, come on then, we can take the flu from my office. I'm sure you remember where it is." "You seem very upset with me, Professor. Have I done something to offend you recently?" James asked as they walked through the corridors of the castle. He, of course, knew why this woman was angry with him. He just found the silence too uncomfortable. Her angry eyes were locked onto his. "What do you think? You have been a mischievous student since you first arrived, Mr. Potter. You and your friends were always causing trouble and pulling pranks on the other students, or even the professors, but at least those were mostly harmless. I cannot say the same about your last stunt. I assure you that my only intention was to mind my own business. Those Slytherin boys are the ones you should be giving that look of disapproval," James commented. "I did that too. The three of them have been given enough detentions to keep them busy for the rest of the school year, McGonagall responded. And I'm sure they have learned their lesson, James said with a sarcastic tone. This earned another glare from the professor. And what about you, Mr. Potter? Did you learn your lesson? I have learned to be more careful about where to put my next lab, James thought. Of course, my talk with the headmaster was very eye-opening. He made me see the error in my ways, and it won't happen again, he assured her. McGonagall had to fight the urge not to roll her eyes. I hope it was. The headmaster had not shared with her the reason for James getting away without even a short suspension, or at least some detentions. The professor assumed that it had something to do with the fact that James had saved Snape's life with that potion. The healer had later confirmed what he said. Snape would not have made it to the infirmary in time otherwise. Let's go. She opened the door to her office and handed him some flu powder. Diagon Alley. Yes, I recall how this works. James took the powder and disappeared in a puff of green flames. Is there any shop in particular you wanted to visit? Otherwise, we can go directly to Quality Quidditch Supplies. They should have enough models for you to choose from. That's fine by me. He still felt that this was a wasteful expense, but unfortunately, it was necessary if he was expected to play Quidditch on a regular basis now. The destruction of his lab had put a serious dent in his finances, and it was going to take him months to recover, unless he got some big requests. Something that was going to be difficult now, he can no longer use his real name for the deliveries. Using a drop point or a pseudonym for the owl deliveries is something that the ministry has put heavy regulations on. This was done in order to prevent criminals from using the service. They arrived at the shop, and the person working there wasted no time attending to them. The Quidditch shop doesn't get many clients during this part of the year, so they could not afford to lose a sale. We are looking for a flying broom for a seeker. The budget. McGonagall glanced at James. They had not spoken about how much he intended to spend, but she hoped it was enough for something decent at least. Well, we have a large range of great brooms, from the latest models, like the Comet 260, to more modest ones like. Wait, show me that one over there. James pointed to one particular broom that caught his attention. It reminded him of one he used to have. Ah, that one just came in last month, actually, the clerk said with mixed feelings. They hadn't sold a single unit of that broom yet, but he couldn't say that to a client. A Nimbus, McGonagall said with curiosity. The brand was not too well known, mostly because they are the latest company to join the broom market, and so far, their previous models were not able to keep up with older and more established brands like Comet or the Clean Sweep series. James was well aware of the history of these flying brooms, and he also knew that this particular model was going to be the one that managed to put the Nimbus brand on the map, due to the improvements they managed to implant in this particular model. The Nimbus 1500, I'll take it, James said with determination. Chapter 83, You Can't Be Here. Friday night, Gryffindor dorms. They really get excited over nothing, James commented while watching his housemates going crazy in their celebration. Of course they are. Gryffindor finally has a chance to win the House Cup, Peter said with excitement. Remus sat down beside him. You almost broke a record this afternoon, you know, for the fastest seeker to catch the snitch. You were only 30 seconds too slow. I don't want to sound ungrateful, but, Sirius started, I kinda wish you had let the game run a bit longer. I barely had any chances to show off. A young girl appeared behind him. Is that all you care about, Sirius? To show off? Marlene, where did you? No, I also want the team to win the House Cup. I just wish I could have played for a bit longer, Sirius said. James did his job properly. If, as you say, he avoids catching the snitch to make the game last longer, that would give the opponents a chance to beat us, Marlene McKinnon responded. She's right, you know. Frank Longbottom finished drinking his drink. Man, this is good. Where did they get this? I thought it was a great game, Lily said as she and Alice approached. Lily sat down on the other side of James and handed him a glass of butterbeer. Here, the hero of the day should have some. James took it, thanks, and it's just a game. Well, even leaving Quidditch aside, James has become quite famous this year. People are talking about you a lot, Alice commented. How so? James asked with disinterest before taking a sip. I don't recall doing some. You mean other than almost blowing up the school? Frank asked. That seems like an exaggeration. It was only a small part of the castle, James corrected. The students were just happy to skip classes thanks to the explosion, Alice said. Lily leaned closer. Did Severus really cause that? What kind of potion were you brewing in there? Yeah, that bastard almost got us all killed. I can't believe that he and his two buddies didn't get expelled, Sirius huffed. If they expelled Snape, they would have had no choice but to also expel James, since it was his secret illegal lab that they destroyed, Remus added. To answer your question, yes, James glanced at Lily. Snape and the other two used some type of fire charm while inside the lab. This caused a violent reaction with some components that were being brewed. As for the potion I was working on, it was a complex one. Oh, Lily looked a bit sad to hear it from him, even though she already knew the whole story from others. I'm sorry he did that. You're not responsible for his actions. Snape is old enough to make his decisions and understand the consequences, James told her. He's old enough to decide to be a jerk, that's for sure, Sirius scoffed. Come on, Marlene held Sirius's arm and gave him a harsh look. What? Fine, I won't say anything. Sirius couldn't understand how Lily could still care for that boy. Anyway, we should celebrate while we can, Remus suggested. Who knows what will happen in the future? James flinched at the comment. His friend Remus had no idea how true his words were at that moment. Saturday morning, no classes and no commitments for the time being. It was the perfect opportunity for him to secure another lab. Although perhaps looking wasn't the correct word, since James had already decided on its location. Other than the headmaster, there was probably no one who knew this place as well as he did. There were few rooms that could accommodate his needs, and right now, he couldn't take any more risks. So in the end, there was only one place he could use. He made his way to the girls' bathroom on the second floor, and after making sure that no students were around and no living portraits were nearby, he walked inside. Hey, what do you think you're doing? It only took a couple of seconds before he was found out by the only inhabitant of this room. The ghost of Moaning Myrtle flew out of one of the stalls and hovered over him with an accusatory glare. This is a bathroom, isn't it? What do you think I'm doing? James asked the translucent girl. This is a girl's bathroom. No boys are allowed, she shouted while pointing at him. That seems very judgmental. James ignored the ghost and walked past her toward the end of the stalls. But then again, this is the 70s. Hey, I'm serious. You need to get out of here, the ghost insisted. No girls use this bathroom. No one would care if I came here for a bit, James responded. I care, Myrtle told him. I meant no one alive, and I don't have time for this nonsense. James turned around with his wand in hand. What are wise? Petrificus totalis. The full body bind curse hit the ghost directly on her chest. The moment it did, she became quiet all of a sudden and stopped moving. Her ghostly form hovered in place, frozen. There are only a handful of spells capable of affecting ghostly forms. Luckily for James, this was one of them, and it was a very simple one. That won't hold her for long, but that's fine. If this works, I'll create a different entrance for later so I don't have to deal with her again. James thought as he approached the group of sinks at the end of the bathroom. In front of him was a faucet with a snake symbol engraved on its side. Let's hope I can do this. The alternative would be a bit messy. Chapter 84, The Chamber of Secrets. James prepared himself for a moment and then, he let out a loud hiss. Opened. Then he waited, and nothing happened. What the? Hold on, let me try again. James closed his eyes and prepared his mind. He searched deep in his memories for the exact sound he needed to produce for this to work. He may not have the Parseltongue ability any longer, but he had used it for years when he was Harry Potter. So creating a mimic of the sound should be possible. Open, he hissed again, this time making it longer and louder. Then he waited. Nothing. Oh, come on, even Ron could do this. It wasn't working at all. The sink didn't produce a single sound that could indicate the inner mechanisms were moving. He tried 2 more times and found nothing but 2 more failures. In the end, he had to come face to face with the reality that Ron was better than him at something. "Damn it," he pointed his finger at the sink, "you leave me no choice." James then pulled a crystal flask from his robes, one containing a sickly yellow-looking liquid sealed inside. Without removing the cork, he placed the potion on top of the sink and moved back until he hit the wall. He then pointed his wand and used a mild blasting hex. He just needed to shatter the flask. If he were to demolish the entire sink with a spell, that would create enough noise for someone to find him out. Now James had to hope that Salazar Slytherin hadn't put any traps in place in case a non-chosen one tried to sneak into his chamber. A sizzling sound could be heard as the potent acid James had trapped inside the flask began making contact with the stone of the bathroom sink. This thing is more reinforced than the walls," James said as he observed his acid work on dissolving the structure. Had this been a normal stone, it would only have taken the liquid about 2 seconds to dissolve the whole thing. It was taking longer because there were protective runes engraved between the stones that formed the piece of furniture. James had expected that much, and that's why he used his most potent acid solution. At least no traps so far, never mind. He spotted movement near the base. "Please don't explode." Gray smoke started to rise from the remnants of the sink and fill the room. A vaporized petrifying curse? How nasty. James opened his robes and took out another bottle. This one was made of clay and was the size of his thumb. "But thank you for not exploding, I suppose." He tapped the bottle with his wand. "Engorgio." The clay bottle grew in size until it reached his waist. "Absorbo." A whirlwind centered on the giant bottle began to suck in all the smoke, while James remained standing safely behind it, not allowing any of the cursed substance to touch him. In a matter of seconds, all the smoke had disappeared from the room and was trapped inside the clay bottle. James hurried to put the cork back on, reduced it in size, and stored it safely inside one of his many-dimensional pockets. One crisis averted, and this may come in handy. James then approached the sink again. His acid had been working non-stop, and there was little of it left at this point. He could even see the dark opening that led to the chamber. Once the hole was big enough, James used another liquid to neutralize the acid so he wouldn't get burned while trying to enter. He let out a loud sigh as he stared at the opening. Here we go again. The last time, he hadn't thought twice before jumping in. He and Ron had been desperate to save Ginny and hadn't known any better. They couldn't comprehend how dangerous the creature waiting for them in there was, or how unworthy of saving that redhead actually was. He kinda wished he could go back to that time and do things differently. Of course, that would have led to having a young version of Voldemort back among the living, so it would still be a difficult choice. James pulled his new flying broom from his pocket and removed the shrinking charm he had placed on it. This time, he was flying down. No more crazy slides that ended up in a pool of bones. He held his broom vertically and lowered himself into the hole with care. "Still smells awful." James covered his nose when he got to the bottom. It is said that smells can bring back memories more efficiently than any other sense. These were not memories he wanted to relive, but here he was. Although it did bring back something he shouldn't have forgotten about. Oh bloody hell, there was another door. He stood in front of a circular metallic gate with several snake symbols. He was supposed to use Parseltongue again to bypass this one too. Bombarda Maxima, he wasn't going to attempt hissing again. The demolition jinx was absorbed into the gate without causing damage. Okay, this is getting boring. I'm going to have to. Wait, there may be another way. He was considering using something a bit more persuasive when his eyes moved to the sides of the gate. The material holding the hinges in place was different. Could it be this easy? He aimed the next jinx at that area. Bombarda. Cracked. The stone holding the entire structure in place began to break apart and collapse. I guess Salazar Slytherin wasn't a genius when it came to doors. The massive metallic gate fell back, shaking the entire chamber in the process. "Take that," James said with satisfaction. SSSS. Oh, in front of him was a familiar sight. A corridor made of stone with snake heads on each side, and at the end, there was a carving resembling Salazar Slytherin himself. The mouth of the statue began to open, and James heard another threatening hiss. "Sorry, did I wake you up?" Apparently, his method of taking down the door hadn't been too clever. He had made a bit too much noise. Chapter 85, James versus the Beast. SSSS. The hissing grew louder, telling James that he only had a few more seconds before he was face to face with a colossal basilisk. Again. This is not really going according to plan. He had hoped to have some time to prepare before facing the snake. He had initially thought about attempting to capture the creature alive. If he could do that, the basilisk could become a trove of treasures, like an endless supply of venom and blood. But that plan went out the window now that the beast was awake, and he was standing on the stone path, looking into the distance with no preparation. Not much of a choice anymore. James removed the white ring on his right hand and threw it into the air. "Primum, wake up, you have work to do." Caillou, the ring expanded and transformed into a small chimera with pale scales. Primum flew happily through the air and looked around the unknown chamber. Caillou, it looked confused, as it had never been outside the laboratory on the 6th floor. "I know, it's new, but get used to it quickly, because we have company." James took out a glass sphere the size of his thumb and held it in his hand. Caillou, Primum watched with alarm as the colossal basilisk began to slither out of the stone mouth of Salazar's statue. "Look here, boy." James called for Primum to get closer and held the glass sphere up. Something inside shone with a blue light. The little creature reacted immediately when it saw what James held, rushing forward and opening its mouth wide, as if James held the most delicious treat in the world. James tossed the glass sphere, and Primum ate it without hesitation. Caillou, as soon as it swallowed the treat, its body began to change. Primum's body grew several times in size. Its wings expanded and became more dragon-like. Imit. The ivory scales covering its body interlocked like chainmail, and its eyes shone brightly with a blue light. Roar! The chimera let out a feral sound as it glared at the basilisk. As if sensing another predator, the giant snake's yellow eyes locked onto Primum and hissed loudly. "Primum, kill that snake, but try to avoid damaging the eyes. I have use for those." The chimera flew straight at the basilisk without wasting a second, while the serpent was still extracting itself from the statue. Despite its sudden growth, Primum's size still paled in comparison to the colossal creature it was attacking. James observed them for a moment before deciding what to do next. Unfortunately, he didn't believe Primum could win this fight alone, not in its current incomplete state. "If only I had been able to finish that other one. Oh well." There was no point lamenting his misfortune. He would have to act personally. 1,000-year-old basilisk was no joke. This creature would rank at the highest danger level in the classification of magical creatures, and would require an entire squad of well-trained wizards to take it down. The fact that he'd killed one with just a sword as a child was nothing short of a miracle, even with Fox's help. "I no longer need miracles, though." He pulled one potion after another from his robes, drinking their contents as he approached the two struggling creatures. Primum flew around the basilisk, taking bites here and there when it had the chance. Meanwhile, the basilisk tried desperately to catch the annoying chimera with its venomous fangs. Unfortunately for Primum, its primary weapon wouldn't be useful against the basilisk, and it knew this. But on the other hand, the venomous serpent faced the same dilemma. Its petrifying gaze did nothing to Primum, as it wasn't a living creature, and its venom would be equally ineffective. James' wand flickered in his hand. "Move away, now." A silvery flame appeared near the tip. As soon as Primum flew slightly out of range, James fired his spell. Argentum ignum. A burst of pale flames manifested over the basilisk's skin and began to spread. Tusk, what a waste. Basilisk scales were incredibly useful, and he was damaging a large portion of them with this spell, but normal magic wouldn't work against this creature, so he was employing an advanced alchemy flame to pierce through its protections. The basilisk shrieked and tried to submerge itself in the water to extinguish the flames, covering the back half of its body. Clever, but that won't work. That fire is kinda special. James prepared his next spell. SSSS. The monster hurried out of the water, realizing too late that the liquid only worsened the flames. The fire seemed to grow and spread faster the more it touched the chamber's water. The basilisk squirmed onto the stone passage, thrashing wildly and breaking the stone statues that were placed on the sides of the passage. Then, it noticed James approaching and got more furious. The snake glared at him with its cursed yellow eyes. James felt an unpleasant sensation wash over his body, but he didn't turn to stone. That won't work either. One of the potions I took protects me against. Why am I explaining anything to a snake? He pointed at the struggling reptile. Primum, hold that thing down. If left alone, the basilisk would eventually be consumed by the flames, but that could take a long time, given its size. Not only would it cost him a fortune in materials, but the ruckus might draw unwanted attention. The last thing he needed was for the headmaster to discover this chamber. Primum flew down, grabbed the basilisk's head with its claws, and bit into its neck. I'd better hurry. James rushed toward the beast. The basilisk desperately tried to free itself from Primum's grip and the silver fire that continued to consume its flesh. In a last-ditch effort, the serpent flung its tail, striking Primum's back. Caillou, the chimera was thrown aside, one wing broken. James couldn't waste this chance. The basilisk was now in the perfect position. He sprinted toward the beast's head. The basilisk hissed and bared its deadly fangs. Got you, James slashed his wand downward. Magna Gladium. A massive sword materialized inside the creature's mouth as this one was still open. When it tried to close its jaws, the blade impaled it, driving deep into the basilisk's skull. Chapter 86, Marauder's Time. As the basilisk expired its last breath, James hurried to extinguish the silver flames that were consuming its skin and flesh. Caillou. He turned around at the sound of Primum crying for help. The chimera was laying on its side, with one of its wings clearly broken. Don't worry, I'll fix you as soon as I can. For the moment, you can return to sleep, James told the creature. Caillou. Primum lifted its head to look at him and waited. Yes, you did a great job. James knelt down next to Primum and palled its head. Caillou. This one let out a happy sound in response. Okay, go to sleep. I'll let you out as soon as I have this place cleaned up a bit. James transformed the camera back to its ring form and placed it on his finger. He then turned to check the state of the basilisk. Tusk, at least half the skin will be unusable. He lamented at seeing the damage caused by his fire spell. It was unfortunate, but there was no way around it. Killing a creature such as this without causing any significant damage to its body would have required a lot of preparation, something he hasn't had time for. No, this was his own fault. He came unprepared and awoken the snake prematurely. What's done, it's done. James spent a few more minutes observing the state of the fallen monster. Luckily, the eyes were in perfect condition, as well as the fangs and the internal organs. The heart is the most important one. Overall, James knew that he couldn't complain too much. If he sold the entire corpse as it was to the goblins, he would get a small fortune. But he had other plans for it. He could always sell what he didn't need afterward. It's going to take me a while to process all these ingredients. He has not forgotten the fact that he had made an absolute mess in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom while opening the entrance. Fixing that should be his first priority. If he left it as it was, someone could find out. As a magical creature, the basilisk corpse would stay fresh for days without any issues. He could come back tomorrow and begin processing the ingredients and storing them in sealed containers for conservation. He also needed to create an alternative entrance to reach the chamber. He didn't want to keep going into the girls' bathroom and dealing with that annoying ghost all year. Once that was over, he would need to properly set the laboratory in the chamber and create a delivery path for the owls to come and go without being seen by the professors or the headmaster. That was going to be tough. There is so much to do. James was growing exhausted just by thinking about it. Setting up this lab was going to be a lot of work, but the materials from the basilisk alone should make it worth his time. The next week passed quickly. James spent most of his free time setting everything up while his friends worked on something else. Apparently, Remus needed some help with his magical map. The one that James knew, later on, would be known as the Marauder's Map. The project was still in its infancy stages, and Remus needed help mapping the castle properly. Something that was quite difficult due to the constantly changing nature of the magical structure. Not to mention the amount of secret rooms and passages. James promised to join them later on. By the coming week, he predicted to have some more free time since the lab should be done by then. But before that, the Marauders had something else to do. Another night of full moon had arrived, and it was time for Remus to spend the night at the Shrieking Shack. However, they were excited for this one. Not only had Remus the Wolfbane potion that allowed him full control of his wolf side, but now, Sirius, Peter, and James had officially become animagus and could accompany their friend during his transformation. "This is going to be awesome," Sirius said with excitement. The four friends were currently waiting in the basement of the shack. They had decided to leave through the tree secret entrance, instead of using the front door like last time. That day, Remus was forced to repair the door after they broke the boards to leave the house. But that was just an inconvenience. The real problem was that the front door could be seen from the path that leads to Hogsmeade. The chances of being spotted leaving the house were too big, and they should not take those risks if they could help it. "Do we have to go to the forest?" thought. "We could stay inside the house." Peter suggested. Unlike his friends, his animagus form was that of a tiny brown rat, and the forest was filled with dangerous creatures. Not to mention, it was very difficult for him to keep up with their speed. "You could come with me, Peter," James suggested. "You can hold onto my back as we run." Really, Peter seems to like the suggestion. "By the way, James, have you done any research about that white deer that you turn into? It didn't seem like a normal one," Sirius asked. They had all been curious about it since they first saw it. Sirius and Peter's transformation appear to be common animals, a dog and a rat, but they felt like James' animal was a magical variant. "It's a stag, not a deer," James corrected. "I don't think there is much difference, isn't it?" Peter asked. "Well, no matter, and no, I have been very busy this week, so I haven't had the time to do any research. The only thing that I know for sure is that the species is most definitely a magical creature variant," James said. "How can you be so sure? It could be something like an albino stag or something?" Remus asked curiously. Magical variants were something unheard of for animagus, at least as far as they knew. It wasn't like Hogwarts had much information on those types of magic. "Well, the first time I transformed, I had to adjust myself to the completely different type of magic that the white stag used, but it also came with the knowledge of how to use it," James explained. "Is that why you had so much difficulty to change?" Peter asked. "Wait, you can use magic while transformed?" Sirius asked with interest. "What can you do?" Remus also was very eager to know more. "It would be best to see it by yourself instead of me explaining it. Why don't I show you tonight?" James suggested. Chapter 87, Hunting Trip. The sun came down, allowing the sky to darken and the full moon to be displayed in all its glory. Remus's transformation commenced soon after. Thanks to James's potion, it went smoothly and without the usual unpleasant sensation as his body morphed and lost control. The others waited patiently for his changes to end, not taking their eyes off him as his body grew in size and turned into a terrifying werewolf. Remus, now in his bestial form, let out a soft growl before looking at James, Sirius, and Peter. They had been through this before, so none of them were worried about being attacked. Remus's eyes soon recovered their usual light, and they all knew he was in full control of his senses. "You okay there, buddy?" Sirius asked. Remus could not speak, but he nodded his head. "Let's go outside then," James told them, walking at a brisk pace through the secret tunnel that led back to the tree covering the entrance. He scanned the area with his eyes to make sure no students were around, not that it was likely for anyone to be out here at this hour of the night. Remus left the safety of their hideout, quickly followed by Peter and Sirius, who had already transformed into their animagus forms. "Come here, Peter." James knelt down and placed his palm close to the floor so Peter could easily climb up. He then placed the brown rat on his shoulders, before he also began to transform into a majestic silver stag. Peter managed to stay on top of him by using his little hands to hold onto his fur. James tapped his hooves on the ground a few times as a signal to depart, and then began to run towards the forest. Sirius and Remus had no trouble keeping up at his current speed, although James was aware that he could go many times faster than this, far beyond what any normal animal could achieve. They entered the forest, with James acting as the guide, running between the trees with extreme precision as Peter held on as best he could to his silvery fur. The Black Forest was massive in size, at least 10 times bigger than the rest of the Hogwarts grounds combined. Watching it from the highest floor of the castle, one could see it stretched into the horizon with no end in sight. The forest was also magical in nature, and as such, it was home to countless species of magical beings. Some of them were completely harmless, while others should be avoided at all costs. James was fairly familiar with this forest. Although he was nowhere near an expert like Hagrid, he at least knew his way around it. He also knew he could find some targets for the demonstration he had promised his friends. The nest of acromantulas was 2 miles north of his current position, but he had no plans of going directly there. Aragog, the mother of all these acromantulas, hadn't done anything that would justify being exterminated. However, her children were a lot more dangerous and savage. Usually, the centaurs were the ones who patrolled the area surrounding the nest and eliminated any acromantula that ventured too far. Tonight, James was going to be performing that task. Grrr. James could hear the growling coming from Sirius, who was right behind him. Remus reached his side and made a similar sound. James understood what they meant. His friends were trying to warn him of the danger ahead. They must have caught the scent of some acromantulas already. The silver stag shook its horns and hoped Sirius and Remus would understand that he was telling them not to worry. James increased his speed. His sense of smell was not as sharp as theirs, but his eyesight was excellent. Even inside this forest in the middle of the night, he could see everything clearly. Like the 3 acromantulas climbing onto some nearby trees. Peter started to make squeaky noises and pulled at James's fur as hard as he could. It was obvious that he had also detected the creatures ahead and was getting worried. James wished he could tell his friend that everything was under control, but soon there would be no need for that. He just had to show them. The acromantulas didn't make a sound as the silver stag approached. They stayed hidden in the trees and waited for their prey to get close enough before launching their attack. It was too bad for them. This stag was no prey. The 2 horns on the stag's head began to glow and emit sparks of electricity. This startled Peter, who tried to bury himself in the fur on James's back. Sirius and Remus reacted to this and created some distance between themselves and James. The acromantulas must have sensed the danger then and attempted to retreat by jumping onto the ground and crawling away. Sparks traveled across the stag's silver fur and reached his legs. The distance between him and the acromantulas was still about 30 yards. James pushed his body a little more and reached his targets in a fraction of a second. Crack! The sparks on his horns transformed into bolts of lightning that immediately struck their targets. The 3 acromantulas didn't have time to make a sound of complaint as their bodies were pierced by white bolts of electricity that incinerated them from the inside, killing them instantly. James stood there and waited for a moment to make sure no other dangers were around before he reverted to his human form. How was it? Peter reverted from his rat form. He had just jumped off James's back after the acromantulas were killed. What was that? He wasn't sure what he was more afraid of, the spiders or the lightning bolts that killed them. Whoa, Sirius arrived at his side. That was incredible. The deer can shoot lightning. Yes, I can, and it's in Stag. Wait, James's eyes became sharp. Remus growled. Stay calm, we have company, James said. They heard the sound of approaching steps. Chapter 88, The Guardians of the Black Forest. Remus, calm down and don't attack them, James hurried to say. The sounds were very close now. Do you know W? Centaurs, James interrupted Sirius. Let me do the talking. Humans, what are you D? A werewolf, what is that thing doing in our forest? By the stars, human children step away from the beast. 3 centaur scouts, armed with bows and arrows, stood before them. All of them became tense immediately after spotting Remus. James saw one of the centaurs lift his bow to aim at his friend, so he stepped in front. That's enough. The werewolf is no danger to anyone here, unless you attack us first. Are you threatening me, human? The centaur asked, his bow tensed. Bane, wait, one of the centaurs said to the one aiming the bow. You cannot harm humans, we have an agreement. Firenze is correct. It is our duty to escort these humans out of the forest. The leader's instructions were very clear in these matters, the third centaur added in a calm tone. And what about the werewolf? Bane still seemed eager to shoot a few arrows at Remus. That's, Firenze, usually the most friendly toward humans, hesitated. Defending a werewolf was a different story. It doesn't look hostile for now. You better leave Remus alone. Sirius stood next to James. Peter also stepped in front of Remus. Why yes, you better, please. The werewolf is under the effects of a potion that allows him to keep his savage instincts under control. As you can see, he hasn't ripped your throats out already, James said calmly. He does seem oddly calm for a werewolf, Firenze noted. He had never heard of a potion with such effects, but he wasn't knowledgeable enough to argue. That one does not speak like a child, the third centaur pointed out. Ronan is right, there is some strange magic around him, Bane said. Centaurs, more in tune with nature and the stars, could perceive things beyond what human wizards could. They could pick up some of the residual magic from James' transformation. It was different from the magic of any wizard. Firenze glanced further into the distance and spotted what he was looking for. Those acromantulas, were you the ones who took them down? That's right, and if you don't back off, W. Sirius, James hit his shoulder. I told you to let me do the talking, remember? We need to de-escalate the situation. Right, Sirius calmed down a bit. James stepped forward, his wand tightly gripped in his right hand but held low. My friends and I were taking a night stroll around the forest when we encountered those spiders. They attacked us first. We're students of Hogwarts, and we meant no harm to the inhabitants of the Black Forest. His amber eyes moved to Bane and his bow. So, you mind lowering that thing before you get hurt? Me hurt, Bane screamed and pulled his bow further. What happened to de-escalate? Peter asked. I believe the little human is challenging you, Bane, the other centaur commented. That's enough, Bane. Lower your weapon, Firenze said firmly. You know what will happen if you break our laws. Tusk, Bane looked annoyed but lowered the bow. I just wanted to put that arrogant human boy in his place. We will now accompany you to the forest entrance. I'm sure you can make your way back to the castle from there, Firenze suggested. There's no need for that. We can find the entrance on our own, James said, making a quick mental calculation. They were only about half a mile from the forest's edge. Humans are not supposed to roam around this forest without supervision, especially not at night, Firenze argued. Only the groundskeeper has permission to do so. We won't get close to the centaur camp, but our friend likes to run around a bit during full moon nights. James pointed back at Remus. Oh, I see. You are keeping him company during his transformation, Firenze understood. Leaving the humans aside, we can't just let that beast roam freely through our forest. I don't care if it looks calm at the moment, Bane exclaimed. Remus growled. Easy, Sirius tried to calm him down. James frowned. He didn't like this centaur. The forest isn't your property. You don't get to decide who is or isn't allowed. What do you know, human? We centaurs are the ones keeping order here, Bane shouted. Calm down, Bane. The human isn't incorrect. The forest is not ours alone, Firenze corrected him. His eyes turned to James. These rules were made by one of your headmasters a long time ago. It's meant for your protection. This forest can be very dangerous for those unfamiliar with it. There are even places that even we, the residents of this forest, avoid at all costs. Dark creatures dwell there, and certain death awaits for those who are careless. We won't go that deep, just on the outskirts. At most, we'll run into some stray acromantulas, and we've already proven we can handle that much, James said. The human is insistent, the last centaur murmured. Firenze looked troubled. We can't exactly forbid you from entering. If you refuse to take our advice, there is little we can do about it. Just leave them. If some beast eats them, it won't be our fault. We already warned them and offered to escort them out. Nothing more can be expected from us, Bane said, done with the conversation. What is your name? Firenze asked. James Potter. The centaur nodded. Very well, James Potter. Just remember, do not venture too deep into the forest and do not harm any creature unless it's necessary. If you and your friends can do that, we will leave you be. The centaurs left shortly after, leaving the marauders alone in the forest. Well, that was kinda tense, Sirius said. I thought that guy was going to shoot at us. He really wanted to, James said. GRRR, Remus seemed to agree. Centaurs can be scarier than those spiders, Peter said. Tempest, James checked the time. We still have several hours before sunrise, and there's a lot of forest to explore. Are you guys up for it? He asked. Yeah, let's go, Sirius exclaimed. Chapter 89, A Busy Business Trip. Ah, I really needed this. Sirius smiled with joy when the waitress placed the pint of butterbeer in front of him. It's been a while since we came to the Three Broomsticks. Remus glanced at James. A certain someone is usually too busy to accompany us. James lifted his eyes from his glass. Sorry, did you say something? You seem very distracted, James. Peter looked concerned. Is everything okay? It's nothing important, just thinking about some stuff. James responded before taking a sip of his drink. What kind of stuff? I know it's not homework, pranks, or Quidditch, Sirius said. Actually, I need you to do me a favor, James suddenly said. That's rare, you don't usually ask us for anything, Peter pointed out. I need to make a quick trip to Diagon Alley. Could you wait for me here so we can go back to the castle together? And if someone asks Foe. Diagon Alley? James, you know we cannot leave the premises of Hogsmeade and Hogwarts during the school year, Remus reminded. I'm sure James knows that. Sirius gave James a look. I am aware of the rules, that's why. Can you cover for me? It will just be for an hour or so, James told them. What is so important that you cannot wait for the next break? Remus asked. Well, as you know, I was selling potions and buying materials from several shops in Diagon Alley as well as other places. But now that the headmaster found out what I was doing, I cannot use my own name to receive mail. I need to set up a drop box with a pseudonym. And you can't do that, Remus interrupted him. Why not? Asked Peter. Yeah, what's the big deal? Just make up some name, Sirius added. Remus frowned. You two have no idea how the owl delivery works. The mail must always be addressed to your real name, or the owl will never find you. What James is suggesting is creating a fixed point for the owls to arrive at. For example, in this bar, you could address an owl to the Three Broomsticks instead of the name of the owner, and it will still arrive here. Oh, Sirius realized the issue. You have to register the name, like in the Flu Network. Remus nodded. Yes, only the Ministry can do that. It is meant for legit businesses to use, but there are always alternate ways to do that, James said. And it is illegal to do so, Remus pointed out while giving James a look of concern. You can get into a lot of trouble, and I mean real trouble, not just school detention. James shrugged. That's not what concerns me. The issue is that no legit business will want to make deals with someone possessing an unauthorized pseudonym. Hold on, James, you are making it sound dangerous, Peter said. James, don't do that, Remus advised him. Don't concern yourselves with that, I know what I'm doing. James stood up. I'll be back in less than 90 minutes. He put some coins on the table. The drinks are on me. As James was walking to the exit of the bar, Sirius turned to Remus. What was that about? Remus sighed. I think James is going to Nocturne Alley. The shops there are going to be the only ones willing to trade with an unregistered potion maker using an illegal drop box. You think he is really doing that? Peter asked. Tusk, why is he always taking risks like that? That idiot, Sirius huffed. He couldn't understand what James was trying to accomplish, but he seemed somewhat desperate about something. Hey guys, Alice approached the table. She was accompanied by her boyfriend Frank and Lily. We just saw James leaving. Where is he going? Lily asked. Oh, he just had something to take care of. He'll be back soon, Sirius hurried to say. Ah, Lily looked at the door with disappointment on her face. I haven't seen him that much lately. You three had some worried expressions a moment ago. Did something happen? Frank asked. Nothing serious, don't worry, Frank. Remus did his best to avoid looking concerned. they couldn't tell them James was planning on doing. "Yeah, come on, sit down." Sirius grabbed the coins left by James. "Drinks are on us." James apparated to an empty alley that was close to the main road in Diagon Alley and got moving at a fast pace. He had several places to go and little time. Before paying a visit to Nocturne Alley, he had another stop to make. He used his wand to change his attire a bit and removed any sign of Hogwarts on his robes. He wanted to avoid questions about why he wasn't at school if possible. James left the alley and made his way onto the main street. There weren't many people walking around the alley, which was definitely a good thing for him. The Gringotts Bank was ahead of him. Dealing with goblins was not something he enjoyed doing, but this time it would be a necessity. He did not trust any shady merchant to handle what he had to sell this time. The goblins were bound to take a big cut of his profits, but at least he was sure they were not going to scam him or try to straight up rob him. James opened the large wooden doors of the Goblin Bank and went inside. Just like in the alley, this place was quite depopulated, with only a couple of wizards talking with some of the goblins at the front. James looked around. He could not recognize any of the ones present, so it didn't matter which one he spoke to. He chose the one with the nastiest look. That one may be the one that was more willing to do business with him. "What do you need, wizard?" The goblin frowned as he spoke to him. James wasn't sure if he was bored or angry, but perhaps it was both. "I have something I wish to sell to Gringotts." "And what would that be? Gold, silver, jewels, perhaps an artifact?" Those were the usual requests. "Materials from a rare magical beast," James responded. "Oh, we do buy those sometimes, I suppose," the goblin muttered. Wizards usually sold those to alchemy or potion shops, so it was unusual for someone to sell materials to goblins. James knew this already, of course. The goblins had no potion makers among their folk, so they had no use for ingredients. Because of this, they will always pay less than other shops. "What materials did you bring?" the goblin said with little interest in his voice. James leaned forward. "A 1,000-year-old basilisk." Chapter 90, Negotiating with the Goblins. The expression on the goblin's face completely changed. "Sorry, I must have misheard you. Could you repeat that?" "I said a 1,000-year-old basilisk," James said again. The goblin blinked a few times. "I see. I hope this is not a jest, because I assure you it is not. My time is too valuable to waste it like that. Now, can we do business?" James' tone was both serious and cold. He had no patience for the goblin's mistrust. "Follow me." The goblin moved to one side and opened a little door on the counter that allowed James to pass to the other side. The goblin then escorted him to one of the back rooms they used for private negotiations. "Please wait here for a moment." The goblin's tone had gotten a bit more polite. He left him alone in the room and went outside. James peeked around. It was a very simply decorated space, with a large circular table at the center and many chairs around it. He took a seat and waited for several minutes until someone opened the door. It was a different goblin this time. James assumed that the other one had called for a goblin who had a better understanding of the value of the materials he brought. "Greetings, Mr. Potter." There was no point in using fake names in this place. The goblins would respect his privacy. It was one of their many rules, and one thing everyone knows about goblins is that they never break their rules. This is the main reason for wizards to trust them, with taking care of the largest bank in all of Britain. And it's also the reason for James to come here in the first place. "I am Silveraxe, and I will be the one conducting this negotiation. Now, what materials are we talking about exactly? I have been told you are in possession of parts from a 1,000-year-old basilisk." James was prepared for this. He pulled out a list and handed it to the goblin. After processing the carcass of the basilisk, James had separated a large amount of materials for his private use. But as for the rest, he had decided to sell them. There was no point in letting those materials go to waste, and he could really use the money right now. One of his most important projects was close to completion, and with what he received from this transaction, he could acquire everything that he was lacking and many other things. "This is a lot," the goblin muttered. "It is," James said. One intact giant basilisk eye, several gallons of blood, 20 vials of venom, 5,000 pounds of flesh. It is a rough estimate. I haven't weighed it, James said. Basilisk flesh is considered a delicacy, and this one is from a 1,000-year-old one. I'm sure it could fetch a fortune if sold to luxury restaurants around Britain. I don't see any mention of the basilisk skin. May I ask why? James shook his head. Unfortunately, most of it was damaged during the capture, and for what's left, I have use for it. I see, that's a shame. That would have been an easy sell, the goblin said. Basilisk skin combat robes were in very high demand among hit wizards and aurors, as well as criminals. James already had plans for the remnants of the skin, so he was not selling that one. He had also kept a lot of blood, venom, and one of the eyes. What about the heart? The goblin inquired with growing excitement. The heart of such an ancient basilisk would be invaluable. Damaged during the fight. Unfortunately, it is unusable, James lied. He was not going to sell that for just gold. He had already something in mind for that one. Ah, that is such a shame. The goblin looked distraught. And do you have these materials on your person, or? James stood up from his chair and pulled a box from one of his pockets. This one then expanded until it was roughly the size of a shoebox, and then placed it on the table. Go on, take a look. The goblin approached with hesitation and took the lid off the box. Oh my, inside it he could see many glass containers. The goblin grabbed one of these containers with 2 fingers and lifted it to take a better look. Contained inside the glass was a miniaturized pile of basilisk flesh that James had cut into pieces and stored inside. As you can see, there are several layers of miniaturization charms in play, but I'm sure you goblins will have no trouble getting everything in order. Why, yes, removing the charms is easy. This is incredible. The goblin took another container. This one had a tiny yellow eye inside. Remarkable, it is truly a basilisk eye, and it looks intact. It is, I had much care with that, James said. So, now you have seen it. How much would the goblins pay for that amount of materials? The goblin calmed down a bit and cleared his thought. Before we get to that, I need to ask you a few questions about the provenance of these parts, the goblin said. James chuckled. He was waiting for the goblin to ask something along those lines. Basilisks were considered one of the most dangerous creatures in the world, and its materials are heavily regulated by the ministry, especially its venom. Without explicit permission, it is illegal to sell basilisk parts. So when someone appears with something like this, the buyer will of course want to know its provenance and if all the permits are present. I hunted down the beast by myself. By the ancient rules of conquest, its materials belong to me, James responded. The goblin looked troubled. I do not mean to question the veracity of that statement, Mr. Potter, but I'm afraid I need more. You seem too young to be a professional hunter, and I have never heard of anyone finding a basilisk this old in the wild. I am very curious about where it came from. Let's be honest for a moment. The goblin nation cares little for the laws of the wizards. The provenance of this basilisk is irrelevant, and so is my hunter's license. I killed the creature, processed it, and brought it here. If you don't want to buy it, th. Now wait a moment, Mr. Potter. I never said that I wasn't interested, the goblin hurried to say. We can definitely do business here, but you have to understand that, given the circumstances. James shook his head. These goblins were so predictable. He was just questioning the legality of the basilisk to lower the price, not because he cared about human laws. Analyze the materials and give me your price. I'm sure the goblins will be fair with me. That's all I want. Of course, the goblin exclaimed. But we are going to need some time to analyze all of these and come up with a fair sum of coin. James nodded. Understandable. But I'm sure you will also understand that I will not leave these valuable materials in here without a formal contract. Right, a contract. With your personal seal, James added. The goblins were not going to rob him, but why take any chances at all? My seal, of course, the goblin sighed. A goblin can never break a contract marked with their personal seal, or they would forfeit their lives. A pleasure doing business with you, said James. One task was completed, and now it was time to visit the marketplace. Chapter 91, I Need a Guide. He received many curious looks as he ventured into the dimly lit corridors of Nocturne Alley. James had not changed his physical looks, just his robes to avoid displaying any Hogwarts insignias. Hiding his identity would defeat the purpose of coming here personally in the first place. For the past months, James had been dealing with several merchants and earning a reputation by showing the quality of his creations. If he now came here as some unknown individual, he would need to start all over again. "Oi boy, are you lost? Shouldn't you be in school?" Two middle-aged ladies asked him as he passed by some shady beauty salon. James stopped walking. He just realized something. Despite knowing the name and address of the shops he was going to visit, it had been an extremely long time since he had walked through these narrow alleys. Nocturne Alley is even larger than Diagon Alley and contains a massive amount of closely knit narrow alleys that form a complex labyrinth. It is nearly impossible to navigate for those who are not used to it. The two witches stared at him with curiosity. "Oh, do you perhaps want to keep these young ladies company?" "Haha, I bet this green boy wouldn't even know where to begin," the other one added. James pulled a couple of gold galleons from his pocket. "I need directions to a couple of shops in this alley." One of the women looked around to make sure no one was watching. "Boy, you better not flash gold around here. Do you really not know where you are?" The other one pointed in the direction he had walked in. "Yeah, you better go back to Diagon Alley before something happens to you. We don't want to have the Aurors coming here to meddle in our business because some little boy got killed near our shop." "Never mind then, I'll find them myself." James ignored the warning from the two witches and went further ahead. It may take him a while, but he was sure to find what he was looking for eventually. However, much like the witches feared, his display of wealth had caught the attention of a couple of ruffians who saw James as easy prey. They were somewhat subtle at first because they didn't want to bring anyone else's attention to themselves, but once they saw James entering a road they knew was a dead end, they decided to act. "Tusk, maybe I should have been more insistent with the witches," James said as he stared at a gray stone wall that was blocking his path. The steps of the two men who had been following him for the past minutes were now much louder. So they decided to show themselves. James turned around and saw them. They had their faces covered with dark cloaks, but it was obvious by looking at the rest of them that these two were young men, perhaps in their late 20s. They pointed their wands at him in a threatening manner. "Drop all the coins you have and anything else of value," the first one ordered him. "Do it quickly and we may not have to hurt you, boy," the second one added. James wanted to roll his eyes. "I'm getting tired of being called boy all the time." He looked at the two thieves and approached them. "Perhaps you two can give me directions. You are from around here, right?" "Stay right there," one made a stabbing motion with his wand. "Did you not hear what we told you?" "Let's just curse him and be done with it," the other one added. James raised his hands. "What are you getting nervous for? I'm not even holding a wand. See. That's it, take this." Thief number 2 seemed to have run out of patience and shot a bone-breaker hex at him. From this distance, a spell like that was easy to deflect for James. He just created a magical shield with a concave shape on the path of the hex. The spell bounced back to the caster and hit his wand hand. "Ah!" The thief screamed and dropped his weapon in the process. James saw the other one moving. Depulso! He gave his hand a wave and sent the other young man crashing against the wall behind him. Youngsters have no manners these days. Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. This is the past, James muttered to himself. "Erg!" The broken hand thief tried to make use of his other hand to grab his wand. "Take this." Puff! The spell that he tried to cast disappeared in a cloud of gray smoke. James scoffed. Can't even use the other hand for a simple cutting charm, should have paid more attention in school. He pointed his finger at him. A flash of light shot at the young man's face. This one started screaming immediately, just as painful boils began to appear all over his face. James then turned to look at the other one. He was standing up with difficulty and went to grab his wand. A Kia wand. James made a simple gesture and pulled the wand towards him. W8, the thief began to panic. He rose his hands up. "Please, don't shoot me. We just wanted a few coins, that's all." James glanced at the thief. "You can earn mo." "Ah, it hurts." Thief number 2 was screaming while scratching his face. James hit him with another spell, and this one collapsed on the ground. Did you kill him? The thief's face had gone completely pale. He's just asleep, forget about your friend. James pulled a single galleon this time. If you want money, you have to earn it. Now, take me to the creeping ivy. You want me to serve as your guide? No way, the thief exclaimed. James pointed the wand at him. I won't be so nice if I have to ask again. The young man trembled. What I meant to say is, this way, he hurried to point to his right. We just have to follow that road and turn right, it's very close. James smiled. That's better, go ahead, I'll follow. Chapter 92, The Creeping Ivy. Here it is, the young thief pointed to a shop. It was at the end of another narrow street, and could easily be missed if one didn't already know it was there. There was no name on the sign, just a small drawing of an ivy plant over a blackboard. James was about to walk inside when the thief called for him again. W8, what about my? He glanced at James's hands. Right, what's fair is fair. James threw a single gold galleon to him. The thief quickly grabbed it. No, but my wand. Oh, I see. James was still holding onto the young thief's wand. Buy yourself another one. Once he said that, he walked inside, ignoring the young man's complaints. The inside of the shop wasn't much better than the outside. It was badly illuminated with just a couple of candles, and there was a powerful smell that was likely the result of many batches of potions being brewed in a poorly ventilated space. James didn't seem bothered by any of this and just walked to the counter. On the other side was an old man with messy white hair and an unkempt beard. He wore a set of old brown robes that seemed to be covered in all sorts of stains, but the man did not seem to care. What do you want? He spoke to James with a tone of annoyance. If you know who I am, then you know what I want, James responded. The man frowned. Tusk, arrogant brat, I thought you were not going to sell any more. This old man has ears in Hogwarts. Can't use my name any longer, I made a drop box. He passed the old man a piece of paper. Use that one to contact me. An illegal one, no doubt. The old man seemed amused for a moment. What about that batch of Felix Felicis I requested? I'll get it done, there is still time. No, there isn't. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow. His eyes scanned over James as if trying to discover something about him. You barely had time before your laboratory was destroyed. Now it will be too late. If I say I can do it, it's because I can. You need 6 months to make that one, the old man pointed out. You will be, at best, 2 weeks late. I don't need 6 months, James simply said. He chuckled, truly arrogant, but I don't dislike it, and you have proven to have skill. Very well, this old man will put his trust in you. So, can I count on your future business? James asked. The old man looked down at the paper. James had written the name of the drop box for Owl Deliveries. It would also serve as an alias of sorts for him, so he would not need to use his real name any longer. Ivory Alchemist. Indeed, James said. You could have sent me a message to tell me all of this. Why come all the way here? And miss the chance of having this lovely conversation? No way. James placed the wand he was carrying on the counter and took a small box from one of his pockets. And I brought you something interesting. The old man glanced at the box with a bored expression. I have seen everything already. Nothing will. He stopped for a moment when he saw what was inside. A basilisk heart? It looks intact and… Wait. He noticed something special about this one. It's not just big. His old, tired eyes moved to James. There was now genuine interest in them. How old was this basilisk? Slightly over 1,000 years old, James told him. That's impossible. There are no basilisks that old. The ministry may be incompetent at many things, but they would not have missed something like that, he said. Basilisks never stop growing, so one this old would be massive, and if it was moving around freely, it would have taken many victims. There was no way the Ministry of Magic would miss something like that. Under normal circumstances, that is true. This one was quite special. It was hidden inside Hogwarts. You see, this used to be the pet of a certain wizard of old. Slytherin, are you pulling this old man's leg? He stood up. You're saying that this is the heart of Salazar's pet. Yes, unfortunately, I had to put it down when it tried to bite me. James said, truly lamenting it, but at least it opened other possibilities. "And where is the rest?" the old man inquired. "Some of it is with me, the rest I sold to the goblins." "What, to those greedy bastards?" The old man looked outraged. "I reserved the best part for you, so don't complain," James told him. The old man glanced at James with suspicion. "I assume you don't want gold for it, otherwise you would have sold it to them." "Essence of an ancient jinn. I want that in exchange for the heart," James said. The old man now looked shocked. "How do you even know I have that?" "Because you tried to use it. There are remnants of its magic that I can trace." He hoped his lie was believable enough. The real reason he knew about that was because James already knew about this old fellow. He had met him during his previous life as Harry Potter. But at that time, he was much older and more decrepit than now. They shared many stories, and one of them was about the essence of a djinn that he claimed to have found a few decades prior and attempted to use, but failed in his attempts many times and ended up wasting the materials. James was distraught when he heard about it, since it was something he had always wanted to get his hands on. Djinns had been extinct for over 2,000 years, so any materials from them were truly invaluable. But now he had another chance, and James just so happened to have a good use for that material, making it more valuable for him than even the basilisk heart. "No matter, it is not for sale. I need it," the old man responded stubbornly and put the box down. "Hear my deal before making a decision," James suggested. Chapter 93, The Deal. The old man shook his head. "Don't waste your time. As I said, I have use for the essence. I won't trade it away." "Who is the one dying?" James saw the other man flinch as he asked the question. "What do you mean?" James pointed at his clothes. "The stains on your robes are all from a very precise set of ingredients. The same goes for the smell in this room. Meaning that you have been trying to brew the same potion over and over, and failing at it. There is only one potion that I know that uses those particular ingredients, and it requires the essence of an ancient jinn, Panacea, a legendary elixir capable of curing all diseases. It doesn't look like you are sick, so who are you so desperate to save? Your child, your wife, or given your age, a grandson?" The old man kept quiet for almost a minute before speaking again. "Granddaughter, actually. And you don't know why you are failing to brew this elixir. I can tell you why, and it's not for lack of skill." James knew that this man was an incredible potion grandmaster who would even put Lord Pollux to shame. "And you will tell me?" the old man asked with suspicion. "I can tell you that you are missing a key ingredient," James responded. The old man's eyes opened widely. "You know the recipe?" This was not something that one could find in some shop lying around. The recipe for Panacea had been a secret well kept by Middle Eastern magical societies, who were the ones to invent it thousands of years ago. He had paid a grand price to acquire the one he had in his possession. James produced a piece of parchment and a quill before he began to write the complete recipe. He had actually acquired the incomplete version from this very old man when he was at the end of his road. Later on, he managed to produce a functional Panacea elixir after much testing. However, he had to make changes due to the lack of jinn essence, and because of this, its effects were lower than the original version. But this old man had all of the ingredients he needed and the skills to pull it off. All he lacked was the knowledge of this particular ingredient. "I will give you this and the basilisk heart. In exchange, I want the rest of the jinn essence, and a favor from you." The old man raised an eyebrow. "If this works, very well." James handed him the box containing the heart and the piece of parchment. He had written not just the complete list of ingredients, but also his personal method for brewing the Panacea. The man took the parchment in a hurry and read its contents. "Didn't he? That's one of the most common ingredients out there. You can find it in any store here. Are you seriously telling me that this is what I had been lacking?" James shrugged. Just because a potion is considered legendary doesn't mean that every ingredient has to be rare. Besides, Dittany may be common now, but 2,000 years ago, around the Middle East, not so much. "Still, I hope this is not some sort of jest." "And why would I do that? Give it a try. It's not like you have anything to lose. Obviously, what you've been doing so far doesn't work. Once you complete your potion, send me the rest of the essence." James turned around to leave. Wait, the old man stopped him. Yes, James glanced at him. Have you gotten into an argument with some of the local residents of the alley? The old man asked. Why? Because there are at least a dozen wizards outside my shop, and they don't look like customers. I would guess they came here for you. Oh, don't worry about it, I'll deal with it, James simply said. You can use the flue in my office to leave this place. Those youngsters know better than to enter my shop to cause trouble, the old man suggested. Thanks for the offer, but I can't leave yet. You're not my only client here. And then he would have to return to the bank once more before going back to Hogsmeade. You also forgot your wand. He pointed at the one James had placed on the counter. Keep it, that's not mine anyway, James answered before turning around. The old man shook his head but did not try to stop him again, so he opened the door and left the shop. Like he had been told, there were a dozen wizards of varied age ranges waiting for him outside. He only recognized 2 of them, and that would be the 2 thieves who had previously tried to rob him. James glanced at the one who had guided him here. No doubt, this was the one who had called for all these people and brought them here. I want my coin back, James told him with a tone of dissatisfaction. I want my wand back, the thief shouted back. I lost it, now. Can anyone give me directions to the Black Rose establishment? It should be somewhat close by, I believe, James said calmly. You seem very nonchalant. One of the men walked forward with his wand in hand. You're either an idiot or very confident. James returned his look. Want to gamble on which one it is? This one aimed his wand at James. Kill him en. Correct. They all missed the moment when James had thrown a small ball of clay onto the ground and made it move until it was right at the center of the group. The moment it broke apart, a thick gray smoke came out of it and trapped everyone inside. Immediately, everyone touched by the smoke froze in place. Only one of them had been far away enough to avoid being affected, but the smoke had already reached his legs. Depulso. The young thief heard James before feeling a powerful force, pushing him away from the smoke and into a nearby wall. Erg, he fell to the ground. This time he was sure that something was broken. He then looked up and saw all his mates were completely still. Their skin had begun to turn a gray color and cracks appeared on its surface. What are they, dead? James dispersed the smoke with an air-purifying spell. This was the petrifying mist he had collected from the trap that led to the Chamber of Secrets. But unfortunately, it could only be used once, as the magic would lose its effect afterward. James turned to the only member left. It was the same one who had guided him here. Not dead, but they won't move for a long time. Now. W8, please don't kill me, the young thief panicked. He came here with a small army and everyone was defeated instantly. He didn't even have his wand to defend himself now. I was just following my boss's orders. Why would I kill you? You're my guide. Take me to the Black Rose. The expression of the young thief changed immediately. There was now a sliver of hope. Why, yes, of course, my lord, follow me. James began to walk after the thief. Oh, and I'm not paying you again. Chapter 94, The Black Rose. Here we are, my lord. The young thief was being overly polite to James after seeing all his friends turned into statues in front of him. Wonderful. James glanced at the shop in front of him. This one was in the very center of Nocturne Alley. As strange as it sounded, the central area had the best illumination. There was a circular formation of buildings at the center, allowing sunlight to come in. It doesn't look like we are still in Nocturne Alley, right? It even had some grass and plants. And the shop in question was a wooden cabin with a backyard filled with flowers. He had heard about this place, but it was the first time he had come in person. This is the most dangerous area of the alley, the thief said while trying to avoid looking at the wooden cabin. Not many dare to come here without permission from one of the residents. This is as close as I'll get to that garden. James smiled. That's fine, you've done enough. If you don't know the witch living in that shop, you better turn around. I heard she turns uninvited guests into fertilizer for her garden, the thief warned. Are you worried for me? James chuckled. I'm still not paying you again. You could at least give me my wand back, the thief rebuked. Just buy yourself another one. James walked toward the cabin while the thief shouted after him. He could detect several charms and enchantments woven into the small grassy area. This only made him more curious about what kind of wizards and witches lived here. As Harry Potter, he had learned a bit about Nocturne Alley during his Auror Academy days, and he had personally met some of the most notorious figures, like that old man from the previous shop. But there were still many mysteries left, especially in this era, since he wasn't even born yet. James arrived at the door, and it opened by itself. "Mr. Potter, I knew you were going to visit soon." A soft and seductive female voice came from inside. Even without the thief's warning, James knew this witch was dangerous. Perhaps even more dangerous than the old Bellatrix Lestrange. But she was also his best client, and a good professional relationship with her would be very beneficial for his future. James looked around as he strolled through the cabin. The walls were filled with interesting items, but he didn't even recognize some of them. This person was neither a potioneer nor an alchemist. She was a merchant of anything rare and valuable. Had he trusted her, she would have been his first choice to sell the basilisk body to instead of the goblins. But that wasn't the case, as he had only known her for a few months, and this was the first time he saw her in person. "Oh my, you are as young as I expected, but much more handsome." The woman was sitting comfortably on a large leather sofa, holding a drink in her left hand. "I assume you know why I'm here." James moved closer. He had no idea how old this witch was supposed to be, but she was certainly older than she looked. The seductive woman had a long mane of black hair and a pair of piercing blue eyes. She wore an elegant crimson dress that accentuated her curves and just the right amount of makeup. She smiled gently. "It's not every day that I hear about a Hogwarts student blowing up the castle, not to mention one with the same name as the supposed potion master I've been dealing with for months." She took a sip and placed her drink on the table beside her. "You're here because you want to make sure I'll keep buying potions from you, even if you obviously have no license and won't have one for many years. You're in the 4th year, right?" James shrugged. "Age is just a number, and the ministry permit is just a piece of paper. I'm sure you can tell by the quality of my potions that I'm someone worth buying from." He handed her a piece of parchment. "That's my new Dropbox and alias." She took it and gave it a quick glance before setting it down. "Ivory, it doesn't fit you." "It used to fit me better when I had a long white beard, I suppose." James thought of his past. "It's just a name." "What about the alchemist part? Is that also just a name?" Her eyes moved to the white ring on his right hand. "Do you mind if I take a closer look at that thing on your finger?" "It's not for sale," James replied. The fact that she detected Primum's magic so quickly just went to show how skilled this woman was. "I see." She didn't seem offended by his refusal. "I will, of course, continue to buy potions from you for so long as you can maintain the quality. You see, I only buy the best." "That's perfect, because I only sell the best. But if you really are an alchemist, perhaps there's something else you can make for me." "And what would that be?" His only alchemy projects so far were the ones he was making inside his briefcase. Those took more time, attention, and materials than potions. That's why he hadn't considered selling them. "I need a time-turner sand synthesizer," she said nonchalantly. "No," James didn't have to think about it. "No, as in you don't know how to make it, or you don't want to do it?" she asked. "No, as in no, the reason doesn't matter." "So, it's the second one then. That's interesting. I've never found an alchemist who knew how to synthesize time sand, other than Flamel, but he won't even talk to me anymore." She pouted slightly. "He probably doesn't want to become the ministry's #1 criminal. And neither do I. If there isn't a serious request, I'll take my leave," James said. She chuckled. "Come on, Mr. Potter. I was just testing you a bit. I thought someone of your age would have more of a sense of humor." James was fairly sure her request hadn't been a joke. "I do have something you could help with. I'll reward you handsomely," she offered. James waited for her to speak again. "There are a couple of sphinxes that are giving trouble to one of my associates. I need something to keep them distracted while he completes his task." James raised an eyebrow. He wanted to ask which ancient tomb she was trying to rob, but that wouldn't be too professional. At the very least, it was far less illegal than her previous request. "I'll think of something." Chapter 95, The marauders are in trouble. The total estimation for the basilisk came to 40,000 galleons. This was, of course, for the complete beast. Since James had delivered less than half, skin and heart were missing, they offered him 15,000 gold galleons. The amount was more than he expected the goblins to pay him, given that he could not produce any official documentation about the origin of the creature. James concluded that this was the goblin's way to get in his good graces. Goblin society puts a lot of weight on martial achievements, and taking down an ancient beast such as the Slytherin basilisk was certainly a great accomplishment in their eyes. But in the end, no matter what their reasoning was, James was happy with the amount he got. The mountain of gold had to be stashed away inside a large dimensional bag that he was forced to buy, as he hadn't brought anything capable of holding so much weight otherwise. It was a worthwhile expense, but a necessary one since he couldn't open a vault in his name without his parents' approval, so James didn't feel bad about it. But more importantly, now he wouldn't have to bother spending so much time making simple potions for sale and could focus on his most important projects. The entire trip took him over 2 hours in total. It was more than he had initially predicted, so he hoped that everything was all right with his friends. James noticed the sky was starting to darken as he walked toward an empty alley from where he could use apparition. Tempest, there were still over 30 minutes before they had to be back at the castle. It should be fine. If Sirius and the others complained about him being late, he could promise to buy them something on their next trip, since now he could afford a bit of wasteful spending. James lifted his wand and disappeared from Diagon Alley. His point of apparition was another alley near the center of Hogsmeade that was rarely used. After making sure no one saw him, he discreetly made his way back to the Three Broomsticks. James walked inside the pub and glanced at the table where his friends had been previously drinking, but the table was completely empty. Several glasses and plates with snacks were still on the table, but there was no sign of them. There were only a few groups of students left, since it was getting late, so he couldn't have missed them in the crowd. James then spotted Madame Rosmerta cleaning a table and went to ask about his friends. She was surprised to see him there. "You weren't with them when they left, then you should hurry, they may need you." "What do you mean? Did something happen?" Rosmerta made a concerned expression. "Some Slytherin students started making a ruckus and raising their voices. I was working in the kitchen, so I don't know exactly what they said, but when I came out, your friends seemed to be arguing with them. Soon after, they all rushed outside the pub. I'm worried they may get into a fight. Those boys from Slytherin looked like at least 6th years, and the Lestrange brothers were among them. Those two are very scary." James wasted no time getting out of the Three Broomsticks. "Point me, Sirius Black." The wand pointed him in the right direction. At first, it followed the path leading out of Hogsmeade, but soon it deviated toward a narrow side path covered with trees. James was familiar enough with the area to know that this small trail led to a resting area with some benches. He could hear the commotion from a small clearing ahead. James moved as fast as he could, hoping to make it in time to prevent things from spiraling out of control. There was a mixture of loud gasps, yells, and shouts, making it difficult to discern what was being said. But when he entered the resting area, he was finally able to assess the situation a bit better. He could see his friends. Sirius, Remus, and Peter were on the other side of the clearing. Lily, Alice, and Frank were also with them. James just recalled that they had been entering the Three Broomsticks as he was leaving. Near the entrance and completely blocking it was a group of Slytherin students. He could only see their backs at the moment, but could still recognize some of them, like the two Lestrange brothers. Rodolphus could not be missed. The guy was massive for his age. His size and shape made him look more like a bodybuilder than a wizard. Snape was also easy to spot. No one else had long, black, greasy hair like his. There were 3 other boys, making them 6 in total. Despite being equal in numbers, things were not going well for his friends. Lily looked terrified, while her friend Alice was helping her boyfriend Frank. He seemed to have been hit with some hex that twisted his ankle badly, leaving him unable to stand. Peter was using a handkerchief to cover Sirius's arm, which was bleeding profusely. Remus seemed to be the only one left standing, and was doing his best to defend his friends from further harm. On the Slytherin side, only one of the boys appeared to be injured, clutching his hand. James had to wonder how things had escalated to this point. This was not some school fight like the ones he remembered from his old days at Hogwarts. Back then, kids mostly resorted to harmless jinxes, like the one that forced you to dance or the one that made your teeth grow. They wouldn't try to cut each other up or break their bones. Perhaps this was a side effect of the Dark Lord's growing influence, making Slytherin students bolder and more confident that they could get away with anything since their parents now had the backing of a powerful wizard trying to take over the country. Maybe it's time to change my approach to these kinds of situations. Perhaps I've been too soft, James thought as he raised his wand. Chapter 96, Destroyed. Everyone was so focused on each other that no one heard James approach, even though he never tried to muffle the sound of his steps or anything of the sort. Sirius was yelling curses at Snape, and Snape was yelling back at him. Lily had tears falling across her face and was shouting for everyone to stop, but no one was listening to her. Rabaston Lestrange lunged forward, aiming his wand at Remus, intending to end this futile resistance. By the way he moved his wand and the first sounds that came from his mouth, James could already tell what spell he was trying to use. The drought curse was a nasty one. Curses were already above jinxes and hexes in terms of harm. This one was used to dehydrate the victim's body. It wasn't lethal, as long as the person received immediate help, but it was still very dangerous. Definitely not something that students should be using during a school brawl. Remus raised a protective charm. Unfortunately for him, that wouldn't work against a curse like the one heading his way. Rabaston shouted the incantation, and a blue orb came flying from his wand. But it never hit its intended target. Instead, it impacted against a small brick wall that manifested between them. Physical objects were the best way to block curses, as very few of them could pass through and still retain significant force. What the? Rabaston and the others stared in shock at the wall as it was crushed by the spell. None of the other Gryffindor students had moved, and Remus was still holding his pratigo, so it wasn't him. That's when they realized someone else had arrived. The eyes of the Lestrange boy moved swiftly until they found the figure of James, standing just a short distance behind them, right before the entrance of the clearing. Poe, that was as far as Rabaston got before 4 Bonebreaker curses hit his 2 arms and legs. They came out of nowhere, and he didn't even see James moving his wand or muttering any chant. It all happened too quickly. In reality, James had only cast a single silent hex just as Rabaston was turning around. Multiplying a single spell was far easier than it seemed once you had complete control over the magic you were casting. All you had to do was increase the output and slightly adjust the mental image behind the spell. While Rabaston collapsed onto the ground, screaming, James had already cast his next spell. A bright ray of light shot into the sky before exploding about 50 feet in the air. From the initial burst, a translucent dome emerged and covered the entire area. This charm created a thin barrier with one simple purpose: to prevent any sound from leaving the dome, no matter how loud it was. Snape stared at him in shock, mouth open to speak. The 3 unknown Slytherin students turned to look at him. But even after seeing their faces, James still had no idea who they were. "James," Sirius and Remus called out to him. A potion fell from James's pocket and shot like a bullet, propelled by a silent banishing charm. It shattered at the feet of the 3 Slytherin boys. These ones looked confused, likely wondering what the purpose of the potion was. No smoke, mist, or any other harmful substance seems to emanate from this one's remnants. They had about a second and a half to wonder, before thorned vines erupted from the ground and wrapped around them, bending their limbs in unnatural ways, piercing their flesh, restraining their movements, and lifting them into the air. The boys screamed like crazy, and James moved to the next target. Snape didn't even notice the brick wall that appeared behind him. What he did notice was the sudden, powerful force that slammed him backward into it, breaking several bones in the process. Before he could process what had just happened, or how much pain he was in, another spell hit him. His flesh and bones began to twist and morph. His skin turned green and slimy, while his body shrank to a fraction of its original size. Croak, Snape could only emit noises now. Even if he was a big green toad with a long patch of black hair on his head, he couldn't jump, not with broken legs. Rodolphus Lestrange knew better than to waste time talking. The boy had been trained in combat by his father and uncle since he was a toddler and knew how to recognize danger. Crucio, he shouted. He had always been proud of being able to cast an unforgivable curse at such a young age, a feat not many could boast. The Cruciatus curse was harder to dodge than even the killing curse, which was why many dark wizards used it first. It was meant to disable their victims before moving on to the killing blow. James didn't even try to avoid it. The next instant, every pain receptor in his body lit up, sending waves of agony through him. He couldn't be called a combat veteran, and yet he had been hit with this curse so many times that he had developed methods to push through the pain, just enough to remain functional. The grin of satisfaction on Rodolphus's face quickly faded when he realized the curse hadn't even slowed James down, not even a little bit. The most agonizing curse in the world hadn't even made him flinch. James's wand flicked like a lightning bolt, and a barrage of spells flew toward Rodolphus. Expelliarmus, Jellylegs Jinx, Langlock Full Body Bind. All of them hit at once, sending the large young man tumbling down like he was nothing. Only then did James take the chance to pull out a potion and drink it. As soon as he did, most of the pain from the Cruciatus faded. The fight was over, and it had lasted less than 10 seconds in total. His friends stood there, frozen, watching in shock as the quiet James Potter, who usually only cared about working in his lab or reading books, had completely dominated 6 senior students in an instant and defeated them in such a brutal way, leaving them bloody and broken. This was a glimpse of the real James Potter. Chapter 97, Leave It to Me. James, Remus called for him. Now that they were no longer a threat, he turned his back on the Slytherin boys and walked to his friends. Several vials with a vibrant green liquid appeared in his hands. Here, he handed them to Remus. Drop the liquid on the wounds and they will fade away quickly. James, what did you? Remus's eyes moved from his friend to the potions in his hand and finally to the ones who attacked them. Rodolphus was on the ground. He was still conscious but could not move a muscle, not even to make a sound. His brother, however, was still screaming in agony. Both his arms and legs had been broken in several places, and every time his body moved even a little bit, he experienced an indescribable pain everywhere. They had lost track of Snape after he was turned into a toad. The 3 other boys were still dangling from their feet by that giant plant James had summoned, but they were no longer moving. Are those dead? Sirius pointed at the 3 hanged boys. James turned around. His wand was aimed at the plant. Finite. The plant shrank quickly until it disappeared. They are still alive, James then said with certainty. That plant was a creation of his own, an altered version of an already existing magical plant that can only be in one particular part of the Amazon forest. The original version was extremely dangerous, but this one had been modified so it would only restrain its victims and not kill them. We have to call someone. They are really hurt, Lily said. We are hurt too, Sirius exclaimed. We are going to be in so much trouble for this. Alice looked around with concern. No, we are not, Frank held onto her. They attacked us first. We were just defending ourselves. I saw Rodolphus use the Cruciatus curse. That alone would be enough to put him in Azkaban, said Sirius. He won't go to Azkaban. His family is too influential, Frank said. Right, James, you were hit by that nasty curse, weren't you? Remus glanced at him. Merlin, I read about that spell, Lily gasped. We need to take you to the infirmary. I'll be fine, the pain is already passing. That was not true. The lingering pain from the Cruciatus would last for hours, but the potion he took would make it tolerable. You all need to leave this place. Go outside, take a moment to recover with the potions I gave you, and then go back to the castle. You should be able to make it in time, James told them. Wait, what are you talking about? What are you going to do? Peter asked. You're hurt too. Forget about what happened today and go back to the school. I will deal with this situation, James said. His tone was serious and somewhat cold. It was enough to make everyone look at him, with concern about what he was going to do. "You're not going to actually kill them, right? I mean, I know they're assholes, but," Sirius said. "James," Lily was looking at him with fear in her eyes. James huffed. How did these kids survive the war? He wondered. They must have matured fast after leaving Hogwarts for that to happen. "I'm not going to kill anyone. I just want to make sure they are stable before leaving as well," James told them. This managed to calm them a bit, although they were still worried about what he had planned. "Fine, we'll leave." Remus was the first one to say it. "I trust you." "Thank you," James said. "Now go." With one last look, the group passed by the silencing dome that James had created and left the area. James began by placing a sleeping charm on Rabaston Lestrange so he would stop screaming, and then another one on Snape. If the toad went too far away from here, there was a good chance that he would get eaten by some predator, and that was not his intention. He then took a good look at the 3 Slytherin boys who were restrained by the plant. They had some bruises and cuts, but overall they were not too harmed. They had just fallen unconscious from a lack of air while the plant was choking them. James finally turned his attention to Rodolphus Lestrange and removed the restraints he had placed on him. This one reacted quickly and tried to make a run for his wand. "Defindo," James made a gesture with his wand and slashed at his legs. "Aya," Rodolphus fell down. "Incarcerus." White ropes were conjured in front of him before flying toward their target and wrapping themselves around his body. "Potter, I'm going to kill you for this. You are dead. You hear me, Potter?" Rodolphus screamed. "I can hear you, but no one else will. No matter how loud you get," James spoke calmly to the boy on the ground. He walked toward Rodolphus while reaching for something inside one of his deepest pockets. "I wish I could make you understand your situation a bit better and give you a warning to never try something like this again. Unfortunately, that would be a waste of time, since you won't remember anything that happened today." Rodolphus's expression was becoming more concerned. He did not like how calm James was. This was usually a bad sign, as it reminded him a lot of his father. Those who were able to remain calm in tense situations like this one were too used to it. "Just let me and my brother go, and we may give you a pass this time." Rodolphus glanced at Rabaston. His brother was no longer conscious, but he was still in need of urgent healing. "I have been very soft in my responses to all the aggression coming from you and your friends. That is only because, up until now, that aggression was directed just at me. But today, you have crossed a line that you should not have crossed. You attacked those I care about. I cannot allow that to happen again, so I'm going to put some safeguards in place." James held a small object in his left hand. It looked like a pill, and it was completely black in color. "What is that? What are you doing?" Rodolphus was now getting truly scared. "Stop this, just let me go." "You are in no position to make any demands. Have you not wondered why I have been more lenient with you? I haven't broken any of your bones or caused you any great harm." James knelt next to Rodolphus. "Open your mouth. I want you to swallow this pill." "Go to hell." Rodolphus shut his mouth tight. James aimed his wand at his face. "I don't have time for this. Imperio." Chapter 98, Don't Say a Word. "There, see, it wasn't so bad," James said softly. Rodolphus glared at him and realized he was no longer holding that black pill. "What did you do to me?" He only had some vague memories about what happened while he was under the influence of the Imperio curse. "I gave you a capsule containing basilisk venom, and you ate it happily," James responded. That's not true. You can't have something like that," Rodolphus shouted. "You'd be surprised by what I have. Now, don't worry. The venom is well contained inside an indestructible capsule. There's no chance it will break, but it cannot be removed either. It's been meticulously enchanted to stay inside you until I want it to break, releasing the venom into your bloodstream and killing you instantly." Rodolphus looked shocked. He was starting to believe James's words now, especially after seeing the curse he had used on him. You'll go to Azkaban for this. You used an unforgivable." Even if the whole thing about the venom was a lie, using that curse alone was enough to imprison a wizard for life. Of course, Rodolphus ignored the fact that he had also used an unforgivable just moments ago. "How are you going to prove anything?" James waved the wand he was holding in front of Rodolphus. Don't you recognize the wand I've been using? Rodolphus's eyes widened. That's my brother's wand. When did you take it? Right after sending you tumbling down. When they find you and check your and your brother's wands, your father's going to have to pull a lot of strings to keep the two of you from being arrested, James said calmly. W8, let's talk, Potter. What do you want? Rodolphus finally realized that threatening James wouldn't work. He was in no position to fight back. What do I want? James stopped to think for a moment. If he was honest, he hadn't planned to attack these students. It just happened in the heat of the moment. The only thing he could do now was improvise. The capsule he'd given Rodolphus had a few extra features. Not only could it kill him from anywhere in the world, but it also served to track him. Even if he went inside an unplottable location, James could track the general area he was in. He figured that could come in handy. When he made those capsules, he'd planned to use them on proper adult Death Eaters, but this worked too. You want the bitch, don't you? You can have her. James raised an eyebrow. That's no way to speak of a lady. Does no one in your family have manners, or is it just you? Also, she's not your property to give away, so that's kind of an empty offering. Then what is it that you want? Rodolphus was growing more desperate. James aimed his wand at Rodolphus's face. Nothing you can give me. Obliviate. Rodolphus's eyes went blank and he passed out. James then went to the other 5 boys and did the same, removing all their memories from the past day. He then cleaned the area of anything that could link him to the incident and proceeded to remove the silencing dome. Finally, he used Rabiston's wand one last time. A flare of light emerged from the wand and flew into the sky. That should draw someone's attention. James tossed the wand away and gave the Slytherin boys one last glance before casting an invisibility charm over himself and disappearing into the trees. He couldn't return to the castle the normal way. It was already past curfew, and being caught coming in late and alone would to having a lot of questions asked. He was already under the headmaster's radar, so he would rather avoid getting in any sort of trouble. So James used his flying broom to enter through one of the windows. He always carried it with a miniaturization charm on it, never knew when it might be needed. Once inside, he made his way back to the Gryffindor common room and found his friends waiting for him. James, PSSSD, over here, Sirius called from one of the tables in the corner. Remus, Peter, and Lily were sitting next to him, while Frank was resting on a nearby sofa with Alice at his side. Alice noticed James glancing at Frank to assess his condition, since he'd been hurt the worst. He's much better but still has some residual pain, she told him. We decided not to visit the healer. She would have asked how we got hurt and well, Remus whispered. The potion worked great anyway. Sirius's cut had disappeared, though his robes were still damaged. Are you okay, James? Lily was looking at him with a mix of concern and something else. Truthfully, even with the potion, James was still feeling the after-effects of the Cruciatus curse Rodolphus had hit him with, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. I'm fine, James said as he took an empty seat. Peter stared at him. What about, them? Alive, someone should have found them by now, James said. Won't they come looking for us after they recover? Peter asked worriedly. They're going to kill us. No, they won't. When they wake up, they won't even remember what day of the week it is. Much less what happened to them, James responded. Lily looked around to make sure no one was listening. She leaned forward and whispered, Did you obliviate them? James nodded. At least a day, but I'm not super accurate with that spell, so it could be more. But memory charms are illegal to use like that, Lily said. Other than the ministry, regular witches and wizards could only use them to protect the statute of secrecy in emergencies. James shrugged. That was probably the least illegal thing he'd done today, so it wasn't much of a concern. Now, what I'd like to know is, how did the fight start? Did they attack you for no reason? Well, no, Peter made a troubled face. I kinda started that one, Sirius said. It wasn't just Sirius. We all did, Remus added. Yes, they were being jerks. Even Lily looked upset. Did I just hear Lily swear? Alice glanced at her. Now I really want to hear this, James said. Snape and the others arrived about an hour after you left. They took the table closest to ours and began drinking and talking loudly about, Remus began. They were bragging about how they destroyed your laboratory and laughing about it, Sirius huffed. I'm sure they took that table on purpose so we could hear them, Alice commented. Yes, they definitely wanted to pick a fight with us, Remus said. Yeah, they deserved a good beating, Sirius added. Lower your voice, Sirius. James looked pensive. I understand now. Make sure you don't talk about this with anyone. If anyone asks, you left the 3 broomsticks and went straight to the castle. James wondered whether this had just been a foolish attempt by some Slytherins to start a fight with a group of Gryffindors, or if there was something deeper going on. He hoped it was the former, and this would be the end of it, but if someone was trying to do something more nefarious, he would find out soon enough. Chapter 99, Come With Me. Bella was walking alone after a very long day of classes, while her mind went through everything that had happened, over and over. She had spent the day attempting to avoid speaking with anyone. This was particularly hard during the potion class, since she was still partnered with James Potter. Bella had to try her hardest not to engage in conversation with him while those in her house were watching, even though she really wanted to speak with him about many things, especially about what happened the day prior. The head of their house informed them last night that Rodolphus, his brother, and 4 other students from Slytherin were found in a resting area near the exit of Hogsmeade. They were all injured in different ways. Some were in worse condition than others, like Rabastan, who had both his arms and legs completely broken, or Snape, who was turned into a toad and also had several broken bones. Also, all of their memories had been completely wiped, so no one remembers what had transpired or who was responsible for the attack. It was bad enough that they had to be sent to Saints Mungo, because it was too much for the school nurse to handle alone. They all have to receive a full checkup and attention from a mind healer who is going to attempt and retrieve some of the missing memories, although that seems very unlikely. In the common room, everyone was outraged by the attack, even though all of them must have known enough about the Lestrange brothers to assume this was not an unprovoked attack. Malfoy was particularly furious and was questioning anyone who happened to be at Hogsmeade on that day. Bella began to grow concerned when she heard someone comment that she had seen her cousin Sirius and his friends leaving the 3 broomsticks shortly after them, but there was no mention of James being there. Not that Bella thought that James would do something like that. However, she could not think of anyone else in the entire school who could do that. She had seen how advanced his magic is. Even though the previous times he was ambushed by members of her house, he had simply diffused the situation with some potion, something that had made them even angrier. Bella had to wonder if James got serious. How scary could he be? Hey! All of a sudden, she heard someone's voice and felt a hand on her shoulder. Bellatrix let out a shriek, moved away, and aimed her wand at the empty air. Who's there? Show yourself. Did I just hear Bellatrix Black letting out a girly shriek? She recognized the voice immediately. James. He removed the invisibility charm and greeted her again. Bella panicked. What are you doing here? We are in the dungeons. This was still a common area, but after classes, the only students who walked these corridors were from Slytherin. Yes, I know where we are, James responded. Someone could see you here, Bella snapped. That's why I used the invisibility charm. He offered her his hand. Now, come on, I have something interesting to show you. We can't walk around the castle together. Have you not heard about what happened yesterday? Bella said. James waved his hand. No one will see us. After covering themselves with another invisible charm and placing a silencing one on their feet, James guided her to the 2nd floor. What are we doing here? Bella looked around but could not see anything of interest, other than the girls' bathroom that no one wanted to use. James moved directly towards that bathroom while still holding onto her hand. What are you doing? You can't go in there, Bella exclaimed. It's okay, that bathroom is always empty. James told her something that she already knew. That's not the issue here, Bella told him, but he wouldn't listen and dragged her inside. Once in there, he closed the door behind them and removed all their charms. Immediately after, the only resident of this place made her appearance. You again, I told you not to come in here, this is for girls. Myrtle began to berate him. I told him that already. Bella raised an eyebrow. She was wondering why James would bring her to a haunted bathroom, but was shocked when she saw James aim his hand at the ghost and shoot a spell at it without hesitation. Why did you do that for? She didn't like this particular ghost. No one did, but Myrtle had a good reason to be upset by James's presence. Just paralyzed her for a bit. I don't want her to see this next part. Come closer. James walked to the sinks at the end of the bathroom. Bella approached with curiosity, wondering what this was all about. From now on, this will be your exclusive entrance. The ghost shouldn't complain if you come here alone. I have prepared a more appropriate one for me, James explained. Entrance? It only took her a moment to realize what he was referring to. It could only be one thing. You have made another laboratory. Are you crazy? They will expel you if you get caught again. Then I just have to avoid getting caught. James pointed at the sink. Now, pay attention because I don't like repeating things. See that symbol of the snake in this particular faucet? I do, Bella said. Put your hand on it and say open, loud and clearly. Bella looked at him with suspicion but did as he said. Open. She then got startled when the sink moved away and revealed a set of stairs that went down. You made your lab under a girl's bathroom? That's so weird. Oh, it is much more than that. James pointed at the stairs. Ladies first. You may want to change that password, though. Open doesn't seem very safe, Bella pointed out. It is very safe, as it only works when you are the one touching the faucet. I have attuned that entrance to your magical signature. Wait, how did you do that? Don't you need my blood for that? Bella asked. No, just a few hairs and a skin sample will do, James responded. When did you get skin and hair samples from me? Bella exclaimed. James ignored her question. That's not important. Now come on, you will like this next part. Chapter 100, The New Lab. It smells terrible in here, Bella commented as she reached the bottom. James, are those bones? I'll admit, the entrance is a bit messy, but it gets better further ahead. James helped her get past the pool of bones and basilisk skin. What is this chamber? This doesn't look like it's part of the school, Bella said as she looked around the eerie room. And you said I was going to like it. James guided her onto the next corridor. I thought that a Slytherin student would find this chamber fascinating. After all, it was the founder of your house who created it. Bella stopped walking. The founder? Hold on, you mean to say that Salazar Slytherin constructed this? She gasped when she realized what this place was. This is the Chamber of Secrets? She had heard about it during her first year at Hogwarts, but the general consensus was that it was just a legend made up by the students themselves. Otherwise, someone would have found it by now. James grinned. Welcome to the Chamber of Secrets, ta-da. You actually found it? How is it possible? In 1,000 years, you are the first one who found it. I'm probably not the first one who found it. In fact, he knew for a fact that he was not the first one, since Tom Riddle had already done so during his school years. But this is not something that one would reveal to the public. I suppose. But how can you be sure that— Hold on. Bella seemed to recall something important. Wasn't there supposed to be a deadly beast inside this chamber? There was a legend about the Slytherin beast going out into the school to cleanse those with impure blood. That's only half true. The beast is real, but the whole thing about going out to cleanse those of impure blood is just ridiculous. 1,000 years ago, the whole concept of pure blood was much different from now. Salazar Slytherin could never have cared about something like that, and besides, basilisks wouldn't care either. The one in here was meant to kill anyone who wasn't a Parseltongue. There is a basilisk in here? James, we have to get out quickly, Bella said with urgency. She couldn't even process the rest of what James said after hearing that such a deadly beast was in here. Oh, calm down. The basilisk is already dead. James went ahead and opened the last door that led to the main chamber. This one was tied to his own magical signature, and no one else could open it. Dead? Wait for me. Bella saw James venturing further and went after him, not wanting to be left alone in here. Whoa. When she entered the main chamber, Bella was stunned by what she saw. The chamber was a true marvel to behold. James had fixed all the statues that were broken and cleaned up the place, restoring it to its former glory. The laboratory had been set up on the huge circular platform at the end of the last corridor. Right in front of the statue, depicting the visage of Salazar Slytherin. You really made your laboratory inside this legendary chamber. That's so? Ah! Bella yelled all of a sudden when she spotted something gigantic floating in the air. I told you there was a basilisk, James commented. That is from a basilisk. Bella realized that the thing she saw was not truly floating, but it was hanging from the ceiling with some chains. She stared in shock at the skeleton of a colossal snake-like creature that was on full display in front of her. Yes, I thought it was a waste to get rid of the bones, so I'm saving them. Maybe they'll come in handy at some point. You fought that monster. And won. She had read about basilisks and other deadly creatures before, and she could not imagine facing something like this when it was alive. How? I had some help. James lifted his hand. The white ring on his finger began to glow, and the next moment it had transformed into the tiny chimera that flew happily into the air. Caillou. Primum, Bella called for him, and this one immediately flew toward her. She grabbed the little guy. Hey, I missed you too. Meanwhile, James walked to his workstation. He already had a few potions in process that required some attention. He also took a look at his delivery area. James had set it up at one side of the lab, where there was enough space for several owls to leave their packages and rest. His eyes scanned the area and noted that he already had several deliveries waiting for him. 2 of them were more requests from the owner of the Black Rose. But the last package was the one that interested him the most. I didn't expect the old man to be so quick. He must have gotten to work right after I left. Inside the package was a small container. James opened it up and found the remains of gin essence that the old potioneer had promised him. He examined them with care and determined, with satisfaction that it was enough for his needs. James. He just realized that Bella had been trying to gain his attention. So, what do you think of the new laboratory? This place is amazing, she said with excitement. But did you really had Primum fight a basilisk? Bella could not imagine the cute creature in her hands facing such a terrifying monster. That's good to hear. James ignored her question. You can restart your lessons whenever you wish. You want me to come back, after what happened the last time? Bella asked with disbelief. I took proper precautions. It won't happen again, James said. He really did. If anyone other than him or Bella tried to enter this chamber, they would be in for a nasty surprise. But the Slytherins are probably going to keep an eye on me, even if it's just to get back at you, Bella said. I have not forgotten about that. I did promise you a way to avoid their vigilance. He walked to one of the cauldrons. A mysterious liquid was boiling inside. I have the solution right here. What is that? Bella asked with curiosity. Caillou, Primum was curious too. You'll see in a moment, but before that, I'm going to need some of your bodily fluids. What?